Chapter 1. Wrong story. Kuyu felt it was absurd to the max. Just a second ago, she was sound asleep in the chauffeur-driven car on her way to receive an award. The next second, she heard someone shouting beside her ear, "Quick, close the door. He's been bitten. Push him out." She was about to get angry, wondering if Xia could stop being so loud, but by the time she reacted, she saw a handsome guy who perfectly matched her aesthetic being shoved out. The door by her oh no, she just locked a handsome guy outside. And what was that thing just now? So ugly it hurt her eyes. When she finally managed to regain her composure and surveyed her surroundings, she couldn't help but gasp what kind of dream had she just had. Outside the slightly ajar window, a large group of decaying zombies were chasing and biting the handsome guy she had just pushed out. The surrounding zombies turned and hissed as they closed in. Damn it, what a waste. Why wasn't she waking up from this dream? Ding, ding, ding. Dear host, hello. The heartthrob system 888 is at your service. I'm delighted to work with a beautiful and generous person like you. Our system's motto, to make you the most dazzling protagonist in the crowd. Our mission, to become a national idol. Let everyone in the entertainment industry scream for you. No one can rival you. Kuyu, that was a great speech, but please don't say it again next time. Also, how about you take a look outside before saying that? After finishing its passionate opening speech, 888 thought its host must be stunned and filled with ambition, believing the task would definitely be accomplished with half the effort. But when it looked at the scene, it fell silent. What the hell? This isn't an entertainment circle story. This is a post-apocalyptic story. It had entered the wrong book. Looking at its equally confused host, silence was definitely the theme of the night. Fortunately, it was an experienced system. After quickly calming down, it exchanged the plot and tasks with her farming system. Host, hello. Due to some mistakes, let me reintroduce myself. I am the heartthrob system. Because you had an accident on your way to receive the award, our system bound with you at the moment of life and death. This time, there are two tasks. 1. Increase the male lead's favorability to 60 and become good friends with him. 2. Help the male lead develop a serum to cure the zombie virus and save the world. Kuyu silently found a place to sit down, digesting this fact. This was not her dream, and she had to complete the unreliable tasks of the heartthrob system in her mind. Can I not do this task? Those zombies were really ugly. 888. Of course you can, but if you go back, you will be run over by a reversing truck. Keu. Pleasant cooperation. Those who know the times are clever. Okay, pleasant cooperation. 888 switched to customer service mode in an instant. Next, I will transmit the plot to you. Kuyu then understood that the book she was in was titled The Post-Apocalyptic Boss Races Forward, featuring a male lead named Fu Xiao, who awakened super strong psychic powers after an accident, leveling up like a rocket. Unlike other male-oriented stories, this book's male lead gathers followers without establishing a harem, focusing solely on the thrill of leveling up. Despite the various beauties offering their affection, he remains unwavering, solely dedicated to slapping the faces of those who have wronged him, determined to establish a hope base for humanity and find a way out of the apocalypse, ultimately becoming the strongest in the post-apocalyptic world. Now, I will announce the male lead's favorability. Ding dong. The heartthrob system kindly reminds you, the male lead's favorability towards you is 100. Please pay attention to your personal safety at all times. Thank you for listening, and I wish you a pleasant life. After hearing this announcement, both the person and the system fell silent. Favorability 100. So low, did the host kill the male lead's entire family? Chapter 2. Favorability 100. 888. Host, since we've met, what kind of coffin would you prefer? This task was really hard to manage. Kuyu, I think I can still give it a try. But you have to tell me first, where is the male lead? What did the original body do to have the favorability drop to 100? I need to treat the problem accordingly. After Kuyu read through the details, she finally understood why it was so low. This body belonged to the male lead's fiancé, and it was a business marriage with no feelings involved. Before the apocalypse hit, the male lead, out of a sense of responsibility towards his parents, rescued his fiancée who was trapped in school and helped them escape. Due to their lack of feelings, the original Kuyu had always wanted to rely on Fu Xiao, but he believed that in the apocalypse, she should learn to be strong on her own, rejecting any hints she gave. The original Kuyu feeling humiliated, intentionally attracted zombies and misled everyone into thinking that the male lead had been bitten, pushing the unsuspecting Fu Qiao out of the warehouse. Damn. The handsome guy she just pushed out was the male lead, Fu Qiao. Looking at the scene where zombies were surrounding and attacking, the chance of the male lead surviving was minimal. If the male lead died, what was the point of her completing any tasks? She'd rather deal with zombies. No way. She refused. This was a level of danger that could lead to her demise. 888 hadn't expected that it had come a step too late, and the host had already set up a hellish star for herself. Host, don't panic. They'll give you a newbie reward. Upon hearing this, Kuyu sat up in shock. Newbie reward? That means a cheat. Please give me something big, preferably something that can turn back time. 888. Dear, dreaming would be faster. Ding dong. The heartthrob system informs you that your newbie reward has been credited. Please pay attention to receive it. Wishing you a pleasant life. Could you receive the cheat? If turning back time was not possible, then erasing memories would do. But when she opened it, she spread her hands and decided to lie down and wait for death again. The heartthrob aura, 888. If you want her dead, you don't have to be so subtle about IT. IT was truly a case of entering the wrong story. If it were an entertainment circle, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, but now, let's not even mention it. Seeing the host's face full of despair, 888 felt helpless too. IT could only persuade the host again. Host, don't be so pessimistic. There's always a way out. Or how about you take a look at the pictures of the truck accident? Kuyu jolted, feeling that she could still give it a try. Boo-hoo. Who wants to turn into a pile of indistinguishable meat? Outside the warehouse door, groups of zombies were still hissing for living people. Inside, everyone looked at Kuyu, who had just pushed Fu Qiao out with some showing contempt. Fu Qiao is her fiancé. How many times did he save her along the way? She just pushed him out like that. How cruel. Exactly, looking at how it was just now, Fu Qiao definitely can't survive. What are we going to do next? Why isn't she the one dying? Louis Ran was one of them. She had never liked Kuyu. Before the apocalypse, she was the school flower adored by boys, and after it began, she had a fiancé who saved her. Now, no one would help her anymore. She immediately rushed over to point at Kuyu and scolded her angrily. Ku, you're simply too much. How could you lock Fu Qiao outside? You're killing him. You heartless wretch. Exactly. How could you kill someone? The remaining people in the warehouse echoed Lu Iran's accusations towards Kuyu. Ku was not the type to swallow her anger, especially since others were openly cursing her. Who could tolerate that? Oh, which dog is barking? Kuyu brushed off the dust from where she had just sat, standing up to look at Lu Iran. Don't act so high and mighty. Just now it was you guys who said he was bitten and told me to close the door. Now you're saying I killed him. You really let yourselves say whatever you want. Lu Iran didn't expect Kuyu to be so shameless and was furious. We were just talking. We didn't do anything. You were the one who pushed Fu Qiao. Chapter 3. Dear Fiancé. Listening to this, Lu Iran was even more enraged and wanted to slap her. Kuyu noticed her intention and quickly subdued her, returning the slap. Did she really think she could bully her? She had happily gone to collect an award, only to be caught off guard by this apocalypse, facing a hellish start. Her mood was already down, and now they were trying to provoke her. Ding. The charming system reminds you that your actions have activated the charming aura. Hope you enjoy using it. Kuyu, hitting someone activated the charming aura? Why does this feel off? Kuyu didn't know Lu Iran's inner thoughts, but she saw that Lu Iran's gaze toward her was particularly abnormal, as if she was obsessed, covering her slapped face. Don't tell her this was the effect of the charming aura. This was not charm. This was an explosion of S attributes that so scary. She was getting goosebumps. Kuyu, hey system, are you sure this aura isn't a sham? It looks quite improper. 888 was also encountering the situation for the first time and didn't know it could mutate. It could only comfort Kuyu. Host, please rest assured, system products are guaranteed to be genuine, and it will upgrade later. The awkward atmosphere between the two was hard for everyone to understand, but they had no intention of letting Kuyu off easily. Meanwhile, Kuyu received a system notification that seemed to be glitching. Ding. The charming system kindly reminds you that the male lead's favorability towards you is 50. Please pay attention to your personal safety. Thank you for listening. Kuyu was confused. Why did it increase? Ding. The charming system reminds you that the male lead's favorability towards you is 100. Kuyu was speechless. The male lead is seriously unstable. What's up with his emotions? Ding. The charming system. Kuyu. Hey system, can you turn this off for now? Wait until the male lead's mood stabilizes, then tell me. This constant dinging is giving me a headache. 888 was sweating. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. Okay, host, please wait a moment. After 888 turned off the notification sound, Kuyu finally felt at peace. However, it seemed Fuchio was not dead after all. He was the male lead of a novel, and it wasn't that easy to die. Yet, his emotional journey was a bit tumultuous. Once 888 confirmed the male lead's favorability was no longer changing, it informed Kuyu that his current favorability was 99. You remained calm. What was the difference between 199? None. Meanwhile, Fuchio, who was being mentioned by Kuyu, activated his mental ability amidst the zombie siege. He invaded a zombie that was about to bite him, quickly absorbing the crystal core from its brain. After absorbing several cores using the same method, he realized he had awakened a second ability, a spatial ability. Upon realizing this, his face, smeared with zombie blood, took on a seductive allure as he smiled. So that's how it is. Some of the evolved zombies surrounding him suddenly sensed danger and roared to warn the others to stay away. But it was too late. In an instant, the zombies around Fuchio were torn to shreds, while others were being controlled by his mental powers to move towards the warehouse. Dear fiancé, this is the first gift I'm giving you. Hope you like it, Fuchio said, looking at the warehouse in the distance with an increasingly sinister smile. As for why he was so special to Kuyu, that was obvious. Meanwhile, those keeping an eye on the zombie situation outside the warehouse saw that the zombies had surrounded them again and quickly alerted everyone. The zombies outside are surrounding us again. Everyone think away, what? I don't want to die. Chapter 4. She's kind of a fool, deserves a slap. Hearing the panicked voices of everyone, Kuyu quickly got up to check the situation around the warehouse. She saw the zombies charging toward the front door. The scene so spectacular that she took a deep breath. Staying here would just mean waiting to be eaten. So many zombies seemed to be coming with a purpose. The door wouldn't hold them back. They needed to find another way out quickly. She carefully examined the warehouse. The back door was completely blocked and couldn't be opened in a short time. Also, running out the back would easily get them chased by zombies. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a way up to the warehouse roof and had an idea. What do we do? I really don't want to die. I don't want to become a monster. Yang Shuqing, a classmate who had escaped from school with them, was already quietly crying beside Kuyu. Yang knew the situation was urgent and suggested, this door can hold for a while longer. Let's quickly move things from the back door to block the front door. But what about the back door? Plus, there's so few of us. Before we finish moving, the zombies will break in, right? And if we move the back door, what if there's zombies there? Everyone was arguing back and forth no matter what was said. Someone would jump out to oppose it.K. You didn't have time to join their discussion. It was better to find something for self-defense. She picked up a steel pipe from the ground and found it quite handy. Then spoke up, if you keep talking, the zombies will really break in. Hearing this, Yang Shuqing was indignant, but she was usually timid and didn't dare confront Kuyu, so she could only stop crying in despair. However, the pent-up anger in Lu Iran exploded upon hearing this. If it weren't for you pushing Fuchio out, he would know what to do. Kuyu walked towards the corner where the ladder was, completely ignoring Lu Iran. This girl must be a fool. Since we can't run out the front or back, we still have the option to go up. She pointed to the roof of the warehouse, which was a flat storage warehouse with a skylight. Everyone seemed to wake from a dream. Yes, there were ladders available. Once they climbed up, the zombies couldn't reach them, and they could wait for rescue from passersby. The country wouldn't abandon them. Seeing everyone agree with Kuyu, Lu Iran gritted her teeth in frustration, but had to admit it was a good idea. She immediately rushed over, pushing past Kuyu to be the first to climb the handrail. Kuyu, she really is a fool. Ding. The charming system kindly reminds you that your words have activated the charming aura. You are truly kind, beautiful, and lovely. Love you. Kuyu was stunned by this voice and content. As she was shocked by the system, some people in the warehouse had already started to climb onto the roof, while the zombies outside were banging on the door, making it clear they wouldn't hold out much longer. Okay, Yu didn't think too much about it, and was just about to climb up when she saw Yang Shuqing, who had already climbed onto the roof, looking at her, shyly and extending a hand at Yu. Can I pull you up? She was so happy she actually had the chance to pull up such a beautiful and kind girl like Yu. The look of shock on Yu's face was so beautiful. Gave Yu. The effect of this broken halo really shocked her. After being stunned for a few seconds, she quickly climbed up the stairs without taking Yang Shuqing's hand. Seeing the disappointed look on Yang Shuqing's face, Kuyu silently distanced herself from her, and the effect of the halo faded away. Watching Yang Shuqing look as if she had been struck by lightning, Kuyu silently complained in her heart about 888. 888. Host, are you an ordinary person? Clearly not. I have full confidence in you. Moreover, the charismatic halo can be upgraded, so don't be discouraged. We will ultimately achieve victory.Ku. Don't give me any motivational talk. It's useless. I want to return it. Just as 888 was about to persuade Kuyu, the system stated that returns were not accepted, when suddenly, host, be careful. Chapter 5. Departing with grace. Upon hearing the call of 888, Kuyu immediately became alert. However, as she stood at the edge, she was unexpectedly shoved off the roof without any forewarning. Yet, she was not one to take such an affront lightly. With a swift twist of her wrist, she retaliated by swinging a steel pipe at her assailant. The perpetrator was none other than Lu Iran. Lu Iran had not anticipated that Kuyu would strike back at the last moment. The blow was forceful, leaving her head ringing and blood streaming from her nose, nearly causing her to tumble as well. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of vindication, for the one who pushes is oft pushed in return, and she merely sought to avenge Fu Qiao. It was her just desserts. The warehouse was not particularly high, and most of the zombies had already infiltrated it. As Kuyu fell, she recalled techniques learned while acting, turning her body sideways, bending it, and using her arms to shield her head. Despite her preparations, the impact of the fall left her feeling as though her internal organs had been dislocated, with excruciating pain radiating from her ribs. Her brows knitted tightly, her nostrils flaring as she gasped for breath, forcing down the cries of pain that threatened to escape. Host, quickly find a place to hide. Zombies are emerging. 888 urged. The zombies had heard her fall, and Kuyu had only a fleeting moment to steady her breath, enduring the pain as she grasped the steel pipe and sprinted towards the direction where Fu Qiao had just been chased. The zombies were hot on her heels, hissing in pursuit. However, due to her injuries, she did not manage to run far before one of the zombies caught up to her. As it lunged, she hastily defended herself with the steel pipe against its foul-smelling maw. The grotesque face loomed before her, threatening to make her weep from both terror and stench. With a forceful kick, she pushed it away, swiftly striking the zombie on the forehead before dashing off again, hoping to evade the others. At that moment, 888 reminded her within her mind, Host, run to your right. There's a motorcycle ahead, and the keys are likely still in the ignition. As Kuyu heard this, she forcefully struck aside an approaching zombie on her right and sprinted towards the direction indicated by 888. Within a mere 500 meters, she spotted the motorcycle she had mentioned. Gasping for breath, the zombies charging toward her had their heads twisted by her blows, and she kicked away those attempting to claw at her. With a composed demeanor, she turned the key, ignited the engine, and accelerated, crashing through the zombies that lunged at her, waving at the figures atop the nearby warehouse as she sped away. Farewell to you all. The group on the warehouse roof, who had initially watched as Kuyu was pushed down without offering assistance, believed that with one less person, their rations would last a few more days. In fact, when they witnessed her being pursued by zombies, Lu Iran wickedly thought, hurry up and devour her. Tear her face apart and see how she can still be so smug. However, when they saw Kuyu riding away on the motorcycle, they were utterly enraged. Why did she always have such good fortune? The jealousy in their eyes nearly materialized. 888 laughed, ha ha ha, host. You should have seen the twisted expression on the face of the woman who pushed you. Without needing to look, Kuyu knew that she had yet to shift her mindset from the peaceful era, failing to be vigilant in this apocalyptic world. It was fortunate that her martial arts training from acting had prepared her. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how many times she would have been bitten. As she accelerated on the motorcycle, she kept her eyes peeled for Fu Qiao. 888 remarked, Oh, the male lead's favorability rating is quite peculiar. What is it? Has it dropped below 100? Kuyu maintained her composure. Too much debt doesn't weigh one down. That's not it. It fluctuates, but ultimately settled at -80. 888 scratched its head in the system space, pondering whether it had truly malfunctioned. Kuyu speculated. Could it be that the male lead from your story is watching me from nearby? This was reminiscent of the bold maneuvers often seen in romantic fiction. 888 glanced at Fuchio's location and fell into silence. It was indeed the case. Meanwhile, Fuchio observed Kuyu's transformation from a fall to riding a motorcycle, noting that some of the zombies had been attracted by his psychic abilities. He felt a twinge of curiosity. When did Kuyu acquire her martial arts skills? Could it be that she has also been reborn? Observing Kuyu leisurely riding her motorcycle, Fuchio resolved to introduce some excitement into her life. Harnessing her psychic abilities, she decided to manipulate a few low-level zombies to create obstacles for her. With Kuyu riding steadily, she realized that since the male protagonist was present, there was no need for her to exert effort in searching. She intended to compel him to reveal himself, who would accompany him in a game of hide-and-seek. However, in an unexpected turn of events, several wandering zombies abruptly turned their gazes toward Kuyu, then charged at her with an unmistakable intent. This familiar sensation made it difficult not to associate the matter with Fuchio, given the psychic abilities at play. Kuyu, with an 8 in the statistics. I truly believe this negative 80 in favorability. Your male lead seems intent on ruining me. It's as if I'm risking my life to complete this task. 888. Keep it up, host. Kuyu skillfully maneuvered his motorcycle amidst the throng of zombies, evading their grasp with remarkable agility. In an instant, the fierce host, who had been ruthlessly battling his foes, was reduced to tears. Fujiao, where are you? I am so sorry, it was my fault. Only now do I realize the depth of my love for you. I have come to find you, and I swear I will not let any harm come to you. I do not seek your forgiveness, but you must stay alive. As 888 observed Kuyu's tear-streaked face, filled with remorse and anguish, who could deny the sincerity of such raw emotion? It bit down hard on its cloth, tears brimming in its eyes. What a performance! What an outpouring of emotion! If this were in the realm of entertainment, success would surely follow swiftly. Meanwhile, Fu Jiao paused upon hearing these words, narrowing his eyes as a tempest of wrath surged within his obsidian gaze. If his memory served him correctly, neither in this life nor the previous one had Kuyu ever harbored affection for him. The tale of the farmer and the snake. Whoever believed the snake would love the farmer? He now harbored grave suspicions that Kuyu too had been reincarnated. Otherwise, how could she possibly seek him out? It was time to resolve this matter once and for all. In this moment, a notification from the charming system reverberates. Ding! Risking my life? I must find you. How profoundly moving is this love? Who could resist such affection? Congratulations on activating the benefits of the charming halo, which will be automatically worn for 10 minutes. May your experience be delightful. However, the sudden appearance of this absurd halo has completely disrupted her carefully cultivated emotions. Nevertheless, what truly matters now is the ever-increasing horde of zombies. A negative affection value of 80 is no trivial matter, granting her no opportunity for explanation. Kuyu deftly maneuvered the motorcycle with one hand while firmly gripping the steel pipe with the other, striking down one adversary after another. Yet she found herself encircled. What should she do? She must not succumb to these grotesque creatures. This was her final stand. The expression of 888 suddenly tensed. Was the host's journey destined to end before it even began? Fu Xiao remarked, "Once this is resolved, we must address those within the warehouse." In the next moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. The zombies surrounding Kuyu suddenly began to gesture heart signs towards her. Each gesture was uniquely distinct. Absurdities abound each year. Yet this year seems particularly rife with them. Kuyu recalled the previous circumstances and came to a realization. This was the effect of the charming aura, finally proving somewhat useful. However, she truly found it difficult to accept this grim scenario. A horde of zombies, their faces marred by missing flesh or vacant sockets, grotesquely gory, a sight that could induce nightmares. Yet, Fuchio remained unaware. He had experienced considerable shocks throughout the day. After probing the zombies' minds with his extraordinary abilities, he fell into silence. 888 too was rendered speechless, astonished by the absurd effectiveness of the charming aura in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 6. A theatrical exchange, 888 detected that the zombies' minds were now filled with pink bubbles. While the male protagonist controlled the zombies through his mental abilities, Kuyu's host seemed to manipulate them through mental pollution, casting a sympathetic glance at the zombies still making heart signs. Had Kuyu not only been reborn, but also awakened some extraordinary power? What could this ability be? Fuchio lowered his gaze, deep in thought, fixating on a figure in the distance with a scrutinizing expression. Ding! The charming aura system warmly reminds you that the male protagonist's affection for you is at a -90. Your personal safety may be compromised. Please remain vigilant at all times. Thank you for your attention. Kuyu cautiously broke free from the encirclement of the zombies, only to hear such news that instantly ignited her fury. What is wrong with Fuchio? Unable to eliminate her, he resorts to directly diminishing her affection points. What a despicable creature. Kuyu, with a hand pressed against the wound on her shoulder, collapsed weakly onto the ground. Upon first glance, Kuyu realized that the male protagonist was indeed a master of his craft. Brother Fujiao, how wonderful that you are unharmed, she exclaimed, hastily dismounting from the motorcycle and rushing towards Fujiao. She knelt beside him, offering her support, her emotions surging forth as tears brimmed in her eyes, making it evident to anyone observing that her love for him was profound. However, Fujiao himself could not help but think, if only she weren't pressing so insistently on my wound, perhaps I might believe her sentiments a little more. Kuyu anxiously reached out to support Fujiao, pressing against his bleeding wound several times before panicking and apologizing. I'm so sorry, Brother Fujiao. I truly am foolish. You poor thing, it must hurt terribly, making you control the zombies to bite me. 888. These two actors in the apocalypse, what a pity. After a moment, Fujiao noticed that Kuyu had not moved or reacted at all. He lifted his gaze to behold the girl before him, whose delicate features were complemented by porcelain-like skin, tender as freshly fallen snow, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. Her lips were a luscious cherry red, and her hair cascaded like a waterfall, with soft curls adorning her shoulders. Just days into the apocalypse, Kuyu had yet to succumb to the disarray of her surroundings. The girl nervously clutched the edge of her clothing, her phoenix eyes brimming with unshed tears, suspended in the air, creating a poignant illusion that made it difficult to blame her. 888. Host, allow me to commend your acting skills. You truly deserve the title of Best Actress. However, the male lead is not easily swayed. In the last life, so many. Ding. The charming system kindly reminds you that the male lead's affection value is at -50. Please continue to strive and improve. Kuyu. Oh dear. The 8th unit has certainly delivered a resounding slap to the face. Men are indeed creatures of visual appeal. Ding dong. The charming system kindly reminds you, dear host, that the male protagonist's favorability rating stands at a dismal -60. It seems you have grown somewhat complacent. It is time to put forth more effort. 888. Ha 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 ha. Host, how about a comeback? Kuyu's pitiful expression nearly transformed into one of ferocity as she faced the capricious man. Brother Fujiao, I am aware that you still harbor resentment towards me, but let us first seek a safe haven. Allow me to tend to your wounds, if you will. Kuyu hesitated to reach out and support him, fearful of being rebuffed once more. Fuchio gazed at Kuyu for a long moment, his delicate lips parting slightly, his voice deep and mellow. All right. He was curious to see what trick she might employ. Chapter 7. I simply love you too much. The enchanting aura of Kuyu had not yet faded. Seizing the moment while the zombies posed no threat, she led Fuchio to a relatively intact house. Upon entering, Kuyu was overcome with emotion, her sobs echoing through the space as she cried out, Brother Fuchio, you are safe. You are here before me. How wonderful. Woo-woo-woo. Fuchio was momentarily taken aback by her tears, but soon a chill crept into his smile, a derisive tone escaping him as he remarked, Such sorrow. Did you not push me into this? At his words, Kuyu felt as though she had been struck hard. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her lips paling, her expression a tapestry of guilt, hurt, and regret. Stammering, she replied, I did not. She yearned to explain, but a self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. What was done was done. Turning her head away, she closed her eyes and, with great difficulty, managed to utter, "I'm sorry, I will go find you some medicine." Without waiting for Fuchio's response, she hurried into another room in search of supplies. One must concede that Kuyu's acting was truly remarkable, effortlessly evoking empathy. Even Fuchio, for a fleeting moment, found himself questioning whether her actions were indeed intentional. Yet, recalling the events of their past and recent occurrences, he quickly dismissed his doubts. Anyone might act without malice, but Kuyu was the sole exception. Fuchio, sensing her tenderness and concern, found himself momentarily bewildered. If she truly had been reborn, should she not harbor a desire to exact vengeance upon him? Kuyu lowered her head, her expression filled with regret and sorrow, and softly said, "I know it's because I pushed you away, nearly causing your demise. Yet I love you too deeply. You have persistently ignored me, turning a blind eye to my affections. How could I, as the esteemed daughter of the Ku family, endure such indignity when I saw you surrounded by zombies? You cannot fathom the pain that pierced my heart. I apologize. I never intended to inflict harm upon you. I merely wished to leave an indelible mark upon your heart, even if it were hatred." Upon hearing her words, Fu Qiao couldn't help but smirk coldly within. In her previous life, her actions had gone far beyond merely pushing him away. If her claims were rooted in love, it was a notion too absurd to believe. What then were Kuyu's true intentions? He gradually approached her, his icy lips brushing against her ear. He raised his uninjured hand to caress her fair face, speaking deliberately in a voice as smooth and mellow as a violin, soothing as a lover would. "It matters not. Fu Qiao knows now, and I shall not overlook you again. I forgive you, my beloved fiancé, for who could blame you for loving me so deeply?" Though he spoke sweetly, the coldness in his gaze was unmistakable. "How wonderful! Thank you, Fu Qiao, for forgiving me. There will be no next time. I vow to protect you with my very life." Kuyu exclaimed joyfully, grasping Fu Qiao's hand that caressed her cheek, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at him. "Kuyua, this gentleman's hands have just dealt with zombies and haven't he been washed? Do not touch her delicate little face." Watching these two masters perform their roles from the system space is truly exhilarating. At that moment, 888 suddenly received an email from the main system. Upon opening it, the system was left in utter disbelief, looking at the oblivious host. It contemplated whether to spare its own resources and truly provide Kuyu with a vibrant and colorful coffin. The difficulty of this task had escalated dramatically. Who could have anticipated that the male protagonist would? Chapter 8. The Flesh Pad 888. Host, brace yourself. I have some unfortunate news to share regarding Fu. As Kuyu listened to the words of 888, an unexpected attack suddenly erupted within the house. Instinctively, she seized a steel pipe and swung it. Yet her aim was off, failing to grasp what 888 had said, as she focused intently on confronting the hidden threat. Meanwhile, Fu Qiao, upon entering the dwelling, had already detected a level 2 zombie lurking within through his psychic abilities. This very creature was responsible for the recent assault on them. It appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence. Initially, Fu Qiao intended to intervene personally, but Kuyu's preemptive strike thwarted his plans. However, he was left pondering how his betrothed, who professed to safeguard him with her life, would respond. Despite being aware that Fu Qiao had awakened his powers, Kuyu hesitated to allow him to engage, fearing he might turn the situation to his advantage. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to offer her support. "Brother Fu Qiao, this house may not be safe. That creature we just encountered was likely a zombie, and you're injured. I will ensure your safety." "All right, Kuyu," he replied. The very utterance of those words sent shivers down her spine. It seemed Fu Qiao was quite adept at returning her barbs. As they conversed, a shadow darted from her right, moving with swiftness surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Kuyu instinctively dodged the attack, pulling Fu Qiao out of harm's way. Under the direct assault, she noticed that this zombie bore no resemblance to the other she had encountered. Its face was intact, albeit drenched in blood. Instantly, she surmised that this zombie had likely evolved, and she wondered how it had progressed so rapidly. Was this how it unfolded in novels? The immediate priority was to eliminate it. Gripping the steel pipe she had yet to discard, She fixed her gaze upon the creature, her heart racing with anxiety. She understood that this evolved zombie was more formidable and ferocious, making it increasingly difficult to handle, particularly with its sporadic bursts of intelligence. "Brother Fu Qiao, you should take cover over there," she shouted, while simultaneously brandishing the steel pipe at the advancing level 2 zombie, her movements almost instinctual. The zombie, undeterred by her approach, reciprocated with aggression. Within the confines of the room, the two battled fiercely, with Kyu alternating between evasion and counterattacks. Yet she found herself unable to gain the upper hand. Fu Qiao remained an observer, refraining from offering assistance. Was it possible that her rebirth had awakened a power focused on strength? As the zombie's assaults intensified, Kyu began to feel overwhelmed, her strength waning. Catching sight of Fu Qiao standing nearby ignited her fury. Do not disregard the life of a supporting character. In a moment of desperation, inspiration struck, and she subtly guided the level 2 zombie towards Fu Qiao. "Hey, I can't be the only one facing misfortune. I might as well use this zombie to boost my favorability." The level 2 zombie, having developed a semblance of intelligence, relentlessly pursued Kyu due to its instinctive recognition of the danger emanating from Fu Qiao, driven purely by the primal urge to seek safety and avoid threats. Just as the zombie intended to attack Kyu, it inadvertently lunged towards Fu Qiao instead. "Fu Qiao, brother!" Kyu suddenly dashed towards him, embracing him to evade the zombie's assault. However, in her haste, she miscalculated her steps and lost control, crashing down. Her head met the corner of the table with a sharp impact, rendering her unconscious, while Fu Qiao served as her cushion. "Kyu, a misstep has led to an unfortunate error." Fu Qiao's expression darkened considerably. It was not merely because Kyu treated him as a mere cushion, but more so due to the unfortunate angle at which his face was precisely wedged against Kyu's chest. As the campus belle, Kyu possessed an exquisite figure, truly remarkable. Thus, the sensation against his face was unlike anything he had experienced before. In his previous life, countless women had yearned to share his bed, yet he found it bothersome, leaving no one able to draw near to him. As Kyu gasped for breath, his face was flushed with heat. How shameless! Although Fu Qiao thought this way, her feelings towards him, however, rose honestly. Ding! The charming system warmly reminds you that the male lead's affection level stands at -50. Dear host, you must strive harder. Oh dear, the host has fainted. Let us report again upon awakening. Yet at this moment, Kyu had lost consciousness and could not hear the system's report. Otherwise, he would have certainly ridiculed Fu Qiao 100 times in his mind. The second-level zombie had already been dealt with by Fu Qiao using her abilities the moment Kyu lunged at him, which is why he did not have the chance to evade her and was caught squarely. Meanwhile, the 888 in the space observed the host's actions and could not help but utter a single word. Impressive. After Fu Qiao pushed Kyu away, she heard a familiar voice coming from outside. "There is a villa here. Let us rest here for the night." Chapter 9. Light Ability Ding. Dear host, the charming system warmly reminds you that as a captivating individual, you need to possess qualities such as beauty, bravery, and kindness that endear you to others. Given that you just risked your life to save the male lead, demonstrating bravery, you are now upgraded. Congratulations on acquiring the light ability. The light ability can heal wounds, and as it upgrades, it will also heal bites from zombies, preventing transformation into one. We hope you enjoy using it and wish you all the best. Kyu, feeling somewhat dazed, heard the system speaking beside her, still processing the information. Light-based abilities? An auxiliary type of power, TSK. Host, do you hear me? You have acquired a supernatural ability. The ability of the 8 systems is quite impressive, though it lacks offensive power. She still yearned for a more formidable force. By the way, I almost forgot. Your current body has awakened another ability, a light-based power that is a feature of the system upgrade, which was never mentioned in the original text. Upon hearing this, Kyu instantly perked up. Another ability? What is it? Well, it's a strength-based power. Really? That's incredible. Unmatched strength. A single punch for each male lead. I could slam their heads into the ground. Kyu was overwhelmed with excitement, but soon recalled another matter. 8. What were you about to tell me? At that moment, he was preoccupied with dealing with the sudden emergence of a second-tier zombie and did not catch the details. 888 replied. It seems the host did not hear clearly. Otherwise, why would he remain so composed? Indeed. Well, perhaps you should prepare yourself mentally. These words sounded ominous, causing Kuyu's heart to race with an unsettling premonition. What? Could it be that my favorability rating has plummeted to negative 100 again? Not quite. 888 clarified. I receive an email from the main system. They have detected that Fu Qiu, he has been reborn. After uttering this, 888 observed Kuyu's expression shift to one of distress, followed by a look of utter desolation. Kuyu, wait a moment. Is this even human language? Did she suddenly fail to comprehend the notion of rebirth? What is the point of playing this game then? This is tantamount to a death sentence for her. In the original narrative, Kuyu, as Fu Qiu's fiancée, not only pushed him into a horde of zombies, but later leveraged her beauty to ascend to a high-ranking position within a base. Upon hearing that Fu Qiu had survived, she awakened her psychic abilities and established a formidable team, using her influence to create obstacles for Fu Qiu at every turn. On one occasion, while Fu Qiu was on a mission, she cruelly bound his loyal friend to the base's wall, allowing him to be devoured alive by zombies. Moreover, during Fu Qiu's period of enhancing his abilities, she took the opportunity to plot the murder of the male protagonist's parents, among a series of heinous crimes. Ultimately, she was abandoned by the higher-ups, subjected to various torments by Fu Qiu, leading her to a fate worse than death, culminating in her being thrown into a horde of zombies, where she was torn apart and met her demise. Is this what it has come to? Tasked with missions, she might as well embrace death. If a heavy truck were to run her over, so be it. She is utterly exhausted. Kuyu embraced her trembling self, sobbing softly. Alas, 888 sighed deeply, initially believing that a hellish beginning was the most challenging of all, only to discover that there are no limits to difficulty. It only escalates. After lamenting her tragic fate, Kuyu resolved to continue her tasks, for she was not one to abandon her endeavors midway. If necessary, she would push her limits, especially now that she possessed two extraordinary abilities. As long as she did not act recklessly, she could approach her missions at a measured pace. The crucial matter at hand was how to deal with the male protagonist, as her previous actions had already deviated from her original character, potentially raising his suspicions. He might either believe she was no longer the true Kuyu or suspect that she too had been reborn. 888. Please send me the original plot in meticulous detail without omitting any nuances. She needed to re-evaluate Fu Chang's character and his understanding of the original Kuyu to identify any vulnerabilities she could exploit. Otherwise, her life would be in jeopardy. 888 promptly packaged the files and shared them with Kuyu. After reviewing the plot once more, she knew exactly what course of action to take. As Kuyu slowly opened her eyes, she hazily discerned a figure beside her. A woman? Suddenly alert, she realized she was lying on a bed, and beside her stood Yang Shuqing. Upon noticing Kuyu had awakened, Yang Shuqing excitedly approached her. Kuyu, you've finally woken up. Yang Shuqing? Where am I? And what about you all? In truth, Kuyu was far more curious about how they had ended up there. Kuyu, when we were on the roof of the warehouse, the zombies were closing in, and we nearly thought we would perish there. But then, a passing squad rescued us. They are all soldiers on a mission to the hospital. Once their task is complete, they can take us to a rapidly established base in Y City. Later, on their way, they spotted this villa, which appeared relatively intact. When Yang Shuqing mentioned Luoran, she cautiously glanced at Kuyu. Recalling the events that transpired on the warehouse roof, uncertain whether Kuyu would seek retribution against Luoran. Noticing Kuyu's lack of reaction, Yang Shuqing continued. We thought we would rest for the night, and perhaps there might be supplies in this room. Upon entering the villa, we found you and Fu Chang. You were unconscious on the floor. From her subsequent remarks, Kuyu gleaned that the squad that saved Yang Shuqing was likely headed to Y City First People's Hospital, the initial site of the zombie outbreak in the original narrative. There might still be some original data there, suggesting that this squad's mission was to retrieve it. Fu Chang had also rescued one of his close friends, Zhou Huaihe. At that location, The same individual who had been bound to a wall by the previous incarnation of Kuyu and left to be devoured by zombies. Alas, life is fraught with challenges. But what of Fu Chang? Kuyu needed to address this matter first. Yang Shuqing was equally astonished that Fu Chang was still alive and had not harmed Kuyu. Instead, after she fell unconscious, he had carried her into a room to rest. Kuyu is indeed fortunate. Fu Qiao is downstairs. Would you like me to call him up for you? Kuyu hurriedly declined. No, thank you. I shall take my leave now. Yang Shuqing considered that since Kuyu had awakened, her presence here was no longer necessary. Very well, thank you. 888 interjected. Host, what should we do now? The male protagonist is reincarnated, which explains the initial fluctuations in data. So frequent, they plummeted to a staggering -100. Fortunately, it has now risen to -50. Qu'est-ce qui vit Goyu? Ah, -50. When did it become -50? Wasn't it -70 before? Host, you shielded the male lead from that level 2 zombies attack. Oh right, you fainted and didn't hear it. -50 is good. It slightly increases the probability of success for what she intends to do next. After a short while, Kuyu plan to find Fu Qiao. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the doorknob and excitedly ran downstairs to Fu Qiao. Fu Qiao was previously discussing with Zhou Huaihe about the current state of the Y City base and its management style when he saw Kuyu bounding downstairs. Her face alight with excitement, and her bright eyes brimming with an indescribable vivacity. Brother Fu Qiao, I have something to discuss with you. Could you come with me? Fu Qiao regarded Kuyu thoughtfully and ultimately agreed. This presented a perfect opportunity for him to ascertain whether Kuyu had indeed been reborn. If so, he would need to address the matter promptly to prevent any unforeseen complications later on. All right, with that, Fu Qiao informed Zhou Huaihe that they would continue their conversation later and accompanied Kuyu to the kitchen on the first floor of the villa. Speak, Sister Kuyu. What is it that you wish to discuss? Kuyu casually shut the door behind her and, filled with joy, shared with Fu Qiao, Brother Fu Qiao, I have awakened my supernatural abilities to dispel any doubts Fu Qiao might have. She picked up a kitchen knife and effortlessly bent it with a mere flick of her wrist. Upon hearing Kuyu's declaration of her newfound powers, Fu Qiao reacted with lightning speed, gripping her neck and pressing her against the door, his voice laced with menace as he demanded, Who are you really? You have also been reborn, Haven to you? Suddenly caught off guard, Kuyu found herself grasped by the throat, the bent kitchen knife clattering to the ground beside her. With a face marked by injury and disbelief, she looked up at Fu Qiao, attempting to pry his hand away. Upon hearing a sharp crack, she ceased her struggle. Chapter 10. Affection -10. Alas, she momentarily forgot that she possessed a strength-based ability and inadvertently broke one of his fingers. Yet, did this wretched man not feel any pain? The grip around her throat remained unyielding. Despite these thoughts, Kuyu maintained a wounded expression as she gazed at Fu Qiao, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Placing her hand atop his, she shook her head, choking back her sobs. Fu Qiao, I cough. I do not understand what you are saying. Fu Qiao remained unmoved. If she truly had been reborn, their relationship could only exist within a deadly dichotomy. After all, not everyone could confront the murderer who had cruelly taken their life with a facade of calmness. Thus, should she indeed be reborn, he would ensure her demise today, leaving no room for future repercussions. Is that so, Kuyu? Then why did you seek me out? How did you awaken your powers? Upon his rebirth, he had manifested not only his mental abilities, but also a new power of spatial manipulation. Kuyu's demeanor before and after was drastically different from that of her previous life, leading him to suspect that she too had been reborn. Thus, he held her words in utter disbelief. Contemplating this, the intensity of a narrative gradually escalated. Ding dong. The charming system warmly reminds you. The male protagonist's favorability rating is at -100. Danger. The host's life is at risk. As Fu Qiao tightened his grip around her neck, Kuyu was engulfed by a profound sense of suffocation. Breathing became an arduous task, as if the very air was being siphoned from her lungs. Her throat was constricted, rendering her voiceless. Her complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. This choking sensation plunged Kuyu into a state of despair and helplessness, leaving her uncertain of how much longer she could endure. I simply like you. Kuyu struggled to articulate these words, her voice hoarse and low, as though forced from the depths of her throat. Her eyes widened in fear, sweat cascading down her forehead, and her pallor grew increasingly frail. Upon uttering this confession, a solitary tear fell onto Fuchio's hand. She slowly closed her eyes, as if surrendering the struggle, her hand falling limp. 888. Ah. Host, that scoundrel Fuchio is bullying our dear host. 888 observed the scene with mounting anxiety. Yet the main system forbade it from intervening in the host's tasks. It could only hope that the host's plan would unfold successfully. Fuchio's cold and cruel actions faltered momentarily, as if the tear had scalded him, leaving him momentarily indecisive. Ultimately, he chose to infiltrate Kuyu's mind with his psychic abilities, releasing his grip on her neck. Kuyu's body slumped against the door, gasping for air and coughing. Just as she felt a sense of relief, consciousness slipped away from her. Kuyu, tell me, who are you? Are you reborn? Fuchio probed, directing his mental force to extract Kuyu's subconscious, compelling her to reveal the truth. Upon hearing her response, Fuchio frowned, clearly still skeptical, and opted for a different approach. Do you wish to kill Fuchio? This question elicited a sharp furrow of her brow. Why would I want to kill Fuchio? Do you hate him? Kuyu chuckled softly. I adore him. He is my fiancé. It seems he has misunderstood her. After Fuchio exited the room, he made his way to the entrance of the villa, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Though he did not have a nicotine addiction, he had grown accustomed to carrying cigarettes with him, only taking them out to smoke when troubled. He extracted a lighter, gazing at or licking the cigarette tip, which emitted a crimson glow. As he exhaled smoke rings, his expression appeared somewhat dazed. This was intentional, yet the outcome was truly unforeseen. He pondered how Kuyu, moments from suffocation and under the influence of a psychic ability, had professed her affection for him. Yet he could not fathom why she would thrust him into a horde of zombies. A wave of frustration washed over him. In the realm of Kuyu, a notification from the charming system chimed. Ding. The male protagonist's affection value stands at -10. Such a noticeable improvement is indeed commendable. You, dear host, are truly remarkable. Transform crises into opportunities and strive for further success next time. 888 lamented. Oh dear host, you startled me. Thank goodness. Stop wailing. Ahem. If you continue, there will be none left. As the system announced the affection value, Kuyu awakened, swiftly rising to approach the door. With eyes closed, she grasped the doorknob and, in the next moment, exhaled deeply upon opening her eyes, her gaze brimming with excitement and exhilaration. It was simply splendid. The recent performance could only be described as exhilaratingly profound. Kuyu covered his mouth, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter. 888. Host, are you all right? The male lead better not drive his host to madness. After a brief moment of composure, Kuyu leisurely brushed aside the stray strands of hair at her temples and gently touched the bruises on her neck, a testament to Fuchio's ruthless intent. Even swallowing now posed a challenge for her. 8. Share with me the video recorded after Fuchio exerted her mental influence, as I instructed you to do, correct? Certainly. After watching the video, Kuyu's lips curled into a radiant smile. One must grasp the intricacies of a character's personality to deliver a compelling performance. In the original narrative, Fuchio remains a person of steadfast principles throughout, demonstrating a unique perspective on life and the world, refusing to succumb to the decay surrounding him. The realization that she is not the same individual from her previous life implies that the reckless actions she undertook later have yet to occur. Thus, Fuchio would not direct his ire towards her in this lifetime. If it were a matter of her pushing Fuchio away, then during the relentless pursuit of zombies that ensued, he would consider that as having avenged himself, which explains the shift in his fondness from -100 to -50. This fluctuation in the male protagonist's feelings amidst the horde of zombies arises from the fact that upon his rebirth, he faces the imminent threat of being bitten. Had he not awakened his extraordinary abilities, he might have faced a grim fate. This scenario mirrors that of his previous life, where it was indeed Kuyu who had cast him into peril, thus compounding his resentment. The subsequent variations in his fondness are largely influenced by the fact that, although he harbors animosity towards Kyu, he believes he has already avenged himself in his former life. The current incarnation of Kyu exhibits behavior that diverges from her previous self, inevitably raising his suspicions. Consequently, Kyu adeptly employs this information to hypnotize herself, immersing herself deeply into her role as a capricious young lady, spurned by her fiancé, who, in a fit of pique, had pushed him away. Later, filled with remorse and risking her life to seek him out, she comes to terms with her feelings, fervently pleading for forgiveness. Ultimately, her acting prowess has ascended to new heights, nearly deceiving herself in the process. When Fuchio grasped her, it genuinely pained him. Fortunately, she had established an anchor to awaken from the hypnosis, the doorknob. Otherwise, being trapped in a hypnotic state could have dire consequences. Fuchio's inquiries also proved advantageous for her. She is indeed Kyu, albeit not the same one from this world. She has not experienced a rebirth, but has traversed through literature. She harbors no desire to kill Fuchio, for that would thwart her mission, and her feelings towards him are merely an act. This journey through literature is truly fascinating. Kyu discovered a mirror in her room, gazing at the large bruises adorning her neck, yet she chose not to tend to them. She intended to let Fuchio feel a pang of guilt, hoping to shift his affections in her favor. "Oh no, host, you have suffered," 888 lamented. "But fear not, for this time the rewards are substantial." A smile flickered in Kyu's eyes. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. "Kyu, are you awake?" It was Yang Shuqing's voice, imbued with her usual caution, as if others might devour her at any moment. Kyu coughed lightly, her voice still somewhat hoarse, the pain in her throat temporarily dissuading her from conversation. Her exchanges with 888 were confined to silent thoughts. Outside, Louis Ran was urging Yang Shuqing to hasten her words. This Kyu was truly fortunate. The wound on her head still throbbed, and she was resolute in her intention not to let Kyu off easily. Safety? Kyu mused. These people were indeed naive. After all, following the incident where she was pushed off the roof of the warehouse, did she truly appear to be a benevolent figure? Moreover, it was likely that being with them posed the greatest danger. Now, Fuchio's suspicions towards her had diminished significantly, yet her primary focus remained on her task. Unless Fuchio also decided to accompany them, in which case she would undoubtedly follow suit. After a prolonged silence, Yang Shuqing and Louis Ran, having received no response from Kyu, were just about to knock once more when the door swung open. Kyu regarded the two individuals with a mocking expression, particularly focusing on Louis Ran, whose head bore a bandage. Her pallid complexion suggested that the blow from the steel pipe had been quite severe. Upon seeing her emerge, Louis Ran was taken aback, fearing that Kyu might once again wield something to strike her. With a roll of her eyes directed at Kyu, she turned her head, intending to depart. As Kyu discerned the opportune moment, she extended a foot, causing Louis Ran, who was rolling her eyes in disinterest, to stumble and fall unceremoniously to the ground. "Oh dear, how did you fall? Next time you walk, avoid rolling your eyes. It might lead to blindness." Kyu leaned against the door, mercilessly mocking Louis Ran. "And do keep your affairs to yourself. I shall be leaving with Fuchio." With that, she turned away, disregarding their reactions, and shut the door behind her. Retreating to sleep, Louis Ran, infuriated, lay on the ground cursing, "Kyu, you wretched person, and you, why are you just standing there? Help me up." Yang Shuqing, who had been silently mocking Louis Ran, hurried over at her words to assist her. "Iran, are you all right? Do I look all right? Seeing me fall. You stand there like a wooden post." Louis Ran, not daring to continue her tirade against Kyu, redirected her ire towards Yang Shuqing. The commotion was also heard by those downstairs. However, none were inclined to interfere, particularly the survivors in the warehouse, who were well aware of the tensions among the group and chose to ignore the noise from above. "Bradarfu, let us have a chat," Zhou Huaihe, a person of cheerful disposition, called out. Fuchio, familiar with him from a previous life, was momentarily taken aback by the familiarity. "Sure, go ahead," he replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhou Huaihe, scratching his head, continued, "What are your plans moving forward? We need to visit the First People's Hospital in Y City. If you have no immediate engagements, would you like to join us?" You could also gather some medicinal supplies. He had a keen eye for people, and Fu Qiao exuded an aura of extraordinary presence. He recognized that Fu Qiao likely possessed several second-tier zombie crystal cores, indicating his stature as a formidable ally. Before Fu Qiao could respond, Zhou Huaihe added, "Brother Fu, our little team is quite capable. I recently awakened water powers, though still at level 1. The others in our team have also awakened 1 or 2 abilities. It's a worthy investment." Fu Qiao recalled their first encounter at the First People's Hospital in Y City, where he had gone seeking medicine for a severe injury. Zhou Huaihe's team had met with total annihilation there, leaving him as the sole survivor. The location was not as secure as Zhou Huaihe might have imagined. Accompanying them, armed with memories of a past life, would allow Fu Qiao to help them avoid certain perils. He remembered that a mutated zombie dog lurked there, which he could utilize to enhance his abilities. "All right," Fu Qiao agreed. "Haha, Brother Fu, you're a straightforward man," Zhou Huaihe exclaimed joyously, teasingly adding, "Were you just outside for a smoke because you had a quarrel with your girlfriend?" Fu Qiao frowned slightly. "No, Xia. Us men ought to be more accommodating towards our girlfriends, especially in this hellish apocalypse. Cherish those around you." Zhou Huaihe, with the tone of a seasoned veteran, offered his advice, oblivious to the fact that Fu Qiao knew this young man had been alone until his dying breath in the previous life. A look of helplessness spread across his face as he expressed that no matter how much he explained, Zhou Huaihe would merely perceive it as a display of petulance. It was better to remain silent and conserve his breath. The pain from his fractured fingers brought to mind Kuyu. He wondered if Kuyu had awakened and found himself at a loss on how to face her. 888. Host, Fu Qiao is also heading to the hospital. He had anticipated this. He would not abandon his steadfast brother who had fought alongside him through thick and thin in his previous life. Kuyu lay in bed, experiencing the application of her light-based abilities. "By the way, host, why aren't you using this ability to heal the injury on your neck? I just heard you coughing incessantly." Kuyu suddenly broke into a smile, her slender fingers brushing against her neck, where she felt a painful sensation. "Of course, it is to instill a sense of guilt in my brother Fu Qiao, who has misunderstood me. A sense of guilt will undoubtedly enhance his affection, and I eagerly await the outcome." The next day, everyone prepared their belongings for the journey to the hospital alongside Zhou Huaihe's team. Lu Yiran noticed the ghastly bruise that had appeared on Kuyu's already fair neck, making it difficult to overlook. Serves her right. It must have been caused by Fu Qiao. I knew it. There was no way he would let Kuyu off so easily. Catching a glimpse of Fu Qiao descending the stairs, she quickly tidied her clothes and hair before approaching him. Fu Qiao, good morning." The eyes of the crowd discreetly scrutinized them, their curiosity reaching a peak. Kuyu, indifferent to the opinions of others, broke from her usual behavior and refrained from seeking Fu Qiao's attention. Quietly clutching her belongings, she deliberately averted her gaze upon encountering him, remaining silent and exuding an air of profound sorrow. Observing this, Fu Qiao cast a somber glance at her neck, realizing that his actions had indeed been excessively harsh. Ding! The charming system warmly reminds you. The male lead's favorability is at -5. Host, you're doing splendidly. Positive numbers are just around the corner. Victory is within reach. Charge ahead. 888. The sense of guilt only grants a mere 5 points of favorability. The male lead is truly stingy. Kuyu calmly organized his belongings, thinking, what has to rush? Let us not forget that Fu Qiao has been reincarnated. The influence from his past life runs deep, and his impression of Kuyu is firmly entrenched. A mere day or two can only diminish his murderous intent towards me from a staggering -100 to a more tolerable -5, a significant improvement. Zhou Huaihe sighed, pondering that matters of young love are best left undisturbed by outsiders. Nevertheless, Fu Ge does not strike one as the type to be abusive towards his girlfriend. All right, everyone. Once you have gathered your belongings, let's prepare to embark. Zhou Huaihe observed that all had assembled in the villa's living room. There are many zombies along the way. Please exercise caution. After delivering this final admonition, they set off. Zhou Huaihe's team was equipped with 2 off-road vehicles. Fu Qiao shared one with him, while Lu Yiran hastily joined them, followed closely by Yang Shuqing. Only Kuyu turned towards the second vehicle. where class leader Hyang was also seated, accompanied by other team members and several classmates. The journey was uneventful, with only first-level zombies encountered, whose attacks were not particularly formidable, allowing them to simply push through. However, chaos erupted in an instant when several second-level zombies suddenly leapt onto the roof of Fu Qiao's vehicle, frantically battering the windows. The front windshield was entirely obstructed by zombies, rendering the road invisible. Zhou Huaihe swiftly decided to halt the vehicle, intending to disembark and deal with them, hoping to collect a few crystal nuclei for upgrades. Meanwhile, Fu Qiao, utilizing his psychic abilities, sensed a sudden influx of zombies surrounding them, a clear indication that something was amiss. How could there be so many second-level zombies suddenly appearing in this area? Expanding the range of his psychic perception, he realized that these second-level zombies were being manipulated to attack them. A psychic ability? No, it resembled something more. Chapter 12. Iodine is for disinfection. A weight settled in Fu Qiao's heart as he discerned that these zombies were likely high-level, at least 4th tier. He recalled that in his previous life, second-level zombies were a rare sight at this juncture. How could there be such a sudden surge? Could it be the butterfly effect resulting from his reincarnation? Not only Fu Qiao harbored doubts. Even Kuyu could not help but inquire of the 888 system. Do you not find this situation exceedingly strange? The 888 system, enjoying a soda within the spatial system, was momentarily taken aback by Kuyu's question, unable to immediately comprehend. Why would the host ask such a thing? Kuyu listened to the belch, his expression darkening as he suppressed the urge to comment. Look closely at the levels of the surrounding zombies. They differ significantly from the descriptions in the original text. It's absurd. The male protagonist has been reborn, and you, the host, have traversed into this narrative. Sometimes, even a minor alteration can indeed trigger a multitude of changes. Correcting the errors in the timeline is not our responsibility. Although his words were blunt, they resonated with clarity, and Kuyu was ultimately persuaded by 888. The original plot had long since lost its familiarity. Everyone be cautious. These are all second-tier zombies, and there are many more approaching from distance. Aim for the head. A single strike is sufficient. Do not linger in battle. For those with first-tier abilities, pair up in teams of 2. Those without abilities should remain hidden in the vehicles and stay silent. Previous experiences compelled Fu Qiao to instinctively assume the role of the strategist in battle. After assessing the surroundings, he resolved to first address the immediate predicament. As for the puppet master behind it all, since their target was them, they would undoubtedly re-emerge. The team quickly fell into their usual pairings, standing back-to-back in twos, cooperating seamlessly. Thus, it came to be that Kuyu and Fu Qiao were paired together. Although Fu Qiao alone possessed the strength to eliminate all the zombies in the vicinity, a leader must prioritize the broader picture and the collective benefit. Only through continuous combat could the strength of the team members be enhanced. Upon witnessing that the figure behind her was Fu Qiao, Kuyu believed that their conflicts could be resolved separately, confident that Fu Qiao was not the type to stab someone in the back. With a steel pipe in hand, enhanced by her formidable powers, she dispatched one zombie after another with ease, as if smashing watermelons, a stark contrast to her delicate appearance. Meanwhile, Lu Yiran and Yang Shuqing, hidden within their vehicle, observed the ever-increasing horde of zombies surrounding them. Gripped by fear, yet too terrified to utter a sound, they chose to close their eyes, silently praying for the ordeal to come to an end. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air. Lu Yiran instinctively opened her eyes, only to witness the head of a zombie being crushed against the car window, its eyes bursting and brain matter splattering. A wave of nausea surged within her, but she managed to suppress it. It then dawned on her that Kuyu had also exited the vehicle to confront the zombies, seemingly having awakened her powers as well. This realization deepened Lu Yiran's sense of injustice. Why was it that someone like Kuyu could awaken their abilities while she could not? It felt profoundly unfair. Yang Shuqing noticed Lu Yiran's envy and, sensing an opportunity, whispered with a pale face, "Wow, Kuyu is so fortunate to have awakened her powers. Now she and Fu Qiao are a perfect match, especially with the ability to protect herself, unlike me. Alas, I can only hide here." covering my ears and closing my eyes, feeling utterly useless. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yiran turned sharply, glaring fiercely at her. Who are you calling useless? Just because she has good luck doesn't mean it will last forever. Yiran, please calm down. Don't do anything foolish, Yang Shuqing urged, observing Lu Yiran's escalating fury while stoking the flames further. Only Lu Yiran could be so oblivious to such overt provocation. Their long-standing animosity, cultivated with Yang Shuqing's efforts, had reached a boiling point. The previous day's confrontation had only intensified Lu Yiran's desire for vengeance against Kuyu. Consumed by her wrath, Lu Yiran could think of nothing else but to ensure Kuyu's downfall. Why must she always be overshadowed? If that were the case, she would not hold back any longer. Quietly, she opened the window and carefully collected a drop of zombie blood with a cotton swab, stirring it into iodine. Kiskiviko, you. I shall personally see to your demise, Fu Qiao. Observing that everyone's abilities were nearing exhaustion, yet functioning in harmonious cooperation, Fu Qiao realized that the objective of utilizing the second-tier zombies had been accomplished. With the synergy of mental and spatial powers, he severed the connection of the person controlling the zombies. Deprived of the relentless influx of zombies from various directions, the members of the team swiftly dispatched the remaining threats. As Kuyu engaged in combat, she gradually became adept at harnessing her powerful abilities. Initially struggling to control her strength, she would often obliterate the zombie's head. But now she had discovered an effective technique to sever an entire head with a single blow. The exhilaration of wielding such power was truly intoxicating. Even Fu Qiao was left in awe of her progress, marking a clear distinction between this incarnation of Kuyu and the one from a previous life, leading to a complete depletion of goodwill towards her. After all, had this been the current Kuyu, she might have dispatched the high-ranking base official who coveted her beauty without hesitation. Perhaps what he perceived as rebirth was merely a transition into a parallel world, one that should not be judged through the lens of rigid stereotypes regarding its inhabitants. Once the skirmish concluded, the water elemental adept conjured some water, allowing everyone to cleanse themselves and inspect for any wounds inflicted by the zombies. Lu Yiran approached Kuyu with iodine, observing, I see an injury on your neck. Let me apply some medicine for you. With a warm smile, she reached for a cotton swab, sincerely adding, I know we had some misunderstandings before, but I have realized my errors and will certainly find a way to make amends. Her overly eager kindness was undoubtedly suspicious. As Kuyu listened to the strangely familiar words, she quietly conversed with 888, saying, I finally comprehend the feelings that Fu Qiao must have experienced at that time. 888 replied, strangely enough, the actions of the host towards the male lead bear a striking resemblance to those of Lu Yiran towards the host. The onlookers, upon hearing Lu Yiran's words, appeared hesitant to speak. Whether or not the application of the medication was sincere is another matter. However, it seemed that the injury on Kuyu's neck had indeed swollen. Iodine, after all, is not a remedy for swelling. To present a disinfectant and claim, I will tend to your wounds, suggests either foolishness or a blatant intention to stir trouble. Lu Yiran, are you all right? Kuyu thought to herself, does she truly take me for a fool? She was certain that there was something amiss with that iodine. Kuyu, I genuinely realize my mistake. Please grant me this opportunity for atonement. Lu Yiran pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Kuyu. Hia and Yang Shuqing, observing from the side, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. How could anyone be unaware that iodine is a disinfectant? Kuyu inquired with a hint of disdain. What have you done to the iodine, Lu Yiran? She was too weary to feign ignorance, opting instead to confront Lu Yiran directly. What are you talking about? How could you ever think of me like that? Lu Yiran, caught in her own deception, adamantly denied the accusation, insisting that Kuyu was merely slandering her. Kuyu picked up a small knife used by Zhou Huaihe and, before Lu Yiran could react, made a small incision on her hand. Then he snatched the iodine solution from her grasp. Kulme, since you insist, allow me to administer some medicine and enlighten you that iodine solution is for disinfection and bears no properties for reducing swelling. Lu Yiran was utterly panicked. She had mixed zombie blood into that iodine solution. If it touched her wound, she would transform into a grotesque creature, neither human nor ghost. She refused, struggling desperately. Yet Kuyu's power was strength-based, and even with his controlled force, she could not break free. She urgently cried out for help from those around. Fukyu, Fukyu, please save me. Kuyu intends to kill me. He previously pushed you into a horde of zombies and locked you outside. Have you forgotten? Zhou Huaihe's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? And I thought they were just a couple having a quarrel. Mortified, he swiftly turned and headed towards the vehicle. Fu Qiu cast a cold glance in her direction, uttering a single phrase before departing. This is between me and her. With both individuals retreating, the other members of the team also began to distance themselves from the battlefield, choosing not to intervene. No, don't leave, Lu Yiran pleaded as she watched everyone turn away. Kiskiviko you. Em soda. I beg you, please don't apply that iodine solution to my hand. Kuyu remained oblivious, unscrewing the iodine and pouring it over the wound. Is this not what you intended to do to me? I merely returned the favor. She then released her grip, and Lu Yiran hastily began to wipe the wound, even as more blood flowed. Kiskiviko you. You're a lunatic. May you meet a terrible fate. Before long, Kuyu observed the transformation in Lu Yiran's eyes, which gradually morphed into those of a zombie. In that fleeting moment, as she lunged forward, Kuyu closed her eyes and dealt with her as she had with the other zombies. Lu Yiran could not be spared. She would not allow any lingering threats to remain. Chapter 13. The apocalypse has its own rules. The individuals in the vehicle were not oblivious. Upon hearing the recent commotion, they understood Lu Yiran's intentions. Keeping such a person within their ranks would inevitably invite disaster, potentially endangering them all. However, none anticipated Kuyu's swift and decisive action, yet again reshaping everyone's impression of her. Yang Shuqing had initially hoped for a fierce confrontation between Kuyu and Lu Yiran. Yet little did she know that Lu Yiran was so inept and foolish. Kuyu was particularly ruthless, considering they had once shared a dormitory before the apocalypse. With this thought in mind, Yang Shuqing silently distanced herself from her. The vehicle resumed its journey, continuing towards the hospital. 888 inquired with concern, "Host, are you all right?" It sensed the host's despondent emotions within the system space. Realizing that the host was engulfed in confusion, Kuyu leaned against the back of her chair, closing her eyes. Just let me be alone in silence for a while. She had always been a person of reason, acutely aware that from a moment Lu Yiran first pushed her off the warehouse roof to this instance of tending to her wounds, Lu Yiran had to be eliminated. It mattered not whether in an apocalyptic world or a time of peace, such a person, if left unchecked, would only bring about endless troubles. Indeed, if one were to unwittingly fall into her trap, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, on an emotional level, she felt as though she had taken a life. As someone who had been nurtured in the principles of socialism, she could rationalize the act of slaying zombies as the extermination of monstrous beings. Yet, confronting the notion of ending the life of Lu Yiran, who had only moments ago been her adversary, was an experience that could not be approached with mere equanimity. Throughout her journey, this thought lingered in her mind. Kuyu proactively volunteered for the first shift. Upon hearing her words, Fu Qiu cast a glance in her direction. Noticing the bruise on her neck had yet to fade, his steps faltered. Just moments ago, when Kuyu assisted Lu Yiran in boarding the vehicle, he had observed her hands trembling. Contemplating a troubling possibility, he hesitated briefly before approaching Kuyu, who was absent-mindedly polishing the steel pipes while seated on the sofa. The light was blocked, and Kuyu initially assumed it was someone else. Upon glancing up, she was met with Fu Qiu's gaze. The motion of her polishing came to a halt. If a normal person were to be questioned by someone they cherished, especially in such a harsh manner, even a lovesick heart would feel a surge of indignation. She could not maintain silence with Fu Qiu indefinitely. The mission still loomed ahead, albeit requiring a moment of transition. Observing her despondent demeanor, with her head hung low, Fu Qiu's fingers curled slightly. He settled onto the adjacent sofa. In this apocalyptic world, there existed its own set of rules. One must learn to adapt. Fu Qiu refrained from excessive words, merely articulating this singular truth. Furthermore, regarding last night's incident, he expressed his apologies. His speech was measured, resonating clearly in the air, imbued with genuine remorse. Ding! The charming system warmly reminds you that the male lead's affection level is at 5. Wow, it has entered positive territory. Dear host, please continue to strive. Kuyu was not surprised. Fuchio's character was one of boldness and accountability, and his upbringing had instilled in him a lack of male chauvinism. What astonished her more was that Fuchio seemed to be trying to guide her, with her previous favorability rating having plummeted so drastically. She had assumed that Fuchio harbored some resentment towards her. It's all right, brother Fuchio. I understand that my past actions were quite excessive. If you truly detest me, I promise I will no longer trouble you. Kuyu possesses a voice that is light and ethereal, imbued with a sense of delicate melancholy and an undercurrent of grievance. She cradles her knees with her arms, enveloped in an aura of profound solitude, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten, timidly lifting her gaze to glance at him. Fuchio has successfully separated this life-s version of her from the previous life-s Kuyu, for in her past existence, after taking a life, she felt no remorse whatsoever. None. Leaving behind a cryptic remark that left others bewildered, Fuchio strides away to take a rest. 888 finds the situation rather perplexing. Host. What does the male lead mean by this? Kuyu rested his head upon his knees and chuckled softly. His implication was that he did not harbor a strong dislike for me. 888 exclaimed joyfully, wow. Does that mean our forthcoming tasks will be relatively easier? Kuyu said nothing, lost in contemplation. In truth, she was merely grappling with the matters concerning Lu Iran, yet she would not allow this to torment her for long. Instead, she recognized an opportunity to sever the ties between herself and the former Kuyu of her past life, facilitated by Fuchio. In certain respects, the dynamics between her and Fuchio mirrored those she shared with Lu Iran. She had pushed Fuchio away, just as Lu Iran had once pushed her. The distinction lay in the fact that, unlike Lu Iran, she did not subsequently engage in self-destructive behavior. Kuyu soon adjusted her mood, picked up a cloth, and continued to clean the steel pipe that she found exceedingly convenient. It was at this moment that Hyang came down. Giskivi Kuyu, are you still thinking about Lu Iran? Hyang cautiously inquired, all the while observing Kuyu's expression. This situation was undeniably her fault. If she hadn't intended to harm you, how could you have exploded her head, right? Kuyu paused her cleaning, gazing at her university class monitor, who was always so fickle. She found it quite peculiar that despite their limited interactions, Hyang would come to console her so kindly. Upon hearing this, Hyang recalled Kuyu's brutality when she fought zombies and swallowed hard. After all, this was all due to her awakening a powerful ability. The thought of her power brought a smirk to his face. She got what she deserved. He continued without restraint. How so? In the past, she would roam the campus spreading rumors about you. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, she has made several attempts on your life. Isn't that just poetic justice? She isn't even as beautiful as you. I wonder where her confidence comes from. Foolish as a pig. Kuyu listened as Hyang incessantly belittled Lu Iran in an attempt to win her favor, her gaze growing increasingly frosty. She held a profound disdain for those who sought to gain the affection of another by disparaging others. Class monitor, aside from this matter, do you have anything else to discuss? Kuyu interjected lazily, cutting off Hyang's incessant prattle. Sensing the impatience in her tone, Hyang promptly fell silent. With a gaze full of earnest affection, he looked at Kuyu and said, Ayu, the truth is, I have always harbored feelings for you. If you are willing, I would like to have you as my girlfriend. I do not mind your past with Fuchio. Kuyu was bewildered and profoundly shocked. It was not as if she had heard the enchanting aura of the heartthrob being activated. How could she suddenly feel so repulsed by him? Could it be that something was amiss with his mind? Kuyu abruptly rose from the sofa, distancing herself from Hyang. No, Hyang, are you out of your mind? In the background, 888 was vehemently cursing, Bah. What rubbish is this? How could a mediocre person turn out like this? Hyang's expression darkened under the barrage of insults, yet he couldn't help but contemplate Kuyu's extraordinary abilities. If only Kuyu were to become his girlfriend, he would no longer need to live in fear during the apocalypse. After all, as his girlfriend, she would be obliged to protect him. He had already disregarded the past between Kuyu and Fuchio and boldly confessed his feelings. Now, he needed to appease her. After all, girls appreciate sweet words and promises of everlasting devotion. Ayu, trust me, My feelings for you are genuine. I have secretly admired you for so long. In this apocalyptic world, I fear that if an accident were to occur, I would miss the chance to express my true feelings. Kuyu, why is the diversity of the human species so abundant? I am utterly speechless. This is the most shameless man I have ever encountered. Hyang, do you not see the reflection in the mirror? Do you truly believe you can compare yourself to Fu Qiao? How audacious you must be to utter such words. Moreover, Fu Qiao is my fiancé. I would never betray him. I suggest you distance yourself before I take action. Kuyu truly felt that something was amiss with his mind. Hyang, still unwilling to concede, eventually departed, reflecting on the stark disparity in strength between the two. 888. Host, why did you let him leave so easily? It infuriates me. I just scanned his thoughts, and he actually harbored the intention to live off others. Kuyu found himself rendered speechless by Hyang. Indeed, such individuals seem to perpetually exist, irrespective of the setting. Chapter 14. Tier 2 Mutant Zombie Dog. The following morning, everyone had packed their belongings and resumed their journey toward the hospital. Last night, Kuyu was utterly disgusted by Hyang, and this morning, he found himself sharing a vehicle with Fu Qiao and Zhou Huaihe. Hyang, observing Kuyu's palpable aversion, felt a seething resentment. Once Kuyu becomes his girlfriend, he would relish the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Huaihe cast a glance at Fu Qiao, then at Kuyu, still convinced that the two shared a hidden connection. The journey was swift, devoid of the purposeful blockade of secondary zombies that had plagued them the previous day. Before long, they arrived at the First People's Hospital of Y City. Everyone disembarked, pairing up to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Zhou Huaihe was the first to step out. Informing the team, we shall split up to search for information. Be particularly attentive to the archives. Our primary objective is to locate the patient case records from April 9th, 20XX. Had it not been for the malfunctioning hospital system, we would not have resorted to seeking physical documents. As Kuyu disembarked from the vehicle, she was uncertain whether it was her nose playing tricks on her, but she seemed to faintly detect a fragrant aroma. Yet, upon closer inspection, the scent vanished. Clutching her backpack, she intended to team up with Fu Qiao, just as she had the day before. Unexpectedly, a new contender emerged from nowhere. Ayu, let us join forces. You possess extraordinary abilities, so you shall surely safeguard me, won't you? Hyang rushed towards Kuyu the moment he stepped out of the car, feeling that this hospital, with its ominous aura, required her protection. Kiskivito Iyu. Are we to believe that Hyang has sunk to such depths of shamelessness? His words left those around him in utter astonishment. How can a grown man dare to say to a young lady, "You must protect me"? The absurdity of it was nearly overwhelming. Yang Shuqing could scarcely bear to witness it, her face aflame with embarrassment. Hyang's demeanor had changed since he learned of Kuyu's abilities. His calculating gaze had turned positively revolting. It's no wonder that rumors circulated in class, labeling him a kept man. Fu Jiao's eyes were icy, casting a fleeting glance at Hyang before observing Kuyu's expression, which resembled one who had just swallowed a fly, a hint of amusement flickering in her gaze. Kuyu, let us depart. Fu Jio stated calmly as she walked past Hyang, addressing Kuyu. Upon hearing this, Kuyu's spirit soared, exclaiming joyfully, "Hooray!" Ignoring Hyang entirely, she hurried to match Fu Jio's pace. Hyang glared darkly at the two of them as they entered the hospital, muttering to himself, "Those shameless dogs." Already inside, Kuyu caught up with Fu Jio. "Thank you for helping me out," she said. Fu Jio paused momentarily, surprised that she had not referred to her as Brother Fu. It was an adjustment. 888. Host, I have observed that your favorability score has risen into the positive. Yet the protagonist's dialogue with you remains less frequent than when it was initially negative. Even 888 had noted that Fu Jio had only spoken more during their initial interactions. With the favorability score increasing, he had become more succinct. Could it be that Fu Jio was shy? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. When the favorability score was negative, he had regarded her as an enemy, regardless of gender. Upon reaching the positive, he realized he had misunderstood her and felt a twinge of guilt, compounded by their status as betrothed. TSK, such a rare kind of protagonist. The two soon discovered the archives of the building, and as they stepped inside to investigate, Fu Jiao swiftly pulled her aside. In the next instant, a shadow brushed past her, narrowly missing her. That was close. As Qiyu focused her gaze, she discerned that the shadow was a mutated zombie dog, its level indiscernible. A second-level mutated zombie dog. What? Chapter 15, Upgrade. Fu Qiao had known from her previous life that there was a second-level zombie dog in this hospital. Yet it had not undergone mutation. This life truly differed from the last, with the apocalypse upon them. The ferocity of animal zombies surpassed that of their human counterparts of the same level. Not to mention, this one was mutated, proving to be quite formidable. As her mental energy coalesced into a blade poised to pierce the mutated zombie dog's brain, Qiyu intervened. Fu Qiao, allow me to give it a try. Fu Qiao paused her attack, nodding in acquiescence, and stepping aside to grant her ample space for combat. The second-level mutated zombie dog appeared to be twice the size of an ordinary dog. Its head, with half an ear bitten off, was already stained black with blood, and its sharp teeth still bore remnants of flesh as it snarled, ready to lunge at the two. Gone were the initial feelings of fear and aversion. Qiyu now faced the creature with unwavering composure, prepared to shatter its skull. At first, she refrained from taking the offensive, instead opting to evade and dodge. Much like in a video game, while offense was crucial, mastering movement to avoid attacks was equally vital. She was leveraging this mutated zombie dog to enhance her combat experience under extreme circumstances. Fu Qiao, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, she had transformed. After several evasive maneuvers, narrowly escaping a scratch, Qiyu gained a solid understanding of the dog's attack power and speed. Gripping the steel pipe tightly, she countered after dodging its claw strike, delivering a powerful blow to its skull. With a resounding thud, the mutated zombie dog was forcefully slammed against the wall, its head caving in dramatically. Qiyu had thought it was over, but to his astonishment, in the next moment, the creature staggered back to its feet, its grotesquely twisted head fixating on him with its grayish-white eyes. The visual assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Qiyu nearly lost his composure. As it lunged at him once more, he swiftly sidestepped, channeling the remnants of his extraordinary abilities to launch a full-force attack. The steel pipe pierced through the mutated zombie dog's head, anchoring itself firmly into the ground. It was finally over. Qiyu, utterly exhausted from the use of her abilities, slumped to the ground, devoid of any strength, as beads of sweat trickled down her temples. After observing Qiyu's confrontation with the zombie dog, Fu Jiao could not help but acknowledge her remarkable progress, which was indeed a stark contrast to her previous self. Had it not been for his mental prowess that allowed him to inquire about her, he might have doubted whether the person before him was truly Qiyu. Fu Jiao approached and extended a sheet of paper he had retrieved from the archives to her. Qiyu took the paper, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and suddenly froze in astonishment. Her physical abilities had been upgraded. As she felt an endless surge of strength within her, the earlier sensation of weakness vanished completely. Indeed, upgrading one's abilities did not solely rely on crystal cores. Continuous battles and physical training could also lead to enhancements. Fu Jiao, I have leveled up. Qiyu lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes brimming with joy as she looked at Fu Jiao, resembling a child yearning for a reward. Ding! The charming system kindly reminds you that the male lead's affection value is 10. Wow. Host, you're truly remarkable. Please keep up the excellent work. The two closed the door of the archive room, as there were still wandering zombies in the hospital. Securing the door was a safer option, preventing the sudden appearance of a mutated zombie. They swiftly sought the archive materials. Meanwhile, in the emergency building, Hiyang and Yang Shuqing teamed up. Yet neither was interested in searching for any documents. What did it have to do with them? Why should they be compelled to join the search? Upon entering the emergency building, they spotted 2 level 1 zombies meandering in the hall and promptly ducked into the emergency room without a second thought. Fortunately, the room was devoid of zombies. Hiyang and Yang Shuqing closed the door and remained inside, having no intention of seeking the documents mentioned by Zhou Huaihe. Observing Hiyang's trembling gaze directed at the outside, Yang Shuqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. A man who lacked her courage. Hiyang, undeterred by Yang Shuqing's demianor, thought her timid nature was hardly capable of protecting him. Perhaps she would even cry and plead for him to save her. As the two exchanged mutual disdain, believing their refuge to be secure, danger quietly approached when they were least prepared. They failed to notice two tendrils in the corner, slowly advancing towards them. Yang Shuqing suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance in the air, her consciousness beginning to blur. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly pinched her thigh. To her horror, she and Hiyang found themselves surrounded by the creeping tendrils, on the verge of being ensnared. In a moment of crisis, she devised a cunning plan, while Hiyang was still oblivious to the danger posed by the scent. She would shove him towards the tendrils and make a swift escape towards the door. Hiyang, lost in dreams of Ku Yu being his girlfriend, was abruptly pushed to the ground. As he regained consciousness, he found himself tightly bound by the tendrils. Frantically glancing towards the door where Yang Shuqing had fled, he cried out for help. "Don't go! Save me!" Chapter 16. Work log. Yang Shuqing heard Hiyang's desperate cries for help. However, what of it? She needed to survive. Since he had not sensed the danger before her, he would serve as her stepping stone. Hiyang, in despair, cried out for help. The tendrils had firmly bound him, sealing his mouth tightly, and soon he fell silent. Yang Shuqing, having fled outside, encountered a level 1 zombie drawn by Hiyang's voice. Fortunately, it was merely a level 1. She resolved not to venture back inside. It was far too perilous, and that was not her mission. She intended to remain safely in the archives. Ku Yu utilized the 888 device to scan the files, requesting it to identify the one they sought. If not, only the two of them would have to discern the timing. And for some inexplicable reason, she felt an unsettling aura surrounding the hospital. "Fu Qiao, I have found it. Come quickly and see if this is the one," Ku Yu exclaimed joyfully, holding up the document retrieved by the 888. Fu Qiao was taken aback by how swiftly Ku Yu had located it. She approached with the logbook of the staff from the 5th floor of the inpatient department in hand. "Coincidentally, I too have discovered this log. It should prove useful," Fu Qiao remarked as she handed her a notebook. "Here is a log of the hospital staff. Do you wish to take a look?" Ku Yu immediately recalled her mission, to assist Fu Qiao in developing a serum to counteract the zombie virus. The book contained no descriptions pertaining to this endeavor, nor did it reveal the conclusion. Fu Qiao had not unearthed any pertinent information. If the first individual to transform into a zombie truly appeared here, then any information about him would be invaluable for the research. She opened the log. April 9th, 20XX, attending staff. Luo Xiaoxiao, a patient resembling a seizure sufferer, Ming Jiyuan, has been admitted to room 502. The specific cause remains under further investigation. He occasionally exhibits aggressive, scratching behavior. Upon administering medication, the wound exuded black blood. Close attention is required. Patient Li Yuan in room 501 reported that disturbances from room 502 made it impossible to sleep at night, prompting Nurse Liu to negotiate a resolution. April 10th, 20XX, attending staff. Lu Li patient Ming Jiyuan's condition has deteriorated, with undetermined symptoms and extensive damage to internal organs, placing him in a critical state. If sedatives are not administered, sporadic biting behavior occurs, with very few moments of lucidity. Close monitoring is essential. Patient Li Yuan, unable to endure the noise, sought the attending physician's opinion and arranged for discharge. April 11th, 20XX attending staff. Luo Xiaoxiao, while administering sedatives to patient Ming Jiyuan, Nurse Liu was inadvertently scratched. The cause remains unknown, and it is uncertain whether there is a risk of contagion. Nurse Liu also underwent blood testing. Due to the patient's uncontrollable condition, the attending physician recommended transfer to another facility. Follow-up is necessary. Suddenly, the records ceased. Ku Yu surmised that this must have been the day of the zombie outbreak. Following Nurse Liu's scratch and subsequent blood contact, she must have undergone a transformation. It was perplexing that Ming Jiyuan took 3 days to fully become a zombie, while Lu Iran had transformed before her eyes in mere minutes. Did higher-level zombies induce a more rapid mutation? Fu Qiao pondered Ku Yu's confusion, but was more intrigued by the mention of Ming Jiyuan in the work log. Was he the same individual known from his previous life? If so, he could finally grasp certain mysteries that had eluded him before. "Let us go," gather the data, and meet with Zhou Huaihe and the others. Chapter 17. Mutated plants. The duo fought their way through the corridors of the hospital, dispatching first and second level zombies they encountered, heading towards the entrance to rendezvous with Zhou Huaihe and the others. They had previously agreed to meet at the entrance within an hour, regardless of whether they found anything. Their swift pace, coupled with the retrieval of vital information, allowed them to arrive first, waiting for the others. Yang Shuqing had been hiding in the vehicle. Upon seeing Ku Yu and Fu Qiu emerge, she hurriedly exited and rushed towards them. Kiskiviko Yu. We must leave quickly. It's dangerous here, and I cannot stay any longer. She clutched Ku Yu's hand tightly, her voice frantic, appearing as if she had been thoroughly frightened. Ku Yu's face was etched with helplessness. Could you please refrain from gripping her hand so tightly? Moreover, why was it only Yang Shuqing present? Were you not teamed up with the Yang? What could he possibly be? Surely he has not been bitten by a zombie. Upon hearing He Yang's name, Yang Shuqing suddenly released her hold on Ku Yu's hand, bowing her head to weep, concealing the guilt that flickered in her eyes. Woo! As soon as we entered, zombies began pursuing us. We were terrified and sought refuge in the emergency room, but before she could finish, Zhou Huaiyang and his companion emerged. Bradarfu. We found nothing on our end. How about you? Fu Qiu brandished the documents in his hand, gesturing towards Zhou Huaihe. This one, Zhou Huaihe, upon seeing it, hurried over, exclaiming, "Wow! Incredible, my brother Fu." After glancing through the file, confirming its contents, he handed something to Fu Qiu, accompanied by a teasing glance. After a while, he realized that 4 members of their squad had yet to emerge. A general scan of the area revealed that He Yang was also missing. Let's wait a bit longer. Once the others are out, we shall depart. Ku Yu felt a sense of unease, compounded by the fact that Yang Shuqing had not finished her sentence. The atmosphere of the hospital left her with an unsettling impression. Yang Shuqing, you mentioned that you took refuge in the emergency room. And then what? You have yet to elaborate. Ku Yu was determined to seek clarity. After we concealed ourselves, we initially intended to remain hidden for a short while before emerging. However, a sudden wave of fragrance enveloped us. It was the scent of flowers. Following that, I found myself in a haze, as if caught in a dream. Sensing something was amiss, I pinched myself. To my horror, I discovered that vines were encroaching upon me and He Yang, almost completely surrounding us. Terrified, I managed to escape. As for He Yang, he seemed entranced by the fragrance, and I remained unaware of his condition. The expressions of the other 2 members of the Zhou Huaihe team shifted upon hearing Yang Shuqing's account. It appeared they had also succumbed to the allure of the scent, seemingly reduced to mere stepping stones. Ku Yu was pondering the fragrance. Was it the one she had detected at the hospital entrance? After being rescued by him, Zhou Huaihe had been closely following him, refraining from mentioning anything about the hospital. It must be a mutated plant, Fu Qiu concluded immediately. Ku Yu glanced at the Shuai River, realizing that the remaining 4 members of the team were likely facing dire circumstances. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Fu Qiu approaching her, offering a vial of blood-resolving ointment. Ku Yu was taken aback, gazing at Fu Qiu with a look of confusion. What was he implying? The bruise on your neck, this medicine might prove beneficial. I sincerely apologize for that day. It was the first time Fu Qiu had ever apologized to a girl, and he was aware that his words sounded somewhat awkward. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that he had indeed erred. Ku Yu was quite taken aback as she accepted the ointment from Fu Qiu, expressing her gratitude. In truth, Fu Qiu need not take it to heart. We are even now, considering I had previously pushed you out. She truly did not anticipate that Fu Qiu would go so far as to have Zhou Huaihe procure the ointment for her. Truly, he is deserving of being the male lead. Such composure is indeed not something ordinary individuals can rival. Ku Yu, your male lead is quite commendable indeed. Willing to apologize unprompted. 888, absolutely. Fu Qiu is one of the most beloved male leads in our space station. After waiting for a while, the group grew increasingly anxious as the remaining 4 did not emerge, their hearts filled with apprehension that something might have gone awry. Zhou Huaihe clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the hospital. He would not abandon his team, clinging to even the faintest glimmer of hope. To live One must see the living to die. One must see the corpse. Brother Fu, I must enter to search for my team. I will entrust this information to you. If I do not return alive, could I trouble you to deliver this document to the Y City base? Zhou Huaihe thought that venturing in to find his team was his decision, a responsibility he bore as their captain. Yet it was not one that Fu Qiao and the others should share. He could not allow their superior abilities to compel them into unnecessary peril. Fu Qiao gazed at the brother who had met a tragic end in his past life. Recognizing that his unwavering integrity and deep sense of loyalty had led to such calamity. No, let us enter together. I find that mutated plant quite intriguing. Kuyu also chimed in, then count me in, as I might as well test the upgraded powers that come with my enhanced abilities. Thank you, Sister Yu. In the end, Zhou Huaihe handed the documents to Yang Shuqing, and they proceeded in the direction the four had taken to the hospital. After searching for a while, they discovered some traces of zombies being slain, yet they still did not encounter any humans. Suddenly, Kuyu sensed a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, instantly heightening his alertness. He held his breath. The delightful scent approached. Fu Qiao and the others had yet to catch a whiff, yet they chose to trust Kuyu. Caution begets longevity. Before long, they observed in the corners of the hospital corridor, just as Yang Shuqing had mentioned, tendrils emerging and slowly inching closer to them. It was as if they possessed a life of their own, cautiously approaching the group, only to hasten their advance upon sensing their lack of reaction. Kuyu gazed at the creeping vines that were on the verge of ensnaring her, and with a decisive tug, she severed several of them. Alas, she realized a long knife would be more suitable. While a steel pipe was handy, she preferred to avoid the gruesome act of smashing heads, as it would tarnish her image to some extent. Fu Jiao and Zhou Huaihe had also dealt with numerous threats. Exchanging glances, they followed suit. Soon, they chased the fleeing vines down to the basement level. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were struck with astonishment. Who could have imagined that the hospitals beneath had been utterly overrun by this mutated plant? The hospital corridor had vanished from sight, replaced by an intricate web of roots occupying every nook, while heaps of desiccated corpses lay strewn about the plant's root system. Kuyu beheld He Yang and the lifeless bodies of the other four members of the team. Zhou Huaihe also caught sight of the fallen comrades, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes reddened with sorrow. It was all his fault. He had led them to this fate. This mutated plant, of an unknown variety, first ensnared its prey with an enticing fragrance, luring them into a false sense of security, before constricting them with its tendrils and subsequently devouring them here. Truly, it was an apocalyptic world where even flora had transformed into something terrifying. The mutated plant sensed the presence of the remaining individuals and swiftly launched an assault, with innumerable tendrils lunging towards them. Kuyu swiftly evaded, as she lacked a weapon. In her struggle to forcibly sever the tendrils using her extraordinary abilities, she narrowly escaped being ensnared on several occasions, only to be assisted by Fu Qiao, who noticed her predicament and helped her cut through the vines. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, Fu Qiao deduced that the mutated plant before them was of level 3. Though he possessed the mental prowess to eliminate it directly, doing so would inevitably reveal his own rank. Advancing too rapidly could arouse suspicion, and he was reluctant to expose himself unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Huaihe, try to refrain from using water currents for your attacks. Instead, attempt to transform the water into blades, imbuing it with offensive capabilities. Kuyu, do your utmost to avoid being ensnared. Seek out its vulnerabilities. Kuyu was intently observing the mutated plant, grappling with its vines, which were causing her hands to nearly blister from the effort. She needed to swiftly devise a solution. Suddenly, she noticed something glowing with an eerie green light amidst its tangled root system. Could this possibly be the source of its power? Fu Qiao, Su Wai, divert its attention as much as you can. I believe I have discovered a way to confront this entity. Under the harmonious collaboration of the two, Kuyu deftly evaded the encroaching vines, severing those that were inescapable, while drawing closer to the luminescent area. Chapter 18. The demise of the mutated flora. Zhou Huaihe exerted every ounce of his strength, wielding his water-based abilities like a blade in his assault. However, his powers Having only reached the second tier proved somewhat inadequate against this mutated plant, rendering the battle arduous. Just as his energy was nearing depletion, a moment of inattention led to the vines ensnaring his hands, forcefully slamming him against the wall. Witnessing this, Fu Jiu swiftly grasped his arm, pulling him aside, thus averting the peril of the vines barbed and piercing his heart. Simultaneously, he maintained his mental assault on the mutated flora. Thanks to his spatial abilities, an air barrier enveloped him, making it difficult for the vines to approach. Zhou Huaihe was on the brink of exhausting his powers. Had Fu Jiu not seized him, he might have perished right there. His other 3 teammates, being of merely first-tier abilities, were already faltering, their bodies riddled with wounds. Turning to gaze at Kuyu, who was steadily advancing towards the heart of the mutated plant, he could not help but lament the stark disparity between individuals. In this moment, as blood flowed from her hand, Kuyu forcefully severed another vine. She hurled the severed vine towards the luminescent area, causing the mutated plant to erupt into a frenzy. Countless tendrils writhed violently, and had it the capacity for sound, it would likely be screaming in madness. Fuchio, I have discovered a method to neutralize it, Kuyu exclaimed joyfully upon uncovering the plant's weakness. You must use your abilities to restrain it while I devise a way to extract its energy source, which should be its crystal core. Upon hearing this, Fuchio swiftly grasped the situation and, in concert with Kuyu, employed her psychic powers to subdue the increasingly frenzied, mutated plant before them. With determination, Kuyu grasped a tendril that was poised to strike her forcefully. Though a sharp pain coursed through her palm, she paid it no heed. Harnessing the vine's momentum, she swiftly reached the root system surrounding the crystal core. And during the brief lull in the plant's assault, facilitated by Fuchio's control, she prepared to act. Kuyu effortlessly tore apart the roots, reaching towards the luminous crystal core, and extracted it with a decisive motion. In the next moment, the roots and vines of this mutated plant rapidly withered away. Giskivik Kuyu, filled with exhilaration, turned to Fuchio, enthusiastically exclaiming, Fuchio, take a look. In the distance, amidst a tangle of withered vines, Kuyu's vibrant presence stood in stark contrast, and the joy and excitement reflected in Fuchio's eyes made his heart feel as though it had skipped a beat. Ding! The charming system reminds you that the male lead's affection level is 15. Splendid. The host is truly remarkable. Let us maintain this momentum and strive onward. Victory is just ahead. Kuyu felt a surge of happiness. You see, the path I have chosen is indeed the correct one. After the male lead tested her to discern if she was the reincarnated Kuyu, she seized the opportunity to alter her persona, to elevate the favorability rating to 60. It is not strictly necessary for it to be rooted in romance. After all, in the original narrative, Fu Qiao encountered various types of beauties without wavering. Perhaps it would be wiser to cultivate a bond of camaraderie, as one who cherishes those around them and strives for self-improvement does not intrude upon others' lives out of affection. Even as a comrade, one would be willing to support. Such individuals are often more endearing. Otherwise, how does the second male lead, who quietly guards, easily garner favor? Ultimately, the task requires merely a favorability rating of 60. Oh dear, at long last, I have vanquished this creature. I am utterly exhausted. Zhou Huaihe collapsed onto the ground, never anticipating that a mere data retrieval task could be so perilous, costing the lives of several brothers. Observing the lifeless bodies shrouded beneath withered vines, he felt an immense sorrow within his heart. Kuyu retrieved the crystal core, seeking to inquire about its treatment, as the energy contained within the crystal core of a level 3 mutated plant could potentially elevate to an even higher tier. To her surprise, the others unanimously agreed to entrust the crystal core to her, recognizing that it was she who had discovered the weakness of the mutated plant and had risked her own safety to extract it. Observing her bloodied hands, it became evident that she was the only one suited to wield it. Upon exiting the hospital, they found Yang Shuqing waiting anxiously at the entrance. Fearing they had all perished, but relief washed over her when she saw them. Zhou Huaihe assisted another severely injured team member into the vehicle and began discussing their need for rest with the remaining members. I'm fine, Kuyu declared, eager to enhance her abilities and explore the upgrade process for the light-based power bestowed upon her by the system. After leaving the hospital, they sought refuge in a relatively intact shop by the roadside. Once they had consumed some compressed biscuits, Zhou Huaihe glanced at Fuqiu and Kuyu, deciding to satisfy his curiosity. In this apocalyptic world devoid of entertainment, he had to resort to self-sourced gossip. Sister Yu? Zhou Huaihe inquired curiously, attempting to find an opening with Kuyu, for engaging Fuqiu, who was taciturn, seemed futile. Kuyu looked at Zhou Huaihe with confusion. Sister Yu? In reality, many people called her that, yet in the narrative, Zhou Huaihe was the first to address her in such a manner. Zhou Huaihe chuckled heartily. Then how about Sister Ku? He still preferred the sound of Sister Yu. It was not merely his opinion. Her valor during the zombie-slaying escapades was indeed unmatched by most. Her petite frame concealed an immense power capable of overpowering anyone. Kuyu felt helpless. That was not her intention. Forget it. Do as you wish. All right then. Sister Yu, let me indulge in some gossip. What is the nature of your relationship with Brother Fu? He truly believes that you two are well matched. His enthusiasm for shipping your pairing is fervently burning. Chapter 19. Gossip. Kuyu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, gossip is an inherent trait of humanity. We were engaged before the apocalypse. Zhou Huaihe was immediately thrilled, exclaiming, "Look, what he ships must be genuine." Engaged couples, rounded up, are essentially married. So, what about you two now? Engaged couples who navigate the end of the world together, sharing life and death. Surely their feelings must soar to new heights. He struggled to contain his excitement. Kuyu pondered for a moment before offering a cautious response. Of course, it is my companion now. Huh? Why is that? Zhou Huaihe inquired, bewildered, as he recalled that they were once engaged before the apocalypse. Yang Shuqing, listening intently from the side, timidly interjected, "Yes, why is that, Kuyu? Although you and Fu Qiao had some disagreements previously, I believe that such trivial conflicts should not affect your feelings for one another." 888. I detect a rich aroma of tea. As Kuyu listened to Yang Shuqing's words, she turned her head to look at her with a teasing glint in her eyes. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Yang Shuqing felt a shiver run down her spine under Kuyu's gaze. Yet she knew she had not spoken incorrectly. With Kuyu's penetrating stare, she recounted to Zhou Huaihe. Don't you remember? Iran mentioned it as well. Zhou Huaihe was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. He wished he could slap himself for his loose tongue. Truly, his mouth had a knack for mentioning the most inappropriate topics. Nevertheless, Fu Ge and Yu Jie were indeed a harmonious match, be it in terms of appearance or prowess. Throughout their journey, he had not witnessed either of them losing their temper over such matters. Their collaboration was marked by an unspoken understanding. Regardless, he was resolute in his support of this pairing. As Kuyu observed the gleam of pride in Yang Shuqing's eyes, a sneer escaped his lips. Yang Shuqing, do you know how to extend your life? Yang Shuqing quickly masked her expression, thinking that possessing supernatural abilities would surely help her. If only she had such powers. Noticing her silence, Kuyu approached her, a smile gracing his face. The key is to mind your own business. Otherwise, a chill crept up Yang Shuqing's arm, and she realized her mistake. She should never have provoked Kuyu, recalling the fate of Lu Iran. After Kuyu finished speaking, she departed, intended to seek out a water manipulator to procure some water for a refreshing bath. Meanwhile, Zhou Huaihe reveled in his solitary joy, remarking on the uncanny resemblance between them as a couple, especially when it came to issuing threats. Fans of the couple were ecstatic. As night descended amidst the haunting cries of zombies, everyone had completed their respective tasks. Brother Fu, what are your plans moving forward? Zhou Huaihe inquired, hoping to extend an invitation to Fu Qiu to join their base. Upon hearing this, Fu Qiu pondered for a moment. To slay zombies and enhance my abilities. His spatial powers seemed to advance more sluggishly than typical abilities, remaining at the first level thus far. However, their lethality appeared to be greater. In addition to providing a space for storing items, he could directly twist space to eliminate foes. Zhou Huaihe was uncertain of Fu Qiu's intentions and pressed further. So, Brother Fu, Will you be accompanying us to Base Y? There, one can also undertake missions to exterminate zombies. Fuchio shook his head. Not for the time being. I have matters to attend to. Once they are resolved, I shall reconsider. Having spent his previous life managing a base, he felt utterly drained, realizing that in the apocalypse, the human heart could be more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Ah, well then, Brother Fu, do visit us when you have a chance. Zhou Huaihe was not one to cling stubbornly. Moreover, he sensed that such tactics would be futile with Fu Qiu, so he refrained from expending further effort. He did not inquire about Kuyu, harboring an instinct that the two were undoubtedly in sync. Such is the whimsical nature of shippers. The following morning, Fu Qiu resolved to depart, while everyone else remained in slumber, as he was not accustomed to farewells. Yet, upon reaching Ku Yu's side, he hesitated momentarily. She was different from her previous incarnation. Perhaps those past events would not recur, and accompanying them to the base might ensure greater safety. When 888 drowsily awoke, it caught sight of Fu Qiu's figure closing the door and immediately sprang to full awareness. The protagonist had fled. The mission target had escaped. Host, wake up quickly. Chapter 20. The mission target has escaped. Kuyi was abruptly awakened by the disruptive sound of 888. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly sat up, exclaiming, "Damn, the target has escaped." Hastily gathering her belongings, she noticed the Tang Dao that Fu Qiu had left for her. Gently caressing the blade, her heart swelled with emotion. It was rather unexpected for Fu Qiu to bestow her with a gift, leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered. She had not anticipated his kindness, which only seemed to manifest after his affection for her had increased. Why did Fu Qiu have to leave so abruptly? This diverged from the original plot. Meanwhile, 888 was going haywire in the space, and the world was spiraling increasingly out of control. Would she still be able to successfully complete her mission? As Qiu tidied up her belongings, she engaged in speculation with 888 regarding the motives behind Fu Qiu's actions. 888. You must comprehend that in this world we have traversed, the male protagonist is a reborn individual. Many events are likely to undergo transformation. Anyone who has been reborn would fervently wish to avoid repeating the same mistakes, to not relive the experiences they once endured. They would undoubtedly seek to alter certain circumstances or adopt a different way of living. Otherwise, the act of rebirth would lack significance. Kuyu comprehended Fu Qiu's thoughts and had even surmised that he would not return to the Y City base as he had in his previous life. She had resolutely made up her mind to accompany him, yet she never anticipated that he would depart without uttering a single word. How utterly inconsiderate, quite ungracious indeed. Kuyu picked up her belongings and grasped the knife left for her by Fu Qiu. It is not like this. A person's life is not predetermined. It is the unknown that renders life truly magnificent. If everything were known, the incessant repetition would only lead to tedium. Although 88 seemed to grasp the essence of her words, it was not a human, and thus it mattered little. The immediate priority was to catch up with Fu Qiu. Kuyu, 8, please take a look at the map. In which direction did Fu Qiu head? 888 opened the map and examined it closely. He has gone towards the east. Kuyu nodded, her mind already formulating a plan. She would seek him out first. Fu Qiu had not departed long ago. She quickened her pace, soon able to catch up with him. After Kuyu departed, Zhou Huaihe and the others gradually awakened. Upon realizing that both had left, they felt a twinge of reluctance and regret. However, they understood that the gathering would not disperse until the afternoon, and Zhou Huaihe firmly believed that they would meet again one day. He chuckled, for the couple he cherished had eloped, and he was filled with unrestrained joy. According to the map provided by 888, Kuyu wielded the Tang Dao gifted by Fu Qiu, effortlessly dispatching the first and second-tier zombies that dared to cross her path. Before long, she caught sight of Fu Qiu ahead, engaged in his own battle against the undead. At last, she had caught up to him. If Fu Qiu had run off, where would she go to complete her tasks? Observing as the zombies fell one after another at Fu Qiu's hands, it quickly became apparent that the surrounding horde was entirely vanquished. For him, eliminating such lowly zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. Fu Qiu, Kuyu's voice echoed, prompting Fu Qiu to lift his gaze towards the girl rushing towards him. And in that instant, the frigid aura surrounding him seemed to thaw slightly. Kuyu held a tang knife and addressed Fu Qiu. It seems rather unkind for someone to leave alone, especially considering I'm still your fiancé. Fu Qiu's lips curled slightly. Then shall we go together? Of course. I shall faithfully accompany you, unless one day you find someone you adore. Until then, even as a companion, I will remain by your side. My abilities are quite commendable now. I shall not be a hindrance to you. Kuyu pondered how to find an excuse to persistently cling to her ambitions. Her relentless pursuit of enhancing her abilities was not solely to survive in this apocalyptic world, but also to avoid becoming a burden to Fu Qiu. After all, no one would harbor affection for a burden over time. Ding. The charming system warmly reminds you that the male lead's affection value stands at 17. Keep up the good work, host. You are exceptional. Upon hearing this voice, Kuyu nearly lost her composure. To be frank, this system's announcement truly dampened the atmosphere. 888 chimed in. Oh, this is merely a motivational mechanism. We are a human-centric system, designed to encourage the host so that you may find the drive to advance. Give you. Fu Qiu extracted the crystal nuclei from the zombies, tidied them up, and then stored them in his space. Is the knife comfortable to use? Kuyu initially intended to express her gratitude to Fu Qiu for the exquisite knife he had gifted her. It was simply remarkable. It proved to be exceptionally effective, effortlessly severing the heads of zombies with a single stroke. Thank you. Its efficacy is all that matters. Kuyu did not inquire about where Fu Qiu was headed or what her intentions were. She simply wished to remain by Fu Qiu's side. As they walked side by side, their conversation dwindled, yet when confronted by the undead, their synergy was remarkable. Kuyu also discovered that Fu Qiu had awakened a spatial ability, which drove 888 nearly to madness upon learning this within the confines of the space. As their data did not align, although it did not hinder their mission, 888 still deemed it necessary to report this situation to the main system. Kuyu was not affected by this revelation. On the contrary, the quality of life with the male protagonist improved, as they no longer had to subsist solely on compressed biscuits and instant noodles. In Chapter 21, titled Plant-Based Abilities, Fu Qiu yearned to tread a path markedly different from his previous life. He wished to avoid the burdens of managing a base, no longer wanting to face the incessant intrigues and deceptions of various factions. Even with immense strength, the identity tied to base management imposed certain constraints upon him. Additionally, he sought to investigate the rapid evolution of the second-tier zombies and that third-tier mutated plant in this life. His instincts suggested that these phenomena were intricately linked to the high-level zombie that had orchestrated their encirclement on that fateful day. When Kuyu came to find him, he was somewhat taken aback. He felt a sense of reassurance with her by his side, though he could not entirely guarantee that she would not engage in reckless behavior as she had in her previous life, which had caused him considerable trouble. For the sake of precaution, he believed that merely watching over her would prevent such incidents from occurring. Once their crystal cores reached a certain quantity, the two decided to seek a suitable location to absorb energy and attempt an upgrade. Kuyu also placed the crystal core she had acquired earlier in the hospital alongside the others. After absorbing the energy within, she discovered that her light-type ability had ascended to level 2. To her astonishment, she had also awakened a third ability, plant manipulation. 888. Wow, the host is truly remarkable, possessing 3 extraordinary powers. Kuyu, it is indeed thanks to the crystal core of that mutated plant. She gazed at the vibrant grass that slowly sprouted from the ground, her heart filled with the anticipation of finally having fresh vegetables to eat. After Fu Qiu absorbed all the energy from the crystal core, he discovered that his spatial abilities had also been upgraded. His spatial realm had expanded, and his mastery over it had deepened. It was a rather gratifying gain. Suddenly, Kuyu's stomach let out an untimely growl, its sound particularly pronounced in the serene environment. Oh dear, how mortifying! She felt so embarrassed that she wished to burrow into a hole. Fu Qiu heard it and couldn't help but chuckle, then spoke up. Let's go find some food. Our supplies are running low. Kuyu's ears flushed as she nodded. struggling to contain the warmth on her face. By the way, Fu Qiao, I have awakened another ability. Look. With that, she summoned her newfound power, causing a small blade of grass on the ground to grow rapidly. Fu Qiao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the crystal core could enable someone to awaken such abilities. This was indeed a fortunate opportunity for Kuyu. Thus, as they searched for supplies, they should also keep an eye out for seeds. Fu Qiao resolutely decided to stock up on seeds. All right, let us set forth. Kuyu was brimming with enthusiasm. The two had no specific destination in mind. Fu Qiao simply aimed to venture into areas densely populated with level 2 zombies, hoping to encounter a high-level zombie that might even have evolved into a zombie king by now. This remained a lurking threat. If the evolution of all zombies accelerated, humanity would be deprived of any respite or space for survival. Along the way, the pair engaged in continuous battles with level 2 zombies, enhancing their familiarity with abilities and accumulating combat experience. More accurately, it was Kuyu who was honing her skills, even though she had practiced martial arts. True wisdom could only be gleaned through real-world practice. In their quest for supplies, they stumbled upon various supermarkets and stores, yet discovered that practical resources were scarce. However, they managed to collect numerous plant seeds, which they stored in Fu Qiao's space. Fu Qiao, look, there's a small supermarket ahead. Shall we check to see if there's anything useful or edible inside? Kuyu noticed that there was a supermarket not far below the residential area, seemingly still stocked with some items. All right, stay vigilant. This neighborhood exhibits an unusual absence of first-level zombies, and second-level zombies are also quite rare. Inside that complex, my psychic abilities fail to discern what lies within. Caution is paramount. The two entered the small supermarket, and it was peculiar to observe that there were still some self-heating hot pots and rice available, with the shelves remaining orderly rather than chaotic. In ordinary circumstances, such neatness would not only be unremarkable, but might even appear overly precise. However, the anomaly here lay in its meticulous arrangement, which starkly contrasted with the desolation of the outside world. They exchanged glances, each detecting a sense of wariness reflected in the other's eyes. At that moment, a sound emanated from the storeroom within the supermarket. Chapter 22, Potential Stocks. Fu Jiao immediately employed his psychic abilities to probe the storeroom, discovering that it housed neither zombies nor mutated animals or plants. He nodded at Kuyu, signaling that it was safe. Kuyu, grasping the tang knife firmly, strode purposefully towards the storage room, forcefully kicking the door open. The sudden intrusion startled the occupants, and with a resounding thud, something fell to the ground. Peering inside, Kuyu beheld a diminutive figure, clad in tattered garments, with hair resembling a tangled mass of straw, trembling in fear as it cowered behind a shelf. Fukyu, there's a child inside, Kuyu remarked after surveying the scene. Kuyu stepped into the storage room and gently reassured, "Hello, little one, do not be afraid. We are merely taking a few items and will not harm you or take too much." After speaking, Kuyu noticed the child timidly raise their head to glance at her, fear evident in their eyes, as they shifted further behind shelves. Well, it seems her words had little effect. Just then, she heard Fu Qiao inquire, "Kuyu, do you remember which direction the Y City base is located?" In an instant, Kuyu comprehended Fu Qiao's intentions. Thus far, the apocalypse had severed all communication. Phones were utterly useless for making calls. Only a select few were privy to the matters concerning the base. If there were any surviving adults nearby the child, they could potentially make their way to the base, which might offer a semblance of safety. This was the military base in City Y, accessible to all and comparatively secure. The child, hidden behind a shelf, perked up in surprise upon hearing this, lifting their head abruptly and inching forward, but soon lowered it again. "You all must leave it. Are coming." Hearing these fragmented words, Kuyu furrowed his brow, questioning who they were. Meanwhile, Fu Qiao was surveying the supermarket surroundings, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, he detected the faint but numerous sounds of footsteps approaching. "Kuyu, we have a problem." Kuyu evidently heard a faint sound and, grasping his tang dao, approached Fu Qiao. "Are they zombies or humans?" "Kiskiviko iu inkurit." The two swiftly gathered their supplies, slinging their backpacks over their shoulders as they made their way to the entrance. Just as they reached the doorway, a sudden voice rang out from outside. Halt! Kuyu felt a tightening in her chest, sensing that the situation was dire. She quickly grasped Fu Qiao's hand, signaling him to hide behind a nearby shelf. There was a small child in the storage room. She decided to assess the situation first and determine the nature of their adversaries. If they bore ill intent, she and Fu Qiao would deal with them accordingly, as if it were payment for their troubles. Where are they? She thought in frustration, hoping they wouldn't escape. A group had entered the supermarket, their eyes falling upon shelves that clearly lacked certain items, leading to an outburst of furious curses. Another member of the group remained considerably calmer, asserting, "It's impossible. We haven't seen them come out, and our people surround the area. There's no way they could have slipped away." "Indeed, Lu Ge, don't rush. We'll flush them out shortly," another added. Lu Ge, in a fit of rage, kicked over a shelf and barked, "Then hurry up and search." After assessing their opponent's capabilities, she concluded that none posed a significant threat and decided to act decisively. Kuyu reflected on how violently she had transformed. No longer inclined to hide, she brandished a tang knife and struck at an approaching individual, while Fu Qiao delivered a kick to another, toppling several shelves in the process. Lu Zhuang and his companions, witnessing Fu Qiao and Kuyu retaliating against them, disregarded their leader's previous warnings and unleashed their abilities with lethal intent. As Kuyu suddenly beheld a fireball hurtling towards her, she swiftly evaded its trajectory. It turned out that Lu Zhuang possessed the ability of pyrokinesis, albeit presumably only at a novice level. This presented a perfect opportunity for her to test her own botanical powers. Channeling her inner energy, a vine erupted from the ground beneath Lu Zhuang's feet, ensnaring his legs and leaving him suspended in midair. Caught off guard by the abrupt assault, Lu Zhuang's fireball veered off course, heading straight toward Zhaoren. Kuyu was adeptly confronting Lu Zhuang, while Fu Qiao was engaged with Zhaoren. To be honest, this was akin to a dimensional reduction strike. He was disinclined to take action, for Zhaoren was merely a second-tier ability user. Controlling his mental faculties posed no challenge. Consequently, a fireball hurtled towards Zhaoren, igniting his hair upon impact. However, as he was rendered immobile by the control, he could only endure as the flames consumed his hair entirely. "You little brat, if you have the ability, release me, and I shall end you." As Kuyu heard these words, his gaze turned icy. He raised the tang sword and struck fiercely at Lu Zhuang's face, causing it to twist painfully to the side, and 2 bloodied teeth were expelled from his mouth. Who would kill whom? The remaining lackeys, witnessing Lu Zhuang and Zhao Ren being utterly powerless against the assault, hastily discarded their crude weapons, which were merely kitchen knives and iron rods. They pleaded for mercy, claiming they were coerced into this predicament. Just as Lu Zhuang was about to unleash his supernatural abilities to burn the vines binding his feet, while Kuyu was momentarily distracted, a child emerged from the storage room, seizing a stool and relentlessly striking it upon his head. Again and again, the blows were delivered with considerable force, leaving Lu Zhuang dazed and seeing stars. Kuyu and Fu Qiao were both astounded by the child's actions. Just moments ago, he appeared timid and fearful, yet now he wielded a stool as a weapon. Wow, he is a promising candidate for a strength-type ability. "I will kill you. I will kill you. It is all your fault that my sister is dead." The child continued to mutter, his words shifting from a place of hatred to a voice choked with emotion. Kuyu did not intervene. It is commendable for a child to seek vengeance for grievances. Lu Zhuang had already been beaten to the point where inhalation outnumbered exhalation. The child barely ceased his assault, sitting on the ground in a daze, allowing tears to cascade down his cheeks. At this moment, Kuyu stepped forward, took the chair from the child's hands, and set it aside. Observing the child's tear-streaked face, she let out a sigh. Chapter 23. "Fong Yao, do you need to hit a few more times?" Kuyu asked gently. The child stared blankly at her no. Then, realizing the gravity of the situation, he anxiously urged, "Sister, you must leave quickly." "What's wrong?" Seeing that Kuyu and Fu Qiao were not moving, the child's anxiety intensified. This supermarket was a trap set deliberately by Lu Zhuang and his cohorts, designed to lure unsuspecting individuals inside. where they lay in wait to capture them. "Hurry, take something and go. I'll buy you some time," the child implored, speaking rapidly and without much coherence, articulating whatever came to mind. Fuchio and Kuyu managed to extract further details from the thugs present. This supermarket belonged to the adjacent residential community, which had been taken over by a group of individuals shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. Armed with their supernatural abilities, they forcibly claimed the community as their stronghold, demanding that the residents comply with their orders and surrender their belongings or face dire consequences. The supermarket was a cleverly laid trap. The group lay in wait nearby, ready to seize any supplies from newcomers. If a man resisted, he would be killed on the spot, while women were abducted and subjected to humiliation. The child's deep-seated hatred for Lu Zhuang stemmed from the tragedy of his sister, who, due to her beauty, had been captured by this gang. In her struggle to escape, she was pushed by Lu Zhuang down the stairs, resulting in her fatal fall. "Do not fear. For every one of them that comes, I shall take one down. Such scum shall be dealt with." Kuyu reassured the anxious child, offering comfort. This little one was quite admirable. Perhaps she would intervene just this once. 888. Host. You are quite stubborn. Ding. Dear host, the charming system kindly reminds you that your gentle reassurance and benevolent nature towards the child have activated the charming aura. The system will automatically bestow upon you this aura for 10 minutes, covering an area of 3 individuals. Wishing you a delightful experience. Love you lots. After enduring several encounters, Kuyu felt a throbbing headache at the mere mention of the charming halo. Soon after, the effects of this bewitching aura became palpable. In an instant, she could sense the intense gaze fixed upon her. The child, named Lindsay, gazed at this beautiful sister before her with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with tenderness and captivating brilliance, while a hint of softness lingered at the corners of her lips. In a daze, Kuyu, clad in dazzling white, seemed to shimmer like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Lu Zhuang, having fainted, remained untouched by the influence of the charming halo. Due to his mental fortitude, Fuchio was also less affected by the aura. He observed Kuyu, who was gently comforting Lindsay, and noted how different she was from the previously arrogant young lady. She was not the same Kuyu who fought alongside him against zombies. The malicious impression of her from his past life was gradually fading from his mind. He could feel his heartbeat quickening. Ding. The charming system reminds you. The male protagonist's favorability rating is at 20, offering the host a heartfelt encouragement of love. Keep up the good work. Kashu had not anticipated that this aura could sometimes be rather foolish, yet it had, at the very least, allowed the male protagonist to generously increase her favorability. A rare feat indeed. However, sister. Before Lin Zi could finish her sentence, a commotion erupted from outside. Lu Zhuang and Zhaoran are nothing but 2 useless fools. I shall see who dares to wreak havoc on our territory. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Zi trembled in fear, her eyes wide with panic as she glanced at Kashu. It is Feng Yao. His supernatural ability compels others to obey his commands. She had witnessed others possessing similar powers before, and it was Feng Yao who had led them to turn on one another, ultimately driving them to self-destruction, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. She did not wish to see her sister meet the same grim fate. As Kuyu listened to Lin Zi's words, he began to comprehend that the ability possessed by Feng Yao, which compelled obedience, was likely akin to Fuchio's psychic powers. Glancing at Fuchio, who seemed utterly indifferent to what type of ability Feng Yao wielded, fixated solely on her, Kuyu couldn't help but ponder when this enchanting aura would finally dissipate. The intensity of Fuchio's gaze was overwhelmingly aggressive, rendering it impossible to withstand. Upon entering the small supermarket with his companions, Feng Yao was met with the sight of Lu Zhuang, hanging in a half-conscious state, alongside those who had discarded their weapons, standing idly by with expressions that revealed their inability to maintain composure, casting dark glances at the instigator of this chaos. You all shall perish. Chapter 24. Feed Kuyu. Undeterred by Feng Yao, jested that she had Fuchio by her side, the male protagonist, and wondered who would dare challenge them. She positioned Lin Zi behind her, casting a glance at Feng Yao, declaring that the outcome remained uncertain. Fuchio, aloof, spared him not even a glance. His mind was preoccupied with the enigmatic contents of Building 5 in that neighborhood, which had inexplicably obstructed his psychic abilities. This phenomenon might be linked to the advanced zombie he had encountered on the road, capable of controlling second-tier zombies. Little beauty, you seem to be in dire need of guidance. Don't linger with him. Join our leader instead, and I assure you that you'll thrive in this apocalyptic world. A gaunt figure beside Fong Yao, wielding a metal rod, leered at Kuyu with a rather unsavory expression. He mused that should she be handed over to their leader, once the leader grew bored, the consequences would be dire. He dismissed the notion of Kuyu possessing any supernatural abilities, believing that any powers a woman might awaken were reliant solely on the man beside her. However, in the next moment, he would come to realize the cost of his underestimation. Kuyu directly seized a bottle of water from the shelf and hurled it with force, striking the thin monkey squarely in the face. The impact caused him to stagger, blood spilling from his mouth, mingled with shattered teeth and flesh. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. Upon hearing the thin monkey's taunts, a surge of unbridled fury ignited within Fuchio. She immediately pierced his mind with her psychic power, resulting in his instantaneous demise. "Wow!" exclaimed 888, astonished by the swiftness of the events, unable to react in time. Fong Yao, witnessing the scene unfold, felt his anger swell. This contemptible woman regarded him with utter disdain, ruthlessly eliminating their associates. They truly had no regard for their lives. He sensed that Fuchio possessed psychic abilities, yet considered her a mere trifling threat, for he was at level 3. Resolutely, he activated his powers, intending to control the two individuals. However, he was caught off guard when Fuchio intercepted his psychic energy mid-course, silently ensnaring Fong Yao instead, leaving him under the illusion that he was the one exerting control over them. After dispatching Zhaoran, she approached Kuyu and spoke in a tone audible to both. "There's a problem in Building 5. Pretend to be under control." As Kuyu met Fuchio's gaze, she comprehended his intentions. This was an opportunity to delve deeper. Nodding slightly, her expression began to drift into emptiness. On the other hand, Fong Yao, influenced by Fuchio's mental prowess, believed he had dominion over both of them and instructed his subordinates. As he exited, he glanced at the lifeless bodies of Lu Zhuang and Zhao Run, adding, "By the way, remember to extract the ability cores from these two worthless individuals. Their bodies can serve as feed." The two were separated and taken to different locations. Kuyu was escorted to the 3rd floor of Building Number 5, where the absence of electricity suggested that they were prudent enough not to select a higher floor. Otherwise, the mere ascent would be exhausting. There, she encountered their long-discussed leader, Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong lounged on a sofa, embracing a woman with crimson hair, his hands groping her bosom, and upon hearing Fong Yao's remarks, he displayed visible displeasure. Old Fong is becoming increasingly unruly. However, a glance towards Kuyu instantly captivated him, prompting him to push away the woman seated on his lap. "Old Fong, where did you find such a stunning woman?" Faced with Yuan Xiong's lecherous gaze, Kuyu restrained herself, suppressing the urge to retaliate. 888. "Host, remain calm. We shall deal with him shortly." "One eyesore. Brother Xiong, the origin is of little significance. What truly matters is that she will be obediently at your disposal today." Fong Yao understood him well. Yuan Xiong was a man driven by carnal desires, rendered immobile in the presence of beauty. Kuyu's visage is indeed enchanting. One cannot overlook the fact that Yuan Xiong is already ushering people out. As always, Lao Fong understands me well, so I shall not be polite. Fong Yao exited the room, accompanied by the woman who had just been seated on Yuan Xiong's lap. As Kuyu witnessed the departure of others, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of sharp sounds. Yuan Xiong gazed upon Kuyu's delicate visage, reminiscent of a pampered heiress from the world before the apocalypse. He had once savored the pleasures of such opulence himself. Adjusting his belt, he prepared to pounce. However, just as Yuan Xiong drew near, Kuyu delivered a single punch that rendered him unconscious. Yuan Xiong had never anticipated this turn of events. He believed the woman, whom he thought to be under Fong Yao's control, was completely oblivious. Yet, Kuyu, possessing formidable physical abilities, easily subdued him. After incapacitating him, Kuyu kicked him aside and began to survey the surroundings, endeavoring to locate the troublesome area mentioned by Fu Xiao. But despite her efforts, she found nothing amiss. Kuyu opted for direct cheating by asking 888 statistics. Can you discern any issues within this context? Kuyu felt a sense of helplessness. The only useful functions of her family's AI system were the chatting companion and the intelligent map. Sighing, she decided to meet up with Fu Xiao. After employing her plant-based abilities to neutralize the two guards at the entrance, she ventured out to find Fu Xiao. Whenever she encountered someone, she swiftly incapacitated them. As 888 had mentioned, there were only a few individuals who had awakened their powers in this vicinity. While passing by the second floor, a small hand suddenly grasped her. "Big sister, how wonderful, you're safe." It was Lindsay. "Lindsay, what are you doing here?" Kuyu asked, puzzled. She had clearly instructed Lindsay to remain hidden in the small supermarket, anticipating that a conflict would soon erupt. Lindsay cautiously glanced around before approaching Kuyu. "I wanted to rescue you, sister you. I thought you might have started listening to that Fang Yao." She had previously failed to save her sister, attributing it to her own inadequacy. This time, she yearned to be brave and rescue her beloved sister, even if it meant risking her own life. Regardless, she was unafraid. At worst, she would simply join her sister. A warmth enveloped Kuyu's heart, and she spoke gently. "Xiaozi, do not be afraid. Your sister is quite formidable. They shall not pose a challenge to me." She crouched down to meet Lindsay at eye level, continuing, "From now on, this place may become particularly perilous. You must remain safely at home and refrain from venturing out. I will come to find you." Lindsay gazed at her sister Yu, who was comforting her with such tenderness, and smiled sweetly. "All right. I trust you, sister Yu. My home is in Building 4, Room 201. You must come and find me." "Yes." With that, Lindsay felt reassured and began to leave. "Oh, and sister Yu, please be cautious of the creature in the underground garage." "Understood. Thank you, Xiaozi." Kuyu observed as Lindsay departed from the scene. It appeared that the problematic area lay within the underground parking lot. Under the guidance of 888, she swiftly reunited with Fu Xiao, who was in the midst of dealing with those individuals. "You are quite swift," Fu Xiao remarked, glancing at Kuyu as she approached. Just as he finished twisting the neck of the last man, he had intended to conclude matters with these individuals before seeking out Kuyu, but a few additional inquiries had delayed him slightly. Kuyu, with a touch of arrogance, lifted her chin and declared, "Of course, with my speed. How could it not be swift?" Ding. The charming system warmly reminds you, the male lead's affection value is at 23. You are doing wonderfully, host. Confetti. Fujio wiped his hands and approached her, gently patting her head as he passed by, saying, "All right, you are the most formidable." Kuyu immediately reported to 888, saying, "Look at him. He treats me like a child." 888 replied, "This is a matter for young lovers. I shall not involve myself. What is the situation on your end?" Kuyu, Yuan Xiong possesses nothing. The issues you mentioned cannot possibly pertain to him, for he is quite feeble. However, Lindsay did mention to me that there are monsters lurking in the underground garage. Upon hearing this, Fuchio narrowed his sharp eyes. The individuals here also assert that the primary problem lies within the underground garage. They feed those who refuse to conspire with them to the monsters dwelling there. It seems we should investigate further. Shall we? The two proceeded side by side towards the underground garage. On the third floor, Yuan Xiong gradually regained consciousness and hurriedly ventured out to summon others, only to discover that everyone guarding this level had collapsed. That wretched woman. Once I capture her, I shall surely flay her alive. Manifesting his powers, he awakened a few with water, while those who remained unresponsive he kicked mercilessly. A pitiful bunch. Hurry and apprehend that vile woman. Yes, boss. Upon descending to the lower level, Yuan Xiong found that all the guards there had also succumbed, finally realizing that something was amiss. After searching 2 floors without finding anyone, he learned from the guards watching Fuchio that they had likely gone to the underground garage. Yuan Xiong's previously grim expression transformed into one of satisfaction, his slanted eyes narrowing as he muttered, "In heaven there is a path you refuse to tread, yet you insist on marching toward oblivion." Fang Yao, witnessing the two escape, noted that they appeared entirely unrestrained. How could this be? He had not lifted their control. Capture them for me. Kuyu decided to entrust Fang Yao to Fu Qiu for handling, as a confrontation between mental abilities was not advisable. She felt ill-equipped for such a direct clash. Contemplating her decision, she seized a knife, intending to strike down Fang Yao's entourage. Apart from a few individuals possessing special abilities, the rest proved relatively easy to manage. Fu Qiu swiftly summoned his mental powers, penetrating Fang Yao's psyche, and immediately discerned that her mental strength was merely a construct built upon crystal cores, lacking practical combat experience and reliance solely on control. In response to Fang Yao's earlier act of handing her over to Fu Qiu, Kuyu brandished her Tang Dao. With a swift motion, Fang Yao was no more, unable to utter even a final word. Just as the two prepared to conclude their battle, Yuan Xiong and his men arrived. Fu Qiu and Kuyu exchanged glances, both sensing an air of impatience in the other's eyes. Their partnership was remarkably seamless. After Fu Qiu subdued the minions, he commanded them to turn on one another, striving to keep their hands untainted. Kuyu charged towards Yuan Xiong, swinging his blade. Yuan Xiong hastily dodged, summoning his water-based abilities to hurl water orbs one after another at Kuyu. With a swift stroke of his knife, he split the orbs apart, and only after getting drenched did Kuyu realize the folly of his approach. It was indeed an ill-conceived tactic. Sheathing his Tang Dao, he invoked his plant-based powers, causing vines to ensnare Yuan Xiong's hands, rendering him unable to continue his barrage of water orbs. Yuan Xiong, irate, shouted, "You little wretch, if you have the courage, release me." Kuyu was at a loss for words, as it seemed that all he could hear were the incessant insults. A few individuals approached, and it was only when Yuan Xiong's mouth was bloodied that the verbal onslaught ceased. Noticing the silence that finally enveloped him, Kuyu was about to inquire about the circumstances in the underground garage. However, a series of loud crashes emanated from the garage door. With a swollen mouth, Yuan Xiong remarked, a malicious glint in his eyes, "She has arrived. Prepare for your demise. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 26. The mark of mental power. Fu Jiao and Kuyu disregarded him, focusing their attention on the battered garage door. It wasn't long before the door was forcefully breached. Kuyu beheld the creature before her, struck by an overwhelming sense of revulsion. This was the most grotesque sight she had encountered in the apocalypse. What had she done to deserve such a punishment upon her eyes? Before her loomed a monster, a true abomination, with its facial features grotesquely askew, one eye above the other, an enormous mouth lined with teeth as sharp as saw blades. Yet, this was not the most repulsive aspect. Its body was an unsettling amalgamation of organs and limbs, with 2 or 3 malformed hearts protruding from its back, hands sprouting from within those hearts. Just moments prior, when it collided with the door, several of its severed limbs had fallen to the ground, only for it to pick them up and gnaw on them as if they were a delicacy. 888 could no longer contain itself. It activated the mosaic mode in the system space, exclaiming for mercy. After all, it was merely a system that had unwittingly wandered into a post-apocalyptic narrative, and did not deserve such treatment of its tender psyche. Fu Qiu, however, displayed little change in expression. He had encountered such a creature in his previous life, larger and even more repulsive than this one. He was merely surprised and enlightened. The surprise stemmed from its premature appearance compared to his last life, and the enlightenment came from finally understanding that this abomination had originated in City Y. In his previous existence, these entities had emerged in droves, akin to zombies, feasting upon human flesh. But they were of the indigestible sort, consuming only to sprout anew from various parts of the body. The base he managed had taken considerable time to eradicate them, yet the source remained elusive. Yuan Xiong shouted in desperation, "Save me, please." Upon hearing his voice, the monster ceased its gnawing, its deformed head swiveling towards Yuan Xiong. It charged forward, prompting Fu Qiu and Kuyu to swiftly flank it, launching their counterattack from either side. Kuyu ensnared the creature's feet with vines, and, just as it was about to lurch forward, 2 additional legs sprouted from its body, stabilizing its stance. Thus, This creature now possessed 4 legs and 2 arms, presenting a rather formidable appearance. Kuyu experienced a physiological aversion, while she observed the unchanging expression on Fuchio's face. The disparity between individuals is truly remarkable. The monster possessed only 3 levels of power, which Fuchio could manage. However, she chose to withdraw, as she found it utterly overwhelming. Fuchio had a fair understanding of the current Kuyu and recognized that she would be unable to endure the sight of this grotesque, inhumane creature. He directly wielded his mental energy as a blade to assault the monster, employing spatial distortion to forcibly remove a portion of it. The creature was exceedingly difficult to eliminate, for its residual limbs continuously provided it with energy, consuming and regenerating. Thus, it was imperative to detach a part of it first. Kuyu retreated to Yuan Xiong's side and gave him a beating. All of this was his doing. Yuan Xiong cried out in agony. The creature, engaged in battle with Fu Qiao, disregarded the excruciating pain of its flesh being torn apart and charged toward Yuan Xiong. How perplexing. She could clearly perceive the overwhelming hatred in the creature's eyes directed at Yuan Xiong. Its actions seemed to convey a desire to protect him, even at the cost of its own safety. Upon sharing this revelation with Fu Qiao suddenly comprehended the situation. By probing the creature with his mental energy, he discovered that a mental imprint had been implanted in its mind, compelling it to safeguard Yuan Xiong. Moreover, it was noteworthy that the individual who had implanted this mental imprint possessed the same level of ability as Fu Qiao, both being of the 4th tier. After Fu Qiao erased the creature's mental imprint, it momentarily ceased its aggression towards him, redirecting its focus with a singular intent towards Yuan Xiong, appearing as though it intended to tear him apart. The ferocity of this assault left Kuyu uncertain whether she and Yuan Xiong could evade it. So she chose to retreat first. Every grievance has its origin, and one must not harm the innocent. Unbeknownst to Yuan Xiong, who believed the creature was there to protect him and was reveling in that illusion, the creature suddenly opened its jaws and bit off one of his hands. Fu Qiao, there are still questions that need clarification. Do not let him perish. Naturally, Fu Qiao would not allow Yuan Xiong to meet such a fate. He promptly implanted another mental imprint in the creature's mind, temporarily pacifying it. Indeed, the creature halted its advance, while Yuan Xiong lay on the ground, lamenting in agony. Kuyu stepped forward and inquired, "How did this creature come into being? What have you done?" Yuan Xiong, in a state of pain and confusion, had little desire to respond, yet Kuyu pressed on. "If you refuse to speak, I shall leave you to its mercy. Is this not a common practice of yours?" Terrified, Yuan Xiong immediately begged, "No, please don't hand me over to her. I implore you, my lady, then speak swiftly." Kuyu, lacking patience for such detritus, demanded. Reluctantly, Yuan Xiong stammered, avoiding the creature's gaze. She is my wife from before the apocalypse. Chapter 27. The blue crystal core. Upon hearing this revelation, both Kuyu and 888 were taken aback. Had they truly heard correctly? His wife. It seemed this wretch had transformed his beloved into such a monstrosity. With his head bowed, Yuan Xiong continued, "After the apocalypse struck, we remained at home for an extended period, as we had provisions. However, as time passed, our supplies dwindled and we encountered no rescue teams. We could not reach a safe haven. During a search for resources, my wife was inadvertently bitten." Fujio, having glimpsed the remnants of Yuan Xiong's wife's memories, recognized that it was this lingering hatred, sustained by her dwindling recollections, that had led to her current state. Hearing Yuan Xiong's admission of the accidental bite, he scoffed. "Accidental? Are you certain?" As he spoke, he sought to eradicate the mental imprint. Upon hearing this, Kuyu realized that this scoundrel was deceiving them. He delivered a swift kick to the wound. "If you do not speak the truth, I shall sever your other hand." Yuan Xiong trembled in pain, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he pleaded, I was wrong. I will speak. I will tell the truth." Observing the scene, one unfamiliar with the circumstances might mistakenly believe that both the host and the male lead were villains of considerable magnitude. TSK. The host's temperament has become increasingly irascible. Later, While on our quest for supplies, we encountered a mutated zombie. My powers were insufficient to contend with it, and as it lunged to bite me, I shielded my wife with my body. 888 Bah. Utterly worthless. Kuyu and Fu Qiao were not the least bit surprised. Such is the nature of trash, after all. There was no need for excessive alarm. Subsequently, she transformed into a zombie, relentlessly pursuing me to bite. Even my powers were futile against her. It was Fang Yao. Upon witnessing my wife in such a state, Fang Yao expressed a desire to take her away. I was more than willing to have her distance from me, so I consented. Hearing this, Kuyu furrowed his brow, lamenting that he had dispatched Fang Yao too swiftly. By the time I encountered her again, she had become this way, a transformation I never wished for. It was not my doing. Fang Yao claimed that as long as I continued to feed her human flesh, she would obey me and protect me. However, she had just attempted to consume me. I implored you all, do not deliver me to her. After Yuan Xiong uttered these words, he trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the monster, Yuan Xiong's wife, was consumed by boundless hatred. Devour him! Devour him! Dragging her deformed body, she opened her monstrous jaws and began to gnaw at Yuan Xiong. After the monster feasted on her revenge, the seething hatred in her eyes dissipated, and the severed limbs and mutilated organs that adorned her body gradually fell away, accumulating beside her until they ultimately transformed into a mass of flesh. This revealed a blue crystal core, the nucleus of a level 3 mutated creature. Despite feeling nauseous, Kuyu endured, commanding the vines to retrieve it. After a thorough cleansing, he handed it to Fu Qiao. You are the primary force in avenging her. This crystal core is yours. Fu Qiao accepted the crystal core from Kuyu, expressing gratitude. Thank you. By the way, what exactly did Fang Yao do to transform the zombies in such a manner? Kuyu approached Fang Yao's lifeless body in search of any clues that might remain. It was evident that this individual had acted prematurely. After an extensive search yielded no results, Kuyu could only let out a resigned sigh. After attending to some bloodstains on his clothing, he set off with Fu Qiao to find Lin Zi. As they walked, Kuyu engaged in conversation with 888. 888 remarked, "Host, how could one be so despicable as to use his own wife as a shield? After she was bitten, he transformed her into something unrecognizable. Do humans not often say that a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection? You must have also heard the saying, birds of a feather flock together, yet in times of great peril, they take flight separately. The intricacies of human emotions are truly perplexing." Kuyu was engrossed in a conversation with 888 and, in a moment of distraction, collided with Fu Qiao, who had abruptly halted in front of him. Oh, how solid the muscles on the male lead's back are. Fu Qiao was equally surprised that Kuyu was so lost in thought that he failed to notice his sudden stop. When they collided, he felt a tingling sensation in his back. Kuyu possesses a power of immense strength, as one can imagine from the force just displayed. Are you still contemplating that recent incident? Fu Qiao gazed at Kuyu, puzzled, as he rubbed his head. Kuyu raised her head, a crimson mark appearing on her fair forehead. Huh? Kuyu was momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to the incident with Yuan Xiong? Fu Qiao nodded, explaining that usually they walk side by side, but today Kuyu had fallen behind despite having slowed her pace. It was evident that she was preoccupied with something weighing on her mind. However, it was not too troubling. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, she believed there would be many more tests of human nature to face in the future. Seeing that Kuyu was taking it in stride, Fu Qiao chose not to elaborate further, for she was indeed correct. There were far worse events he had witnessed in his previous life. In room 201 of Building 4, Lin Zi listened to the cries of pain emanating from Building 5, engulfed in fear, anxious that Sister Yu might not return. After a while, a knock resonated from the door of room 201. "Xiao Zi, it's me. Are you home?" Kuyu and Fu Qiao soon arrived at the entrance. Initially frightened by the knock, Lin Zi's trepidation melted away upon recognizing Kuyu's voice. Joyfully, she cleared away some of the clutter at the door and opened it, immediately throwing herself into Kuyu's embrace. "Sister Yu, you have finally come." Her voice brimmed with reliance on Kuyu. In Lin Zi's heart, Kuyu had avenged her elder sister by eliminating Lu Zhuang, and with her beauty and strength, Lin Zi truly held a deep admiration for her. Kuyu was enveloped in Lin Zi's embrace, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Do not fear. Yuan Xiong and his gang have perished and shall no longer oppress you," she reassured. Upon hearing this, Lin Zi lifted her head from Kuyu's arms in astonishment. "Is that truly so?" "Absolutely true," Kuyu responded, playfully pinching Lin Zi's cheeks, which flushed with excitement. "This is wonderful. This is wonderful. Sister Yu, you are truly remarkable," Lin Zi exclaimed joyously. Since the arrival of Yuan Xiong and his associates, the residents of their community had been confined, perilously scavenging for supplies each day. Those who dared to defy or resist were fed to the monstrous creatures. Now, it seemed, the threat had finally been eradicated. "There remains a wealth of supplies in Building 5. We have taken a portion. You should summon the others in the community to join us in retrieving more," Kuyu suggested. Overjoyed by this news, Lin Zi hurriedly invited Kuyu and Fu Qiu inside before eagerly donning her small backpack and setting out to inform everyone of the opportunity. Lin Zi felt a twinge of fear towards Fu Qiu, primarily due to his imposing presence, and found herself hesitant to engage in conversation with him. When the community members initially heard Lin Zi's announcement, skepticism lingered, as Yuan Xiong's gang had long instilled fear, particularly with the monstrous threat looming. However, upon discreetly observing that Building 5 was unguarded and hearing the echoes of anguished cries, they reluctantly followed Lin Zi. To their astonishment, upon discovering the demise of Yuan Xiong and Fang Yao, several elderly residents were overcome with a mixture of joy and tears, even trampling upon the tattered remains of their foes. After securing some supplies, they planned to express their gratitude to Kuyu and Fu Qiu. Kuyu and Fu Qiu were resting on the sofa, having engaged in a spirited altercation, employing their extraordinary abilities. Even the most resilient among them could not withstand such fervor. Upon hearing the sound of the doorbell, Kuyu pondered momentarily, wondering if Lin Zi had forgotten her keys. When she opened the door to find a throng of people, she initially assumed yet another confrontation was imminent. "Lin Zi, what is everyone doing here?" she inquired, as Lin Zi squeezed through the crowd, her small backpack slung over her shoulder, and approached Kuyu. "They're all from a neighborhood," Lin Zi explained. "They know that after you and your sister eliminated Yuan Xiong, they wanted to express their gratitude." Indeed, chimed in the crowd. "Lin Zi speaks the truth. We are immensely grateful for your efforts in ridding us of those scoundrels. You are truly remarkable. Thanks to you, we can now secure those essential supplies and no longer live in fear of oppression." The voices at the door rose and fell in a harmonious chorus of appreciation. At that moment, Aunt Wang, standing at the entrance, scrutinized Kuyu from head to toe before breaking into a beaming smile. "Young lady, are you sent by the government to save us?" she asked cheerfully. "If so, shouldn't you be responsible for our welfare?" As Aunt Wang's words echoed in the air, an almost palpable silence enveloped the room, with all eyes turning toward Kuyu, their expressions mirroring Aunt Wang's sentiment. Kuyu suddenly realized that the expression of gratitude was merely a facade. The true intention was to enlist her and Fu Qiu as bodyguards. "The reason we eliminated Yuan Xiong and his associates was solely that they sought to eliminate us, not due to any allegiance to the nation as some had suggested, thus absolving us of any responsibility for the safety of others." She wished to remain uninvolved in such matters, which seemed both laborious and thankless. Aunt Wang could no longer maintain her smile. Her demeanor shifted as she retorted with a harsher tone. "You young lady, if you possess the strength to protect those of us lacking in power, what is the issue? With great power comes great responsibility. Moreover, since you have brought along Lin Zi, a burden in her own right, what difference do we few make? We can help take care of you." Upon hearing this, Lin Zi also grasped that these aunts and uncles were not genuinely expressing their gratitude towards Sister Yu, but rather seeking her protection. How unjust! Even at her tender age, Lin Zi recognized this as a form of moral coercion. Seeing this, Kuyu no longer held back. "Why should I? What are you to me? It is my duty to protect you. Is being weak a justification?" Upon hearing these words, Aunt Wang dropped her pretense and was about to scold Kuyu, but she was taken aback as he brandished a tang knife and knocked on the door. "Will you leave or not?" At this moment, Those at the door were utterly flustered, hastily pushing and shouting as they retreated, muttering a few curses under their breath before departing. Kuyu is indifferent to such matters. If she were to concern herself with everyone's opinions, she would be in tears daily during her time in the entertainment industry. However, Lindsay is affected by such judgments. Being young and having faced the abrupt changes of the apocalypse, along with the loss of her sister, has compelled her to mature swiftly. Initially, she believed that everyone was oppressed by Yuan Xiong, that all individuals were inherently good. Yet today, her perceptions have been challenged, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Could you notice that Lindsay was feeling out of sorts? Gently, he embraced her and tenderly remarked, "Do not let their words weigh heavily on your heart. Their admiration cannot elevate your existence, just as their disdain holds no power to inflict harm upon you." With reddened eyes, Lindsay clung tightly to Kuyu, understanding his sentiment. "Aren't you hungry? How long must we remain in this embrace?" Came Fuchio's soft voice from within the room. Chapter 29, The Ant. As Fuchio spoke, Kuyu and Lindsay instinctively touched their bellies, as if truly feeling hunger. Earlier, while in the supermarket, Kuyu had discovered some seeds and, after requesting a few containers from Lindsay, began to activate her plant-based abilities. She was uncertain about what would emerge, but when the first plant sprouted, she was astounded. A watermelon. Her luck was extraordinary. She hadn't tasted such a fruit since the onset of the apocalypse. Subsequently, the plants she cultivated included cabbage, tomatoes, cucumbers, and other simple vegetables, with watermelon being the sole fruit. Nonetheless, this was already a delightful surprise. "Sister, you are amazing." Since the advent of the apocalypse, food had predominantly consisted of starches, making vegetables and meats difficult to preserve. Lindsay had only managed to store some cured meat thanks to her sister's guidance. Reflecting on this, she rummaged through her hidden cabinet and retrieved the cured meat. "Sister, let us have hot pot." To this suggestion, Kuyu wholeheartedly agreed, as she had truly grown weary of the bland, watery dishes. Kuyu resolved to prioritize upgrading her plant-based abilities, not for any other reason, but for the sake of sustenance. Fu Jiao had no objections. For him, as long as he could fill his stomach, nothing else mattered. The trio worked swiftly, crafting a makeshift hot pot table from a small gas canister and washing the ingredients before indulging in their delightful feast. When they reached the tender slices of meat, Kuyu was on the verge of tears. Family who understands. This was her first taste of warm food since arriving in this world. Initially, the three of them feasted heartily, but as they neared the end of their meal, Lindsay set down her chopsticks and cautiously inquired of Kuyu and Fu Jiao, "Sister, brother, where are you planning to go next?" Kuyu was preoccupied with her meal, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, the child at the door. Fu Jiao, listening to Kuyu's indistinct words, helplessly interrupted her. "Focus on your food. We may need to head to the Y City base shortly." Kuyu was taken aback, gazing at Fuchio with a look of bewilderment. "What did you say that? Is it true?" It was only when Lindsay's excited voice reached her ears that she comprehended the situation. It turned out that Fuchio intended to escort Lindsay to the base first. Initially, their plan was to have someone from their neighborhood accompany Lindsay, but given the recent circumstances, that seemed unwise. Kuyu nodded towards Lindsay, affirming the sentiment. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. Fuchio, who appeared so aloof, possessed a warm heart beneath that icy exterior. Reflecting on their initial encounters, Fuchio had harbored a desire to eliminate her. Yet now they found themselves fighting side by side, sharing a table to enjoy hot pot together. Meanwhile, 888 was indulging in an electronic hot pot produced by the system. Upon hearing Kuyu's words, it casually echoed in agreement. "Yes, indeed, love has blossomed." Qu'est-ce que Victor? Upon learning that the two were also heading to the base, Lindsay cautiously inquired, "May I accompany you and sister you? I promise to be very obedient, eat very little, and I will even learn to slay zombies. I assure you, I will not be a burden." She anxiously awaited their response, her eyes fixed on Kuyu, filled with earnest pleading. Kuyu smiled gently, setting down her chopsticks as she affectionately ruffled Lindsay's hair. "Of course we can," she replied. Fuchio also nodded at Lindsay in agreement. "Thank you, sister, you and brother." After the three finished their meal, Lin Zi went to gather her belongings, while Fuqiao organized the items in the space. Kuyu, carrying a plate of freshly sliced watermelon, joyfully settled onto the sofa. Once again, a knock echoed at the door of room 201. Kuyu initially presumed it to be a resident of the neighborhood. After setting down the watermelon, he approached the door. To his surprise, it was not the same individuals as before, but rather a provocatively dressed woman. As she opened the door, casting flirtatious glances. Upon realizing it was Kuyu, Chen Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of irritation as she remarked, "What are you doing here?" Kuyu was not entirely unfamiliar with this woman, having recently encountered her in Yuan Xiong's embrace. "Oh, why shouldn't it be me?" he retorted, displaying no courtesy. For it was evident she had come seeking Fuqiao. Chen Xia scoffed, "You are merely that man's plaything. What is there to be proud of? Que vaillou, huh?" She truly is not, just exceptionally arrogant. No, this lady, she must have a deranged mind. As Kuyu spoke, vines appeared in her hand. Indeed, this ant possesses extraordinary abilities. Oh, how audacious. Chen Xia, infuriated, retorted, "Who do you call an ant? Who agreed to that? Ant." Chen Xia was nearly driven to exasperation by Kuyu's provocations. Blocked from entering, she caught a glimpse of Fuqiao's figure inside the room, and an idea struck her. Kuyu observed as Chen Xia's previously acerbic countenance transformed into one of poignant vulnerability. "Dear sister, I merely wish to enter and engage in conversation. Why must you subject me to such indignity?" Chen Xia stammered, her eyes incessantly darting towards the interior of the room. "I am reluctantly subservient to Yuan Xiong." 888. Host. Her performance is rather commendable. Kuyu let out a sigh, deciding that the fragrance of the tea was overwhelmingly strong. It was quite overpowering. She decided to let Fuqiao handle it and withdrew. "Do you consider the truth an insult?" Kuyu couldn't help but retort, "Put away your tactics. I've seen through them, and they won't work on him. Fuqiao, come here." Without waiting for Chen Xia to say anything further, she called for Fuqiao to intervene. Fuqiao had just finished tidying up his space when he heard Kuyu summon him. Who could possibly be looking for him? He knew no one in this place. Though puzzled, he made his way to the door, only to see Kuyu wiping her eyes as she brushed past him. "Are you crying?" This question only deepened Fuqiao's confusion. Aside from the few instances when he had inadvertently made her cry, Kuyu typically exhibited no signs of sorrow. Given her formidable strength, one would expect her to simply confront anyone who upset her. As he pondered this, his gaze sharpened, locking onto the woman at the door. Chen Xia was quite pleased that Kuyu's departure afforded her a moment alone with Fuqiao. So what if she has special abilities? What a man desires is not a woman who can fight, but one who can keep his bed warm. Slightly lowering her collar, she had chosen one of Yuan Xiong's favorite outfits, which accentuated her figure beautifully. Men, after all, have similar tastes. With each of Chen Xia's movements, Fuqiao's demeanor grew increasingly dark. Yet, Chen Xia remained blissfully unaware. "Hey, handsome, I can't go to the base alone. Would you mind taking me?" "I promise I'll do anything you want," she said, attempting to lean against Fuqiao. Fuqiao, now visibly irritated, closed his eyes in frustration and slammed the door shut. "Get lost." Chen Xia had not anticipated such callousness from him. The door had struck her nose and chest painfully. Outside, she stomped her feet in anger. But Fuqiao paid her no mind. Inside, Fuqiao's expression darkened further as he approached the door to Kuyu and Lin Zi's room, speaking through it. "From now on, you can handle matters like this directly. Ding. The charming system kindly reminds you that the male lead's affection level is at 25. Host, please continue to strive for improvement." Inside the door, Kuyu heard Fuqiao's words. To be honest, she was somewhat taken aback. The act of wiping her tears was merely a spontaneous gesture to align with the persona of someone who had previously been infatuated with Fuqiao. She had not anticipated such a profound effect. Chapter 30. The orphanage. The following day, the three of them packed their belongings and prepared to set off. As they descended the stairs, they noticed a number of individuals in the open space in front of Building 4, clutching various bags, eager to accompany them. It was evident that these were people without vehicles. Kuyu had actually foreseen this scenario the previous day. 888 had remarked that there would likely be a greater number of elderly individuals. However, To their surprise, there were fewer elderly people present, with a larger contingent of young adults, and even children were notably scarce. 888 found this peculiar and inquired of Kuyu. Kuyu, in truth, it is quite simple. The elderly harbor a reluctance to embark on arduous journeys, and they, or their families, believe that their time is limited. Thus, it seems wiser to refrain from travel and conserve resources. 888 appeared to grasp the situation, for the base represents a beacon of hope for them. As Kuyu and his companions descended the stairs, a bearded middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, approaching them with an air of familiarity. Hey there, young brothers. We too are headed to the base. If our paths align, why not travel together? It will be prudent to look out for one another on the way. Fujio deftly avoided the man's outstretched hand. Kuyu gazed at the middle-aged man with a smile, albeit one that did not reach her eyes. I recall that yesterday we had declined to associate with you all. The man spoke while the young girl interjected. The middle-aged man, feeling somewhat humiliated by Kuyu's words, could not help but scold her aloud. Kuyu was not one to display a gentle temperament. With a slight flick of the tang knife in his hand, he smiled menacingly and threatened, "Dare to utter that again?" The middle-aged man, startled by the flash of the blade, sheepishly stammered, "I spoke thoughtlessly, my apologies. We are merely afraid of encountering zombies on the road, with so many of us here, and you all are so formidable." Fu Jiao and Kuyu exchanged glances at the gathering of onlookers who were intently observing the situation. They understood that their thoughts aligned. Fu Jiao spoke up. "We are on different paths. Furthermore, among you, there are indeed awakened individuals, correct? They were en route to the Y City base, but it was not their immediate destination, as there were other matters to attend to." He discerned that among the group in the clearing, several had awakened abilities. They were under no obligation to escort these individuals to the base. As these words left his lips, the middle-aged man and a few others in the clearing turned pale. They indeed possessed abilities and had initially intended to conceal this fact, hoping that Fu Jiao and Kuyu would provide them safe passage. To their dismay, their secret had been unveiled. Lin Zi, feeling incensed, turned away from these individuals and nestled into Kuyu's embrace. Without a backward glance, Fu Jiao and Kuyu proceeded on their way. They boarded the vehicle acquired from Yuan Xiong the previous day and set off towards the Y City base. As they neared the outskirts, Lin Zi noticed 3 children being pursued by zombies along the roadside. Anxiously, she hesitated, uncertain whether to call out to Fu Jiao and Kuyu for assistance. She could not burden them with the task of rescuing others, as she felt herself to be a liability. The 3 children evidently spotted Kuyu's vehicle and cried out desperately, "Help! Please save us!" Kuyu noticed the situation and, observing Lin Zi's anxious demeanor, spoke up to request Fu Qiu to halt the vehicle. Without uttering a word, Fu Qiu promptly pressed the brake, bringing the car to an abrupt stop. Kuyu approached the 3 children wielding a knife. Upon noticing the halted vehicle, the children joyfully rushed towards them. "Brother, sister, help us!" they cried out. Hot on their heels were 2 level 1 zombies, and the 2 children in the lead swiftly reached Kuyu's side, while the child clad in blue lagged behind, with the zombies closing in on him. At that moment, he slipped and fell. Just as the zombie's hand was about to grasp his leg, Kuyu swiftly used vines to pull him to safety. "Wah, you scare me to death," the child in blue exclaimed, glancing nervously at his leg. He had narrowly escaped capture and lamented, "If only I had known." For Kuyu, dealing with level 1 zombies was remarkably effortless, and they were soon vanquished. Back in the vehicle, Lin Zi was reassuring the 3 children. It's all right. Sister Yu is incredibly skilled. She eliminated both zombies." The 3 children huddled together, gazing silently at Lin Zi, who was of their age. However, Kuyu noticed something amiss. The 3 children, upon seeing her and Lin Zi, displayed a glint of avarice in their eyes. Before she could scrutinize them further, they lowered their heads. "Where do you come from? What about the adults?" Upon her inquiry, the eldest child, tears welling in his eyes, replied, "We have no parents. We are from the Atong orphanage up ahead. We secretly ventured out to find some medicine, as a sister in the orphanage is ill." Noticing the 2 remain unmoved, the child in blue, with his head bowed, shifted his gaze. Hearing this, Fu Qiu, seated in the driver's seat, turned his head intrigued not by the supplies, but by the compelling nature of the situation. Kuyu and Fu Qiao exchanged glances, finding the situation exceedingly peculiar. Although the zombies were classified as first level, their speed should not have been insufficient to outpace 3 children. Furthermore, there were no pharmacies in the vicinity. The excuse they offered was so clumsy, attempting to lure them with supplies. Chapter 31. The sixth sister in the end. Fu Qiao and Kuyu were still curious about the intentions of the 3 children. It also provided an opportunity for Lin Zi to witness another facet of human nature. The vehicle veered off towards the AI Tong orphanage. As they sat in the car, Kuyu clearly observed one of the children casting a triumphant glance their way through the rearview mirror. 888. Host. These children harbor ill intentions. Kuyu did not find it surprising. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. After all, she herself had once been among those who feared the zombies, feeling profound guilt even when taking a life, but now she had grown somewhat numb to it all. She was uncertain whether this was a positive or negative development. She merely hoped the mission could conclude swiftly before she became entirely desensitized to the horrors around her. In the back seat, Lin Zi was engaged in conversation with the 3 children. Upon encountering peers his own age, he was filled with excitement and admiration for their bravery in risking their lives to fetch medicine for their sister. It was evident that Lin Zi fully believed their words without a trace of doubt. "My name is Lin Zi. What are yours?" "You are so courageous," he said. The eldest was named Qi Yi, and the younger brother was Qi Sang. "Have you always stayed at the orphanage?" Lin Zi inquired. "Yes, because that is our home." Qi Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Zi felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She remembered her sister and how she, too, was without family, an orphan. Following this exchange, a heavy silence enveloped the vehicle. The car soon arrived at the AI Tong orphanage. "It seems there are fewer zombies in this area," Kuyu noted, having observed the scarcity of the undead nearby. Chi's eyes flickered with momentary panic, but he quickly responded, "It is because very few people come here, and thus, the number of those who have turned into zombies is minimal. This is also why we dared to venture out to find medicine for our sister." Kuyu appeared to comprehend. "Oh, I see." 888. "Do you think what he said is true or false?" "False? Indeed. Do you not find it peculiar? They claim to be searching for medicine for their sick sister. Yet have you seen them carrying any?" Along the way, Xiaozi engaged in conversation with the 3 of them. Yet curiously, they seldom mentioned their sister. Suddenly enlightened, 888 remarked, "You are right." While she conversed with 888, the group had already entered the AI Tong orphanage, guided by the Qi brothers. The orphanage now presented an unusually desolate appearance. The courtyard, once lively, now lay in utter silence. The trees had been ravaged, leaving only bare branches. The once lush grass was now overrun with weeds and withered leaves. Under the sunlight, the dried leaves emitted an unpleasant odor. The main gate was in a state of disrepair with rusted iron rings, and the door was covered in moss and cobwebs. Everywhere, crumbling walls and roofs were evident. A pervasive scent of decay filled the orphanage, and the air was thick with the odor of death, inducing a suffocating sensation. Lin Zi reflected that compared to the incessant occupation of Guanghua community by Yuan Xiong and his cohorts, living in such an environment as the orphanage would easily evoke feelings of fear and despair. Nevertheless, amidst such dire circumstances, some children persisted in their struggle for survival, scavenging for food and water in the ruins. Fu Qiao remained silent, having used his mental prowess to ascertain that there were no zombies present. On the surface, everything seemed fine. Thus, the only malice he sensed emanated from the 3 children, as it was the simplest explanation. His psychic probing revealed no presence of anyone else aside from them, indicating that the sister they spoke of did not exist. This revelation only deepened the intrigue. Qi led them to a classroom that was relatively clean. "Brother and sister, please wait here for a moment. I will fetch you some water and food. Thank you for rescuing us 3 brothers." Kuyu reached into her pocket and retrieved a medicinal pouch. "There's no rush for that," she remarked. "Didn't you mention that your sister is unwell? I happen to have gathered some remedies that might prove beneficial." She was indeed curious to see if a sickly sister existed in this narrative. Lin Zi, wearing a worried expression, interjected, "Yes, isn't your sister still ill? Sister Yu has some medicine that she could try." Before Chi-E could respond, Chi-Er nudged him gently, turning his back to Kuyu and Fuchio, and exchanged a knowing glance with Chi-E. "Indeed, your sister is still unwell. Why not take this sister along to see if the medicine might help?" Understanding the implication, Chi-E replied, "I appreciate your assistance, sister. Allow me to escort you." Kuyu raised a smile. "You're welcome, I suppose." Before departing, she cast a knowing glance at Fuchio. "Keep an eye on Lin Zi for me, and intervene if necessary." Fuchio nodded, and Kuyu leisurely followed Chi-E out. Once they had left, Chi-Er could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere of being in the same space as Fuchio and hurriedly suggested, "I'll go fetch some water for my brother." Lin Zi, preferring to converse with peers, expressed her desire to accompany Chi-Er. "Chi-Er, may I join you?" It was then that Fuchio lifted his gaze to observe Chi-Er, only to find a peculiar glint of greed in his eyes directed at Lin Zi. Upon glancing at the innocent Lin Zi, it was as if a little lamb had wandered into the den of a wolf cub. "Of course you may. I find you quite endearing," he replied, his voice laced with a disquieting undertone. After the two exited the room, Fuchio surveyed the empty classroom, feeling the weight of a malicious gaze from behind, a perception that eluded the ordinary observer. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that none of them were to be underestimated. Kuyu followed Chi-E as they walked together, observing that the vast orphanage seemed to host only the 6 of them. "Chi-E, where are the others? It's implausible that such a large orphanage is occupied solely by you and your sister." It appeared that this question had been anticipated, and Kuyu was not particularly surprised. "Oh, why aren't they here with you?" Chi-E's voice, tinged with restraint, replied, Because the matron does not favor us." After a prolonged silence, as he awaited Kuyu's response, he nearly believed she had departed, had it not been for the sound of footsteps trailing behind them. Ascending to the dormitory area on the 2nd floor, Chi-E guided her to a room. Upon entering, Kuyu was immediately met with a musty odor. This confirmed her suspicion. The 6th sister Chi-E spoke of likely did not exist. 88 was quite puzzled, unable to grasp why Kuyu had drawn such a conclusion without meeting the person. Think about it, eh? Would a brother, willing to risk encountering zombies to procure medicine, allow his sister to reside in such a room? Chapter 32. Tender Flesh Sister, could you kindly check on my sister and see what medicine she requires? After opening the door, Chi-E ushered Kuyu inside. Meanwhile, he internally exclaimed with 888, "Here it comes. We shall soon unveil the intentions of this young man." The dilapidated room was situated in a corner of the orphanage, encircled by an atmosphere of gloom and desolation. A musty scent pervaded the space, causing one to wrinkle their nose in distaste. The paint on the walls had peeled away, revealing grayish-white bricks that seemed to narrate the passage of time. The floor was coated in a thick layer of dust, which crunched beneath their feet. As Kuyu raised her gaze, she beheld a dilapidated wooden bed standing resolutely in the center of the room. The sheets were severely faded, marred by an array of stains and holes. Beside it, a battered bedside lamp cast a dim, yellowish light, illuminating the precarious shadows that danced upon the walls. In the corner, a pile of tattered clothing lay strewn about, some filthy cotton coats and others worn-out trousers, emitting an unpleasant odor that compelled one to cover their nose. No person was visible upon the bed, save for a distinctly shaped outline beneath the covers. The window-esque glass was shattered, leaving only a few jagged shards behind. Sunlight filtered through these fragments, casting mottled patterns of light upon the floor. Outside, a desolate expanse stretched forth, overgrown with weeds and desiccated trees, exuding an air of profound desolation. Occasionally, a chilling breeze swept through, sending a shiver down one's spine. Kuyu no longer wished to engage in the charade of a sickly sister with Chi-E. Just as she prepared to lay her intentions bare, the door was abruptly shut. A chill swept through her, emanating from behind. Upon glancing at the garments draped over the creature, it became evident that they belonged to Chi-E. Unlike Yuan Xiong's wife, Chi-E seemed to possess a semblance of consciousness. Her eyes were bloodshot and menacing, and as she bared her mouth, A row of sharp teeth was revealed. The creature lunged forward once more. Kuyu swiftly evaded the attack. However, he was not inclined to let him escape easily and relentlessly pursued him. Drawing her Tang Dao, she recognized that without Fu Qiao's mental control, she would need to expend more time to subdue her opponent. In a confined space, she continuously maneuvered left and right to evade Qi Yi's ferocious assaults while simultaneously launching counterattacks. Despite the limitations of the arena, Qi Yi's onslaught was fierce, and Kuyu inadvertently sustained several injuries. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the remnants of his form. At last, seizing an opportunity, she successfully blinded one of the eyes that protruded from Qi Yi's forehead. The creature, now transformed, let out a wretched howl, covering its eye and rolling on the ground in agony. On the first floor, Qi Er was fetching water and items with Lin Zi when he heard Qi Yi's pained cries. His expression darkened instantly, casting a fierce glare at the oblivious Lin Zi. The flesh of children was the most tender, and having not encountered it for a long time, he had long been longing for it. Since things were not going well for Qi Yi, he felt no remorse about indulging himself first. With a sinister grin, Qi Er approached Lin Zi, his eyes shimmering with a predatory gleam. "Poor Lin Zi, it seems fortune has not favored you," he murmured, twisting his form until he resembled the monstrous Qi Yi. At the same time, a morbid excitement flickered across his face, his gaze revealing an insatiable craving for flesh. His teeth ground together audibly, as if envisioning the delectable taste of his impending feast. Lin Zi, puzzled by the sounds, turned just in time to see a creature more terrifying than a zombie, lunging at him with malevolence. Startled, he recoiled, only to find a cabinet behind him. He quickly concealed himself within it, his heart racing wildly, still reeling from the shock of the creature's assault. How could this be? Was that Qi Er? Upon the sudden appearance of the monster, Lin Zi's complexion drained of color, his eyes widening as though they might leap from their sockets. Huddled in the cabinet, his body froze, as if paralyzed by fear, his breath becoming rapid and labored. He clutched himself tightly, yearning for a semblance of safety, but his hands were icy and devoid of strength. He attempted to calm himself, yet the feeling of terror intensified. He could hardly fathom how Qi Er, who had just been laughing and talking with him, could have transformed into such a horror. Wasn't Sister Yu also in danger? Realizing this too late, Lin Zi let out a terrified scream, but Qi Er remained unfazed, roaring with increasing excitement. He pounded against the cabinet door, inhaling the tantalizing scent of human flesh wafting from within, saliva uncontrollably pooling, his nose twitching as it keenly detected the aroma of sustenance. His tongue rolled within his mouth, yearning to savor the delectable flavor. A low growl emanated from Qi Er's throat, seemingly foretelling the imminent gratification he would soon experience. A delightful feast for his taste buds awaited him. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly thrust open with great force. "It is Fu Qiao." After resolving the situation with Qi Song, he swiftly sought out Lin Zi. Upon entering, Fu Qiao was met by Qi Er, who approached with a twisted body and a sinister grin, his sharp teeth glinting ominously. "Stay back," Fu Qiao stated coolly, rolling up his sleeves as he prepared to confront Qi Er head-on. Lin Zi understood that Fu Ge was addressing him. Upon hearing his voice, he finally felt a sense of relief, although his body continued to tremble. Tears streamed down Lin Zi's cheeks. It was his lack of vigilance, his foolish trust in their words, that had forced Fu Ge to come to his rescue. Fu Qiao was quite experienced in dealing with such monsters, having eliminated another lurking in the classroom after Kuyu and Lin Zi had departed. The crystal core still radiated warmth in the space. Soon, Qi Er fell under Fu Qiao's mental control. Fu Qiao spared his life, as there were matters yet to be unraveled. Unlike Yuan Xiong's wife, Qi Er and his kin could freely manipulate their forms. Shaking, Lin Zi emerged from the cabinet and stammered a question to Fu Qiao. How could they have become like this? Were they luring us from the very beginning? Fu Qiao felt no sympathy. He had encountered this creature in his previous life and brutally informed Lin Zi of the fact that these three brothers were monsters who had always survived by consuming humans. He sought to make Lin Zi comprehend the true peril of the apocalypse, not merely the zombies, but the more terrifying nature of the human heart. Chapter 33. The same person meanwhile. On Ku Yu's side, she distinctly sensed the differences between Qi Yi and Yuan Xiong's wife during their confrontation. Qi Yi's combat approach lacked the targeted intensity. It was evident that he had mastered control over his strength, adeptly switching between human and monster forms at will. This versatility rendered him rather formidable. However, it also presented a prime opportunity. Having partnered with Fu Qiu in previous battles, she had missed chances to hone her own skills. This was a perfect occasion for her to enhance her abilities. The Tang Dao in her hand gleamed with a cold light, and within the confines of the cramped space, her fighting spirit surged. She could feel her power abilities nearing another upgrade. Qi Yi, with only one eye remaining, glared fiercely at Ku Yu, intent on making her pay a price. The scent of fresh human flesh, contrasting sharply with the mildew of the dilapidated room, caused saliva to seep from his razor-sharp maw. It had been far too long since he had tasted such fresh meat. The orphans had long consumed all that was available. And had it not been for the trio's passing, he knew not when he would feast again. With his grotesque body in motion, enduring the agony in his eye, he howled and lunged once more at Ku Yu. As Ku Yu observed Qi Yi lunging towards her, a sense of urgency gripped her heart, compelling her to brace herself for the impending confrontation. With a swift motion, she wielded her Tang Dao with precision, successfully parrying Qi Yi's assault. However, he showed no signs of yielding. Rather, he intensified his onslaught. His form became increasingly peculiar, each movement imbued with formidable force. Though perplexed, Ku Yu felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon her, yet she did not waver. She discerned a pattern in Qi Yi's attacks, and, while harnessing her powers of strength, subtly summoned her botanical abilities to encroach upon him unnoticed. As Qi Yi launched yet another strike, instead of evading, Ku Yu seized the moment of his overconfidence and swiftly activated her vines, ensnaring his feet and binding his hands. Taken by surprise, Qi Yi stumbled forward, and seizing the opportunity, Ku Yu stepped back, her blade descending swiftly to sever his head, which she then commanded the vines to cast away. Deprived of his head, even his immense strength could not orchestrate a counterattack. He crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and soon fell silent. 888 erupted in cheers, celebrating Ku Yu's triumph. Huzzah! The host is magnificent. Ku Yu did not have the opportunity to converse with 888. As she leaned forward and turned her head, she was seized by a fit of violent retching. Damn, this is utterly revolting, she thought. The stench of the blood that flowed was unbearable. She had been holding on just moments before. 888 remarked, "Fortunately, the scene has been pixelated. Host, perhaps it would be wise for you to step outside and compose yourself." After a brief moment of retching, Ku Yu promptly exited the room. As she inhaled the relatively fresh air outside, she felt as though she had been reborn. During her earlier confrontation with Qi Yi, she had heard Lin Zi's terrified voice. It was prudent to check on his condition first. Downstairs, Lin Zi and Fu Qiu had heard the resounding crash from above. Fu Qiu turned her gaze upward, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. It seemed that her battle had concluded, and her abilities had likely advanced as well. Lin Zi, uncertain of the situation upstairs, briefly displayed concern on his face. However, upon observing Fu Ji's demeanor, he deduced that Sister Yu must have emerged victorious. With remnants of fear still lingering, a flicker of happiness began to blossom within him. Ku Yu soon arrived downstairs, first reaching the classroom that Qi Yi had just taken them to. Upon entering, she was confronted with a grotesque mass of flesh, a sight so disturbing that her already unsettled stomach could not endure it, prompting her to turn away and retch once more. For heaven's sake, can Fu Qiu be any more repulsive? 888 suggested to Ku Yu, perhaps you should examine how Qi Yi met his demise. Brother, do not mention the second brother. Following this, Ku Yu instructed 888 to guide her, and she quickly made her way to the kitchen. In her previous life, she had encountered a similar entity in the community, one that could not control its shape-shifting. Qi Er and the others were indeed quite extraordinary. Lin Zi sat on a chair, hugging her knees, exuding an air of profound unease. Upon seeing Kuyu approach, her eyes welled with tears, and she leapt from her seat, rushing to wrap her arms tightly around Kuyu. Then, she burst into a fit of sobs. Through her tears, Lindsay lifted her gaze from Kuyu's embrace, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Sister Yu, will you teach me how to slay zombies?" She was resolved to carry on her sister's legacy and to live fully, refusing to endure another day like today. Had it not been for that cabinet she might have been devoured. Kuyu gently tapped her hand, sighing, "Ah, this damn apocalypse. All right, let Sister Yu teach you." Ding dong. Dear host, the charming system sends its regards. Kuyu was taken aback by the sudden sound. She had previously conversed with 888, who had informed her that this notification tone was part of the main system, distinct from that of 888. Moreover, to be candid, the allure system had proven to be of limited utility since her arrival in this apocalyptic world. Its primary function was merely to keep her updated on her task progress, while the rest of the time, it seemed rather inept, occasionally shifting its style. After enduring numerous experiences over these days, you have fully developed the qualities of a captivating individual, resplendent beauty, sharp intellect, and a spirit rich in challenge and adventure. Who could resist such allure? Congratulations! Our charm aura has upgraded once more. Following this enhancement, the aura will influence up to 10 individuals for a duration of half an hour. In this brief period, we hope to provide you with a delightful experience. Much love to you. Give value 888. Why does this thing feel so constricted after the upgrade? Kuyu felt that the allure of this heartthrob had become overwhelmingly excessive. Nevertheless, she had never placed her hopes on such a notion. Returning to reality, Fuchio hypnotized Chier, attempting to extract the reasons behind their transformation into monsters from him. However, it was peculiar that Chier bore a mental imprint, and, at his current level, he could distinctly sense that it originated from the same individual. Kuyu approached with Lindsay and noticed Fuchio's furrowed brow. "What is the matter?" Fuchio paused in her examination of Chier. Though the three of them were distinct from the creature in the community, they bore the same spiritual imprint of a singular individual. Upon hearing this, Kuyu felt a surge of curiosity. Was it truly the same person? Chapter 34. Genetic Modification Needle. Kuyu found himself engulfed in confusion, a sentiment entirely absent from the original narrative. Ah, this world indeed appears to be merely cloaked in the guise of a post-apocalyptic tale. Observing Chi-Er and his companions, it seems they possess a profound satisfaction with their current forms, perhaps even harboring a touch of pride. Following Fu Jiao's elevation in spiritual prowess, the eradication of this mark became an effortless task for him. Before long, even if Chi-Er was reluctant to speak, he was compelled to divulge the truth. We three brothers were raised in the AI Tong orphanage, abandoned by our parents from a tender age. Due to our physical imperfections, no one ever wished to adopt us. The children in the orphanage relentlessly mocked and bullied us, often seizing our food. We brought our plight to the attention of the matron, yet she merely remarked that flies do not alight upon seamless eggs, implying that those children would not harass us without reason. She further suggested that it was our constant troublemaking that deterred potential guardians. Kuyu listened intently while searching for a relatively intact stool to settle upon. The three of us had always yearned to grow up swiftly and eventually possess our own homes. However, as Chi-Er's expression darkened, he recounted the harshness of our existence. The apocalypse had descended upon us, rendering our days in the orphanage increasingly unbearable, often leaving us without even a single decent meal. At times, we were cast out, compelled to brave the peril of being bitten by zombies in search of help and sustenance. That fateful day, we were likewise expelled by the headmaster to scavenge for food. She claimed that since we were all flawed beings, our survival was merely a waste of resources, and it would be better to contribute, allowing more children to live. Chi-Er's emotions surged as he exclaimed, "But why? We merely wished to survive." It was on that very day that we encountered Dr. Fong. Just as Chi was on the brink of being bitten by a zombie, Dr. Fong intervened just in time to rescue us. At this point, his demeanor suddenly turned frenzied, and Fu Chiao-Er could distinctly sense his mental turmoil. Furthermore, he administered genetic modification injections to us, and soon we became extraordinarily powerful, rendering those zombies utterly incapable of opposing us. The scent was irresistible. And I lost control and feasted upon human flesh. The entire orphanage was devoured, and in their final moments, the eyes of those people, filled with pleading, gazed upon us, while we were consumed solely by our craving for food. The three individuals in the kitchen listened to Chi-Air's words in stunned silence. Kuyu's heart was weighed down with an overwhelming heaviness. She found herself at a loss regarding how to perceive the situation. Was it the fault of those who had relentlessly bullied the three brothers? Or was it the indifference of the dean who turned a blind eye to Chi-Air and his companion's plight? Or perhaps it was the actions of Dr. Fong, who had transformed the trio into their current state. Meanwhile, Lin Zi clutched her clothing even more tightly. Fu Qiu then inquired, where did this Dr. Fong come from? Under the influence of mental control, Chi-Air replied. At that time, he merely mentioned that he had brought several gene modification syringes from the Base Research Institute, which could help us grow stronger. The Y City base, or another location. Kuyu felt increasingly perplexed. How could the base be engaged in such research? So it was the handiwork of those individuals again, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of Fu Qiu's lips. Was it not the same in the previous life? Those in power believed that zombies could attain immortality, all under the guise of saving the world from apocalypse, compelling the researchers to delve into genetic modification serums. Lost in their thoughts, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The walls, columns, and ceiling of the building emitted creaking noises, as if they were on the verge of collapse. The roof of the orphanage began to fracture, and a multitude of debris cascaded down, striking the ground below. As the rubble continued to accumulate, the entire structure began to tilt precariously, as if it could fall at any moment. This is not good. An earthquake. Both Kuyu and Fu Qiu harbored this thought in their hearts, eager to dash out of the house. However, they were unprepared for the sight of Qiu. Despite enduring the agonizing pain inflicted by the psychic mark, fiercely lunged at Lin Zi. As Kuyu regained her senses, she instinctively moved to shield Lin Zi. Unexpectedly, Fu Qiu managed to restrain Chi-Air at that moment, but a falling piece of stone from the ceiling struck his shoulder with considerable force. Fu Qiu let out a muffled grunt. Dodging several descending rocks, he raised his long knife and aimed it at the already faltering Chi-Air. As Chi-Air's head fell, he appeared to find solace, gazing at a banyan tree outside, gradually succumbing to silence. Fu Qiu sensed that his arm had likely been dislocated from the impact, rendering him powerless. Kuyu approached Fu Qiu without hesitation, lifted him in her arms, and prepared to escape. Her strength, amplified by her power, allowed her to carry Fu Qiu effortlessly. As he was lifted, a momentary look of bewilderment crossed Fu Qiu's typically stern face, disbelief etched in his features, before his expression slowly darkened. Kuyu, is she a woman? The two attempted to escape from the crumbling house. At that moment, the structure could no longer withstand the immense pressure and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Dust swirled and debris scattered, creating a scene as terrifying as hell itself. Lin Zi, who had been sent out by Kuyu, stood frozen in shock as she beheld the completely collapsed house. Where's Sister Yu? They haven't come out yet. Why must it always be like this? Sister Yu, Bradar Fu. She suddenly hurled herself onto the ruins, desperately clawing at the debris with her bare hands. However, Kuyu had swiftly woven vines into a protective canopy upon realizing the imminent collapse, and with the aid of Fu Qiu's spatial abilities, they found a small refuge that remained unburied beneath the rubble. The surrounding stones, piled high, made it impossible to escape in the urgency of the moment. Fu Qiu, feeling Kuyu's protective embrace, could distinctly hear the pounding of her heartbeat echoing in that confined space. Ding dong. The charming system warmly reminds you that the male lead's favorability rating is 35. The host is truly remarkable. Chapter 35. Trust Fu Qiu, are you alright? Kuyu asked, her gaze filled with concern as she held Fu Qiu tightly. I'm fine, though it seems we might be trapped in this little space for a while. Fu Qiu replied. Kuyu attempted to push the accumulated stones above them with the vines, but the weight was too great, and it would require time to clear a path. At that moment, 888 suddenly interjected, "Host, though it may be unkind to say, don't you think your and Fuchio's current position is rather peculiar? Please refrain from viewing us through your tainted lens." Kuyu retorted, her expression darkening. Clearly exasperated by the subject, she too felt helpless. The urgency of the situation had forced them into this precarious position. As they remained cramped in the small space, the air grew increasingly thin, urging them to remove the stones swiftly. "Sister Yu." At that moment, Lin Zi's voice pierced through the chaos, filled with sorrowful cries. Outside, Lin Zi's fingers were bloodied as she clawed at the stones. She had just seen the stones being shifted aside. It had to be Sister Yu and Brother Fu beneath. She must save them. "Sister Yu, you must hold on," she called out, wiping her tears and continuing to dig. Fortunately, through their relentless efforts, Kuyu's vines finally managed to push through. The moment Lin Zi laid eyes on Kuyu and Fuchio, she burst into joyous tears. "Thank goodness. Xiaozi, are you all right?" Kuyu asked with concern. Lin Zi wiped her tears and mustered a smile. "I'm fine, but Sister Yu and Brother Fu, you must be careful." Kuyu understood that Lin Zi must have been frightened. "Do not fear, little Zi. We are safe. We will emerge soon," he reassured. Fuchio sensed that his spatial abilities had once again ascended, and quite fortuitously at that. In the next moment, his enhanced spatial power effortlessly drew the stones into his realm, while Kuyu skillfully utilized vines to extricate the two of them. Upon their emergence, Kuyu noticed that Fuchio's wounds were still bleeding, and his arm lacked strength. Moreover, Lin Zi's hands were drenched in blood. After a moment's contemplation, Kuyu resolved to reveal her light-based abilities. With a mere thought, a milky white radiance enveloped the wounds of Fuchio and Lin Zi. Fuchio could feel his injuries mending, and he gazed at Kuyu in astonishment. "Healing abilities?" He pondered. "No, in my previous life, there are healers in my team. It was not like this. Such rapid recovery of wounds was not possible. Kuyu has awakened a new and extraordinary ability. This power is remarkably unique," as she openly revealed it to treat his wounds. Despite his previous treatment of her, Lin Zi did not dwell on such matters. She merely felt that Sister Yu was indeed the most remarkable, capable of healing others' injuries. "Sister Yu, your ability is truly wondrous. My hand feels as though it has never been harmed." Upon hearing this, Fuchio also glanced at his own wound, and indeed, Kuyu's ability is exceptionally special. "Kuyu, if possible, refrain from using this ability in public unless absolutely necessary. It can easily attract the attention of those with ill intentions." He had thoroughly grasped the principle that an innocent person may suffer for possessing something precious in his past life. Kuyu nodded and said, "Rest assured, I understand. You are the individuals I trust, which is why I am willing to assist you with your treatment." Upon hearing these words, Fuchio was momentarily taken aback. Do they truly trust him? Ding. The charming system kindly reminds you that the male lead's affection level is at 45. Such significant progress in a single day is commendable. Esteemed host, Kuyu was taken aback. Why has Fuchio suddenly increased her favorability towards me? The previous instance was understandable. Saving a hero often stirs something within them. But this could be due to my assistance in healing his wounds? After the trio tidied up, they surveyed their surroundings, which were filled with ruins, and an involuntary sorrow washed over them. The outbreak of the zombie virus had already dealt humanity a severe blow, and now the earthquake had compounded their misfortune. It seemed as though the earth was purging its detritus, squeezing the very space that humanity occupied. Upon locating the vehicle parked in an open area, the three of them departed from the AI Tong orphanage. Sister Yu, are we heading to the Y City base next? Lin Zi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the direction of their travel. She felt a surge of joy at this prospect, for she was reluctant to part ways with Sister Yu and was eager for her to teach her how to slay zombies. Turning her head, she gazed at Kuyu with imploring eyes. Sister Yu, if we encounter any zombies along the way, may I have a chance to try? Thanks to the earthquake, the zombies on their route had diminished significantly, allowing for a smooth journey. Kuyu had indeed promised Lin Zi's request previously and found nothing strange about her words. Rather, he appreciated her perspective. Possessing a modicum of self-defense would undoubtedly enhance one's chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. During the journey to Fuchio's villa, he occasionally encountered a level 1 zombie wandering outside. Kuyu instructed Lin Zi to descend and learn the art of evading the undead's assaults, followed by mastering the skill of exterminating them. Initially, upon encountering the zombies, Lin Zi trembled uncontrollably, yet as time progressed, she adeptly maneuvered to evade their strikes, filling her heart with genuine joy. Sister, did you see? Little Z is learning and growing. She weaved through her adversaries with determination. Although her techniques were not yet refined, she exhibited no fear. Each arc of her blade sliced through the air, releasing a pungent scent of blood. The zombies emitted chilling, spine-tingling shrieks, their gaping mouths revealing sharp fangs as they lunged at Lin Zi. With her head held high and her grip firm on the hilt, she delivered a fierce blow to a zombie's cranium. Occasionally, her strikes would miss, allowing the undead to seize the opportunity to grasp at her arms or ankles. Yet she always managed to break free in time, resuming her battle against the horde. As time wore on, her stamina waned, her steps grew heavy, and her breaths quickened. Finally, after vanquishing the last of the zombies, she turned to Kuyu, who stood by the vehicle, poised for action, and bestowed upon him her first smile in days. She had truly accomplished it. Kuyu felt a profound sense of pride and contentment as she observed Lin Zi transform from a timid child who would shy away from others into a self-reliant young woman. Her spirit was undeniably formidable. Moreover, it was particularly gratifying for Kuyu, who had always been a mentor to Lin Zi, as it evoked the sentiment of witnessing a daughter blossom into maturity. Well done, host, remarked 888, while she regards you as an elder sister. You view her as a daughter. Chapter 36, Revised. Following their training session on dispatching zombies, the trio accelerated their pace towards the Villa District. This area was not unfamiliar to Kuyu, as she had been poised for an alliance with Fuchio before the apocalypse, and her family was of considerable means. Upon approaching the gate, they were astonished to find that the area was under guard. A closer inspection revealed that it appeared to have been claimed by someone. This was not surprising, given that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, societal order had collapsed, and everyone sought to seize a prime location to establish their dominion. Yet, the identity of the current occupants remained a mystery. Who could comprehend the reality of it all? Their journey had led them to numerous, tumultuous encounters, fraught with conflict and exhaustion. Regrettably, there was little time to ponder, as their stay in Y City had been fleeting. As their vehicle entered the gates of the Villa District, four armed guards immediately obstructed their path. The guards' serious demeanor and the pointed guns demonstrated an unmistakable resolve. Halt! Advance no further, one of the guards commanded, leveling his weapon at Fuchio and her companions. Witnessing this, Kuyu instinctively tightened her grip on her weapon, her heart racing with tension. Kuyu exclaimed, "Wow, look, it's a real gun." It was astonishing, despite her long stay. It was the first time she witnessed someone brandishing a firearm with the intention to attack. Even Zhou Huaihe and his companions had relied solely on their abilities, having exhausted their ammunition along the way. Seated in the driver's seat, Fuchio remained unfazed, although the vehicle had come to a halt. His mental prowess had already penetrated the confines of the villa area. Upon recognizing a familiar figure in one of the villas, he paused momentarily. It was him. The guard hesitated briefly before conferring with another nearby guard. "What should we do in this situation? The boss hasn't given us any instructions." "How about I go ask the boss? You keep an eye on things for a while," he suggested. The guard who had initially inquired of Kuyu and the others called out, "You all wait here. We will consult." At that moment, a man clad in a black tactical jacket emerged from the villa area. His face was scruffy, and his eyes emanated a fierce intensity. He first noticed Fuchio and sneered, "What are you doing here? This is our territory. What do you intend to do?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Fuchio's eyes. He recognized this man from his past life, a member of the same squad as Xiao. Ruthless and merciless, he harbored no empathy for ordinary humans, having even tortured those who inadvertently crossed him to their demise. Li Dahu was unfamiliar with Fuchio, but he understood that entering their territory necessitated obedience to their commands. Yet, it was evident that Fuchio was not the type to acquiesce easily. Upon observing the guard's respectful demeanor towards Li Dawa, Kuyu discerned that he must possess some measure of authority. Greetings. We wish to enter and retrieve a few belongings from our villa. They were not to be compared with Yuan Xiong and his ilk. It was evident that they had attained a modest level of organization. Even with the formidable prowess of herself and Fu Qiao, a semblance of reason must be upheld. Initially, Li Dahua exhibited considerable impatience, yet upon sighting Kuyu, he reconsidered, as long as the woman in the vehicle was willing to comply. Admitting them was not entirely out of the question. She was strikingly beautiful, surpassing even the leader's partner, Bai Xiao. If he could win her favor, he would possess something that could rival the leader's influence. He, my dear young lady, granting you entry is not beyond reason. I, Li Gu, am not devoid of fairness. As Kuyu heard these words and felt the lingering gaze of Li Dahu upon her face, she instantly grasped the man's intention. How vexing! Why must women always endure such treatment in the apocalypse? Is it so inconceivable for a woman to possess formidable strength? Gripping her Tang Dao tightly, she yearned to advance and strike him twice. Li Dahu, intent on approaching the car window to scrutinize Kuyu, had encountered many women seeking his support since the onset of the apocalypse, yet he had never seen one as beautiful as she. In this desolate world, her beauty flowed like a refreshing stream, uplifting the spirit, her gaze akin to sunlight that dispelled gloom and instilled hope. Her demeanor resembled that of an orchid, pure and refined, captivating all who beheld her. The infatuation in his eyes was unmistakable. 888 observed the man's covetousness towards the host and realized that, following the upgrade of the host's charm, even without its active manifestation, it would amplify her allure, rendering those with ulterior motives even more entranced. Alas, in this apocalypse, such a charm had become a death sentence. Were it not for the host's formidable strength, survival would become increasingly precarious. Upon witnessing Li Dahu's unwavering stare at Kuyu, Fu Jiu felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Even contemplating ending his life, he pressed down heavily on the horn. Beep, beep. Before Li Dahu could approach, the blaring noise startled him. He shot a vicious glare at Fu Jiu. Indeed, this man was not one to be trifled with. He was disrupting his plans. What are you doing? In a moment of fury, Li Dahu contemplated kicking the car, only to be met with Fu Jiu's icy stare. The moment their eyes locked, he inexplicably felt an immense pressure, as though ensnared in an inescapable vortex. This man must not be allowed to enter. The young girl could proceed, but he could not. Having spoken, Fu Jiu ceased further dialogue and aimed to pull open the car door, ushering Kuyu inside. He mused that since his rebirth, his temperament had indeed improved, allowing this man to live. His gaze darkened as he considered testing the potency of his upgraded spatial abilities. Before Li Dahu could touch the car door, he sensed the space around him compressing, the air growing increasingly thin. Suddenly, he realized that these two might be ability users. This was dire. He quickly retreated from the vicinity of the vehicle, yet the distortion of space persisted, and he heard his bones creaking under pressure. Immediately, he summoned his abilities to launch an assault on the car. A fireball materialized in his hand, hurtling fiercely towards Kuyu and her companions. Fu Jiu, having anticipated this, swiftly maneuvered the vehicle to evade the attack, while Kuyu activated her plant-based abilities, with vines extending from beside Li Dahu's feet to ensnare his hand, preventing him from continuing his assault. At this moment, Li Dahu found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his lips turning a shade of purple. Just as he feared he might perish there, he suddenly heard the voice of his leader resound. Mister, Fu, why do you come my territory and first harm my dog? As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. Chapter 37. The guard dog Fu Qiu gazed at the figure standing before the gate. This person had only just emerged. It was somewhat expected. How is it that, mister? He, unable to manage his dog, allows it to bark wildly on the road, frightening my people, and I cannot even break one of its legs? The individual emerging from the villa district was none other than He Xiao. In a previous life, the two belonged to different factions, and He Xiao often troubled him, seizing their resources. Eventually, growing weary of the incessant conflict, Fu Qiu dealt a fatal blow during one encounter. To encounter him again in this life feels like a fateful entanglement. With a sharp crack, Li Dahe's leg was broken under the distortion of space. The pain was so intense that he longed to scream, yet the thin air rendered him voiceless, his face contorting in agony. Fukyu, enough already. He Xiao was unaware of the extent of Fu Qiu's abilities, astonished by the level of destruction he could unleash. Yet if he did not rescue Li Dahe soon, he would surely perish here. Kuyu gazed at the scene before him, wishing he could indulge in some sunflower seeds. Ishuio, much like the original Kuyu from the text, tirelessly created various troubles for Fu Qiao, serving as a mere pawn, though ultimately met with failure. Turning his attention to Fu Qiao, who sat in the driver's seat, he observed the latter's slender fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. Staring at Ishuio at the entrance of the villa district as if he were a mere buffoon. Look, the big shot is truly exceptional, exuding confidence and fearlessness. 888. Indeed, given Fu Qiao's current prowess, there are hardly any formidable opponents left in this apocalyptic world. During the discussion of the unification, Fu Qiao had already twisted off another arm of Li Dahe. It was then that he retracted his spatial abilities. He Shuyao observed the wailing Li Dahe by the side of the vehicle, his face dark as a pot bottom, instructing a nearby guard to assist him over. Fu Qiao is indeed arrogant, showing him no respect whatsoever. Yet, one cannot deny the potency of his abilities. Rest assured, since President he has spoken, he will surely leave a life for your loyal dog. Fu Qiao remained unperturbed by Hishuyao's presence. Hishuyao's face darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Fu Qiao. After a moment, he composed himself, adjusting his expression and striving to muster a smile. He spoke to Fu Qiao with a gentle demeanor. I must apologize for the inconvenience. Mr. Fu, my subordinate was thoughtless and has offended you, and I appreciate your willingness to assist in teaching him a lesson. Kuyu could not help but marvel at Hishuyao's ability to change his demeanor so swiftly. Fu Qiao, however, was not surprised by Hishuyao's talent for transformation, having experienced it in his previous life. Moreover, he speculated that Hishuyao was likely drawn to his extraordinary abilities, seeking to win him over. Fu Qiao was not mistaken. Indeed, Hishuyao harbored such intentions. Currently, he was merely expanding his influence within the villa district, with aspirations to extend his power to broader territories. Thus, it was imperative to have a formidable supernatural being like Fu Qiao at his side. Therefore, Fu Qiao could not afford to offend him. Mr. He is exceedingly courteous. It is but a trifling matter, Fu Qiao replied, echoing Hishuyao's sentiments. They still needed to retrieve items from the villa, and it was essential to enter the premises first. Indeed, may I impose upon you for a moment? Fu Qiao lowered the car window to address Hishuyao, who had approached. A glance revealed Kuyu in the back seat, filling him with immense delight. Kuyu is still alive. Naturally, she is Fu Qiao's fiancée. He would never abandon her. Even after all this time in the apocalypse, she remains as beautiful as ever. Why is it that all the good things are claimed by Fu Qiao? It truly evokes envy. Are you also here? And the facade of a false smile on his face softened into something genuine and warm. When Kuyu was questioned, she appeared utterly bewildered. She had absorbed the storyline, but had not retained the original memories of Kuyu herself. She could not recall any connection with the person before her. Hastily, she called for assistance, urging them to investigate promptly, while simultaneously lifting her head to offer a polite smile to Hishuyao. Hishuyao's smile faltered. Did you truly not remember him? Before he could ponder further, Fu Qiao drove the car into the premises. The guards were not oblivious. Having observed the situation for some time, especially with the demeanor of the esteemed he, they could hardly deny entry. As the vehicle entered the gates, they discovered that the interior conditions were even more dire than anticipated. The once opulent villa showed signs of significant decay, with remnants of battle scattered throughout. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Following a recent earthquake, it was likely that some individuals remained trapped beneath the rubble. They resolved to temporarily stay within the villa district. Shortly thereafter, they located Fu Qiao's residence, which had also suffered some damage, yet it was of little concern. The hidden chamber where he stored his belongings was known only to him, constructed from unique materials that would not easily betray its presence to intruders. The smart lock was no longer functional, and Shu Yao's associates had already compromised the door lock, suggesting that its contents had likely been ransacked. Fu Qiu promptly led Kuyu and Lin Zi to reside in his home. Kuyu entered and collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed with emotion. After such a long time, she could finally indulge in the softness of the couch once more. The sense of tranquility was truly delightful. Fu Qiu gently patted her shoulder, reminding her, "Don't rush into resting just yet. We have tasks to attend to. We can relax afterward." Kuyu nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. She understood that Fu Qiu had matters to attend to here, and they could not hinder his progress. Lin Zi also entered the house and, upon seeing Kuyu on the sofa, smiled and remarked, "Sister Yu, you seem quite happy. It appears you have taken a liking to this place." Kuyu nodded thoughtfully and smiled, saying, "Indeed, I have never been fond of the hustle and bustle of life. I am, by nature, quite lethargic, often compelled to turn over like a salted fish. Alas, who desires to engage in daily skirmishes? It is the demands of life that force one's hand." It was not difficult to deduce. Shu Yao's demeanor just now had already made it quite apparent. I kindly ask for your assistance. Please do your utmost to prevent Shu Yao and his group from entering. I will head upstairs to retrieve something and shall return shortly. Kuyu languidly reclined on the sofa, gesturing an okay sign. Meanwhile, Hishuyu discreetly observed Fu Qiu's movements. He understood that Fu Qiu's prowess was not to be underestimated. To win him over, one must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Thus, he began to seek opportunities to establish a connection with Fu Qiu. Chapter 38. Plastic Best Friend. Upon hearing a sound, Hishuyu turned his gaze towards Bai Chuyu, yet his mind lingered on Kuyu for moments prior. Indeed, things were not the same. Even after enduring the apocalypse, Kuyu remains ethereally beautiful, while Bai Chuyu can only mimic her to a limited degree. Her visage pales in comparison. Is it through her that one is reminded of Kuyu? What exactly does she lack in comparison? Is there something amiss with Xiaoyu? Bai Chuyu tenderly leans closer, wrapping her arms around Shu Yao's, nuzzling against him with a gentle affection. It is only then that Shu Yao shifts his attention to her. As a normal man, such intimate contact undoubtedly ignites a fervor within him. Desire instantly flares in his gaze, and he swiftly brings Bai Chuyu beneath him, contemplating whether to obscure her face. In the throes of passion, he finds himself calling out Ayu. Once the moment concludes, Shu Yao shares with Bai Chuyu the story of Fu Qiu and Kuyu. Upon hearing their names, Bai Chuyu momentarily freezes, still clutching Shu Yao's arm. Why has Kuyu not perished yet? Xiaoyu, I recall that you and Kuyu are close friends, are you not? You should extend an invitation to her to join Fu Qiu for dinner this evening, to rekindle the bond that has languished for far too long. Remember, Fu Qiu must also attend. We need to persuade him to align with us, as it will greatly benefit our forthcoming plans. Bai Chuyu's expression nearly faltered upon hearing Shu Yao's words. His implication was clear. He wished for her to curry favor with Kuyu. Even in this apocalyptic world, she found it impossible to escape the ties to Kuyu. Noticing Bai Chuyu's silence, Shu Yao inquired once more. Bai Chuyu wrapped her arms around Shu Yao's waist and assured him, "Rest assured, Brother Yao, I will certainly see to it." A hearty meal is essential for invigorating our spirits to combat the undead. However, the villa must not be left in disarray by those rummaging about. She and Lin Zi could no longer tolerate the chaos and took it upon themselves to tidy up. After all, they would be residing there for a few more days. As they were organizing, a voice echoed from the entrance. Ayu, Ayu. It was a woman's voice, unfamiliar yet somehow recognizable. Kuyu felt fatigued. However, this time, 888 had made prior preparations. They shared some information regarding individuals from Kuyu's previous acquaintances and her social circle. The door lock was broken, allowing Bai Chuyu to easily push the door open and enter. Kuyu recognized the figure before her, adorned in a white dress, her plastic best friend Bai Chuyu. The marks of affection upon her neck remained, perhaps a remnant of Shu Yao. Upon seeing Kuyu, Bai Chuyu rushed forward, tears glistening in her eyes as she embraced her. Ayu, it is truly wonderful. You are safe. How is it that you did not perish out there? Why must you compete with her for possessions? Kuyu had no time to evade and was embraced instead. Why bother? The superficial friendship still compels one to feign a deep sisterly bond. Is this a jest? I am perfectly fine. Kuyu gently pushed Bai Chuyu away a little, exclaiming in her heart that she truly disliked being so close to strangers. Bai Chuyu, taken aback by the push, felt no surprise. After all, the bond between her and Kuyu was not one of deep sisterhood, but rather a forced interaction orchestrated by Hishu Yao. Kuyu was unwilling to reminisce, and she was uncertain about the nature of their relationship. Thus, she candidly inquired, "What brings you here?" Her forthrightness left Bai Chuyu momentarily at a loss for words. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Well, I heard from Hishu Yao that both you and Fuchio are here, and I thought it would be delightful to invite you for a meal." As she spoke, Kuyu sensed an air of hostess-like authority emanating from her, particularly when she mentioned Hishu Yao, which was tinged with a subtle hint of rivalry. Kuyu felt a twinge of wariness, though she did not let it manifest outwardly. She maintained a friendly demeanor towards Bai Chuyu, yet kept a prudent distance. Upon hearing the suggestion to leave, Bai Chuyu was immediately perplexed. Why depart when this place felt so secure? They had thoroughly searched the villa inside and out, and aside from some provisions, there was nothing of significance. Or was there a hidden aspect they were unaware of? "Ayu, I can't bear to part with you. It's so dangerous out there. Wouldn't it be better for us to stay here?" However, Kuyu remained unmoved, stating, "Opportunities often coexist with peril." Bai Chuyu found herself momentarily speechless. Their aspirations had always diverged. Moreover, if Kuyu were to perish, she would not be saddened in the least. Were it not for Hishu Yao assigning them this task, she would hardly have bothered coming. Hishu Yao observed Bai Chuyu with a hint of dissatisfaction. She couldn't even manage such a trivial matter. Yet, he understood that Fuchio and Kuyu would not come easily. So he planned to send Mo Shanshan and Fu Yuan as well. One was Fuchio's trusted aide from before the apocalypse, and the other was his cousin. With their presence, Fuchio would hardly take the items and depart. After informing his subordinates to relay the situation regarding Fuchio and Kuyu to the two of them, it was as expected. They promptly went to Fuchio's villa to seek him out. He still aimed to win Fuchio over if Fuchio agreed to remain here. They would have no fears during their expansion of power. Meanwhile, Kuyu and Fuchio were currently dividing the weapons. Indeed, weapons. Fuchio had stored a variety of firearms in a hidden chamber, relics of his pre-apocalypse interests. After transferring them into his space, he specifically selected a Sig Sauer P938 handgun for Kuyu, compact enough to fit into a pocket, agile and lightweight, with considerable stopping power while significantly reducing recoil. Best of all, this firearm was equipped with a night sight, allowing for precision targeting in low-light conditions. Kuyu held the gun with great fondness, admiring it as it was her very first firearm. While her supernatural abilities proved to be quite effective, there were moments when their use could be exhausting, and the weapon provided a much-needed respite. Fu Jiao presented Linzi with a Glock 43 pistol, an exceptionally lightweight firearm weighing merely 0.6 kilograms when fully loaded. With minimal recoil, after undergoing training, Linzi would be able to wield this weapon proficiently. This was particularly advantageous for her, as she had yet to awaken her powers. The gun would serve as a reliable means of self-protection. Linzi was both delighted and astonished, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Fu." Kuyu also informed Fu Qiao about Bai Chuyu's desire to invite them for dinner. Fu Qiao was not surprised. It was evident that this was a directive from Hishu Yao. Chapter 39. Sister-in-law the three were engaged in a discussion about what to eat that night, as they were reluctant to attend the impending banquet. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. "Elder brother, boss." Kuyu gazed at Fuchio with a hint of confusion. "Are you looking for someone?" Fuchio recognized the two voices. One belonged to his Navi cousin, Fu Yuan, and the other to his secretary, Mo Shanshan. 888. Host, I have shared the information of the two individuals outside with you. Please take a look. Kuyu lamented that the 8th Division has become increasingly considerate. It turns out that these two individuals are members of Fu Qiao's team. However, in the original text, their encounter occurred at the Y City base, but now it has taken place ahead of time. Upon hearing Fu Qiao's invitation for them to enter, they promptly pushed open the door and walked in. The first person to capture Ku Yu's attention was Imo Shanshan, whose captivating beauty immediately enchanted her. My goodness, how striking this young lady is. The girl who entered first boasted a short, robust mane of black hair, the slightly curled ends shimmering with a healthy sheen. Her eyebrows were long and strong, while her eyes were deep-set and sparkling with vitality, as if they could penetrate the depths of one's soul. Particularly noteworthy was her athletic physique, exuding strength and vigor from every contour. Even in her simple t-shirt and jeans, this simplicity did nothing to diminish her striking allure. Ku Yu silently screamed in her heart, "Ah, my sister is so stunning." She was utterly enamored with this type of girl. It must be Imo Shanshan, the striking female character from Fu Qiao's original work. Ku Yu's bright eyes fixed intently on Imo Shanshan, causing her to wonder if there was something unsightly on her face. However, she had previously encountered her boss's fiancé, Yi, who possessed a rather willful disposition that often overshadowed her appearance. Now, it was quite the opposite. At first glance, one would be captivated by Ku Yu's striking visage. "Brother, oh, how wonderful! You are safe," Fu Yuan exclaimed as he rushed in to embrace Fu Qiao, akin to an exuberant husky leaping forward. Yet as Fu Yuan lunged, Fu Qiao deftly sidestepped, allowing Fu Yuan to crash onto the sofa. With a look of dismay, Fu Yuan gazed at his elder brother, his expression akin to that of a forlorn puppy. "Brother, you are so callous." "Indeed, you are correct," Fu Qiao replied. His arms crossed as he regarded his sweet yet naive younger brother, feeling a twinge of exasperation. He mused that if not for Imo Shanshan's presence, he would have likely been duped by He Shu Yao and left with nothing to his name. Imo Shanshan turned her gaze towards Fu Qiao. "Boss," she called out. Fu Qiao cast a sympathetic glance her way before shifting his attention back to Fu Yuan. "You have my condolences." Imo Shanshan was left speechless. Even Fu Yuan, despite his simplicity, grasped his brother's implication, feeling genuinely aggrieved. "Brother, am I still your most beloved sibling? Does love truly fade?" As he lamented, he caught sight of Ku Yu, who was delighting in the unfolding drama, and turned to his future sister-in-law for solace. "Sister-in-law, please do intervene with my brother." Fu Yuan assumed, quite reasonably, that since his brother and Ku Yu were already betrothed, cohabitation in this apocalyptic world was tantamount to marriage. He paid no heed to Ku Yu's astonishment at being addressed in such a manner, leaving her nearly petrified as the phrase sister-in-law echoed endlessly in her ears. Oh, the poor child. Ku Yu cast a lingering glance at Fu Yuan. "May I also deal with you?" Fu Yuan shivered, desperately clutching his pitiful self, lamenting, "Oh, little cabbage, the earth is barren, and no one cares for me." Imo Shanshan could hardly bear to watch Fu Yuan's antics and promptly turned to Fu Qiao to address the matter at hand. "Boss, it was He Shu Yao who sent us here." Ku Yu and Fu Qiao were not surprised. After all, Bai Chu Yu had just failed, and it was only natural that He Shu Yu would seek alternative methods. His persistence was truly remarkable, Ku Yu remarked. Imo Shanshan, perplexed by this statement, inquired, "Miss Ku Yu, it has been a while since we last met. Are you implying that there were others here before us?" "Indeed," Ku Yu replied, recalling Bai Chu Yu's recent invitation under the pretense of welcoming Fu Qiao. Imo Shanshan began to grasp the situation. It appeared that He Shu Yu was particularly interested in their employer's extraordinary abilities. The reason she had not even inquired about Fu Qiao's powers was simple. If their employer lacked such abilities, He Shu Yu would undoubtedly have been mocking him openly, rather than seeking ways to win him over. Her continued presence here was solely due to He Shu Yu's incessant excuses preventing her and Fu Yuan from leaving. "Please share the current situation here," Fu Qiao requested, eager to comprehend the developments at this location. At the onset of the apocalypse, He Shu Yu swiftly cordoned off the villa area with his bodyguards, conducting violent searches of the various villas. Any residence harboring zombies was immediately locked down, regardless of the potential survivors inside, which were then set ablaze. He also gathered those who had awakened their abilities, forming a small team of supernatural individuals. The formidable leader they had encountered at the entrance, Li Dahu, was the captain of this team. After Mo Shanshan and Fu Yuan awakened their ice and water abilities respectively, He Shuyu had contemplated recruiting them, but Mo Shanshan skillfully evaded his advances. Fu Qiao had also discerned that He Shuyu's lightning abilities were likely only at level 3, with half of his power probably derived from the accumulation of zombie cores. Not placing too much weight on this matter, Fu Qiao preferred a rest for a few days, having faced numerous challenges recently with little opportunity for respite. If He Shuyu refrained from provoking them, she would have no desire to engage. However, should he continue to instigate trouble, he would have to face the consequences. Kuyu contemplated that given He Shuyao's personality, if he were unable to win over Fu Qiao, he would likely consider destroying him outright. They must remain vigilant against him at all times. Glancing at the damaged door lock, she pondered whether it would be prudent to repair it first. It would at least provide a modicum of protection. Thus, she broached the suggestion. Shall we repair the door lock first? You could stay in my place. This also elucidated why they had paid little attention to his brother's situation. Kuyu, Fu Yuan, let's discuss something. Please just call me by my name. I cannot bear the title of sister-in-law. Fu Yuan, somewhat perplexed, responded, Why not, sister-in-law? Are you not betrothed to my elder brother? Whether you are addressed sooner or later, it remains the same. Kuyu attempted to resist, exclaiming, We are not married. This is not appropriate. Fu Yuan directly inquired of his elder brother, Brother, do you feel the same way? Chapter 40. The banquet at Hongmin. Fu Qiao was taken aback by Fu Yuan's sudden reference to him. However, upon hearing the question, he turned to observe Kuyu, who was contemplating how to discreetly eliminate Fu Yuan. After a moment of hesitation, he followed his instincts and replied, As you wish. Kiskivi Kuyu. What does Fu Qiao mean by this? It is somewhat unsettling. She merely wished to raise the affinity level to 60. She had inquired with 888 and learned that 60 merely indicates a favorable disposition, not genuine affection. Fu Qiao cannot harbor feelings for her. She is unwilling to toy with others' emotions, and thus she turns away. Kuyu felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, perhaps merely to deal with Fu Yuan having only a meager 45 points of affection. She ought not to indulge in fanciful notions. Fu Yuan, on the other hand, was not burdened by such thoughts. He simply smiled foolishly, pleased that his elder brother had acknowledged it. Mo Shanshan cast a meaningful glance at Kuyu, remarking that the boss's iron tree had finally blossomed. It was truly remarkable. Kuyu, so exquisitely beautiful, had caught the attention of someone as cantankerous as her boss. Kuyu promptly shifted the conversation. What about He Shuyao's banquet? Indeed, I must tell you, my brother, He Shuyao is quite nefarious. His intentions in seeking you out can hardly be benevolent. Lacking capability, he continually covets what is beyond his reach. Fu Qiao pondered for a moment, ultimately disinclined to attend, wishing to avoid any confrontation with him. However, Mo Shanshan unexpectedly interjected, Boss, I believe it would be prudent to attend, to gauge his connections with the Y City base. Kuyu and Fu Qiao both gazed at Mo Shanshan in bewilderment. It is as follows. That day, while I was out scavenging for supplies, I inadvertently discovered a connection between them and the Y City base. It appeared they were transporting something. Their relationship with the base is undoubtedly intricate. Kuyu immediately recalled the modified creatures they had previously encountered, which originated from the research institute of the Y City base. Does this imply that a similar situation exists with He Shuyao? Clearly, she and Fu Qiao had reached the same conclusion. Initially reluctant to attend the meeting, it now seemed imperative to make the trip. They would go and attempt to extract information. If all else failed, he would resort to his mental powers to uncover the truth. Kuyu pondered, well, it's just like enjoying a free meal, minimizing the waste of one's own resources. Soon, Mo Shanshan and Fu Yuan escorted the trio to He Shuyao's villa. Upon arrival, they could not help but scoff at He Shuyao's ostentation. Goodness, this was not the original building, but rather a superior one, with walls far more impressive than those of others, clearly meant to showcase his status. Fu Qiao understood that this dinner would likely not be straightforward. Nevertheless, in pursuit of further information regarding the Y City base, he resolved to attend. He Shuyao, having been informed by the guards, was secretly elated upon seeing their figures approach. So they had indeed come. Fu Qiao was experiencing a moment of reckoning. In his territory, Fu Qiao would have to play by his rules. Bai Chuyu, who had spent considerable time in He Shuyao's company, could easily perceive his thoughts, was a small-minded man, relishing his moment of triumph. If it weren't for the sake of survival, she would never squander her beauty on such a person. The five entered He Shuyao's villa, and the guards led them to the parlor. He Shuyao sat languidly on the sofa and quickly rose upon seeing Fu Qiao. Finally, Mr. Fu has arrived. It takes a family member to bring him here. Bai Chuyu's face turned pale upon hearing those words. Who exactly was he mocking? He Shuyao bore this dismissive attitude with restraint, but once his strength increased, he would ensure Fu Qiao would pay dearly. If Kuyu were to take a liking to him and abandon Fu Qiao, it would be a humiliation for Fu Qiao. He was now the leader in this territory, having established connections with the base, and his future life would undoubtedly surpass that of the pre-apocalyptic era. As long as Kuyu possesses clarity of thought, the choice of whom to select will be evident. Kuyu never anticipated that the flames of conflict would reach her. Although, in the eyes of others, Fu Qiao remained her fiancé. He Shuyao's statement bore a rather heavy implication of undermining their relationship. Thank you, Mr. He, but I hardly consider myself a victim, Kuyu replied, struggling to decline too directly. Undeterred by her demeanor, He Shuyao led Fu Qiao and the others to the dining table. The fare laid out before them, though rather mundane before the apocalypse, had transformed into a lavish banquet in these dire times. The effort they had put forth to procure such provisions amid scarcity was commendable. Come, have a seat. This was just prepared, Bai Chuyu declared, taking on a role of hostess. Once everyone was seated, He Shuyao produced a bottle of red wine he had unearthed from the villa cellar. Presenting it now served two purposes: to flaunt before Fu Qiao and to signify his esteem for their company. He directly handed the wine to Bai Chuyu, requesting her to pour it for Fu Qiao, for even in his pursuit of camaraderie, he must maintain an air of authority. Mr. Fu, allow me to pour you some wine, Bai Chuyu eagerly offered, gracefully approaching Fu Qiao's seat, leaning in slightly as she poured the wine, seeking to draw closer to him. Kuyu gazed thoughtfully at the scene before him. It must be said that Fu Qiao's romantic fortune was indeed remarkable, as beautiful women flocked to him wherever he went. Fu Qiao deftly sidestepped Bai Chuyu's advance. If it were just Kuyu, that would be one thing, but he was not inclined to entertain the advances of other women. Bai Chuyu nearly lost her balance from his evasive maneuver, causing red wine to spill across the table. No need for that. My fiancé, he dislikes it when I indulge in excessive drinking. Kuyu, taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment, what on earth has transpired with Fu Qiao today? He had been persistently emphasizing the nature of their relationship. Bai Chuyu felt humiliated by this public rebuff, harboring resentment within her heart. Qu'est-ce qui vit you? Qu'est-ce qui vit you? Once again, is Kuyu? He Xiaoyao felt a twinge of irritation. Did Fu Qiao truly have to disregard his dignity to such an extent? The remark was so pointed that even Fu Yuan, the one who had taken down the innocent, could discern that He Xiaoyao was subtly mocking his brother for not granting him the respect he deserved. Mo Shanshan, with a frosty demeanor, fixed her gaze upon He Xiaoyao. Fu Qiao, in stark contrast, displayed no reaction, simply asserting, "You are correct." Kuyu nearly burst into laughter, observing He Shuyao's face darkening as if it were a charred pot. It was akin to witnessing a buffoon's antics. The meal was on the verge of growing cold. Everyone should partake. Although Fu Yuan was aware of the underlying tensions between them, the paramount concern at present was to enjoy the meal. It would be a shame to let food go to waste. Chapter 41. Morning sickness. He Shuyao seemed to find a way out, forcing a rather unsightly smile. Indeed, it is my fault. It has been quite some time since I last met with President Fu, and I became engrossed in our conversation. Kuyu could not help but once again marvel at He Shuyao's remarkable patience. Fu Yuan had long since disregarded any formality, eagerly picking up his chopsticks to sample some dishes. With that, the group began to eat, for satisfying their appetites was of utmost importance, and they had no intention of depriving their stomachs. They were entirely unconcerned about the possibility of He Shuyao tampering with their food. After all, the delicacies before them were far too precious to risk such foolishness. During the meal, He Shuyao cautiously inquired several times about Fu Qiu's abilities. However, either Fu Qiu deftly evaded the questions, or Kuyu skillfully redirected the conversation, leaving He Shuyao without any significant information. This left He Shuyao feeling frustrated and deep in thought. Since Fu Qiu was so uncontrollable, it was perhaps wiser not to attempt to win him over, thereby avoiding future worries about power struggles. With this resolution in mind, He Shuyao's thoughts shifted away from Fu Qiu. It would be best if Fu Qiu departed quickly, as his presence was becoming increasingly irksome. However, before that, He Shuyao was determined to win over Kuyu. He had been captivated by her long before the apocalypse, and now that she had become even more enchanting, his resolve only strengthened. Consequently, Kuyu began to feel the intensity of He Shuyao's gaze, sending chills down her spine. Why was he suddenly staring at her during such a pleasant meal? His unwavering attention was quite unsettling. "Ah, you do try this," He Shuyao said, licking his chopsticks before picking up a piece of fish and placing it in her bowl before she could even react. Kuyu, in a moment of distress, dropped her chopsticks to the ground, the sound echoing her dismay. What transgression had she committed to deserve such abhorrent treatment? The sight before her was undeniably repulsive, dripping with contempt. It was not only Kuyu who found herself in this predicament. Fu Qiu, too, was so revolted by He Shuyao's actions that she set down her chopsticks in disgust. Mo Shanshan, equally appalled, found herself in a rather complex emotional state. The boss, having had his affections so brazenly undermined, astonishingly maintained his composure, evoking a profound sympathy for Kuyu. Even Lin Zi, seated beside Kuyu, furrowed his brow in repulsion. The only exception was Fu Yuan, who, engrossed in his meal, seemed entirely unfazed by the surrounding turmoil. Ironically, He Shuyao, lacking self-awareness, misinterpreted the situation as flirtation. Observing Kuyu's silence as she merely stared at her bowl, he could not resist inquiring, "Ayu, please eat. I specifically chose the most tender piece for you." Just as Fu Qiu prepared to intervene, sensing Kuyu's escalating frustration, she abruptly turned away, overwhelmed. "Kuyu, forgive her. She simply couldn't contain herself. This past month, He Shuyou's expressions have been nothing short of a captivating spectacle, shifting dramatically, as if on the brink of upheaval." Fu Qiu. Lin Zi was equally astonished. She has always been alongside Sister Yu. Where did the baby come from? Mo Shanshan's expression was shattered as she synchronized her shock with Bai Qiu, glancing between Fu Qiu and Kuyu's belly. Meanwhile, Fu Yuan, who had been engrossed in his meal, erupted, "I have a nephew now." He Shuyou's complexion darkened even further. "Ayu, you are pregnant? Whose is it?" Kuyu calmly wiped her mouth, as if the explosion that had just occurred was not her doing. "Indeed, I am Fu Qiao's fiancé. Who else could it be?" She raised her gaze towards Fu Qiao across from her, arching an eyebrow, urging him to play along. 888. Host, if it weren't for my constant companionship, I would almost believe it myself. Kuyu, after uttering nonsensical words, found herself in a state of joy. This sentiment resonated perfectly with her, as she truly could no longer endure the situation, and her appetite had completely vanished. However, might this delay your matters? In truth, both baby and I are perfectly fine. Kuyu, succumbing to her theatrical inclinations, lovingly caressed her flat abdomen. Following his initial shock, Fu Yuan's expression transformed into one of delight as he gazed at Kuyu's belly. "Oh, my goodness, his elder brother truly is remarkable. They're expecting a child. No worries, this will not impede anything. Your well-being and that of the child are paramount." Fu Qiu smiled gently, with an undertone of implication, continuing, "Surely, President, he can comprehend this as well." However, He Xiao found it difficult to understand and was quite troubled at this moment. What on earth is happening today? Yet he was compelled to maintain a stiff smile. Haha, indeed, it's understandable that Ayu is unwell. Kuyu is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Although one is aware that her charm is merely a facade, her gaze captivates utterly. Those enchanting eyes, adorned with fan-like lashes, curve into delicate crescents, sparkling with a playful mirth that is indescribably alluring, reminiscent of a moonlit night. It is mesmerizing, drawing him in. Fu Qiao's gaze upon Kuyu grows increasingly profound. Ding. The charming system warmly reminds you that the male lead's affection for you stands at 50. Victory is within reach. Keep it up, host. Kashu had yet to ponder the sudden surge of affection she felt when she heard Fu Qiao exclaim, delighted to the utmost, without regard for the others. He rose and approached Kashu, bending down to envelop her legs in his arms, lifting her effortlessly and departing with a casual remark. At that moment, even Kashu's thick skin could not withstand the surprise. She had never anticipated that Fu Qiao would embrace her, let alone engage in such playful banter. Being carried by him, and witnessing his visage so closely, sent her heart racing. Fu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly just going to walk away like that? Were they merely pawns in their little game? Meanwhile, Amo Shanshan was utterly astonished. Could it be that the seemingly heartless boss in the office possessed such tenderness? With a sharp crack, Shuyu had snapped his chopsticks in frustration. Clarity washed over him. He wished for Fu Qiao's downfall, unable to maintain his composure. He turned on his heel and stormed off. The remaining few were left in exasperation. It seemed they could no longer enjoy their meal in peace. As Kashu was carried away by Fu Qiao, laughter bubbled up within her as they exited the villa. Did you see Shuyu's expression? She chuckled uncontrollably in Fu Qiao's embrace. Serves him right for being so repulsive. She completely forgot that she was still nestled in his arms. Fu Qiao gazed at her with an affectionate smile, his voice resonating softly from above. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 42. Round 1. The warmth and magnetism of Fu Qiao's voice sent delightful shivers through her ears. It dawned on her that she was still in his embrace, prompting her to prepare to leap down, but Fu Qiao held her firmly, denying her the opportunity to escape. My dear fiancé, he teased. Such vigorous movement might not be kind to our little one. Kuyu found it difficult to withstand Fu Qiao's playful teasing. Her fair earlobes tinted with a delicate blush that made her appear endearing. Brother, I was wrong. I shall dare again next time. Her approach emphasized an immediate acknowledgement of her faults, yet she remained resolute in her ways. It was the first time Fu Qiao had witnessed Kuyu in such a state, and the sound of her bright laughter gradually eased the tension. To be frank, Fu Qiao's beauty left one speechless. Having encountered various handsome men in the entertainment industry, she found Fu Qiao to be truly exceptional. Observing him from such a close distance, she felt somewhat overwhelmed, the warmth radiating from her ears becoming palpable. What inspired you to concoct such an outrageous excuse for morning sickness? Once Kuyu was set down, she immediately distanced herself for safety. In that situation, had he not first repulsed me, I wouldn't have reacted as I did. In truth, it was rather amusing to engage in such nonsensical chatter. It merely dragged Fu Qiao into the fray. However, observing Fu Qiao now, it seems he is not perturbed in the slightest. Alas, with my antics, I failed to inquire about the matters at hand. Kuyu reflected that her original purpose for attending the banquet was to uncover the relationship between Shu Yao and the Y-City base. Yet here she was, having learned nothing at all. Walking alongside Fu Qiao, upon hearing her lament, he sought to reassure her. I suspect we wouldn't unearth anything of value. He remains wary of us. One cannot solely focus on his repulsiveness and disregard his other qualities. Kuyu, perhaps we should resort to hypnosis? Let's find an opportunity to try it. Fu Qiao sensed that this matter might not be as straightforward as it seemed, and compared to Shu Yao from her previous life. The current version of him possessed a sort of innocent foolishness. Kiskiviko yu nodded silently. Fu Qiao suddenly conceived a mischievous thought, wishing to tease Kuyu. Upon realizing this, he was taken aback, astonished that such a childish impulse could arise within him. Yet, he proceeded nonetheless. Walk slower. The baby in my belly dislikes walking. Kuyu was so startled that she nearly tripped over her own feet. Goodness, are you even aware of what you're saying? Fu Qiao hurriedly reached out to steady Kuyu. She gazed at him with an expression of utter disbelief, as if questioning whether this was truly the Fu Qiao she knew. Ha ha ha. Fu Qiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Teasing Kuyu was simply too delightful. The journey back to the villa felt surreal to Kuyu. She had been speaking nonsense, and now, astonishingly, Fu Qiao was making jokes at her expense. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, how's the little nephew or niece doing? Everything all right? Wow, it's truly miraculous that there's a little life growing inside her. Kuyu gazed at Fu Yuan's excited demeanor and unhesitatingly doused him with a bucket of cold water. Just a rumor. What? A rumor? Fu Yuan stared in astonishment, bewildered by the revelation. Upon overhearing this, Imo Shanshan, who had just entered, quickly deduced that Kuyu's earlier claim about being pregnant was merely a fabrication, with only the naive Fu Yuan genuinely believing it. Lin Zi was not surprised either. She had suspected all along that since they had not witnessed any signs of morning sickness from Sister Yu during their journey, it was implausible for her to suddenly be expecting a child. Observing Fu Yuan's dejected and crestfallen demeanor, Imo Shanshan contemplated revealing the truth to him. Kuyu helplessly spoke up, "What are you thinking? You actually believe that? I was just fooling Yishu Yao." It was then that Fu Yuan understood. Glancing at his elder brother's calm demeanor and Imo Shanshan's knowing expression, it turned out he was the one being deceived. Alas, it was all because his elder brother and sister-in-law had acted so naturally together. Fu Qiao found herself at a loss for words regarding her foolish younger brother. That evening, Fu Qiao resolved to venture out for a closer inspection, as she had not discovered any significant issues during the day. Some areas had been off-limits, with Yishu Yao's men halting her approach. These were precisely the locations where she had sensed anomalies using her mental powers. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Kuyu standing at the landing, tilting his head at her. "Hey, are you going out to do something mischievous without me? Let's go, fiancé." A smile danced in Fu Qiao's eyes as they swiftly arrived at a villa that had been inaccessible earlier. According to Imo Shanshan, the reason Yishu Yao had stationed guards at this villa was that it was designated for storing supplies. However, upon Fu Qiao's investigation, it became evident that the interior housed not supplies, but a plethora of life forms. Whether they were human or zombies remained uncertain due to the overwhelming variety of species present. Why then had they encountered such a multitude of beings? Noticing that there were still guards on duty, the two exchanged glances, and Fu Qiao swiftly used her mental energy to subdue the guards, passing by them unnoticed. The door was locked, yet the guards bore no keys. After all, Yishu Yao would never entrust them with such a thing. Just as Fu Qiao contemplated forcibly breaking the lock, Kuyu produced a slender tool and deftly manipulated the lock until it clicked open. Fu Qiao thought to herself, how was she unaware that Kuyu possessed such a skill? Simultaneously, doubt began to creep into her mind. Was this Kuyu truly the same Kuyu from her world? She had long harbored suspicions. Despite any changes in personality, some inherent traits remained unaltered. Nonetheless, now was not the time for such musings. At the very least, this Kuyu was an exceptionally capable individual, and she had faith in her. 888. Host, how is it that you possess the skill to unlock doors as well? Kuyu remained unfazed. At that time, I filmed a movie, and my character could do this, so I learned it from the technical advisor. 888 exclaimed, impressive. However, it seems to be a deviation from your character. Upon entering the villa, the two discovered that it was unlike any other. It had been modified. The first floor, aside from the living room, had been transformed into confinement rooms, while the second floor was entirely designated for the same purpose. This indicated that beings imprisoned here were not merely human. Utilizing the light from outside, Kuyu glimpsed a fleeting shadow of a creature in one of the rooms. With a click, Fu Jiu located the switch and illuminated the space. The instant the lights flickered on, the entities within the rooms erupted into chaos. Fu Jiu promptly extinguished the lights, and silence enveloped the area once more. In that brief moment, they both comprehended the full scope of what lay within. Chapter 43. Experiment. The sight before them was nothing short of astonishing. The rooms housed a variety of beings, including humans, zombies, and even some bizarre creatures they had never encountered before. It was evident that these beings had been trapped here for an extended period. Their physical conditions were deplorable, some emaciated, others riddled with wounds, and some had perished, leaving only withered bones behind. Fu Jiu and Kuyu exchanged glances, both registering the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Were these monsters connected to Yishu Yao and the Y City base? A few of the creatures resembled those they had previously encountered, presumably the result of genetic modification injections. Did the remainder stem from this as well? Their initial instinct was to conclude that humans were being exploited for these experiments. This matter had scarcely been addressed in the original text. The only information available was that Fujio, as a manager of another base, had heard that the Y City base had seen an influx of supernatural beings and body enhancers. Was it Fujio's rebirth and her narrative's influence at play? If what lay before them was indeed true, she speculated it might be linked to the genetic modification injections. Kuyu pondered the origins of these individuals. Then, he realized that in this apocalyptic world, the human population was dwindling by the day. This was merely the first floor. The other levels had yet to be explored. They should split up to search. Kuyu nodded, fully aware that this was not the time for hesitation. They needed to search swiftly and depart before Hishuyo's associates discovered their presence. All right, stay safe, she instructed. Fujio nodded in agreement. Fiancé, trust in my strength. The two swiftly commenced their search of the villa, uncovering a considerable cache of weapons and supplies, evidently prepared by Hishuyo for some impending confrontation. Among these were only a few creatures that Kuyu recognized from their journey, while the majority remained unfamiliar to her. Hishuyo was indeed audacious, daring to house such entities within the base, seemingly oblivious to the peril of inadvertently releasing one and facing utter annihilation. Help me! After awakening her extraordinary abilities, particularly those enhancing her physical prowess, Kuyu found her senses significantly heightened. Her hearing was acute enough to discern the faint plea for help. Upon reaching the room from which the cries emanated, she prudently instructed 888 to scan the interior before deciding to open the door. If the occupant were a mutated zombie or monster capable of mimicking human behavior and sounds, recklessly opening the door could plunge her into jeopardy. Host, do not fear. There's a person inside, not a monster. The mental domain may be somewhat misaligned, but this should pose no significant issue, 888 assured. At least it's a person, Kuyu thought, relieved that the individual retained awareness. She swiftly opened the door, and through the light filtering in from the window, she discerned a gaunt figure curled on the floor, its clothing stained with patches of blood. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of its chest, and the faint cries for help emanating from its lips, she might have assumed the person was already lifeless. Even after 888's scan, a flicker of unease lingered within her as she cautiously approached, her vigilance heightened. "Can you hear me?" she inquired. The individual on the ground stirred slightly, fingers twitching as they gasped for breath. Speaking was a laborious endeavor due to the pain coursing through their body. Yet with great effort, they managed to rasp, "Yes, help me." Kuyu once again confirmed that he had no issues before helping him lean against the nearby wall. Beneath the tousled hair, a pair of eyes reflected a profound yearning for life. Kuyu retrieved a bottle of water from her bag, intending to hand it to him. However, noticing the bloodstains on his hands, she surmised that he lacked the strength to take it. Thus, she unscrewed the cap and offered it to him. As the water touched his lips, he could no longer restrain himself and began to drink greedily, as if he were a parched wanderer finally encountering life-giving rain. "Thank you," he uttered, his voice now less hoarse. "How do you feel?" Kuyu pondered whether he had been subjected to genetic enhancement injections. If so, she would need to exercise extreme caution to avert any potential mutations. After quenching his thirst, he no longer felt the terrifying grip of near death. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the girl who had offered him water, taking a moment to truly observe her. Even in the dim light of the room, her beauty shone through, prompting him to question whether this was a dream or reality. It is said that one glimpses beautiful illusions before death. Kuyu was perplexed by the sudden silence of the man, who seemed to have fallen into a trance. The man appeared as if awakening from a deep slumber, realizing that this was not a mere dream. Due to his injuries, Chi Yuan spoke slowly, allowing Kuyu to comprehend the situation. It turned out that those confined here had come under the impression that the Villa District offered refuge, protected by supernatural beings. Initially, they were indeed allowed to stay. However, one fateful day, after consuming the provided food, they all succumbed to unconsciousness, only to awaken to find themselves imprisoned. Subsequently, They were subjected to the injection of serum. The initial recipients transformed into grotesque creatures, while later modifications of the serum led to a rare few awakening extraordinary abilities. Yet, such individuals were exceedingly scarce. Most either became monsters or various aberrations. These creatures possessed an insatiable thirst for human flesh. And you? Were you injected as well? Fu Qiao's voice suddenly emerged from behind. Kuyi nearly jumped in surprise and turned to glare at him. Can't you walk quietly? Fu Qiao innocently shrugged. When he arrived, Kuyi was intently listening to Qi Yuan speak, so this could hardly be blamed on him. Kuyi also came to realize that if Qi Yuan was aware of so much, then he must have been captured quite some time ago. How could he not have been injected? If he had indeed been injected, what would his current condition be? Chapter 44. Sleepwalking, is it quite difficult? Fu Qiao paced into the room, his gaze piercing like a sword as it fixated on Qi Yuan. He felt a profound discomfort towards this individual, though he could not discern the reason behind it. Subsequently, as if resigned to despair, he uttered, I too have been injected. Kuyi was not surprised. It was within her expectations. Yet, she could not fathom why he neither awakened any extraordinary abilities nor transformed into a creature like those in other rooms. Did he possess some form of immunity? Unable to unravel the mystery, Kuyi decided to directly inquire of Qi Yuan. What is your current state? Qi Yuan replied with a bitter smile. I truly do not know. Ever since the injection, I presumed I would either become a zombie, morph into a monster, or, if fortune favored me, awaken some abilities. However, I have experienced no changes at all. This has attracted the attention of those individuals who come daily to draw my blood for experimentation, and in a few days, they will administer that injection to me once more. The outcome was evident. Aside from a decline in his physical condition, he exhibited no other transformations. Kuyi furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of indignation towards those conducting the experiments. She gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, do not worry. Since you have stated that it poses no threat to you, you are safe for the time being. However, Fu Jiao was preoccupied with another thought. If this genetic modification could indeed awaken extraordinary abilities, why had he never heard of it in his previous life? Was the awakening of powers through such methods truly reliable? Thank you, Qi Yuan expressed. Realizing that fairies are indeed exceptional, she offered him gentle comfort, reassuring him not to fear. Kuyi and the others have now come to understand that Shu Yao and the Research Institute in Y City are interconnected through genetic modification serums. The Institute sends the serums, and they assist the Institute in conducting experiments. Should anyone awaken their abilities after injection, they are retained as guards, while the Institute continuously refines the genetic modification serums based on the outcomes. Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with fervor, and he suddenly exclaimed to Kuyi, Can you help me escape? He could no longer endure his situation. Kuyi fell silent upon hearing those words. They were compelled to depart, yet they could not take Qi Yuan with them. Setting aside the peculiarities of Qi Yuan's condition, his absence would inevitably cast suspicion upon them. Furthermore, given the numerous genetic modification injections Qi Yuan had received, any potential mutation could pose an unforeseen threat to Fu Yuan and the others. Fu Jiao spoke directly, I apologize. Kuyi could clearly see that after Fu Qiao finished speaking, the light of survival in Qi Yuan's eyes swiftly dimmed. She understood that this was the most prudent choice, for they had no means to take him with them. Qi Yuan lowered his head, his voice diminishing. It's all right, but I still thank you all. Suddenly recalling something, he lifted his gaze to Kuyi, his eyes ablaze. May I know your name? Kuyi, with Ku signifying diligence and Yu representing feather. Qi Yuan repeated the name several times on his lips. Kuyi, thank you for the water you have given me. Kuyi shook her head, signaling that everything was fine. Fu Qiao watched from the side, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort in her heart. It is time for us to leave. All right. They had been out for quite a while. It was indeed time to depart. Kuyi promptly offered the remaining water to Qi Yuan, encouraging him to take another sip, and left him a piece of compressed biscuit, discreetly taking away the packaging. Fu Yuan descended the stairs in search of something to eat, for he had not been satiated by the dinner at Shu Yao's, and had been awoken in the dead of night by hunger, which was quite enough. Fu Yuan, aren't those young lovers out on a date in the middle of the night? What a dramatic scene. Am I sleepwalking? Asud den Realionstion strak, Fu Yuan. He was merely in a state of somnambulism, oblivious to everything. He would never intrude on the romantic rendezvous of a young couple. Fu Qiao. Ge Vayu. Fu Qiao wore an expression of helplessness. His uncle and aunt were indeed astute individuals. How could they have given rise to such a naive and sweet-natured son? However, reflecting on his previous life, Fu Qiao found that he preferred his current demeanor, for at least he still possessed a semblance of the innocence typical of youth. Well, if he is foolish, let him be foolish. He is, after all, my little brother. After closing the door, Fu Qiao settled onto the sofa and took the initiative to inquire, "What are you doing awake at this hour, Fu Yuan?" Oh, his brother truly was something. After all, he and his sister-in-law were also awake at such a late hour. Fu Yuan fidgeted and replied, "I wasn't full. So I woke up hungry and came down to find something to eat. And yet you criticize me? You two have been sneaking off to date," Fu Yuan added defiantly. Kuyu widened his eyes in astonishment at Fu Yuan. "Date? With whom? What on earth is going through your mind?" Fu Qiao also wore a look of exasperation. "We merely went out to investigate some matters regarding Hishu Yao. Yet, whenever it's just the two of you, no matter where you go, it's essentially a world for two, a date." 888. Haha, host, you crack me up. Fu Yuan's peculiar logic is truly amusing. Kiskiviko iu, trali intoriating. If this child were to fall in love, he would undoubtedly become infatuated. Please gather the remnants of your thoughts. We have matters to discuss with you. Kuyu could no longer tolerate the rampant rumors. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuan understood that the conversation had shifted to serious matters and ceased his frivolous behavior. "Feel free to ask. I shall share all that I know." Fu Yuan then moved to sit on the sofa before the two. "Tonight, we venture to investigate the villa where you mentioned supplies were stored. However, rather than containing provisions, it has been transformed into a facility for detaining individuals." After Kuyu and Fu Qiao concluded their discussion regarding the villa, Fu Yuan also came to an understanding. It appeared that Hishu Yao was indeed wary of them, openly informing them that the location served as a storage for essential supplies. However, in reality, it was covertly utilized for experiments. Upon realizing Fu Yuan's comprehension, Fu Qiao inquired, "You have been here for some time. You must be aware that several fugitives once sought refuge in this area. Yet thereafter, I noticed a significant decrease in the number of people." At this moment, Fu Yuan grasped the truth. Those individuals have been imprisoned. Chapter 45. Domestic violence. "Oh, right? Brother, I just recalled something," Fu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, eager to share his revelation with Fu Qiao. "Since the number of those individuals diminished, I have observed an influx of ability users in the villa vicinity, and without exception, they all possess strength-based abilities." Kuyu and Fu Qiao both pondered the same matter. The manifestation of a power-based ability. Does an increase in strength necessarily indicate the awakening of such an ability? If one were to consider monsters, an enhancement in physical attributes would naturally lead to a corresponding increase in strength. This suggests a significant possibility that those who have been injected with gene-altering serums, claiming to have awakened abilities, might merely lack the overt characteristics of aberrations. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that true abilities may indeed awaken following the injection of such substances. But what of Qi Yuan? Perhaps further insights could be gleaned from Hishu Yao. I shall seize the opportunity to arrange a meeting with him tomorrow. You can hypnotize him to inquire about this matter. Kuyu felt that approaching Hishu Yao would be far more efficient than their futile speculations here. However, Fu Qiao did not concur with the suggestion, believing that Kuyu must also perceive Hishu Yao's covetous intentions toward her. Thus, this course of action would be akin to leading a sheep into a tiger's den. Yet, before he could voice his concerns, Kuyu ascended the stairs to rest. Downstairs, only he and Fu Yuan remained, exchanging silent glances. Very well, they could discuss it tomorrow. In the dimly lit room, the man leaning against the wall suddenly gasped for breath, his eyes snapping open, crimson pupils narrowing, revealing a hint of madness. It has finally arrived. However, when Fu Qiao descended the stairs the next morning, he discovered that Kuyu was absent. After inquiring with Mo Shanshan, he learned that she had already set out to meet Hishu Yao. Fu Qiao couldn't help but marvel at Kuyu's remarkable decisiveness. Meanwhile, on her way to He Shu Yao's villa, Kuyu encountered Li Dahu. It was truly exasperating to deal with those lacking a sense of boundaries. Just yesterday, Fu Qiao had reprimanded him, and here he was today, brimming with vitality. This indicated that they possessed healing abilities. Unlike light-based abilities, healing abilities operated at a slower efficacy and often left scars. Li Dahu harbored a deep-seated hatred for Fu Qiao due to the delayed treatment. He had sustained a permanent injury and now walked with a limp. He vowed to make Fu Qiao pay dearly. Having encountered this lovely young woman on the road, he felt no need for restraint. If he could overpower her, how exhilarating that would be. Where are you headed, little beauty? Your brother Tiger will accompany you. Li Dahu leered at Kuyu, unable to suppress his desire to make a move. Kuyu had grown weary of dealing with such matters, and, disinclined to engage in further banter, swiftly unleashed his powers to sever the outstretched hand of the unwelcome intruder. He then ensnared him from head to toe with vines. Do not underestimate me. Should you dare approach again, I shall render you powerless. With that, Kuyu discarded his words and paid no heed to the fallen Li Dahu, simply bypassing him as he departed. Li Dahu, still reeling from the agony of his shattered wrist, found his mouth tightly bound by the vines. Muffled sounds escaped him as he writhed on the ground, casting a malevolent gaze towards the retreating figure of Kuyu. 888. Wow. Host, you're amazing. So cool. Kuyu. All right, enough with the flattery, 8-tong. Next time if we encounter such ruffians again, let us just confront them directly. Reasoning with them is akin to playing the lute to a cow. 888 earnestly engages in analysis with Kuyu. Kuyu, rest assured, I shall not allow myself to suffer any disadvantage. She is aware that the 8th commander is concerned about her impending meeting with He Shu Yao, fearing that she might incur losses in her pursuit of information. Her 8th commander is truly endearing. Not long after Kuyu departed, Fu Qiao arrived at the very spot where Kuyu had encountered Li Dahua, witnessing him ensnared in a predicament akin to that of a trapped insect. A moment's reflection clarified the recent events. Li Dahua glared at him with eyes wide open, brimming with veins of crimson fury. A sound of impotent rage escaped his throat. Fu Qiao nonchalantly retrieved a sharp blade from the confines of his space, effortlessly slicing through the air. An agonizing pain erupted in Li Dahua's lower body, causing him to curl up, resembling a wretched maggot. If he could not be restrained, then he was better off discarded. Casually, he cast aside the soiled knife and departed. As Li Dahua endured the torment, a singular thought consumed him. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to ensure Fu Qiao's demise. Kuyu soon arrived at the entrance of He Shu Yao's villa, observing the 2 individuals stationed there as a display of his status. One of them went to inform He Shu Yao of her arrival, while she engaged in conversation with the other. From their dialogue, she quickly discerned that both were also endowed with power-type abilities, though it remained uncertain whether these were triggered by the injection of gene modification serum. After all, this was considered a secret within these walls. Just as she was about to extract further information, the guard who had entered to notify He Shu Yao emerged, respectfully addressing her. Miss Ku, the boss requests your presence inside. Kuyu smiled and expressed her gratitude before stepping inside. Upon entering, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Bai Chuyu was not present. It was truly fortuitous. She endeavored to engage in idle chatter, hoping to extract information if possible. If not, she would simply wait for Fu Qiao's arrival. Did you come here for something specific? He Shu Yu inquired, observing the enchanting figure of Kuyu illuminated by the light behind her, making her appear almost ethereal. However, upon catching a glimpse of her abdomen, he felt a surge of resentment. How could she already be with child? It was disheartening, considering he had once regarded her as a goddess. Kuyu's tale unfolds. Oh, dear I find myself bereft of a refuge to voice my sorrows. Observing Kuyu gently brush away the tears from her eyes, it is evident that his feelings for her have shifted due to the child she carries. Nevertheless, his affection remains. The sight of this beautiful woman in tears stirs an irresistible urge within him to embrace her. Upon hearing his words, Kuyu's sobs intensified. You cannot fathom the tumultuous journey I have endured." The mention of her plight deepened Hishuyo's sympathy, compelling him to wish to console Kuyu. However, she suddenly sank onto the sofa, subtly evading his hand. "Do not weep, Ayu. It was all Fu Qiao's fault. It has nothing to do with you." Hishuyu disregarded his rejected hand, interpreting Kuyu's withdrawal as unintentional. Kuyu, while feigning tears, pondered why Fu Qiao had not yet arrived. Oh, how could one endure such a life? Her words were not entirely unfounded. After all, had she not been choked at the outset? She held a grudge. Just as Hishuyo was about to offer further consolation, Fu Qiao's voice resonated. Chapter 46. Pleasing the fiancé, he. What's the reason for your tears? Kuyu felt a sudden jolt, subsequently releasing a breath of relief. He had finally arrived. Otherwise, she would have been unable to continue her performance. Hishuyo also heard Fu Qiao's voice and instinctively sought to appease him. However, he quickly realized that Fu Qiao was now the dominant figure in this villa district. If there were to be any attempts at flattery, it ought to be Fu Qiao who endeavored to win him over. "Fu Qiao, how could you let you endure such hardships when she is so wonderful?" After coming to this realization, Hishuyo abandoned the formality of addressing him as President Fu, opting instead for a more direct approach. Hishuyo, what gives you the right to meddle in matters concerning my fiancé?" Fu Qiao furrowed his brow and strode inside. He had grown weary of Hishuyo's incessant attempts to pry into his engagement, as if he did not exist. Provoked by these words, Hishuyo could no longer tolerate Fu Qiao's tone and immediately rose in indignation. "Are you threatening to sever ties with me?" Kuyu in 888 stood by with great enthusiasm, urging, "Don't just talk, fight." Fu Qiao had grown weary of idle chatter. He directly invaded the back of his mind with his mental power and began the process of hypnosis. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that there existed a mental imprint within, belonging to a master whose strength was surprisingly comparable to his own. This indicated that he could not hypnotize him to extract information, for if he were to forcibly disrupt this imprint, Hishuyo's central system would be irreparably damaged, rendering him a mere imbecile, incapable of speech. Seeing Fu Qiao suddenly lapse into a daze, Hishuyo mistakenly believed he had intimidated him. Look, he still possesses the demeanor of a leader. As he reveled in his triumph, he remained oblivious to the knowing glance Fu Qiao cast toward Kuyu. Kiskiviko, with an understanding demeanor, quietly grasped the desk lamp beside him. With a sudden thud, Hishuyo could hardly have anticipated that Kuyu would strike from behind. Kuyu understood that since a gentle approach proved ineffective, it was time to resort to a more forceful method. "I shall take charge." As Kuyu was contemplating how much more considerate Fu Qiao had become lately, he added, "So you won't accuse me of domestic violence again." Kuyu chuckled, realizing that tenderness was indeed an illusion. Fu Qiao understood Kuyu's implication and proceeded to drag Hishuyo by his leg, lifting him from the ground. Without searching for a rope, they simply instructed Kuyu to bind him with vines. The two of them exited through the window, heading towards the villa where Hishuyo was confining the creature. After Fu Qiao gained control over one of the creatures in a room, he unceremoniously tossed Hishuyo inside. Kuyu could not help but shake her head. No one could rival Fu Qiao in terms of malevolence. How insidious. Meanwhile, Hishuyo, who had been cast into this predicament, felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, as if he had been dragged along a treacherous path. It was only then that he belatedly realized he was no longer in the villa. Damn that Kuyu. How could she betray the sincerity he had shown her and ambush him from behind? He vowed to make her kneel and plead for his mercy. And Fu Qiao. That wretched pair. Roaring, Fu Qiao directed the creature toward the dazed Hishuyo, who remained oblivious to his dire situation. The roar sent a shiver down Hishuyo's spine. Where was he? What were those monstrous sounds? Rising from the ground, he cautiously moved towards a source of light, and it was then that clarity struck him. He was indeed within a monster-esque lair. This meant he was now imprisoned alongside a creature of nightmares. Turning to the darkened corner, he spotted a grotesquely contorted monster fixated on him, as if poised to pounce and devour him at any moment. He swallowed hard, attempting to unleash a bolt of lightning at the beast with his electrical powers. However, Despite his high rank, his lack of practical combat experience proved detrimental, as the creature, under Fu Qiao's command, swiftly identified He Shuyu's vulnerabilities. With a single strike, it hurled He Shuyu against the wall, causing him to spit out blood. Curse it! As the monstrous threat loomed closer, He Shuyu continued to retreat. Just when he thought he would be consumed by the beast, Fu Qiao's voice echoed from outside the room. He Shuyu, you ought to be familiar with such monsters. Did you not create them? Fu Qiao taunted, gazing mockingly at He Shuyu, who cowered in the corner. Upon hearing that familiar voice, anger surged within He Shuyu. Fu Qiao, it was you who did this. You brought me here. Wait, how did you find this place? What do you know? Kuyu, seeing that the two had not broached the subject at hand for quite a while, urged them, stop wasting time with him. Let us settle this swiftly. Kuyu, I have treated you well, so why do you treat me this way? Fu Qiao could not help but chuckle at these words. He Xiaoyao, do you not perceive the insatiable hunger for flesh in the eyes of this creature? He drew the monster closer to He Xiaoyao. Shall we discuss the matter at hand? Fu Qiao's tone was laced with menace. Or would you prefer to nourish them yourself? The monster's eyes brimmed with an overwhelming desire for sustenance, saliva dripping incessantly onto the ground. It yearned for life, yet that individual had stated, I know nothing. Fu Qiao, are you not afraid of my revenge once I escape? No matter how formidable you are, so many superhumans could wear you down. Fu Qiao remained unfazed. Prior to his emergence, he had discreetly arranged for Fu Yuan and the others to leave, signaling the guards not to impede their departure. They were likely waiting outside by now. When inquiries arose regarding the genetic modification needles, would He Xiaoyao be able to stop them from leaving? Oh, why not concern yourself with your own predicament first? Kuyu was rapidly losing patience, exclaiming, why so much talk? The monster lunged and sank its teeth into He Xiaoyao's shoulder. I say, get off me. Fu Qiao, I demand you. The sound of the monster gnawing on his flesh echoed in his ears. He Xiaoyao could no longer endure. The pain in his shoulder threatened to render him unconscious. He could not perish. He was the leader of a refuge within a villa district and must survive. After Fu Qiao commanded the monster to retreat, He Xiaoyao divulged all that had transpired. It turned out he had also encountered Dr. Fong, but not alone. The personnel from the Y City base had escorted Dr. Fong. Upon learning of his intention to establish his influence there, they had provided him with some genetic modification needles. As long as he sent a few successfully modified creatures to the Y City base each month, the ones that failed would be discarded here. Chapter 47. Successful modification. Kuyu could not help but inquire, what does it mean to have been successfully transformed? Fu Jiao also felt a sense of curiosity. According to He Shuyao, all the creatures confined here had failed in their transformations. So, what constitutes a successful transformation? Were the individuals at the Y City base aiming to achieve? A successful transformation is one that allows for the free manipulation of the creature's form, possesses a semblance of human consciousness, and exhibits a diminished craving for human flesh. After He Shuyao's explanation, both Fu Jiao and Kuyu simultaneously thought of the Qi brothers, who could also be deemed as failures in transformation. As their insatiable thirst for human flesh still lingered, Kuyu's thoughts drifted to Qi Yuan, who stood as a unique case, unchanged in any manner. And what of Qi Yuan? He remained confined on the second floor, a person devoid of any transformation. He Shuyao was taken aback. How did Kuyu and the others possess such intimate knowledge? Just as he prepared to speak of Qi Yuan, a sharp pain surged through his mind. The agony was unbearable. He Shuyao clutched his head with his uninjured hand, rolling on the floor in distress. Fu Qiao quickly employed his mental powers to investigate, discovering that the mental imprint within He Shuyao's mind was activated. It appeared that another individual, possessing similar psychic abilities, had taken precautions to prevent He Shuyao from speaking out. He Shuyao still had utility. Thus, Fu Qiao reinforced the mental imprint, ensuring that He Shuyao would temporarily forget his intended words, rendering the other's influence ineffective. He Shuyao felt disoriented and fainted. Seizing the opportunity, Kuyu and the others decided it was time to leave, for further inquiries bore no significance. However, just as the two were about to exit the villa, a cacophony erupted from behind them. The monsters within the villa and various aberrations began to riot inexplicably, relentlessly battering against the door, even as blood flowed from their heads. They showed no signs of ceasing. This was dire. Soon, some managed to breach the door, charging toward the two. The exit was blocked. They could only confront the onslaught of monsters. Fortunately, both were experienced in dealing with such threats. As Fuchio and Kuyu engaged these rampaging creatures on the path nearby, Dahu was still struggling, seeking assistance to free himself from the vines. At that moment, a familiar figure approached. It was her. He implored her for help with his gaze. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was injected with something. Go, fulfill your final purpose, and gain the strength to exact your revenge. The figure discarded several syringes. Dahu quickly sensed a transformation within his body. He burst free from the binding vines, growing increasingly large and distorted, his teeth sharpening. After catching a whiff of the scent, he declared, "I shall tear you apart and feast upon your flesh." With that, he surged toward the monster-infested villa. Along the way, he encountered a few guards, effortlessly crushing one in each hand and devouring them. With the sound of cracking bones, he consumed several. The abilities of those individuals proved ineffective against him, and being a fire-type ability user, Dahu could still wield his powers. Flames swiftly cooked some of the adversaries. Moreover, he discovered that by consuming the strength-type ability users summoned by the leader, his own power intensified, even as more limbs and organs sprouted from his body. Meanwhile, on Kuyu's side, the monsters, having rarely fed on humans, lacked significant strength, allowing Fuchio and her to dispatch the majority with relative ease. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from outside, and while Kuyu was preoccupied with the creature before her, she failed to notice the door behind her hurtling toward her. Just then, Fuchio unexpectedly shielded her from the impending danger. With a resounding thud, the impact struck his back with great force, an event that transpired far too abruptly for him to activate his spatial barrier. A sharp pain radiated from his back, yet he seemed impervious to it, swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to the creature attempting to launch a surprise attack. Kuyu was somewhat taken aback by Fu Qiao's actions, yet it was evident that this was not the moment for contemplation. A colossal creature had appeared at the entrance, larger than any they had previously encountered. More importantly, it seemed that this beast possessed extraordinary abilities. Kuyu supported Fuchio as they exited from the corner of the doorway. It was impossible to confront this colossal creature within the confines of the villa. Once they reached the outside, Dahu immediately recognized them. With a swift motion of his hand, he aimed to bring them crashing to the ground. Kuyu noticed the situation and quickly took Fuchio aside to evade. "I want you both dead," the monstrous voice echoed, and the two recognized it as Dahu. How could he have transformed into this? Before they could ponder further, Dahu advanced again, determined to eliminate them. They swiftly maneuvered behind him, and Kuyu bound one of his feet with vines. With a powerful tug, Dahu lost his balance and fell, crashing into several trees. However, he was soon back on his feet, not allowing them a moment's respite to strike again. As Fuchio attempted to invade with his mental prowess, he suddenly sensed another's mental force interfering. Helpless, he was compelled to fend off the additional attack. Simultaneously, he distorted space and severed one of Dahu's hands. Remarkably, Dahu seemed oblivious to the pain. He simply picked up his severed limb and began to consume it with a crunching sound. Giskivikoyu, unable to contain her frustration any longer, seized the tang knife and swung the vine to ensnare Dahu's neck. She intended to ascend the vine and first blind him, thereby diminishing his capacity to attack. However, Dahu, with a powerful tug, severed the vine and forcefully hurled Kuyu away. Kuyu swiftly adjusted her stance, using another vine to grasp the tree, thereby softening her descent before landing gracefully on the ground. No sooner had she touched down than Dahu's fireball surged toward her. With remarkable agility, she evaded the oncoming strike, but the relentless barrage began to take its toll on her stamina. Were it not for Fuchio diverting some of his attention to shield her on a few occasions, she would have faced grave peril several times over. How could she uncover his weakness? While dodging, this question lingered in her mind, prompting her to meticulously observe the points of his attacks, where his reactions were most pronounced. As Kuyu pondered, in a room on the second floor of the monster villa, someone concealed behind the curtains observed intently. This battle, belonging solely to Kuyu, unfolded as he engaged in an invisible struggle against Fuchio, wielding his mental prowess. This woman represented the most significant twist in the unfolding events. It remained uncertain whether Fuchio was oblivious to her presence or simply chose to disregard it. Perhaps it would be intriguing to reveal the surprises she might bring. With this thought, he devoted all his focus to countering Fuchio, ensuring she could not divert her attention to assist Kuyu. Ultimately, when Kuyu inadvertently struck The in a vulnerable area, he hastily attempted to shield himself, only to suddenly uncover his weakness. A flicker of clarity dispelled the previous gloom in Kuyu's heart. Confronting Lidao, she wove the vines into a formidable hammer, evading yet another of Lidao's assaults. Seizing the moment of his inattention, she swung the vine hammer with all her might, striking at his groin. As he doubled over in pain, clutching his wound and howling, she finally found her opportunity. Leaping onto his head, she plunged the tang knife into his temple, twisting it fiercely. Lidao soon ceased all further attacks, collapsing backward with a heavy thud, his immense body creating a deep indentation upon impact. As Kuyu observed that he had indeed ceased all further actions and no longer posed a threat, she finally exhaled in relief, grateful that the ordeal was resolved. Soon after, she contemplated making her way towards Fuchio to ascertain his condition. After all, he had just shielded her from that attack, and must have sustained considerable injuries. At that moment, Fuchio also turned his gaze towards her, and their eyes met in a shared smile. He had always known of her formidable prowess. The sudden turn of events unfolded in an instant, as Kuyu sensed the intense, killing intent emanating from behind her. Fuchio also became aware of the perilous situation at her back. He enveloped her in a protective barrier of air, but in his momentary distraction, the assailant's mental force struck him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Little fairy, be careful." As those words fell, Kuyu was thrust aside. To her astonishment, Lidao, even in his dying moments, attempted to attack her. Yet it was Chi Yuan who pushed her away, sustaining the injury himself as he collapsed on the other side. Although she could have reacted in time, it was Chi Yuan who ultimately saved her. She rushed over to assess Chi Yuan's condition. Chi Yuan? Enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, Chi Yuan opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, I won't die. I can be saved. I'm truly grateful." Kuyu examined his wounds and discovered that 2 of his ribs were fractured. "Thank you sincerely, but please refrain from such actions in the future. You must cherish yourself." 888 could not help but express its frustration, lamenting why it had not alerted the host earlier, only to be silenced by the main system, which infuriated it. Chi Yuan nodded in agreement, yet his eyes unmistakably conveyed that he would repeat such actions again. After ensuring Chi Yuan was settled, she hurried over to assess Fuchio's condition, having just witnessed him spitting blood. Furthermore, when danger loomed, she felt Fuchio erect a spatial barrier to protect her. Thus, even if Chi Yuan had not pushed her away, she would have remained unharmed. She had faith in Fuchio. Fuchio grew suspicious of Chi Yuan. As soon as Chi Yuan appeared, the mental force that had been attempting to attack him vanished. Such a coincidence seemed implausible. "Fuchio, how are you?" Kiskiviko inkurit. Supporting him as he sat up, Kuyu expressed her perplexity. Previously, when we saw him in that room, he appeared quite feeble. However, just now, his swift motion in pushing me aside was not characteristic of someone who has been weak for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Fuchio cast a glance at Kiyu's contemplative profile and had anticipated that she might regard him with some leniency due to Chi Yuan's recent act of saving her. To his surprise, she instead began to harbor doubts about him. This realization alleviated much of the gloom that had previously enveloped Fuchio's heart. "Fuchio?" Kuyu noticed his prolonged silence and wondered if it was a lingering effect of his mental strain. Kuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It is good that all is well. Since he has gone to great lengths to join us, let us observe what he intends to accomplish. Coincidentally, we are also heading to the Y City base next." Fuchio thought to herself, visiting the base is indeed imperative. Kiskiviko ilu notit gentle. supporting Fuqiu as they made their way towards Qi Yuan. Observing the approaching pair, Qi Yuan squinted, contemplating how he had not been too harsh. Yet Fuqiu appeared to be gravely injured. Qi Yuan, I'm deeply grateful for your timely rescue of Kuyu, Fuqiu expressed, addressing him with the earnestness of a family member. Kuyu was uncertain if she was overthinking, but she sensed that Fuqiu was marking her territory. She belonged to his domain, while Qi Yuan was an outsider. The more she pondered, the more absurd it seemed, considering the injury she had sustained, which might not heal anytime soon. She extended an olive branch, citing a valid reason, to care for her benefactor. Initially, Qi Yuan felt something was amiss upon hearing Fuqiu's words, but before he could reflect further, he was met with Kuyu's proposition. It was indeed his intention, yet the ease with which it unfolded perplexed him. Is it true? Can I truly accompany you? Qi Yuan ultimately decided to join her. Fuqiu remarked, this Qi Yuan seems to act as though I am non-existent, only ever mentioning Kuyu. The more she observed him, the more her irritation grew. 888 chimed in, ha ha ha. Host, listen to this. It's the art of conversation. He only speaks of you, completely excluding Fuqiu. Kuyu contemplated the tumultuous journey that lay ahead, yet recognized the necessity of tending to her wounds first. The devastation wrought by Li Dahua was evident throughout the villa district, with numerous places and lives left in ruin. It dawned on her that there was also He Xiao to consider. She wondered if he had survived the recent chaos instigated by the monstrous upheaval. He Xiao had been rescued by Bai Chuyu, or rather, she had been aware of his plight since his abduction, yet he remained of value to her. Seizing the opportunity amidst Li Dahua's frenzy, she had orchestrated his rescue. Xiao Yu, I always knew your love for me was genuine. It was I who failed you in the past, He Xiao professed with heartfelt sincerity as he emerged from the villa, supported by Bai Chuyu. Bai Chuyu was nearly exasperated by his declarations. Had it not been for her healing abilities, which rendered her incapable of exterminating zombies, she would have refrained from saving him. Moreover, her awareness of He Xiao's connections to the base motivated her to tolerate him for the time being, as they could leverage his ties to secure passage to safety. Brother Xiao, it is enough that you understand my intentions. Let us seek refuge at the base. The villa district has been utterly ravaged by Li Dahua's creations. Fuqiu and the others remain there as well. As long as we preserve our strength, we need not fear the loss of resources. Bai Chuyu endeavored earnestly to persuade He Xiao towards the base. You speak the truth. We must avoid confrontation for now, He Xiao conceded after a moment's contemplation, though his heart brimmed with enmity towards Fuqiu and Kuyu, for they were the ones who had destroyed his sanctuary. Thus, the pair set forth in the direction of the Y City base. After Kuyu extracted the crystal core from Li Dahua, she inquired of Fuqiu whether this object would aid in his recovery, as her light-based powers had yet to advance to the level of healing mental wounds. This is your battle achievement, is it not? Fuqiu gazed at the crystal core she offered him, pondering why she would give it to him. Why was his injury of such significance? He yearned to uncover the answer to this question, intensely curious. Chapter 49. Task completed. Fuqiu's heart stirred. Because you cannot be in peril. You are the protagonist of this world. If anything were to happen to you, would the very fabric of this world not unravel? Ding. The charming system warmly reminds you. The protagonist's favorability towards you stands at 60. Thank you for your attention. Congratulations, host. Confetti. Splendid. You have accomplished a task, and your life is now safeguarded. Rewards will be dispatched shortly. She paid little heed to what the charming system continued to proclaim. Had Fuqiu's favorability towards her truly reached 60? Apart from an initial phase where she diligently endeavored to secure his favor for survival, she had since grown somewhat lackadaisical. In fact, she had become rather indifferent to maintaining her persona, likely leading Fuqiu to realize her inconsistencies long ago. Upon hearing Kuyu's words, Fuqiu's thoughts became a whirlwind, his heart racing as if filled with honey. He could not afford to be in danger. He must not falter. A smile tugged at his lips, his gaze fervently fixed upon Kuyu. Qi Yuan observed the two of them lost in their own world, an internal tempest of frustration surging within him. Could they not be mindful of their surroundings? He was still present. Thank you very much. Ahem. Reluctantly, he could only clear his throat to remind them. Perhaps they should show some concern for his well-being as well. Kuyu seized the opportunity to evade Fu Qiu's penetrating gaze. "Qi Yuan, do you feel unwell?" Qi Yuan replied, "I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my eyes." Although there were suspicions that Qi Yuan had deliberately shielded her from that blow, he was indeed injured. Lying on the ground, he found it difficult to move, and she was at a loss on how to tend to such a wound. Qi Yuan's reliability was questionable, and he was unable to utilize his light-based abilities. Instinctively, she glanced towards Fu Qiu for assistance. Receiving Kuyu's gaze, Fu Qiu smiled indulgently and asked her to retrieve his backpack. He then pretended to extract a roll of elastic bandage from within. Kuyu was not skilled in bandaging, and was more likely to inflict further injury. However, even if she possessed such skills, he would not permit her to assist him, adhering to the principle of propriety between the sexes. "Very well, thank you." Qi Yuan was not particularly concerned about his injury. After all, Fu Qiu swiftly applied the bandage, effectively tending to Qi Yuan's wound. "Shall we now set off to the Y City base?" Once bandaged, Qi Yuan attempted to stand on his own, yet he wobbled precariously, appearing as though he might topple at any moment. Indeed, as pain surged through him, he leaned towards Kuyu. Fu Qiu, with remarkable quickness, pulled him back to safety. "Kuyu, the injuries are rather severe. Allow me to assist you," Fu Qiu said as he pulled Qi Yuan along. "What a jest! That is his fiancée. No touching. Do not meddle." Qi Yuan felt a surge of frustration, yet responded gently, "Might this be too much trouble for you, considering you two are injured?" "Not at all. Let us proceed." Fu Qiu, noticing that Kuyu had already taken the lead, wished to dispense with further conversation with Qi Yuan. Kuyu walked ahead, engaged in conversation with 888. "So, has one of my tasks been completed?" Her voice carried an inexplicable emotion, leaving her uncertain about the source of her feelings. Kuyu fell into silence for a moment before inquiring, "How exactly should we proceed with the other task?" Thus far, she had not engaged with any matters concerning the zombie virus serum, leaving her devoid of information or leads. 888 responded, "Oh, dear host, there is no need for haste. It is quite possible that your journey to the Y City base will yield fruitful results." Indeed, she felt a pressing urgency to complete the task swiftly. The longer it took, the more she feared her ability to maintain control over her emotions. Meanwhile, Fu Qiu, who had been trailing behind, observed Kuyu's retreating figure and was inexplicably struck by a sense of being unable to grasp her presence. He hastily quickened his pace. Qi Yuan, who had been walking comfortably alongside Fu Qiu, was suddenly caught off guard as Fu Qiu accelerated, nearly dragging him along. Did he truly disregard his well-being? Kuyu, upon catching up to her pace, Fu Qiu called out, merely wishing to confirm that she would not vanish. "Huh, what is it?" Startled by Fu Qiu's call, Kuyu paused her conversation with 888. "Fortunately, I have very little left to carry," she reflected, considering that most of their supplies were already secured with Fu Qiu. Alleviating her worries, Kuyu nodded in agreement. The three of them proceeded directly to the location agreed upon with Fu Qiu and Fu Yuan. "Sister Shan Shan, why haven't Tu Jia and the others come to find us yet? Could something have happened? Should we go check on them?" Lin Zi kept gazing towards the villa. Having caught snippets of the earlier commotion, her concern for Yu Jia and her brother Fu Qiu's safety was palpable. Noticing Lin Zi's anxious demeanor, Fu Yuan reassured her. "Little Z, your worry is in vain. Besides, my brother is exceptionally capable. The likelihood of any mishap is minimal. If we go, we would merely add to their burden." Yet, Lin Zi fell silent, pondering the notion of burden. Indeed, one must have faith in them. Mo Shan Shan, perceiving Lin Zi's unease, gave Fu Yuan, the ever-blunt one, a gentle nudge. "All right," Lin Zi replied in a low voice, though her anxious gaze remained fixed outside. After what felt like an eternity, she finally discerned 3 figures approaching from a distance. 3 individuals? Could it be that Yu Jia and Brother Fu had arrived? Instinctively, she tensed, preparing to call out to Mo Shan Shan. As the figures drew nearer, she recognized them unmistakably. It was indeed Yu Jia and the others. "Yeah, over here," she exclaimed joyfully, almost rushing out to greet them, but was halted by Mo Shan Shan. There were still numerous wandering zombies outside, Although they had dispatched quite a few along the way, the presence of higher-level zombies remained a significant threat due to their varying abilities. Kyu wielded a them knife, clearing the path of zombies ahead, while Fu Qiu and Qi Yuan lagged behind due to their injuries. From a distance, Lin Zi's voice could be heard, prompting her to quicken her pace. Soon, she arrived at the house where Lin Zi and the others were gathered. Lin Zi joyfully approached her. "Sister Yu, are you unhurt?" As she scrutinized Kyu from head to toe. "I'm fine, but your brother Fu and the others have sustained injuries." "What? Brother Fu and who else?" Lin Zi inquired, her curiosity piqued by the presence of an additional individual. "Is Brother Fu seriously injured?" "My brother is hurt." Fu Yuan, initially unconcerned, suddenly reacted upon hearing this, pushing past Lin Zi to surround Fu Qiu. "Brother, where are you hurt? Can you still walk?" Fu Yuan glanced around, realizing that his brother seemed relatively unscathed, especially compared to the other individual beside him, who bore far more severe injuries. "And who are you? How did you sustain such grave wounds?" Kyu and Fu Qiu intended to engage in conversation, yet as they listened to Fu Yuan incessantly chattering, they found themselves unable to interject. "Very well, I'm fine. However, should you continue rambling, there may indeed be repercussions," Fu Qiu remarked as she gently pushed Fu Yuan, who was encroaching upon Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan expressed a sudden sensation, as if a husky were ready to splatter him with messiness. In that moment, she recollected just now, he saved me, which is why he sustained injuries. Upon hearing that this individual had rescued Sister Yu, Lin Zi promptly cast a grateful glance in his direction. "He saved my sister-in-law. What about my brother? In such a heroic scenario, how could he falter?" Fu Yuan continued his tirade, lamenting how his brother could allow an outsider to rescue his sister-in-law, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy regarding his brother's capabilities. As Fu Qiu absorbed Fu Yuan's remarks, she felt a vain throb on her forehead, contemplating whether this brother of hers was truly worth keeping. Kyu hurriedly defended Fu Qiu, saying, "No, your brother was injured at that time. Moreover, dear brother, your brother did take action, but he was overwhelmed by those with ulterior motives." Qi Yuan remarked, "It's quite remarkable that someone actually cares about his well-being." After escorting Qi Yuan to one of the rooms, Fu Qiu had Mo Shanshan, who possessed some medical knowledge, examine his wounds. To their astonishment, they discovered that his injuries had significantly healed. Fu Qiu gazed at Qi Yuan's wounds with a grave expression and, after obtaining Qi Yuan's consent, felt the two ribs that had just fractured, only to be surprised to find they were nearly mended. "Qi Yuan, have you experienced this before?" Fu Qiu inquired. Qi Yuan was not particularly surprised by this development, as he had carefully selected this body, yet he feigned astonishment. I'm not entirely sure. It wasn't tea like this before." His expression conveyed genuine surprise. Both Fu Qiu and Kyu arrived at the same conclusion. This was likely related to the gene modification injection he received. It was no wonder that Xiao had been unable to speak about him and had been marked with such a mental imprint. "Do not worry. This may be connected to the gene modification injection you received," Kyu reassured Qi Yuan. Fu Qiu added, "We still need to visit the Y City base. They should have answers regarding your condition." What exactly is happening at the Y City base? Was the sudden emergence of so many ability users in the last life also due to this gene modification injection? This journey was absolutely necessary. That evening, after they finished dinner, Kyu took the night watch, gazing outside, and was suddenly overwhelmed with thoughts. She had been in this world for over a month now, and from initially perceiving it merely as a book, she had begun to seriously contemplate the progression of the apocalypse. The greatest malice of the apocalypse is its tendency to magnify human negativity and flaws. The compassionate cannot survive, and those who do rarely maintain their humanity, refraining from resorting to cannibalism. Every person she had encountered thus far, whether good or bad, was undeniably flesh and blood. She couldn't help but think that this truly is a world. In a parallel universe, there exist individuals striving daily for survival. Just as her thoughts began to wander further, someone tapped her shoulder. "Kyu, what are you thinking about?" It was Mo Shanshan. She had come out in search of water and noticed Kyu seemingly lost in thought, her face bearing a trace of melancholy, so different from the person she once knew. I was reflecting on some events since the onset of the apocalypse. This was her first opportunity to share her thoughts with another girl since arriving in this new world. Moshanskan instantly understood Keiu's sentiments, considering how the once pampered princess had transformed drastically since the arrival of the apocalypse. The apocalypse magnifies the malice in some individuals. Perhaps zombies are not as frightening as some people. Mo Shanshan frantically sought words to comfort her, though she was not particularly skilled at it. Yet there will always be those who harbor a glimmer of hope. Humanity will discover new ways to survive in the apocalypse or find a means to bring an end to it. Furthermore, you possess extraordinary abilities that will ensure your survival. Ah, what a taxing endeavor it has been for her. At last, she has delivered her counsel, though it has proven to be a considerable burden. Kuyu gazed at Mo Shanshan. With some difficulty, finished her motivational speech and smiled gently, saying, "All right, I shall remember this. Thank you, Shanshan." Upon witnessing Kuyu's smile, the first thought that crossed Mo Shanshan's mind was sheer admiration for his beauty. And her second thought was how fortunate her boss was to have such an exquisite fiancé. After Mo Shanshan departed, Kuyu began to realize the absence of the promised reward for completing Task 1. 888. Dear host, do not be anxious. We are here to present your reward. Ding. Esteemed host, the charming system is at your service. In recognition of your outstanding performance in Task 1, we encourage you to continue your efforts. Moreover, to assist you in promptly accomplishing Task 2, we are granting you an intelligent Qiandu map, which will aid in locating and identifying the optimal routes, as well as revealing all surrounding entities. Kuyu, may I inquire about the distinction between this reward and 888? 888. It appears so. It seems that everything this map is capable of, it has already assisted the host with. Indeed, there is a difference. At times, the esteemed 888 may be silenced, whereas the map remains unaffected. Both Kuyu and 888 lapsed into silence, utterly devoid of any refutation. The following morning, when Fuqiu and Kuyu once again examined Qi Yuan's injury, it was unsurprisingly completely healed. After they had gathered all their belongings and resumed their journey, they took 2 vehicles due to Qi Yuan's uncertainty. He, along with Fuqiu and Kuyu, occupied one car, while Lin Zi and Mo Shanshan traveled in another. Kuyu, may I call you? Qi Yuan inquired from the back seat, struck by a sudden whim to test this out. Absolutely not. Before Kuyu could utter a word, Fuqiu spoke up sternly. Chapter 51. The Provocation by the Red-Haired One, Fuqiu's Race. Upon finishing his statement, Fuqiu noticed that both Kuyu and Qi Yuan were gazing at him in confusion. He realized that his reaction had been somewhat excessive. It was merely a reflexive response, and he found himself at a loss for words in that moment. Nevertheless, Kuyu, ever considerate, stepped in to clarify for Qi Yuan. It is because that Shuyao referred to me in such a manner that I have developed a slight case of PTSD regarding this name. Fuqiu understood this sentiment, which was precisely why he had insisted against it earlier. Qi Yuan wore an expression of profound understanding, yet inwardly he was bemused, thinking, when did Fuqiu develop such a strong sense of possessiveness, to the extent that he disallows even a mere title? Observing this, Fuqiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed due to He Shuyao, whose intentions were all too apparent to anyone. Then I shall simply address you as Kuyu. Qi Yuan interjected once more, reasoning that using the full name would surely avoid any further complications. Fuqiu suppressed the urge to counter this. After all, it was already the full name, and to object further would seem rather odd. Kuyu was rather indifferent to what others shouted and readily acquiesced. While she was engrossed in studying the rewards of the charming system using the intelligent Qiandu map, she suddenly noticed a red dot approaching them on the map. She promptly activated the smart view, revealing a vehicle careening recklessly in their direction. Alas, this apocalypse was truly exhilarating. In the past, one had to adhere to traffic safety regulations while driving, but now, the freedom to navigate wherever one pleased was liberating. The vehicle that Kuyu observed was piloted by a red-haired individual who brazenly maneuvered the car with wild abandon. The car swerved left and right on the road at a breakneck speed, showing no fear even when encountering zombies, instead accelerating to plow through any obstacles in its path. After crashing into yet another wandering zombie, he joyfully exclaimed, his hands momentarily leaving the steering wheel. "Oh yeah, another point. Howsy, did you see that zombie just now? Ha ha ha." I aimed right for her backside. I was actually more curious about how it would feel to touch one. His repugnant remarks were exceedingly discomforting. Yet the individual in the same vehicle, addressed as Howsy, remained unfazed, accustomed to such banter even amidst the car's erratic movements. "Red hair, enough of the antics. The doctor is waiting for us," Howsy reminded him, acknowledging the bizarre reality of the apocalypse, where even individuals like them could awaken extraordinary abilities, thanks to the doctor. The red-haired one chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, I know my limits. I would never delay anything concerning the doctor." Just then, two vehicles appeared ahead, igniting his excitement. "Howsy, there are cars blocking our path," he exclaimed. "Let's crash through." Upon hearing this, the red-haired individual grinned widely. "All right." He slammed the accelerator, charging directly toward Kuyu's vehicle. Upon witnessing the scene, Kuyu initially assumed that the approaching vehicle belonged to a survivor unskilled in driving. To his astonishment, it was a deliberate act by a predatory wolf, causing his gaze to turn icy. "Fuchio, a car is barreling towards us," he declared. Realizing the abnormal speed of the vehicle, Fuchio quickly grasped the situation. He had initially thought it was merely a survivor and had given it little thought. But now that they were seeking trouble, he decided to engage them in their game. Seizing the walkie-talkie he had retrieved from the villa's secret chamber, Kuyu promptly informed Mo Shanshan and the others about the car and advised them to act accordingly when the moment arose. Fuchio immediately altered the vehicle's course, accelerating in the opposite direction. Red-haired companions, witnessing Fuchio's sudden maneuver, found the situation all the more amusing. How daring of him to evade them. Once their vehicle began to chase after Fuchio, Mo Shanshan and her group continued their advance. Lindsay gazed at the two receding cars, her expression shifting from concern to unwavering confidence in Kuyu and Fuchio. She firmly believed in the capabilities of her sister Yu and the others. Meanwhile, Fu Yuan chattered incessantly. "Seriously, does the driver of that car have a screw loose? Do they not understand the concept of proper driving? Tears are shed for their family." In the realm of Kuyu and the others, it was undoubtedly Fu Qiao who took the lead. Before the apocalypse, he must have indulged in racing, constantly attempting to collide with their vehicle. Several times, just as a crash seemed imminent, he executed a perfect drift, effortlessly evading the aggressive advances of the red-haired driver, who only knew how to accelerate and recklessly ram into anything in sight. I must annihilate them, reduce their car to mere scraps," he exclaimed, furiously pressing the horn, the cacophony causing the others to grimace. Racing triggers a rapid release of adrenaline, providing a thrilling rush. Kuyu, having never raced before, now felt her blood surging with fervor. Observing Fu Qiao's audacious control of the vehicle, she found herself teetering on the brink of losing composure. Qi Yuan, despite his urge to curse, found himself overwhelmed with nausea. Was it not absurd that these two remained unfazed? His stomach churned violently, while Kuyu and Fu Qiao appeared utterly unaffected. Was this the disparity of the world? Qi Yuan sighed in exasperation, wishing for his own demise. The red-haired driver, fueled by fury, accelerated with a fierce determination to crash into them. Initially, it might have been a mere game, but now he was resolute in his intent to obliterate them. Just as the red-haired driver was about to make impact, Fu Qiao surged forward, activating his spatial powers. After a recent upgrade, he could now teleport several meters in an instant. The car vanished from sight, reappearing a few meters away. The red-haired driver and his companion could only watch in disbelief as their target evaded them, crashing headlong into a tree at breakneck speed. The violent collision rendered their vehicle a total wreck, the tree splintering and crashing onto the car's roof, leaving the occupants, the red-haired driver and Hao Zi, unconscious. Meanwhile, Fu Qiao and Kuyu sped away, leaving chaos in their wake. Qi Yuan finally managed to exit the vehicle. The first thing he did was purge his stomach of its contents. He had intended to inquire about various matters, but now he was drained of all energy. "Forget it," he muttered. Fu Qiao, your racing skills are quite impressive. Kuyu sincerely praised him, though regrettably, she lacked such prowess herself. Upon hearing her compliment, Fu Qiao, who previously felt indifferent, now found himself particularly attentive to her words, his heart swelling with sweetness, akin to having been infused with syrup. Next time, I shall take you for another ride, he declared, his gaze fixed on her with an almost predatory intensity. Kuyu felt a flush of warmth at the piercing gaze. Please manage them. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey, while on the other side, Hong Mao and Haozi gradually regained consciousness. Upon surveying the wrecked vehicle, Hong Mao seethed with barely contained rage toward Fu Qiao. He etched the man's face into his memory. Judging by their appearance, they were likely bound for the base, and he vowed not to let him escape. Chapter 52. Encountering Zhou Huaihe, the group moved swiftly, arriving at the Y City base before sunset. The area surrounding the base was remarkably free of zombies, and several individuals clad in military uniforms patrolled the perimeter. A long queue formed at the entrance of the base, where some, like Kuyu and his companions, arrived in vehicles while others, gaunt and weary, stood in line, most appearing quite disheveled. Fu Yuan disembarked to gather information about the entry procedures and protocols of the base. Look, someone exclaimed, his pupils are white. Aren't zombie eyes white? A person in line, heavily wrapped, locked eyes with another, suddenly noticing something amiss. Alarmed, he shouted, fearing a zombie had infiltrated their ranks. At his outcry, the crowd recoiled in fear, anxious to distance themselves lest they become the first victims if the individual were to transform into a zombie. Is he truly a zombie? Then why hasn't he attacked us? Another voice chimed in. Look, his clothes are soaked in blood. The one with the peculiar pupils kept insisting, I am not a zombie. I am not a zombie. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the patrol team, who approached to assess the situation. Upon hearing the crowd's claims of a zombie, their expressions shifted to alarm. They were aware that a mistake on duty could result in punishment. One of them stepped forward to examine the man's eyes, subsequently making a call and escorting him away, assuring the others not to panic, as they would handle the situation. Kuyu originally believed that the patrolling guards would take that individual away, thus resolving the matter. However, with a fleeting glance, she observed the guards handing the person over to several others, led by an individual clad in a white coat. They proceeded to escort him away. Despite his futile attempts to resist, Kuyu and the person clad in a white coat exchanged glances, only to avert their eyes shortly thereafter. What is the matter? Fu Qiao inquired, noticing that Kuyu had been lost in thought for quite some time. Kuyu expressed her perplexity. The individual who had claimed to be infected with the zombie virus was not taken away by the military personnel. Rather, he was escorted by another group of people. Those individuals gave her an odd impression. Her first thought was of Dr. Fong. Brother, sister-in-law, I just inquired about the guards, and they informed me that the criteria for accepting ordinary individuals and those with supernatural abilities differ. For ordinary people, it is necessary to surrender a portion of food and become builders of the base in order to gain entry. Conversely, those with abilities are always welcome to enter, yet they must fulfill the base's tasks weekly. Furthermore, the entry inspections for the two categories are dissimilar. Ordinary individuals are screened for the presence of the zombie virus, while those with abilities are assessed based on their power levels. After delivering this information in one breath, Fu Yuan felt utterly exhausted. After Fu Yuan finished speaking, Kuyu thought of Lin Zi and Qi Yuan. Lin Zi lacked any special abilities, and she felt uneasy about sending her alone through the ordinary person's passage for inspection. As for Qi Yuan, his unique constitution, compounded by the numerous gene modification injections he had received, raised concerns. Would the machines detect anything amiss with him? While she pondered possible solutions, Fu Yuan, having finished his drink, continued, Sister-in-law, you need not worry about Lin Zi and Qi Yuan. Could you turn to look at him? Fu Yuan, with a proud expression, proclaimed, I just inquired, and it turns out we have 4 supernatural beings among us. Moreover, you and elder brother possess considerable levels. Consequently, they have granted us a privilege, allowing us to bring our companions without abilities through the channel designated for the empowered. Kuyu was pleasantly surprised by Fu Yuan's remarkable support and felt compelled to commend him. As the group approached the ability-checking passage, She exchanged a knowing glance with Fu Qiu, both recognizing the mirth reflected in each other's eyes. It turned out they had encountered an acquaintance. Zhou Huaihe stood at the entrance, smiling and waving at Fu Qiu and the others. Brother Fu, Sister Yu, you have finally arrived. After our last parting, I thought you had left Y City for good, as it has been so long since I last saw you. Fu Qiu replied, even if we were to leave, we would bid you farewell first. In the previous life, Zhou Huaihe had followed him after he saved him, only to be betrayed by Y City. In this lifetime, he sought to offer Zhou Huaihe a new choice, sparing him from the perilous path that had led to such a tragic fate. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huaihe realized that Fu Qiu and the others likely did not intend to remain at the Y City base for long. After all, a person as formidable as Brother Fu should not be confined to this place. All right, allow me to first register your abilities and levels, and then I will take you on a tour of the Y City base. For the sake of caution, Fu Qiu registered only his mental abilities, while Kuyu registered her strength-based abilities. After Mo Shanshan and Fu Yuan completed their registrations, Zhou Huaihe led them to find Lin Zi and Qi Yuan, who were examining the zombie virus. During this time, he noticed the interactions between Brother Fu and Sister Yu becoming increasingly frequent, with subtle gestures that only they seemed to understand. Inside, he felt like a giddy guinea pig, exclaiming in delight, "Ah, I told you their chemistry is real. Just look at those casual yet meaningful glances and their synchronized steps. If this isn't genuine, then what is?" Kuyu and Fu Qiu sensed the subtle yet palpable excitement emanating from Zhou Huaihe. Was he truly this exhilarated upon their reunion? Despite the passage of several days since he last indulged in the sweetness of his beloved couple, he remained resolute in his duty to introduce Kuyu and the others to the base. The base operated under a hierarchical system, one that Zhou Huaihe personally found distasteful. Those without awakened abilities resided uniformly in the eastern sector, while those endowed with powers, as well as individuals of influence from the world before, occupied the western sector. Accommodations for the empowered were categorized into single dormitories and single-story lodgings, all provided at no cost, whereas the newly constructed three-story villas required the submission of a specified number of crystal cores each week from the ability users. As Zhou Huaihe guided them through the base, he shared numerous insights about its operations. Every week, ability users were mandated to visit the task hall to collect assignments. Only upon the successful completion of these tasks could they continue their residence at the base and receive supplies. These tasks varied in difficulty. Some were considerably challenging, while others were relatively simple, with the easier ones typically snatched up on the first day of release. After traversing with Zhou Huaihe to the housing area and submitting a few crystal cores, they registered for a three-story villa, which was feasible given their numbers and the abundance of crystal cores at their disposal. While en route to their new residence, they passed by a villa when a young man emerged and, upon catching sight of Kuyu, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Sister. Chapter 53. Kurong. Blood is thicker than water. Kurong meticulously observed the group of passers-by, and he was utterly convinced that it was indeed his sister, especially since Fu Qiu was by her side. He had not anticipated that she was still alive. He had long assumed she had perished, considering how terrifying those zombies were. It seemed likely that Fu Qiu had rescued her. Furthermore, she appeared to be thriving. Otherwise, how could she remain so pristine and beautiful throughout the journey? This realization brought him a sense of relief. Thus, he promptly called out Kuyu. Kuyu initially thought that the earlier call of sister was not directed at her. However, to her surprise, the owner of that voice called her name again, confirming that it was indeed meant for her. In that fleeting moment when Kuyu cast her gaze, her initial reaction was one of unfamiliarity. Yet in the next heartbeat, she aligned the visage before her with the details of an individual stored in her mind. Lo and behold, this was her younger brother. Fu Qiu had recognized in the moment he saw Kurong emerge, but he was taken aback when Kuyu seemingly overlooked him, walking past as if she did not know him at all. Even when Kurong called out to her, she displayed no reaction. It was only when he uttered her name that she finally turned her attention toward him. He had been observing Kuyu from the corner of his eye, and he was certain that the unfamiliar expression she wore upon seeing Kurong was genuine. This confirmed some of his earlier suspicions. She was not the original Kuyu. However, She did indeed possess that name. Otherwise, she would not be so familiar with it, and even his mental suggestion had firmly anchored that name in her consciousness. It was neither entirely good nor bad. He was uncertain of her origins. Yet, they had no choice. Their survival took precedence. Upon arriving at the base, Kuyu would inevitably rely on her family. Thus, she would likely overlook the matter. "Sister, it's me, Harem. How wonderful. You're truly alive. We were all so worried." Harem feigned concern and joy. Those present could perceive the insincerity. It seemed Kuyu's brother was not of the finest character. While he professed worry, his life was evidently more comfortable than most. Nevertheless, this was ultimately Kuyu's family, and they were not in a position to intervene. "Harem? Are Mom and Dad here too?" Kuyu suddenly recalled from her previous knowledge that the Ku family had not treated the original owner well before the apocalypse. The family of Ku has traditionally favored sons over daughters, and their newfound concern for Kuyu is predicated upon her engagement to Fuchio. When the apocalypse struck, they swiftly gathered their belongings and followed other influential individuals to the base upon receiving the news. During the time the original owner was trapped in the school, she did not fail to seek help from her parents. However, despite their proximity, they refused to come to her aid and directly hung up on her desperate call for assistance. Subsequently, they showed no intention of searching for her. While she was left curious about Kurong's intentions, Kurong heard Kuyu's words and could not help but step forward, dabbing at the non-existent tears at the corners of his eyes. "Sister, Mom and Dad are also worried about you. They have been weeping daily and have urged me to incessantly search for information about you." His words were mere fabrications, an attempt to stir Kuyu's emotions towards their parents, hoping to make her forget the fact that they had abandoned him. Meanwhile, Zhou Huaihe, listening from the side, was filled with indignation. What nonsense! The couple from the Ku family would weep for Sister Yu? Just yesterday, I witnessed that very mother arguing fiercely with another family in the market over a bottle of skincare cream. Is that what you call concern? Indeed, Sister Yu's family is quite troublesome. Thus, Fu Gu, it is time for you to make your presence felt. Although Fu Qiu, who had been the subject of these complaints, frowned at the scene, he trusted that Kuyu would find a solution. Furthermore, she was no longer the Kuyu of old, likely indifferent to these so-called relatives. He would respect her decisions. Kuyu, reflecting the concerns of Kurong, displayed a visage imbued with emotion and urgency. "Is it true? Do my parents truly worry about me so?" A hint of astonishment flickered across their features. 888 remarked, "Host, your dramatic flair truly arrives with impeccable timing." "Ku, modesty is paramount." Kegong observed her, truly appearing to be ensnared, and inwardly mused that she remained as gullible as ever. "Of course, dear sister, we are bound by blood. Do you genuinely believe I am still the same Kegu, easily manipulated by your whims? Dream on, for you so readily abandoned me before. Now you speak of familial ties. Do you take me for a fool?" Her words struck Kegong, causing his expression to shift tumultuously. Meanwhile, the unassuming Fian let out a laugh, unabashed. "What of it? Are your eyes larger? Who is afraid here?" Kurong exclaimed in exasperation, "Sister, we have been so worried about you, yet you have become entangled with the Fu brothers." It seemed as though he had seized upon some incriminating evidence. No longer feigning the deep bond of sibling affection, Kuyu remained unperturbed, yet before he could utter a word, Fu Yuan launched a direct retort. "Oh, how curious that upon arriving at this base, I find the air quality to be rather poor. It appears you are the source of this foulness." Zhou Huaihe chimed in. "Is that so? The degradation of air quality is attributed to this? Perhaps I should report this to our superiors." Their banter caused Kurong's expression to darken. He was aware that Zhou Huaihe was an ability user, and it was likely that Fu Yuan and his companions were also endowed with powers. Knowing he could not contend with them, he redirected his ire towards Kuyu. This exchange did not escape Fu Qiu's attention, causing her gaze to turn icy. Kuyu was directly amused by the situation. This fool truly knows how to bully the weak while fearing the strong. However, is she truly weak? Kuyu refrained from engaging him in unnecessary conversation and instead expressed her stance through decisive action. She seized the tang knife and swung it towards Kurong, embodying a fierce intent to take his life. Kurong's eyes widened in sheer terror. instinctively taking several steps back before collapsing onto the ground. Kiskika. Kiskivikoyu. Has she lost her mind? Kashu had no genuine intention of taking his life. After all, Zhou Huaihe had just articulated that supernatural beings within the base must not harm ordinary individuals without just cause, and Zhou was still present. Why hide? He had just been so vociferous in his reproaches. With a blade in hand, Kashu approached Kurong menacingly. Come now, continue your tirade. For every insult you utter, I shall strike a blow. Let us see how many times you can evade my wrath. Kurong was utterly terrified. How could she have become so fearsome? Chapter 54. Halting the Research Institute Studies. Sister, I was wrong. It was my foolish tongue, my inability to articulate properly. Please spare me. I shall not dare to do so again. Kurong immediately prostrated himself in a frantic apology, yet in his heart, he mused that their family would no longer need to constantly regard the opinions of others. Kashu observed that while he uttered words of pleading, his eyes darted around, perhaps concocting some insidious plan. In a swift flash of steel, the Tang knife plunged in with mere millimeters to spare, nearly rendering Kashiong a eunuch. Oh dear, little brother. My hand slipped, Kashu remarked with a smile, though her gaze was particularly frigid. Refrain from harboring any mischievous thoughts, otherwise. Next time it may not be a mere slip of the hand. Higuaron was genuinely startled, a stream of water staining his trousers. It was almost a disaster. Lindsay exclaimed, Sister, you are amazing. The men present felt a sudden chill in their lower bodies upon witnessing Kuyu's actions. Kuyu is quite terrifying. Fu Qiao, with a smile on his face, looked at Kuyu and said indulgently, Sister Yu, let's go. Upon hearing the name uttered by Fu Qiao, Kuyu's initially menacing demeanor transformed into one of sheer horror. Is Fu Qiao all right? Meanwhile, the thoughts swirling in Zhou Huaihe's mind were utterly chaotic. Ah, their ship has finally set sail. The group then made their way to their quaint little house. Meanwhile, Kurong remained frozen in place, trembling in fear. Passers-by could not help but furrow their brows at the sight. How could someone of such age be reduced to this? A simple phone call had the delivery at their doorstep. In this cursed apocalyptic world, who would have thought that upon reaching the entrance, they would find her son sitting on the ground, quaking uncontrollably? Rongbao, Camus tentatively called out. Upon hearing her son weep so sorrowfully, Mother Ke felt as though her heart were shattering. Overcome with compassion, she rushed forward to embrace him. My dear son, what has transpired? She lamented, her heart aching for him. Yet, suddenly, a pungent odor of urine reached her nostrils. Looking down, she was shocked to discover that her son had wet his trousers. Who could be so audacious as to torment her child to the point of causing such distress? Kurong wept, tears and snot streaming down her face. Mother, that little wretch Kuyu is still alive. Who are you speaking of? Kiskivikoyu. Initially, Camus thought yet another ability wielder had come to torment her son. However, upon hearing Kurong's words, she was left utterly astonished. Hiyushi? What a jest! With her arrogant demeanor towards outsiders, she dares not exhibit such behavior within the confines of her home. It is likely that she is intimidated by someone they cannot afford to offend. Her son, displaying understanding towards family matters, must have spoken in such a manner. Mother Cook comforted her son, saying, Do not be afraid, my dear. No matter how formidable the extraordinary beings may be, there are regulations within the base that prevent them from harming ordinary individuals. Seeing that his mother remained unconvinced, he anxiously exclaimed, It is indeed Kuyu. She is still alive. It was Fu Qiao who saved her. She has changed significantly and is now capable of taking lives. Kurong's demeanor did not suggest deceit, which led Camus to believe that Kuyu was indeed alive and had harmed her beloved son. Enraged, she unleashed a torrent of invective. That ungrateful Kuyu! After all the years we raised her, how dare she bully you? She also presumed that Kuyu's audacity stemmed from her association with Fu Qiao. Although the two of them exchanged fierce words at the door, neither made a move to confront Kuyu. Kurong was filled with trepidation, while his mother harbored ulterior motives. With Fu Qiao's arrival, a formidable presence with extraordinary abilities, it seemed prudent that as long as he and the stubborn girl Kuyu remained engaged, they were, indeed, part of their family. Should they also possess individuals with extraordinary powers, the fear of being cast aside by the base would dissipate, alleviating the anxiety of being relegated to the realm of ordinary folk. Each of the two held their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Kuyu and Fu Qiao had already arrived at the quaint villa. The residence boasted 3 stories, with 2 rooms on the first floor, 3 on the second, and 2 more along with a balcony on the third. All were exceedingly pleased with the accommodation. "How is it, Brother Fu? You can trust my arrangements, can't you?" Zhou Huaihe remarked as he guided them through the house. Fu Qiao, always confident in Zhou Huaihe's capabilities, nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, he shared some insights regarding the base. It now relied on solar energy for power, with electricity available only during meal times and for 2 hours in the evening. Water supply was managed by water-based practitioners. The base had abandoned the use of currency, opting instead for a point system or barter trade. However, Fu Qiao and Kuyu remained perplexed by another matter. Why had Zhou Huaihe not mentioned anything about the research institute? "Brother De, are you aware of the research institute?" Lindsay inquired, her curiosity piqued, especially after the profound impact the events at the Atong orphanage had on her. Fu Qiao and Kuyu exchanged surprised glances. Zhou Huaihe, taken aback by the question, appeared momentarily stunned. "The research institute? You must be Lindsay, correct? How do you know about it?" Zhou Huaihe's expression grew serious. Kuyu observed that Lindsay appeared to be startled by Zhou Huaihe's tone and hurried to alleviate her discomfort. "Xiaozi was inquiring about you. In fact, we were just about to ask the same. Throughout our journey, we encountered numerous events, each intricately connected to the Research Institute. Consequently, Kuyu recounted the incidents within the community, as well as those at the orphanage and the villa district, selectively mentioning the matter of the genetic modification serum. Fu Yuan, having never heard Kuyu and Fu Qiao discuss these affairs before, was struck by the sheer excitement of his brother and sister-in-law's journey. After listening, Zhou Huaihe's expression darkened further, tinged with indignation as he clenched his fists. Initially, I intended to refrain from discussing this matter with you. As Brother Fu, you would not be staying here for long. Sharing this information only brings me distress." He gradually elucidated the situation regarding the Research Institute. It turned out that the base relied heavily on this institute for its establishment. The personnel there claimed they would swiftly develop a serum to counteract the zombie virus. However, despite the passage of time, they had merely engaged in deceitful practices, showing no progress on the serum while pivoting to research genetic modification instead. The genetic modification serum, instead of altering human genetics, had inadvertently spawned the very monsters encountered by Fu Qiao and others, resulting in severe losses for the base. The higher-ups promptly halted this research, yet to their astonishment, it resumed clandestinely elsewhere. The reason he sought information at Y City First People's Hospital was also due to the demands of the Research Institute. As for the matter of the genetic modification serum, Fu Qiao understood that those individuals would not abandon their research. Zhou Huaihe shook his head, stating that ever since the emergence of those monsters and the subsequent cessation of research, he had not heard any further developments regarding the serum. However, concerning the Villa District, recent events indicated that after the prohibition at the base, they sought Hishuyu's assistance to continue their endeavors there. What about Qi Yuan? If he truly holds significance for the Research Institute, why have we not heard anything since Hishuyu fled to the base? Indeed, she and Fu Qiao were aware that after being rescued by Baichuyu, Hishuyu was brought to Y City base. The initial intention was to use them as bait to lure out the big fish from the Research Institute, but it seemed that the fish was rather finicky. Then let us change the bait. Kuyu's gaze drifted subtly towards Qi Yuan. "It's nothing. I appreciate your assistance today. Tomorrow, I shall invite you to a celebratory meal." Fu Jiao understood well that Zhou Huaihe was merely the captain of a patrol team stationed at the base, and the matters concerning the Research Institute would undoubtedly remain confidential. "What are you saying, Brother Fu? I will certainly come for a meal tomorrow," Zhou Huaihe replied with alacrity, with patrol duties awaiting him. Zhou Huaihe quickly departed after discussing the matters at hand. The remaining 6 individuals proceeded to select their rooms. On the second floor, Kuyu and Lindsay shared a room. Fu Jiao occupied a room alone, and Mo Shanshan took another, while Fu Yuan chose a room on the 3rd floor, and Qi Yuan opted for one on the ground floor. After everyone settled their belongings, They took a moment to rest. Morning arrived. Upon entering, Kuyu heard Chi-Yuan utter those words. Fu Qiu followed closely behind Kuyu and frowned at Chi-Yuan's remark. I apologize, but let Brother Fu accompany you. Xiao Zi, Shan, and I have made plans to go out today to shop for some feminine items. Kuyu, without a moment's hesitation, declined the invitation. Firstly, she had indeed made plans with Shan and the others, and secondly, she had no desire to serve as bait. Moreover, although she could not fathom why Chi-Yuan wished to take her out, she sensed an ulterior motive. It would be better to let Fu Qiao go instead. Chi-Yuan did not exhibit any significant reaction, his expression tinged with disappointment. Nevertheless, Fu Qiao's participation would be equally suitable, as he had prepared a gift. However, it ultimately depended on Fu Ji's willingness. If he were preoccupied, it would only burden him further. She lamented her own ineptitude for not having inquired about the timing with Shan and the others in advance. Chi-Yuan's remarks were deliberately provocative, aimed solely at irritating Fu Qiao. Kuyu, is this the male version of a green tea character? How terrifying. Fu Qiao's brows furrowed even tighter, clearly disgusted to the point of wanting to give Chi-Yuan a good beating. Chi-Yuan, what madness are you spouting this early in the morning? Act normal. Just as Fu Yuan descended the stairs, he overheard Chi-Yuan's words, nearly losing his footing. Fearing that Chi-Yuan might utter something truly repulsive, Fu Yuan hurried down the stairs, nearly tripping over himself to stand before the three. It's just a casual outing. Can I accompany you? Spare my ears, please. Chi-Yuan retorted. Who needs a silly sweet girl like you to tag along? However, with Fu Yuan's interruption, Fu Qiao felt less repulsed and ultimately nodded in agreement to investigate this matter further. Whenever he had the time, Fu Yuan would also join. After speaking, Fu Qiao hurriedly left, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might actually hit Chi-Yuan. Kuyu observed Fu Qiao as if she were being pursued by wolves, nearly bursting into laughter. After a brief tidying up, she joined Mo Shanshan and the others to explore the market in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon arrival, they discovered that the market within the base was strikingly different from what it had been before the cataclysm. It exuded a sense of returning to simplicity. Many vendors merely set up a small table or laid out a cloth to display their wares. Each individual possessed a card reader. After exchanging some crystal cores yesterday, they had accrued points and received 2 cards. Fu Qiao held one, while she retained the other, perfectly timed for today's shopping expedition. The items for sale were once commonplace before the apocalypse, yet now they were treasures of immense value. For instance, cigarettes and alcohol were sold individually, with cigarettes being broken apart and alcohol dispensed by the cup. The prices were exorbitant, yet there was no shortage of eager buyers, and before long, everything was sold out. Kuyu's I was drawn to a corner where a girl was selling a meager supply of sanitary pads, something she had also noted while scavenging for supplies. Unfortunately, the availability was disappointingly scant. Although this month's supply was sufficient, what about the next? Moreover, with Shanshan and Xiaozi in the mix, the necessity for such items was undeniable. Excuse me, how much are these sanitary pads? Kuyu inquired gently, addressing the timid girl who was keeping her gaze downcast. The girl appeared to be of similar age to Lin Zi. Startled by the question, she initially feared another round of bullying, where someone might mock her for selling such items. Yet she believed she was justified. After all, were they not essential? Particularly since her brother was ill, she needed points to purchase his medicine. Upon listening closely, she realized this was not a bullying voice and cautiously looked up to meet the warm smile of the older sister. These cost 15 points, the girl replied, her voice softening instinctively. Fearing Kuyu might misunderstand and think it was merely 15 points for a single pad, she hurriedly clarified for 15 points. You could take them all. Her brother's medicine required 10 points, and she needed to save the remaining 5 points. Otherwise, she would find herself without the means to help him next time. I understand. Thank you, Kuyu said, crouching down to meet the girl at eye level. Here is my card. Please go ahead and swipe. Mo Shanshan was taken aback by Kuyu's respectful gesture of kneeling to converse with the child. Kuyu has truly become increasingly unlike her former self. Just as the young girl, filled with joy after accumulating points, was about to hand something to Kuyu, A sudden blow from an iron rod came crashing toward her hand. Had she not reacted swiftly, her hand would undoubtedly have been shattered. Kuyu, quick-witted and agile, deftly raised the scabbard of his tang sword to block the attack, effortlessly deflecting the iron rod aside. With a resounding clang, the rod struck the ground, startling those around him. "You insolent girl! How many times must I tell you not to sell such items in the market? Yet you refuse to listen, do you?" Kuyu listened to the familiar voice and turned to the direction from which the iron rod had been thrown. As the person approached, she gradually discerned their features and quickly recognized them. Oh, what a familiar face. It seems that even here at the base, they have transformed into someone quite different. Chapter 56. Encountering Yang Shuqing again, the fiery red hair rages. Kuyu turned her gaze towards the newcomer, none other than Yang Shuqing, who had arrived at the base together with Zhou Huaihe from the First People's Hospital of Y City. Upon seeing Kuyu, Yang Shuqing deliberately sought trouble. Previously, she had refrained from confronting Kuyu due to her lack of abilities, enduring humiliation in silence. However, the circumstances had shifted. She now possessed powers and no longer felt the need to fear Kuyu. Didn't TR patrol team say anything about this? Yang Shuqing glared at the slightly trembling young girl, her tone harsh. "You are not allowed to sell such items in the market. Why do you persist in your defiance?" After that, she turned her ire towards Kuyu. "Kuyu, long time no see. Our patrol team is enforcing the law. How dare you interfere so casually?" Her demeanor exuded a sense of triumph typical of a small-minded individual. Although Lin Zi and Mo Shanshan were unfamiliar with Yang Shuqing, they felt uncomfortable hearing her words. What did she mean by such items? Wasn't he the girl a woman too? This was not an illicit commodity. Why should it not be sold in the market? Furthermore, her statements were laden with insults directed at Kuyu for meddling, displaying an unmistakable bias. Interfering casually? This is my purchase. How can it be considered casual? Moreover, Yang Shuqing, which regulation in the base prohibits the sale of sanitary napkins? Kuyu, unyielding in the face of adversity, resolved that if Yang Shuqing sought to instigate trouble, she would not be easily intimidated. Yang Shuqing was taken aback by Kuyu's audacity to counter her. She was not the submissive follower she once was, but rather a member of the base's patrol team. The base is not for sale, and should you attempt to purchase it, you are obstructing our enforcement. I have every right to take you into custody, Yang Shuqing insisted, ready to argue her case. Having arrived at the base before Kuyu, she had established connections and was determined to ensure that Kuyu would face dire consequences should she dare to cross her. Kuyu let out a cold sneer. Why not give it a try? Tang Dao promptly drew her sword from its sheath, while Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi stood beside her, poised for action, exuding an air that suggested they were ready to pounce on Yang Shuqing should she dare to make a move. Yang Shuqing involuntarily took a step back, despite the fact that her entourage was larger. Why should she fear Kuyu? Yet her body was all too honest, retreating nonetheless. She collided with someone behind her. "Ching, have you found a friend?" A man's voice resonated as he casually wrapped an arm around Yang Shuqing. Upon hearing this voice, Yang Shuqing's spirit soared, emboldening her to stand her ground against Kuyu. Kuyu gazed at the person whom Yang Shuqing had collided with, a look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Indeed, fate seemed to intertwine their paths in the most unexpected of ways. Kuyu recognized that the man was none other than the red-haired troublemaker who had attempted to ram their car on the way here. Such a striking mane of hair made him instantly recognizable. Although the red-haired man was addressing Yang Shuqing, cradling her in his arms, his gaze audaciously roamed over Kuyu from head to toe. How stunning! When did such a beauty grace the base? One could only wonder if the scars on his face detracted from his allure. It was all the fault of that reckless man. Once she finds him, she would ensure he realizes the might of her red-headed brother. Yang Shuqing's initial joy at having someone to back her up froze on her face. After following the red-haired man for so long, how could she be oblivious to his intentions? It was the same back in university. Those men would often use their connection with her to strike up conversations with Kuyu, as if she were unaware of their motives. Kuyu instantly discerned the intentions of the red-haired man, his fists itching for action once more. Mo Shanshan, observing the gaze directed at Kuyu, deduced some of his motives and swiftly positioned herself to shield Kuyu. After all, she was to be the future lady boss. Mo Shanshan possessed a strikingly handsome visage, and upon seeing that Kuyu was obstructed, the expression on the red-haired man's face soured noticeably. Kuyu was already engaged, her fiancé being a supernatural being as well. Yang Shuqing, fearing that Kuyu might be snatched away by the red-haired man, hastily mentioned Fuqiu. Surely, this would deter the red-haired man from pursuing Kuyu any further. However, she overestimated the moral boundaries of the red-haired man, or perhaps the moral standards of the post-apocalyptic world. Upon hearing Yang Shuqing's words, the red-haired man did not exhibit any restraint. Rather, he pondered that in this apocalypse, even if one had a fiancé or a husband, it was still permissible. Oh, what of it? It was merely a matter of seeking companionship, engaging in casual conversation, was it not? He released his hold on Yang Shuqing and lewdly approached Kuyu. Yet before he could draw near, Mo Shanshan could no longer contain herself and decisively kicked him away. Ha ha! Shanshan is truly remarkable. Kuyu had also intended to take action, but did not anticipate Shanshan's directness. How impressive! The red-haired man was completely caught off guard by Mo Shanshan's brazen attack, rendered speechless and unprepared. Yang Shuqing, too, was taken aback, witnessing the red-haired man soar past her. "Brother Hong, are you all right?" she exclaimed, rushing to assist him, only for the red-haired man to violently shake her off. She was abruptly thrown to the ground. Infuriated, the red-haired man seethed. How dare this insolent woman kick him? How embarrassing it was to be humiliated in front of so many onlookers. He seized the iron rods from the other members of the patrol team and charged menacingly toward Mo Shanshan and Kuyu. With a mere gesture, Mo Shanshan conjured numerous ice spikes before her, and with a sweep of her hand, they hurtled toward the red-haired man. Meanwhile, Kuyu protected Linzi, retreating and leaving the battlefield to Shanshan. The red-haired man's level of supernatural ability was not formidable in comparison to Shanshan. Rather, it could serve to enhance her experience in combat against other supernatural beings. Upon seeing the ice spikes, the red-haired man recognized that Mo Shanshan was also a supernatural being, specifically one wielding ice powers. Regret began to seep into him. Had he known, he would not have acted so impulsively. His own powers were merely those of strength, and thus, he was uncertain if he could best Mo Shanshan. However, with his pride on the line and his reputation at stake, surrendering was not an option. As their battle ensued, it became increasingly apparent that Mo Shanshan had the upper hand, nearly overpowering the red-haired man. Yet, amidst the scuffle, Kuyu noticed something amiss with the red-haired man. His face began to contort. Though it was but a fleeting moment, she was certain she had not misinterpreted it. That distortion resembled the grotesque visage of the genetically modified monstrosities she had encountered previously. Kuyu's brow was furrowed with confusion. The red-haired individual possessed a power akin to an extraordinary ability, and according to their knowledge from the villa area, some individuals indeed exhibited such powers after receiving genetic enhancement injections. Thus, it was highly probable that the red-haired person belonged to that group of injected individuals. Suddenly noticing the red-haired one's eyes beginning to glow crimson, she sensed impending danger. Stealthily, she kicked a stone underfoot, causing the red-haired individual to stumble and fall, losing both dignity and composure. "I shall eliminate you all." Chapter 57. The arrival of Hauzi, the red-haired one's recovery. Mo Shanshan abruptly felt the red-haired individual's strength intensify, rendering her somewhat overwhelmed in response. Just moments ago, she feared she might not escape unharmed, but to her astonishment, he had tripped and fallen. Indeed, battling a superhuman was a far cry from combating the undead. Mastery over one's abilities and the capacity to vary one's attack strategies were of utmost importance. After crashing to the ground, the red-haired individual seemed to regain composure almost effortlessly, launching another assault as if unhindered by any depletion of power. No! Was the red-haired one's face truly that elongated? Their eyes appeared almost to stretch towards their forehead. This latest attack from the red-haired individual was reckless and desperate, compelling Mo Shanshan to evade with urgency. Kuyu finally grasped the situation. The red-haired individual had undoubtedly acquired their extraordinary abilities through genetic modification. Observing that Shan was struggling to cope, she brandished her Tang Dao and charged toward the red-haired figure. Shan, are you all right? Kuyu urged Mo Shan to step aside, recognizing that if the red-haired individual were to lose control, it would only result in injury for Shan. Breathing heavily, Mo Shan nodded. I'm fine, just be careful. Something feels off about him. Yang Shuqing also noticed the alarming transformation of the red-haired figure, her expression frozen in shock. How could this happen? The skin of the red-haired individual had begun to crack in places, and their teeth had sharpened, indicating a shift toward a monstrous form. A crowd had gathered, initially drawn by curiosity, but now they were filled with uncertainty, questioning what kind of affliction could cause such a terrifying metamorphosis. As Kashu was preparing to strike, an unexpected individual emerged from the shadows and seized hold of Hong Mao. Yang Shuqing, come quickly to assist. The newcomer was Haozi, who had been seated in the carriage with Hong Mao earlier. Having heard his subordinates report that Hong Mao had engaged in a scuffle at the market and that his condition had been quite unstable in recent days, he originally intended to counsel Hong Mao. However, he had not anticipated that Hong Mao would spiral out of control. Were it not for their latent abilities, restraining him would have proven exceedingly difficult. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he swiftly administered an injection to Hong Mao. Meanwhile, Yang Shuqing and several of her subordinates moved forward to subdue Hong Mao, effectively obstructing him. The onlookers were largely oblivious to Haozi's actions. However, Lindsay, being of shorter stature, noticed in the interstices. Thus, she stealthily approached Kashu and divulged the incident to her. After listening to Lin Zi's words, Kuyu pondered thoughtfully. Can a monstrous entity regain control after being administered a different serum? It became evident that this query would soon be resolved, as the red-haired individual had ceased his recent transformation and his frenzied roars were no longer audible. Once the red-haired figure showed signs of improvement, Haozi shifted his gaze towards Kuyu and Mo Shan. Both were endowed with extraordinary abilities. It was no wonder that the red-haired individual struggled to contend with them. However, the doctor was in need of individuals with unique powers for experiments, so perhaps they could contribute to the noble cause of humanity. Greetings, I am Luo Hao. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. The red-haired individual fell ill and exhibited some rather unsettling behaviors during his episode. Haozi extended his apologies to Kuyu and her companions, aiming to establish a rapport, knowing that once they reached the doctor's facility, they would certainly endure a more favorable experience. Kuyu sheathed her knife, observing the insincere apology before her with barely concealed amusement. The calculations behind the individual's eyes were almost overt. Yet, they too sought to uncover the mysteries surrounding the gene modification needle and the recent revival of the red-haired individual. Oh, is that so? It seems you have fallen ill. Kuyu feigned surprise, adding, why not take some medicine? You frighten people by merely stepping outside. The veiled sarcasm incited a renewed fury in the slightly revived red-haired man. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he seized Haozi, warning him with a fierce gaze. Haozi could only glare menacingly at Kuyu, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Were it not for their provocation, he would not have so suddenly lost control of his transformation. He resolved to keep a closer watch on himself next time. By the way, it seems I have not encountered you at the base. Given your ethereal beauty, I should not have forgotten such a visage. Haozi ventured, testing the waters. His observation held merit. Kuyu's striking appearance suggested that if she were indeed the favored companion of a prominent figure at the base, they would think twice before scheming against her. Kuyu discerned his meaning. Ah, so he is one who preys on the weak, yet fears the strong. As we have just arrived at the base, it is only natural that we have not encountered them before. Haozi understood. He was indeed someone capable of taking action, so he considered ways to bring them to the doctor. If that is the case, to make amends, why not share a simple meal together? Kuyu understood their ulterior motives. It was rather perilous to dine with someone who could fall ill at any moment. This remark nearly prompted Mo Shan to stifle a laugh. Haozi clenched his teeth in silence. His smile vanished, dark clouds gathering over his expression. Was this a prelude to drinking a penalty rather than a toast? With a subtle gesture, his subordinates grasped his intentions. Yang Shuqing also comprehended the situation. Although Hong Mao might be susceptible to temptation, Haozi was certainly not. Thus, it appeared they intended to capture Kuyu. That invigorated her spirit. Kuyu and Mo Shanshan were not inclined to engage in idle chatter. Instead, they resolved to take action. They could not act against ordinary individuals. Yet conflicts among those with extraordinary abilities were beyond the jurisdiction of the base. "What are you doing?" echoed the furious voice of Zhou Huaihe. Haozi realized that he could no longer escort Kuyu away, nor could he confront Zhou Huaihe directly. "Captain Zhou, it's a misunderstanding. We merely wish to apologize to this young lady." Zhou Huaihe was not naive. He was well aware of Red-Haired's character. Yet he was taken aback that he would set his sights on his sister Yu. Such audacity was truly reckless. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, then what is the meaning of your encirclement, Haozi? After Kuyu noticed that Zhou Huaihe had arrived, she decided to leave things to him, as fighting was quite exhausting. The river could handle it. After exchanging greetings with Zhou Huaihe, she took Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi to collect the items they had just dropped and to purchase some additional supplies for a delightful dinner that evening. The thought was indeed lovely. They simply wished to assist her in carrying the items. Haozi remarked on the shamelessness of the situation, and suddenly remembering that the doctor needed to speak with them, they departed. Zhou Huaihe did not believe a word they said, especially when they invoked Dr. Fong, leaving him unable to stop them from leaving. He then resumed his patrol, intending to join Yu Jie and the others for a meal afterward. Meanwhile, Kuyu, accompanied by Lin Zi and Mo Shanshan, leisurely strolled while purchasing fresh meats from the base's livestock. Unbeknownst to them, someone was covertly watching their every move. Chapter 58. Deep Bonds of Brotherhood. The fish is hooked not long after Kuyu and her companions left. Fu Jiao and his two friends ventured out as well, planning to explore the task hall and review the missions available at the base. Aware of Fu Yuan's loquacious nature, Qi Yuan was nonetheless astonished by the sheer volume of his chatter. Throughout their journey, Fu Yuan's incessant ramblings made his head buzz. "Brother, let me tell you, when we were in the Villa District, I had intended to eat and sleep, living a carefree life, but it was Sister Shanshan who insisted on daily training." He continued to elaborate on his awakening of abilities and the reasons behind his upgrades, never pausing for breath. Qi Yuan, unable to endure any longer, recalled that in his previous life, Fu Yuan was not nearly so talkative. He had quietly followed his brother, almost like a silent shadow. Indeed, Qi Yuan was also reborn. "Fu Yuan, are you not tired? You haven't stopped talking this entire time." Ironically, despite claiming to be thirsty, he would use his water-based abilities to quench his thirst and then continue his monologue. To be honest, it was quite impressive. Qi Yuan thought, "I don't understand. I truly don't. How had Fu Jiao managed to tolerate Fu Yuan for so long?" The core reason was that Fu Jiao's thoughts were elsewhere, contemplating Kuyu, their relationship, and how to express his feelings to her. These preoccupations rendered Fu Yuan's incessant chatter almost inaudible to him. "You see, my brother hasn't said anything. Yet you've pried into my private matters, and I haven't even mentioned you." Fu Yuan teased Qi Yuan, insisting that it was perfectly fine to speak more after such a long separation from his brother. Those without siblings would never understand. Qi Yuan thought, "Let us just silence him. He has nearly forgotten what he even set out to do." After reflecting on various matters, Fu Jiao noticed Qi Yuan trailing behind them, devoid of vitality, as if all his energy had been sapped. Had something transpired while he was lost in thought? As Fu Yuan concluded his narrative, it was not fatigue that silenced him, but rather the absence of anything further to say. A few individuals arrived at the task hall, where a considerable number of people were present, predominantly endowed with extraordinary abilities. They approached the task processing counter and, based on their registered ability levels, received 2 task forms from the staff. Each task was distinct, designed to prevent conflicts among the ability users during their assignments. Fu Qiu noted that his task was significantly more challenging than that of Fu Yuan, whose task was rather simple: to provide water for a reservoir at the base. In contrast, his own assignment involved traversing to Qingshan Town and City wide to eliminate mutated wolves and procure their cores as proof of completion. "Haha, brother, your luck is abysmally poor." Fu Yuan mercilessly mocked his older sibling, displaying a complete lack of fraternal affection. Fu Qiu restrained himself from delivering a well-deserved beating to his foolish younger brother. Tasks were allocated according to their levels. The simplicity of Fu Yuan's task was merely indicative of his lower standing compared to his brother. Qi Yuan, seizing the opportunity to undermine Fu Yuan, furthered the mockery. Initially, Fu Yuan had been jubilant, believing it to be a stroke of good fortune, but Qi Yuan's words swiftly deflated his spirits. Humph! It seems my disdain for Qi Yuan is justified, he mused. The trio overheard a plethora of information within the task hall. For instance, the authority of the base was held by the mayor of City Y, Fong Hao, who was the first to recognize the necessity of establishing a base in this location, promptly rallying a group of individuals to form it. Additionally, they learned of the power dynamics at play. Several affluent individuals from City Y had formed a faction, while those with formidable abilities constituted another. To maintain a semblance of harmony among these factions, Fong Hao established a council, wherein each faction would appoint a leader to participate in discussions during significant decision-making processes. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, somewhat distracted, wandered aimlessly until he caught sight of a figure at the entrance, realizing that the person he awaited had arrived. He Yao, upon his arrival at the Y City base, had initially believed that his dealings with Dr. Fong would ensure a prosperous stay. However, upon learning that he had lost a crucial experimental subject, Dr. Fong had erupted in fury, nearly threatening his life. Only after He Yao assured him that he would recover the subject did the doctor relent. Meanwhile, Bai Chu Yu, shortly after her arrival at the base, had swiftly allied herself with another man, much to He Yao's chagrin, who had naively believed in her affections. Today, he intended to undertake a task, as his accumulated points were nearly depleted. Without completing a mission, he would soon lose his accommodations. As he entered the hall, he caught sight of the experimental subject. Fearing he might be mistaken, he cautiously approached, concealing himself to observe from behind. Indeed, it was her. On the other side stood Fu Qiu, the very individual he loathed. Observing He Yao's intense gaze fixed on Fu Qiu, Qi Yuan felt a sense of relief. The individual lurking behind He Yao was poised to deliver a significant blow to Fu Qiu, and he eagerly anticipated the moment. Fu Qiu, attuned to Qi Yuan's movements, naturally noticed He Yao as well. The fish has taken the bait. This was indeed Qi Yuan's intention, and it aligned with their objectives as well. He Yao, after observing for a while, suppressed the seething anger within him and turned towards the research institute. He needed to inform Dr. Fong that the experimental subject had been located, and he was certain that the doctor would be exceedingly intrigued by Fu Qiu's extraordinary abilities. Have you returned to the villa? Did anything happen on the way? It is worth mentioning that throughout their journey, they had remained together, and now, with such a sudden separation, he found himself feeling quite unaccustomed. As Fu Qiu uttered the word sister-in-law, he could not help but feel a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. All right. After agreeing, Fu Yuan suddenly realized that his brother had just referred to her as sister-in-law. Was there something amiss with his hearing? When had his brother become so perceptive? Qi Yuan felt a pang of envy upon hearing this. Fu Qiu had not been like this in her previous life. Upon arriving at the entrance of the research institute, He Yao was halted by the guards. He quickly pleaded, I must see Dr. Fong. It's of utmost importance, truly important. Please, allow me to enter. The guard recognized him from a previous visit, but insisted on following protocol. Please wait. We will inquire with the doctor. He Yao quickly added, Tell the doctor that we have found it. He will understand. The guard, though somewhat perplexed, proceeded to inform the doctor. The moment Dr. Fong halted his experimental procedure, a visible joy washed over him. The experimental subject, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, had been injected with numerous genetic modification serums without any adverse reactions. The only mutation observed was an exceptional healing ability. Even when inflicted with several wounds, as long as they were not fatal, they would heal rapidly without leaving any marks. After such extensive research, he had failed to uncover this, only to have He Yao, that fool, lose the experimental subject. Now, with it found, he could resume his experiments. If successful, it would represent a monumental advancement for humanity. Not to mention, in a post-apocalyptic world, One could sustain injuries without fear, as they would heal swiftly. "Let him in," Dr. Fong instructed, setting down his scalpel and signaling the guard to allow He Shu Yao entry. He had been waiting outside, and shortly thereafter, the guard emerged to inform him that the doctor had permitted him to enter. He mused to himself that once he accomplished this task for the Dr. Fong would undoubtedly assist him in re-establishing his influence. Even if it meant securing a patron within the base, with his capabilities, he would soon reclaim a life of privilege. The more he contemplated, the faster he moved. "Doctor, I have found the experimental subject," He Shu Yao exclaimed eagerly upon spotting Dr. Fong. Moreover, there is a high-level psychic ability user involved. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. After He Shu Yao elucidated all the details, Dr. Fong appeared contemplative, then proceeded to draft a letter for He Shu Yao to deliver to a particular individual who would take action against Fu Qiao and her companions. Sister-in-law, Sister Shanshan, Xiaozi, what a delightful coincidence. Upon seeing Ku Yu, Fu Yuan greeted them with palpable excitement. Ku Yu sighed, deeming it inconsequential, as they were merely two children. A few individuals entered the villa, where Ku Yu shared the events they had encountered at the market, particularly emphasizing the moment when the red-haired one nearly succumbed to a monstrous transformation. However, after Haozi received the injection, he astonishingly reverted to his normal state. Upon hearing about Ku Yu being taunted by the red-haired individual, Fu Jiao's eyes seemed to crystallize with an icy glare. The injection that facilitated their restoration must be intricately linked to that Dr. Fong. After listening attentively, Fu Jiao remarked accordingly. "Ku Yu, generally speaking, how are the harvests on your end? Tasks?" Ku Yu gazed curiously at Fu Qiao, wondering why he had gone to take on a mission. "The assignments in the task hall are determined by each individual's ability level." Fu Qiao showed Ku Yu and the others the tasks he and Fu Yuan had received. He then elaborated on the distribution of various factions within the base. It wasn't until Fu Yuan's stomach rumbled audibly that everyone realized it was mealtime. After the dishes were nearly set, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Brother Fu, I'm here to join for a meal." It was Zhou Huaihe, who had just finished a shift and brought along a bottle of white liquor to share with Fu Qiao and the others. "It's Brother De." Lindsay recognized his voice immediately, recalling how he had assisted them at the market just earlier. She hurriedly opened the door, her happiness palpable. "Look what I brought. This liquor cost me quite a few points." Had it not been for his desire to welcome Brother Fu to the base, he would have been reluctant to part with it. "Come, have a seat. Dinner is ready." Fu Qiao invited Zhou Huaihe, noting that this was his first meal since his rebirth. Zhou Huaihe, unreserved, took a seat with ease. As they conversed over the table about various occurrences since the apocalypse, Zhou Huaihe glanced at the couple he adored sitting together, feeling an overwhelming joy. Is this the bliss of shipping a couple in front of the main characters? He blurted out his thoughts. "Brother Fu, Sister Yu, when are you two getting married?" Upon uttering those words, he was struck with shock. "Ah? What did I just say?" Fu Qiao was taken aback, then turned to look at Ku Yu. Ku Yu paused, his fingers gripping the chopsticks, astonished. "No, De, are you out of your mind?" What an absurd question. A profound silence enveloped the table, as the others discreetly turned their gazes towards the two. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from the door, diverting everyone's attention and momentarily alleviating the tension in the air. "Ah, Yu, are you home? Please open the door." As Ku Yu heard her name being called, she did not concern herself with who it was. All she desired was to flee from this awkward situation. However, upon opening the door, regret washed over her. Alas, it was her parents from the Kuf family. Just as she prepared to shut the door, her parents intervened. "Ah, Yu, it's your father and mother," they exclaimed. "Oh dear Yu, how you have suffered. Look at how thin you have become." Ku's mother, shedding her previous harsh demeanor, gazed at Ku Yu with genuine compassion, as if she were indeed the cherished jewel of her heart. Ku Yu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It was likely that they had come to her with a request, for otherwise they would not have approached her in such a manner. Kurong, however, observed Ku Yu from a distance, unable to approach him. The psychological shadow cast upon him yesterday weighed heavily, rendering him momentarily incapable of confronting Ku Yu. Now that she resides with Fu Qiao, Their conversation about such matters seems to have unearthed a plethora of negativity. Kuyu, look, these individuals are even more suited for acting than I am. 888. How can the host out their own acting talent? Kumu observed Kuyu with a face full of mockery, remaining silent as if they were mere performing monkeys and she the audience. Unable to contain her frustration, she raised her voice slightly. Ayu, why do you remain silent and not invite your parents in to sit for a while? Truly, you're a debt collector. They had been conversing for such an extended period, yet she had offered no response at all. Kuyu seemed to have heard some sort of joke. Would you please enter? Do you think you're worthy? She couldn't fathom what absurd ideas they might be concocting now. It was already commendable that she refrained from striking anyone. Hearing these words, Kumu felt a familiar surge of indignation, wanting to chastise Kuyu once more. You ungrateful child, your father and mother have come to seek you, and yet you treat us with such disdain. Chapter 60, revised, striking down Ku's parents, and yet maintaining this attitude. What of it? Kuyu's clenched fists cracked with tension. Kumu pointed directly at Kuyu, exclaiming, You, what do you intend to do? Ayu, we are family. How have you transformed into this? Kufu wore an expression of deep sorrow and anguish. Kuyu let out a cold laugh, remarking, this is simply how we are. Nothing has changed. He rose from his seat and strode toward the door, curious to see if there was anything he could assist with. Upon noticing his parents standing at the entrance, he began to piece together the circumstances. Trouble seekers, perhaps? Simultaneously, his parents caught sight of Fu Qiu, their expressions shifting as they averted their gaze in a fit of guilt. How'd he end up here? What would become of that matter? The individual had specifically requested Kuyu, and what of their lives? Sacrificing their daughter was of little consequence to them. They had long since relinquished her. Now that she had survived, she must fulfill her obligations to the family. Kufather contemplated the recent attitudes directed towards him within the base. Should he lack support any longer, they would inevitably be cast out, relegated to the realm of ordinary people. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, even Fu Qiu's grand family legacy belonged to a bygone era. Gaining confidence, he raised his head and fixed his gaze upon Fu Qiu, stating firmly, Young Master Fu, this matter pertains to our family. Upon hearing such remarks from her father, Kumu felt a newfound sense of resolve. Is it customary in the Fu family to ignore one's elders? How brazen of you! Kuyu couldn't help but chuckle at these words, uttered after a few cups of wine and some peanuts. Fu Qiu remained uninvolved. Regardless of whether Kuyu was truly Kuyu, he would staunchly support her decisions. You ungrateful daughter. Kuyu's words caused Kufu to lose face before Fu Qiu, diminishing his authority entirely. Kuyu, impervious to persuasion. Oh, and so what? Ku Rong had always been present, yet the shadow of Kuyu lingered, making him hesitant to approach. However, now, for the sake of a promise made to that individual, he mustered the courage. Sister, our parents did not mean it that way. They were merely anxious. Upon witnessing Kuyu's demeanor towards Kurong, it became evident that these individuals undoubtedly sought something from him, seemingly unperturbed by the fact that their precious son had been frightened to the point of wetting his trousers. Is that so? Kuyu raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward his parents. The couple, who had been nearly driven to the brink by Kuyu's earlier behavior, quickly shifted their focus upon this reminder from their son, realizing that more pressing matters were at hand. This troublesome girl would have plenty of time to face consequences later. With a sudden change from their previously aggressive stance, Kuyu's mother wiped away non-existent tears and said, Ayu, I didn't mean it that way. I was merely concerned that you might not want your father and mother anymore. The rapid transformation of her expression was truly astonishing. If that is the case, why don't you, mother and father, along with your younger brother, come in and rest for a while? Kuyu, tired of idle chatter, resolved to administer a beating to discern their intentions. Upon hearing this, Kuyu's parents and Kurong appeared to see a glimmer of hope, nodding eagerly as they hurried inside. However, no sooner had they set foot in the doorway than Kuyu deftly rendered Kurong unconscious, striking with remarkable ferocity. Fu Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head, realizing that it was indeed classic Kuyu. Thus, he inquired of Kuyu, Do you require assistance? After swiftly incapacitating the nearly fleeing Kurong, Kuyu heard Fu Jiao's query and felt a surge of delight. Free labor should not go to waste. Thank you, she mused, reflecting on how psychic abilities were truly excellent aids for nefarious endeavors. Meanwhile, the others gathered at the dining table heard the sound of bodies hitting the ground and could no longer remain seated, rushing out to investigate. They were left utterly astonished. Was this truly a crime scene? Kuyu and Fu Qiao were both in the process of binding the parents of the Ku family, preparing for their forthcoming inquiries. Observing this, the others joined in to assist, and soon the three individuals were securely bound and slumped against the wall. Who shall we interrogate first? Lindsay inquired, holding a basin of water, ready to splash it on whoever Kuyu indicated. Her heart raced with excitement. She felt as though she could help her sister Yu exact a measure of revenge. Shi Yuan remarked, "What a fine child. How could one teach such violence?" Kuyu gazed at the eager Lindsay and pointed to his father. Look, she is quite respectful to the elderly and caring towards the young, understanding to let my father go first. In an instant, Lindsay splashed water onto his father's head with a resounding clap. The dreams of Ku's father regarding his ascension to the upper echelons of the base were abruptly shattered. Who dares to splash water on me? Do you believe I can have you expelled from the base? Who do you think you are, wielding such authority? Upon hearing this, Zhou Huaihe could not help but retort. Considering his identity, he swallowed his anger. He turned and shouted at Kuyu, "What are you trying to do? Unfilial daughter, release me at once." His cowardly behavior in the face of authority was met with indifference from Kuyu. After all, one should not stoop to argue with fools. "Enough. Just be quiet," she said, casually grabbing a cloth and stuffing it into Kufu's mouth. Father's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment, Fu Qiao seized the opportunity to hypnotize him with his mental prowess. Kuyu had just taken down the rag. "Pray tell, how is it that you suddenly sought out Kuyu?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Huaihe swiftly turned to glance at Fu Qiao. As expected, Fu Qiao's expression darkened, emanating an aura that signaled he was not to be trifled with. How shameless of him to dare disrupt his pairing. Fu Yuan exclaimed, "What if I were to lose such a significant sister-in-law?" Kuyu could not help but feel perplexed as to why she and Fu Qiao were suddenly being urged to annul their engagement. Fu Qiao then inquired, "What is the reason for this insistence on their separation?" The ire in his voice suggested that if Ku's father did not provide a satisfactory explanation in the next moment, the consequences would be dire. The reason stemmed from Wan Hua, the son of the deputy leader of the base, who had taken a fancy to Kuyu and desired her as his mistress. He promised that should she align herself with him, they would not be expelled from this place, and he would also secure a position for Karong, contingent upon delivering Kuyu into his hands. Before the onlookers could grasp the entirety of the situation, they witnessed blood oozing from the corner of Ku's father's eye. Kuyu realized that this turmoil stemmed from Fu Qiao's uncontrollable mental energy, while her father was merely an ordinary man. "Brother Fu, please, maintain your composure." Kuyu held no concern for her father, a man who would trade his daughter for fleeting glory, a notion she found utterly contemptible. Her true worry lay with Fu Qiao, fearing that his mental instability could inflict harm upon him. In Chapter 61, as Kuyu succumbed to inebriation, she playfully teased Fu Qiao. He glanced at her, his eyes slightly reddened, seemingly burdened with unspoken words. Yet, upon meeting the gaze of concern in Kuyu's eyes, he shut them momentarily, suppressing the violent emotions within. When he finally reopened his eyes to gaze at her, a gentle smile graced his lips as he reassured her. "It's all right, sister Yu." Kuyu finally exhaled in relief, then turned her gaze toward the three individuals bound on the ground, her tone icy as she commanded. "The he, Xiao Yuan, dispose of them." Such individuals were unworthy of the title of parent. In the face of the apocalypse, they would abandon Kuyu, and now they sought to offer her as a lover to another, all in pursuit of a so-called future. Qi Yuan, having witnessed the entire scene, felt a momentary shock. Had Fu Qiao's feelings for Kuyu truly deepened to such an extent? It was indeed a rare sight. After casting the three members of the Ku family out of the villa, Kuyu and Mo Shanshan reheated the meal, and everyone resumed dining. After all, one is made of flesh, and food is vital. Skipping a meal leads to discomfort. Moreover, when the Ku family arrived, they had barely tasted their food. In this era of turmoil, one must not waste sustenance. Gulme, sister Yu, do not let such matters trouble you. They are not worth your concern. Regarding the recent events, Zhou Huaihe felt at a loss on how to console Ku Yu, so he opted to drink instead. A drink can alleviate 1,000 sorrows. Fu Yuan quickly joined Zhou Huaihe, raising his glass to Ku Yu. Indeed, sister-in-law, our family has chosen you. Anyone who dares to contest for you with my brother shall face my wrath. He clenched his fist to demonstrate his resolve. The proprietress, Mo Shanshan, spoke little but conveyed her intentions through her actions. Lin Zi also expressed his determination to Ku Yu, sister Yu. I am here for you too, Qi Yuan remarked. It seems he is once again the odd one out. Ku Yu observed them as they each sought to console themselves, unable to suppress a smile. Did she truly appear to be in sorrow? Nevertheless, she felt grateful for their heartfelt sentiments. Thank you all. I shall proceed first. Ku Yu drank the wine from the glass in Fu Qiu's reassuring gaze. Although Fu Qiu was well aware that she would not be overly concerned about this matter, he still worried that it might bring her unhappiness. However, it seemed that she was completely unperturbed by it, which was a relief. At least she was not discontented. As the group engaged in lively conversation, the alcohol continued to flow, even as Fu Qiu attempted to restrain Ku Yu from drinking excessively. Yet, Ku Yu had forgotten that this body could not endure much alcohol. She was already intoxicated. Let's become sisters, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm unabated. All right, that's enough. Fu Qiu intervened just in time to prevent her from swearing sisterhood with the bewildered Mo Shanshan. Mo Shanshan was genuinely astonished that her future boss lady had such a poor tolerance for alcohol. Fu Qiu then glanced at the other side, where Fu Yuan and Zhou Huaihe were weeping as they embraced Qi Yuan, and his head began to throb. Woo, brother De. You have no idea? Fu Yuan wailed, clutching Qi Yuan's left arm. Zhou Huaihe, grasping Qi Yuan's other arm, echoed, I know, understand all too well. Qi Yuan faced the chaos with a smile, as if only his wounded world had been acknowledged. Just as Mo Shanshan was about to rescue the drunken Ku Yu, she unexpectedly turned and embraced Fu Qiu. No, this won't do. Mo Shanshan, realizing her role as an inadequate third wheel, understood that she should gracefully exit to allow the young couple some space. Observing the two still wailing in despair and the disheartened Qi Yuan caught in the middle, she decided to come to his aid. Fu Qiu, taken aback by Ku Yu's embrace, stiffened in response. Yet, Ku Yu remained oblivious, nuzzling her face against his back. Why is this bed not soft? The system space was recording frantically, capturing the host's drunken escapades for posterity. Ha, it must preserve the host's inebriated black history. Giskivik go Yu. Please let go of me. Fu Qiu's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. Ku Yu lifted her flushed little face, declaring stubbornly, I want to leave my comfortable bed, not for anyone. As she spoke, she clung even tighter. Fu Qiu, tightly restrained around the waist, gasped for breath. After taking several deep breaths to suppress her thoughts, she skillfully pried Ku Yu's hand away. However, upon turning her head, she noticed Mo Shanshan already taking Fu Yuan away, who was still wailing, Dahigu, drink. Lin Zi, realizing that he was still too young to properly care for a drunken person, exchanged a few words with Mo Shanshan before escorting Ku Yu to an empty room. Ku Yu felt as though the world was spinning around her, as if a strikingly handsome gentleman, who perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, was supporting her. Wow, she must have encountered a stroke of good fortune today. Handsome sir, what is your name? Shall we get acquainted? Ku Yu, supported by Fu Qiu, gazed at his profile and playfully teased him. Upon hearing her words, Fu Qiu was both amused and exasperated. Forgetting who he was due to intoxication was one thing, but to be so bold as to introduce herself was another. Had it been anyone else today, someone equally handsome, would she have dared to jest in such a manner? It would be wise to prevent her from drinking in public in the future. Hey, handsome, why do you remain silent? With such a striking visage, why not join me inside? Before Ku Yu could finish uttering the words entertainment circle, she felt a tumultuous sensation in her stomach and bent over to vomit. Fu Qiu, concerned for her discomfort, promptly supported her, striving to ensure that the contents did not accidentally obstruct her throat. Once she felt a semblance of relief, she leaned against Fu Chio's embrace, her eyes closed, and fell silent. Observing that she had finished and felt better, Fu Chio gently assisted her into an unoccupied room. With great care, he laid Kuyu upon the bed, but just as he was about to depart, she unexpectedly grasped the fabric of his clothing. Caught off guard, Fu Chio tumbled onto Kuyu, instinctively bracing himself on either side with his elbows to avoid pressing down on her. As Kuyu slowly opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Fu Chio. "Hee, I recognize you. You're Fu Chio? The Fu Chio from the apocalypse. The one who gifted me a tang knife. You truly embody my heart's desires with that face, that nose, and that mouth." Fu Chio loomed over Kuyu, who, having indulged in alcohol, exhibited a faint blush upon her fair skin. Unlike her usual bold demeanor, she now resembled a charming little girl. As he leaned closer, his breath caressed her face, and with her intoxicated gaze, she stared directly at him. In that moment, her world revolved solely around him. Chapter 62. A sincere kiss. Wan Hua seeks trouble. The atmosphere in the room was thick with ambiguity. Fukyu listened intently, watching as Kuyu's soft pink lips parted and closed while calling his name. His Adam's apple bobbed, veins in his neck visibly strained, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, oblivious to the tension, the drunken Kuyu was curious enough to reach out and touch Fu Chio's throat, only to be seized by him. "Kiskiviko, you. Do not test my resolve." Fu Chio gently grasped her delicate hand. So soft, he feared that a mere squeeze might hurt her. In that moment, he had forgotten that Kuyu was a formidable warrior, capable of withstanding far more than a gentle pinch. "Fu Chio, I think I might be a little fond of you," Kuyu began, but before she could finish, Fu Chio released her hand and covered her mouth. "I know, Kuyu, I know." The immense joy swelling within Fu Chio was a secret he kept to himself. However, he yearned for her to confess her feelings while she was sober. How fortunate he was that the one he loved happened to reciprocate his feelings. He possessed the sweetest treasure in the world, and he vowed to cherish it dearly. Ultimately, Fu Chio could no longer restrain himself and reverently pressed a kiss to her forehead. "We have a long, long time ahead of us." Once Kuyu had calmed down and drifted into a deep slumber, he took up cleaning supplies to tend to the mess she had made. Just then, Mo Shanshan had also settled Fu Yuan, and he requested her assistance in changing Kuyu into clean attire. Mo Shanshan was left utterly astonished. Was this truly her boss? So gentle and patient? Such is the power of love. The following morning, Kuyu awoke to a throbbing headache, feeling as though someone was hammering her skull with a stone. To her dismay, she realized this was not her room with Lindsay. Furthermore, her clothes had been changed. Wait, it must have been Shanshan who helped her. She had never been one for reckless behavior while intoxicated. If only she hadn't forgotten that this was not her original body. Last night, she had indulged in drink to the point of oblivion. 888 observed the bewildered expression on Kuyu's face, and with a mere flicker of thought, it was evident that the host had undoubtedly lost track of reality. As a loyal companion to the host, 888 seized the moment to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. My dear host, you can hardly fathom the momentous events you engaged in last night." Kuyu endeavored to extract her memories, determined not to let 888 manipulate her. However, she was met with failure. She could not recall anything. "Speak, 8-ton, what did I do last night?" Regardless of her actions, she believed she could face them with composure. Yet, after watching the video that 888 recorded of her from the previous night, she was aghast. Alas, what a disgraceful moment of social demise. To her horror, she found herself clinging to Fu Chio, even while she had succumbed to a state of utter disarray before him. Kuyu nestled her head beneath the covers, concealing the faint upturn of her lips. Fu Chio suggested that he should confess his feelings. She acknowledged that she had developed a certain fondness for Fu Chio, perhaps more than just a fleeting affection. After mocking Kuyu, 888 grew concerned that she might genuinely become emotionally entangled, for they were certain to depart eventually. "Host, do not forget the original purpose of your mission," echoed in her mind like a bucket of icy water poured over her heart, both chilling and bittersweet. The corners of Kuyu's mouth were drawn flat, as if they had been tugged downwards, and the eyes that were once brimming with joy now extinguished their light. 888. Host, are you all right? Kuyu buried his head deep within the covers, muffled sounds escaping as he murmured, I know. 888. I shall continue to sleep for a while longer. My head still aches. Meanwhile, downstairs, Fuchio had risen early, or rather, he had been so exhilarated the previous night that sleep had eluded him. He spent the night contemplating the future he shared with Kuyu, anticipating that Kuyu would undoubtedly awaken with a headache, prompting him to prepare a hangover remedy. Just as he completed it, a loud banging at the door echoed through the air. Banhado, a brash voice demanded, as another voice attempted to reason with the intruder who audaciously dared to criticize. Just as they prepared to strike the door once more, Fuchio suddenly flung it open. What brings you here? He inquired, surveying the group gathered at the threshold. Wang Hua, upon spotting Kuyu's parents, was infuriated to learn that a man had emerged from the villa where Kuyu resided. Shameless, living with a man. He fumed. Initially, he had contemplated granting her a formal status due to her beauty, but now he deemed it unnecessary, intending to discard her after a few encounters. The visage of that stunning face lingered in his mind, having stirred his desires when he had seen her at the market yesterday. He had instructed his subordinates to procure her, but their failure had only served to frustrate him. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Kuyu, my dear beauty, hurry out. This young master has come to fetch you, he called, disregarding Fuchio entirely. After all, his father was the deputy leader of the base, granting him a sense of invincibility in this domain, especially since such encounters were not without precedent. A cold glare from Fuchio swept across the scene, his irritation palpable at the morning's unwelcome disturbance. It appeared that this was indeed the individual referenced by Kuyu's parents. Though his ability level was not particularly high, he was surrounded by other formidable abilities. Leave. Fuchio's single, airy command incited Wang Hua's fury. You, teach him a lesson. Show him what true power is. Wang Hua directed at two nearby ability users. These two possessed relatively high levels within the base, hence their assignment to protect Wang Hua, yet they could not discern Fuchio's true strength. Exchanging glances, they recognized the gravity of the situation. This would not be easily resolved. As anticipated, even when facing two opponents, Fuchio effortlessly handled them, leaving them feeling as though they were being toyed with. In no time, he had dispatched both, advancing towards the incredulous Wang Hua. Who are you speaking of? Fuchio tightened his grip around Wang Hua's neck. My fiancé, do you comprehend? Wang Hua had never imagined this individual would dare to harm him. After all, his father was one of the authorities capable of effortlessly expelling Fuchio from the base. Please spare me. I no longer covet that lovely beauty, Wang Hua pleaded, understanding that he must now show weakness to preserve his life. Fuchio grasped him firmly by the neck, lifting him off the ground. What are you? To covet Kuyu? Wang Hua felt Fuchio's grip constricting around him. Desperate pleas for mercy. Cough. I was wrong. Spare me. Once he recovers, he will certainly have his father avenge him. He desires to see this man suffer 1,000 tortures. Chapter 63. Kuyu evades emotion. Fuchio departing from a base. Fuchio is aware that now is not the opportune moment to eliminate Wang Hua, rather than extinguishing his life. It would be more prudent to make use of him for a while. This way, he will ensure that Wang Hua no longer brings any trouble to Kuyu. Kuyu is on the verge of waking, and it was best not to let these matters tarnish her mood. A subtle thread of mental energy slipped into Wang Hua's mind, implanting a psychological suggestion. As Wang Hua's gaze gradually became unfocused, Fuchio finally set him down. The other two ability users hastened to support him, their eyes warily fixed on Fuchio. We sincerely apologize. Our actions were not intentional, merely a result of our orders. One of the ability users was acutely aware that someone of Fuchio's high caliber, particularly in the realm of mental abilities, was immensely valued in any base. During their confrontation, they had refrained from employing lethal force, for it was Wang Hua's bullying nature that had precipitated this unfortunate incident. They had no desire to provoke a high-level ability user, especially one proficient in mental powers. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Fu Qiu recognized that the others had indeed refrained from inflicting serious harm during their scuffle. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The two ability users supporting Wanhua immediately grasped his intent and breathed a sigh of relief. "We shall take our leave then." Fu Qiu replied, "Farewell." His hangover remedy should be ready by now, and Kuyu would soon awaken to partake of it. Kuyu had finally prepared herself mentally to confront the events of last night, yet she still felt immensely awkward. Just when she thought everyone should have awakened by this hour, she found herself downstairs. To her surprise, only Fu Qiu was present. Especially after the events of the previous night, she had assumed that Fu Qiu would not have noticed anything amiss, only to be met with the unexpected question, "Sister Yu, are you awake?" Kuyu could only muster the courage to greet Fu Qiu, saying hello. "Is your head still hurting?" Fu Qiu ladled the soup into a bowl. Taking a deep breath to gather her resolve, she finally descended the stairs. Kuyu remarked that the pain had subsided. After placing the soup on the table, Fu Qiu continued, "Come, have some hangover soup." Fu Qiu's culinary skills were indeed impressive, and as Kuyu savored the broth, she couldn't help but express her admiration. However, just after taking another sip, Fu Qiu unexpectedly posed a startling question. "Do you remember what happened last night?" Choking on her drink, Kuyu coughed violently. Fu Qiu promptly offered her a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Did I lose my mind due to excessive drinking? My apologies. I had no idea I would become so unruly when intoxicated." She resolutely decided to deny any recollection of the events. Listening to Kuyu's words, Fu Qiu felt his initial excitement gradually dissipate. Kuyu is evading. But why? Fu Qiu is perplexed. Last night, Kuyu almost revealed everything. "If I say something wrong, please don't take it to heart." Sobbing, she feels so despicable, yet there is no alternative. Fu Qiu's expression darkens further as he fixates on Kuyu, his disbelief palpable. He cannot trust her words, not even a single one. "Drink this and rest well." With that, Fu Qiu departs, fearing that if he lingers, he might inadvertently compel Kuyu to confess her feelings for him. This is not right. It cannot be so. Thus, he chooses to leave. Watching Fu Qiu storm away in anger, Kuyu's heart sinks. 888. Host. "You terrible person, taking everything without acknowledgement." Kuyu, speak properly. There's no way that's true. She didn't even get to eat. I cannot accept this. She endeavored to suppress the pang of bitterness within. Zhou Huaihe rubbed his temples, groggy as he descended the stairs. Last night, he had shared a bed with Fu Yuan, only to be unceremoniously kicked out onto the floor in the middle of the night. Awakening in the morning, he found himself sprawled on the ground. How humiliating. As he stepped outside, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Who among the kind-hearted is preparing soup? How thoughtful. He hastened down the stairs and spotted Kuyu, seemingly lost in thought at the table. "Sister Yu, is that soup you've made?" Zhou Huaihe instinctively assumed the steaming bowl before her was prepared by her hands. Kuyu, upon hearing Zhou Huaihe's words, cast a glance at the soup before her. The aroma was undeniably delightful. Fu Qiu must have risen early to prepare it. Yet, she had just driven him away in a fit of anger. Zhou Huaihe sensed something amiss. Why did Yu Jie appear so lost? However, the soup truly smelled divine. He had indulged himself too much the previous night, and his stomach was in turmoil that morning. "Yeah, may I have a bowl of soup?" Zhou Huaihe exclaimed, astonished at the opportunity to savor the heartwarming soup prepared by his beloved CP. This was his stroke of fortune. Filled with excitement, he hurried to the kitchen and ladled himself a bowl. The first sip was sweet. His CP was the sweetest. Delicious. Fu Ji's culinary skills were unparalleled. One by one, the others began to awaken, with Fu Yuan lamenting, "My head hurts. My head hurts." And Mo Shanshan had anticipated significant progress between the boss and Kuyu after last night. Yet, judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed otherwise. The path to winning his beloved was still long for the boss. Perhaps Fu Qiu merely felt a sense of companionship from their time spent together, a mere illusion. She found it challenging to convince even herself of this notion. After contemplating, she inquired if 888 had any information regarding the viral serum. It was time to focus on the task at hand. 888, understanding the host's intentions, sighed. It dreaded the possibility of the host becoming emotionally attached. Uncertain of the host's choices, it opened the map and discovered clues regarding the serum. Host, look, there are clues. We have leads. Upon hearing the news, Kuyu was filled with excitement. At long last, there was information regarding the serum. Sister Yu, where's Brother Fu? Lindsay, having finished her soup, realized something was amiss. Everyone had risen, yet Brother Fu was nowhere to be seen. This was rather unusual, if Sister Yu was present. How could Brother Fu possibly be absent? He has gone out. She drove him away, came to reply. Meanwhile, Fu Qiu, who had been nagged by Lindsay, stood at the entrance of the base, preparing to embark on a mission. Regardless of the outcome, he was resolute in his decision to proceed. Casting one last glance towards the direction of the villa, he made his way to Qingshan Town. There was a matter there that he wished to clarify. Qi Yuan suddenly sensed Fu Qiu's presence fading away and chuckled softly to himself. It's time to begin. Chapter 64. Qiu departures. Fu Qiu disappears. Among those in the villa, only Qi Yuan detected Fu Qiu's departure from a base, with 888 also noticing, exclaiming in puzzlement. Kuyu, what? Host, my system indicates that Fu Qiu has departed from the base. Kuyu, Fu Qiu, has he departed? Is it because of her? The words of 888 plunged her once more into a perplexing loop of questions. It wasn't until Fu Yuan had lamented his headache over the matter that he suddenly realized. Oh, he is quite a significant brother, doesn't he? Sister-in-law, you ought to keep an eye on my brother. Just look at him, so utterly indifferent to home. Kuyu, this foolish child remains oblivious to the fact that they seemingly had a quarrel. The reason for the word seemingly is that they did not truly argue. Fu Qiu has gone to undertake a mission at the base. Qi Yuan also emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth a bowl of soup. One must admit, it is the first time he has tasted Fu Qiu's culinary skills. Kuyu cast a meaningful glance over, aware that it was due to the 888's ability to probe. But how did Qi Yuan come to know? Fu Yuan turned to look, wondering if his brother had mentioned it. He had forgotten, as he was preoccupied with the task of water storage at that moment. Did Kuyu believe him? Certainly not. Qi Yuan is an unreliable individual, and his words are even less trustworthy. Savoring a sip of soup, one can't help but lament that such a delicacy may not be available in the future. His audacity in mentioning Fu Qiu's departure, unafraid of being exposed, is undoubtedly due to the fact that a gift awaited him there. Now that Brother Fu has abruptly left, it truly feels unsettling. Perhaps he departed in haste. Kuyu intended to seize the opportunity to inform everyone of her impending departure. Aside from remaining vigilant against Qi Yuan, the bait had been taken, yet it was still too early to reel it in. She would confide in Shan Shan about this matter. Lin Zi's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, as she feared that after Sister Yu and Brother Fu brought her to the base, they would abandon her. Otherwise, why would both of them leave one after the other? Gently gathering her close, Kuyu caressed Lin Zi's head as a gesture of comfort. Once everything was settled, Kuyu set off, guided by the intelligent Xiandu map. In search of the serum, the sooner she found the serum, the sooner the apocalypse could reach its conclusion. Along the way, she observed that the evolution of the zombies was accelerating, with some exhibiting supernatural abilities. This posed an increasing threat to human survival. It seemed as though the Earth was undergoing a profound transformation, embodying the principle of survival of the fittest. The world around her felt increasingly real. When an inexperienced zombie hurled an ice spike in her direction, she deftly drew her tang knife, severing the spike, and swiftly maneuvered to the creature's rear. In a swift motion, she decapitated the zombie. Upon examining the crystal core within its brain, she confirmed it was of the ice type. Her gaze sharpened as she noticed several other zombies approaching, drawn by the commotion. She was eager to engage in a bit of chance, curious to discover the varieties of crystal cores that awaited her. 888. Kuyu sharpened her knife, preparing to confront the zombies. Before long, a pile of zombie corpses accumulated at her feet, and she skillfully extracted the cores from their brains, each one bringing her joy. Fuju, look at how formidable I am. All these crystal cores are my spoils, she exclaimed, only to freeze in her actions, her hand lingering over the cores. 888. Host, where did Fu Qiu come from? Kuyu. She forgot that she had come out alone. Alas, wasn't that a slip of the tongue? Kuyu was reluctant to discuss the topic further and quickly diverted 888's attention. By the way, is there any chance we might discover something to concoct an antidote for the zombie virus in this dilapidated building? 888, certainly. Our system guarantees authenticity. After leaving the base, she followed the directions indicated by the intelligent Chindu map, which also revealed the locations where she and Fu Qiao had undertaken their missions, one to the south and the other to the north. The place she arrived at was a pharmaceutical company that had existed before the apocalypse. The once grand skyscraper now stood in a state of disrepair, barely recognizable save for the remnants of an old advertisement. Was there a connection between the zombie virus and this pharmaceutical company? Just as she was about to step into the building to investigate, 888 suddenly shrieked. Ah, it's over. What should we do? Kuyu felt as though his mind was about to explode from shock. What is it? Please don't rush. 888 is in a panic. Host. Fu Qiao has gone missing, and the system indicates that his life is in grave danger. Kuyu stood frozen in shock, momentarily unable to process her thoughts. What did you say? How could this be possible? He was Fu Qiao, the protagonist, after all, endowed with the aura of a leading character. It was inconceivable, impossible. She refused to believe it. It must be a mistake on 888's part. It was not uncommon for systems to malfunction. Frantically, she rushed back to the location where Fu Qiao had been. At that moment, 888 was still in a state of urgency. We must save Fu Qiao. If the world collapses, it will reset. The torrents of time and space will shatter your consciousness, host. Fu Qiao can start anew, but you cannot. This is why I've been urging you to diligently complete your tasks. In this world, you cannot survive without fulfilling your mission swiftly. Kuyu was unable to absorb anything. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Fu Qiao's predicament. All she desired was to race against time to locate him. As she hurried along, compressing every moment, she encountered numerous zombies obstructing her path, resorting to reckless tactics to fend them off. At long last, she arrived at Qingshan town. However, the intelligent map revealed no trace of Fu Qiao, leaving her unable to ascertain his whereabouts. Yet, upon gazing at Qingshan town, she was taken aback, doubting her own eyes. The town appeared as though it had been untouched by the apocalypse. Life continued as it had before the calamity. People toiled in the fields. Smoke curled from chimneys, and a few elderly individuals chatted while children played in the streets. Some villagers even noticed her and greeted her warmly. Was this reality? How could it be? A paradise found? Chapter 65. The meat has escaped, confronting the black wolf. Hey there, young lady. Where have you come from? And why are you covered in so much blood? An elderly woman, accompanied by a child, approached Kuyu with a curious expression. The others, witnessing the scene, halted in their tracks, caught off guard by the unexpected encounter. Kuyu, however, sensed an overwhelming dissonance in this place. As she traversed the path, remnants of zombie blood clung to her, serving as a stark reminder that this realm remained an apocalyptic wasteland. Yet, the trail of Fu Qiao had vanished entirely. Her only recourse lay in questioning these peculiar individuals. For the moment, she chose to overlook their oddities. Her sole desire was to locate Fu Qiao and ascertain his safety. The rationale she conjured was rather insincere, yet astonishingly, this elderly woman took her at her word. This was indeed perplexing. The woman hastily exclaimed, "Oh dear, it seems you're quite careless. Come quickly. I have some clothes for you. Let me take you change." Yet curiously, the child she was guiding exhibited a glimmer of joy and longing in their eyes. Unlike adults, children often lack such restraint. Could Fu Qiao be ensnared by them? This seemed rather implausible. If she could discern the truth so easily, how could he possibly fall prey to it? "Annie, have you encountered anything strange? No zombies at all?" Madama chuckled at Kuyu's inquiry. "Haha, you little girl, are you perhaps like those who visited our village a few days ago, wanting to speak of zombies?" Ha ha ha. The youth certainly possesses a vivid imagination. Kuyu grasped the crux of her words. The visitor from a few days ago? Indeed, he appeared cold and unapproachable, to the extent that my child was frightened to tears by him. Was it Fu Qiao? Kuyu's eyes brightened with the realization. It had to be him. So, Is he currently staying at Annie's house? Aunt Ma waved her hand dismissively. No, no, no. That young man has gone to the back mountain. Our back mountain, mind you, is home to wolves. Upon learning of Fu Qiao's whereabouts, Kuyu instantly lost any desire to continue her conversation with Aunt Ma. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Hey, 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 Aunt Ma called out urgently from behind. What is the rush, young lady? The child she was holding also broke free from her grasp and hurriedly shouted down the alley. The meat is escaping. Meat? Kiskiviko konnerith, but abruptly halted in her tracks. Good heavens, they were referring to her. Suddenly, a throng of individuals emerged at the entrance to the back mountain, armed with crossbows designed for hunting beasts, aimed directly at her. The scene resembled that of a lamb awaiting slaughter, with these individuals poised as the hunters ready to strike. An incredulous thought surged forth. Halt! Take another step, and I shall slay you right now, the leader of the group declared, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Kuyu. The tang knife in Kuyu's hand was slowly drawn. Aunt Ma hurried from behind, exclaiming, Mayor, Mayor, this is the meat from my home. It cannot be slaughtered now. The blade glimmered subtly in the sunlight. Yet Aunt Ma and the crowd seemed utterly indifferent to its presence. The unease in Kuyusin's heart grew increasingly intense. She still had not received any news about Fu Qiao, and this group of people continued to obstruct her path. They were courting death. Kuyu commanded the vines to rise from the earth, ensnaring them all and hoisting them aloft. Her emotions were somewhat unraveled, and the dagger rested ominously against the mayor's throat. Dare to stop me, and we shall see who meets their demise first. With that, she disregarded them entirely and pressed onward towards the rear mountain. What manner of monster is this? Aunt Ma cried out in alarm. Yet the mayor, with a crimson line marking his neck, remained unperturbed, casting a sly grin in the direction where Kuyu had departed. To the rear mountain, is it? There lies the bow indeed. Very well, let us consider a meal for the bow. Kuyu scoured the mountainside in search of Fu Qiao. Fu Qiao, Fu Qiao. Her calls echoed unanswered. Suddenly, a chilling aura of malice enveloped her. Kuyu swiftly reacted, bending down and rolling to the side. With a growl, she arose to behold a creature resembling a wolf, cloaked in dark fur, an impeccable shadow in the night. Its ferocious eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson, and upon closer inspection, Kuyu noted that it was blind in one eye, the wound evidently fresh. The beast bore faint, almost imperceptible scars, and it bared its enormous maw, revealing teeth as sharp as daggers. Seizing the moment before it launched its assault, Kuyu grasped her tang sword and, aided by the vines, managed to hook onto a branch overhead. As the black wolf realized its prey was attempting to flee, it clawed at the earth and lunged forward. Upon discovering its bite had missed, it let out a furious roar directed at Kuyu. The creature slammed violently into the tree she occupied, and given the wolf's formidable size, the tree could not withstand the assault for long. In a desperate bid for survival, Kuyu bound the vines around her hand, feigning a leap to another tree. The black wolf, sensing her intent, raced after her. Unexpectedly, Kuyu pivoted mid-air, thrusting her sword directly toward its remaining eye. Yet the wolf was no easy adversary. It twisted away just in time, causing her blade to pierce into its already blinded eye. The wolf howled in agony, driven to madness by the pain. As Kuyu found herself unscathed in the midst of the chaos, she prepared to leap onto a nearby tree, landing atop the black wolf's head. The creature, in excruciating pain, flailed its claws wildly, striking Kuyu's calf with a force that tore away a layer of flesh, exposing the white bone beneath. Overcome by the sudden agony, she slipped and fell to the ground. The black wolf, panting heavily and with eyes glowing red, lunged at her. Unfortunately, Tang Dao had lodged itself within the wolf's eye socket, rendering it immovable. Kuyu was left with no choice but to conjure a vine shield using her plant-based abilities. Yet, the wolf's claw struck with such ferocity that it threatened to shatter her defenses. With no alternative, she shifted her strategy, channeling her power-based abilities to tighten her fists and deliver a crushing blow to the wolf's abdomen while shielded. The impact sent the wolf crashing into a nearby tree, breaking it in half. Her strength-enhancing powers had once again ascended. After a pained howl, the black wolf lay still, ensuring it posed no further threat before approaching to retrieve her knife. As she grasped the weapon, she remained vigilant, confirming the wolf remained unresponsive before exerting force to free it. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The wolf opened its remaining eye, and its sharp claws lunged toward the momentarily complacent Kuyu. Despite her swift evasion, she was struck on the shoulder. The pain was a stark reminder of her need to heal quickly, but the immediate threat of the wolf demanded her full attention. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she used her uninjured hand to fend off the relentless assaults of the black wolf. Its attacks grew increasingly ferocious, while Kuyu, drained of energy, could not help but mock her own predicament. Not only had she failed to locate Fuchio, but she had also sustained grave injuries. Yet, this state of despair was fleeting. With the last remnants of her plant-based abilities, she endeavored to ensnare the wolf. However, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the ground. After a day spent traversing and battling zombies, her endurance had been pushed to its limits. Just as the black wolf staggered back to its feet, its foreleg was abruptly twisted and broken. 888. Host. Hold on, Fuchio is coming. In the heat of battle, the system had been frantic, desperately seeking Fuchio, transmitting the host's voice. Finally, just in the nick of time, Fuchio arrived to rescue her. His own condition was dire, yet he had managed to recuperate somewhat. Upon hearing Kuyu's voice, he awoke to the harrowing sight of her perilous struggle against the wolf. His heart nearly stopped in that instant. He quickly summoned spatial power to sever the wolf's foreleg, then transported Kuyu to a hillside several miles away. He could no longer sustain himself. As Kuyu beheld Fuchio in that fleeting moment, her eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears. After such a prolonged period of hardship, it was her first encounter with the sheer joy of existence. Once they had relocated to a place of safety, she discerned that Fuchio had sustained rather severe injuries. The two wounded souls lay upon the verdant grass, gazing at the dim sky, where a few dark yellow clouds floated by. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, even the clouds bore this somber hue. Remarkably, if one were to overlook their injuries, the scene exuded a sense of tranquil leisure. Kuyu, how fares your wound? Fuchio could not erase from his mind the image of Kuyu lying on the ground, drenched in blood, upon his emergence from the space. Had he arrived but a moment later, Kuyu's plight would have been far graver than mere injury. Kuyu utilized her light-based abilities to heal the two individuals. Her gaze fixed upon Fuchio's stern profile. Despite the severity of his injuries surpassing her own, she reassured herself that they were but minor wounds. After a moment of silence, their conditions improved significantly under the restorative power of her abilities. What prompted you to seek me out so suddenly? Fuchio could no longer contain his curiosity, wondering if his suspicions were indeed correct. A gentle breeze swept past them, yet Kuyu remained silent. I worry that you might get hurt. I fear that you could be in danger. However, she could not voice these sentiments, for this revelation had laid bare her own heart, yet she lacked the courage to acknowledge it. Thus, she concluded, at this moment, I cannot be with you. Gaining something only to lose it again is an excruciating experience. A sigh escaped her lips. Fuchio realized he should not rush Kuyu into confessing her feelings. They had ample time ahead of them. Kuyu came to find him in a state of urgency, which brought him immense joy and elation. Previously, he had been resigned to accept any outcome. However, after the recent events, he found himself unwilling to do so. He vowed to wait indefinitely, ensuring that Kuyu would have only him by her side and no one else. How could someone as formidable as Brother Fu sustain such grave injuries? Kiskivikoyu inkurith, diverting the conversation with a semblance of jest. Fuchio recounted the tale in detail. Upon his arrival in Qingshan town, he shared the same bewilderment as Kuyu, marveling at the existence of such an isolated place. Later, through his investigations, he uncovered that the inhabitants were indeed aware of the impending apocalypse. Yet, due to the presence of a black wolf, any approaching zombies were swiftly devoured, thereby preserving the town in a relatively unscathed state. However, as food supplies dwindled, driven by an inexplicable instinct, they began to prey upon the unfortunate souls who happened to traverse their vicinity. Under the guise of peace and tranquility, they lured these individuals into the town, only to slaughter them like animals, preserving the flesh for consumption. Nearly every household had partaken in cannibalism. To satisfy their craving for fresh meat, they kept the deceived individuals captive. The mutated black wolf in the rear mountains stood guard over these unfortunate souls. Indeed, it was a mutated black wolf. During the recent skirmish, did you not notice that despite your most vigorous attacks, the creature seemed to heal as if it had never been harmed? Kuyu. Indeed, I was on the verge of delivering a fatal blow to it, only for it to miraculously recover in an instant and strike back at me with its claws. Listening to Kuyu's jubilant description, Fu Qiao felt a sudden shiver of fear at his words. Do you not find this ability somewhat familiar? As Kuyu spoke, this thought suddenly crossed his mind. Fu Qiao replied with an unwavering expression. Qiyuan. Exactly. It is his ability. But did he not claim that it was due to an excessive number of genetic modification injections? Surely, this black wolf cannot be a result of that, can it? Kuyu suddenly realized. He is lying. Fu Jiao nodded. His visit here was partly to confirm this matter. As he suspected, Qi Yuan was indeed his old acquaintance. But what happened next? How did you get injured and then go missing? Kuyu gazed at him with a sense of concern, inquiring, and then, how did you manage to escape? Observing the overflowing worry in Kuyu's eyes, Fu Qiao felt that the pain he endured was indeed worthwhile. Later, in a moment of peril, my spatial abilities underwent another upgrade, enabling me to transport myself as well. Upon hearing this, 888 finally comprehended the situation. No wonder Fu Qiao was difficult to detect in another dimension. The map and system could hardly ascertain his presence. Truly, as the protagonist, he bore the weight of destiny, and with the space upgrade, he acquired a remarkable advantage. Impressive. Once their injuries had sufficiently healed, the two conferred and resolved to hunt down that black wolf, seeking vengeance for themselves. Subsequently, they planned to descend the mountain and obliterate that town. In a world ravaged by disaster, survival was already a daunting task. After their destruction, no one would fall victim to being lured into this place and serve as their reserves. Kuyu suddenly recalled, is the eye of the black wolf your masterpiece? Fu Qiao nodded. Indeed. I discovered that its wounds could heal, yet regeneration was not possible. This meant that after extracting one of the black wolf's eyes, he had placed it within his spatial realm. In his previous life, he had encountered beings with remarkable regenerative abilities, be they extraordinary beings or mutated zombies, and thus understood their weaknesses quite well. Chapter 67. Hunting the Black Wolf, entrusted to Zhuang Ru. The reason he suffered injuries at the hands of that black wolf was due to the townsfolk also attacking him, with nearly everyone armed with crossbows. A moment's inattention had led to him being struck. Now, in collaboration with Kuyu, even if they arrived, it posed no significant challenge. The two devised a plan to hunt the black wolf and proceeded toward their earlier location. The black wolf, sniffing the air, sought to locate Fu Qiao and Kuyu through scent. However, Fu Qiao's spatial teleportation left little trace of any lingering aroma. After a brief period of sniffing without any success, the black wolf exhaled in frustration, realizing that its prey had slipped away. It charged towards the tree where Fu Qiao was concealed. Kuyu and Fu Qiao exchanged a glance, and Fu Qiao utilized his mental prowess to momentarily disorient the black wolf. Seizing the opportunity, Kuyu swiftly bound the wolf's head, and as the creature broke free from Fu Qiao's mental grasp, he rapidly summoned vines to ensnare the wolf's front legs. Fu Qiao promptly employed spatial force to shatter its limbs, taking advantage of the black wolf's momentary lapse in vigilance. Kuyu unsheathed his Tang Dao and, utilizing his power-based abilities, severed the head of the bound black wolf. He then used vines to draw it closer and presented it to Fu Qiao. With a swift motion of his hand, the wolf's head vanished into his spatial realm. Glancing at the black wolf, its recently shattered claws had begun to mend. Yet, deprived of its head, no matter how remarkable its healing capabilities, it could not conjure a new one from thin air. At long last, the threat of the black wolf was resolved. Kuyu and Fu Qiao exchanged a celebratory high five, rejoicing in their triumph. Sister Yu is indeed formidable, and Brother Fu is no less impressive. Suddenly, 888 interjected, inquiring how it had come to consume dog food. Dismissing the thought, it suggested checking the map for any additional mission clues. Upon inspection, a delightful surprise awaited. It eagerly alerted Kuyu, Host, I have discovered that the map reveals a clue regarding the virus serum task in this vicinity. Kuyu suppressed her smile slightly, and, during a brief moment, while telling Fu Qiao that she wanted to wash her hands, inquired of 888, is there an abundance of serum here as well? With so much available, doesn't this task seem rather easy to accomplish? Kuyu was perplexed. Logically, a serum capable of counteracting the zombie virus ought to be exceedingly rare. Could it possibly be linked to this mutated wolf? However, 888 was equally in the dark, merely opening the map for Kuyu to examine. Indeed, there was a mission marker located on the mountainside where they were. Kiskiviko. Fu Qiao called out as she noticed Kuyu lost in thought while washing her hands. Hey, what's the matter? Could it be that you've revived again? Kuyu initially assumed Fu Qiao was cautioning her of impending danger. Fu Qiao was left speechless. No, I merely observed you in a daze. Kuyu felt a sense of relief. That's good, she said, reflecting on her earlier thoughts regarding those individuals who were kept in captivity. It was merely a matter of convenience. Fu Qiao understood her desire to rescue those people. He had previously ventured there once to assess the situation, so he adeptly guided Kuyu to the location. It was a dilapidated shack, perpetually guarded by a black wolf, with some bloodied garments and bones strewn at the entrance. Presumably, they were human remains. Sighing silently, Kuyu lamented the fact that the apocalypse truly revealed the depths of human nature. Upon entering, even in the presence of light, the individuals inside appeared utterly numb, not lifting their heads to glance around. What was the point? They were merely prey, and locking eyes with them could very well lead to one's own demise. Each of these individuals was shackled by iron chains. Some lay down while others sat, devoid of any semblance of vitality. As Kuyu gazed upon their countenances, an overwhelming sense of heaviness enveloped his heart. The apocalypse should come to a swift conclusion. The individuals within the small dwelling, after a prolonged period of inaction, finally divided their attention to discern the situation. Upon lifting their gazes to Kuyu, a flicker of emotion stirred within their long-numbed hearts. Was it a celestial being? Had they finally succumbed to death? Even as their eyes, unaccustomed to the sun's rays, stung and welled with tears, they remained resolute in their refusal to bow their heads. At last, they were liberated. Fu Jiao, observing their demeanor, recognized that they remained ensnared in their own realm. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the head of the mutated black wolf from the space and cast it before them. The thud resonated, capturing their attention, as they beheld the severed wolf's head. Some among them trembled in fright due to their instinctive reactions, while others comprehended the reality that the beast had been vanquished, erupting into joyful laughter. Kuyu cast a glance at Fu Qiao, only to find that Fu Qiao was also gazing at her. She seized the tang knife and severed the chains binding these individuals. Subsequently, she and Fu Qiao prepared to descend the mountain to settle another score in the town. Wait. A raspy voice emerged from within. Kuyu halted her steps, observing a disheveled figure emerging from within. Sensing no malice in his demeanor, she crouched down, eager to discern his words. She gently channeled a fragment of her light-based abilities towards him, though his days were numbered. Alleviating his suffering in his final moments would be a kindness. Zhuangru felt a warmth emanating from Kuyu's hand, and the harsh raspiness in his throat began to dissipate. Thank you, he uttered weakly. There's no need to treat me. I am aware that my time is short. Kuyu halted his actions, listening intently as he spoke. I am aware that you are extraordinary individuals. Might I request your assistance in delivering this item to Dr. Ming at the N City base? Zhuangru coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet continued. This is the culmination of our team's tireless research. If we succeed in its development, then the apocalypse shall come to an end. As his words settled in the air, Kuyu heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Dear host, the charming system is at your service. Your progress on the virus serum task stands at 5. Please continue your efforts. Zhuangru expelled more blood gasping, I cough. Have persevered so that this item could be delivered. Cough, cough. It is now in your hands. Cough, cough. I hope the apocalypse can conclude. After uttering these words, he was in a state of labored breathing. He then placed a small iron vial from around his neck into Kuyu's hands. Seeing Kuyu nod in acknowledgement brought him some solace. Turning to gaze at the grim sky, a smile graced his lips. He longed for the day when he could again behold the azure sky, adorned with the occasional fluffy white cloud. How he yearned for another bite of fried chicken and a sip of cola. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Kuyu found herself at a loss for words to articulate her current feelings. Having just treated him, she profoundly understood that it was nothing short of a miracle for this man to have endured thus far. Upon handing over the items, he appeared to lose all conviction. The very breath that sustained him dissipating. Fuchio approached, clasping Kuyu's hand tightly, offering her a measure of solace. Chapter 68. Besieged by the townsfolk, Fuchio was not entirely surprised by the turn of events. One of his ulterior motives for coming here was indeed to procure this item. In his previous life, he had engaged in extensive discussions with the astute Dr. Ming regarding the zombie virus. One of the reasons a serum to counteract the virus had not been developed was the absence of this crucial component. This serum had been lost in Qingshan town. Although he had a general idea that it might be located within this town, he was unaware of its precise whereabouts. Had it not been for Kuyu, he might have missed it entirely. At that moment, Kuyu was perplexed by the meager 5 progress on her taskbar. Was the acquisition of this item merely a trifling step toward completion? How long would it take to develop a remedy? Her yearning now was for the world to revert to its former state of normalcy. 888. Do not fret, host. The male lead spent an entire lifetime in pursuit of a solution without success. We must take our time, the voice reassured her. As such, she found herself utterly incapable of viewing the unfolding events from a third-party perspective. Was this world still merely a book? She pondered, no. Each individual here was earnestly striving to live. Perhaps this was an alternate realm altogether. The two descended the mountain with the items provided by Zhuang Ru. Meanwhile, far away at the Y City base, Qi Yuan sensed a faint disconnection from Qingshan town. As the head of the Black Wolf was severed, a trickle of sweet, metallic blood surged in his throat, which he swallowed down. Ah, indeed, Fuchio remained the same Fuchio. What nonsense! He had claimed that matters between girls were none of his concern, and that Dehizi, patrolling daily, never came to seek his company. He was left to endure the tedium of this villa, conversing a mere handful of words daily with Sister Shanshan and Qi Yuan, whose chatter was laced with an overwhelming bitterness. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, as if many people were surrounding the mansion. Fu Yuan's expression turned grave as he stepped outside to investigate, only to discover he Shu Yao, whom he had not seen in ages, accompanied by a cadre of supernatural beings from the base, encircling the house. Seize him! Echoed the same command from the mayor back in Qingshan town. Kuyu and Fu Qiao immediately became alert. The individuals before them were merely ordinary people devoid of any supernatural abilities, nor were they subjects of genetic modification or mindless zombies. Yet, their actions were more terrifying than any of the aforementioned. Are you not going to invite us to stay as guests in Qingshan town? The mayor inquired, surrounded by a throng of individuals. Each person held a crossbow, and among them were not just able-bodied men, but also women wielding hoes and sickles. Their gaze upon the duo was laden with an insatiable hunger, sweeping over every inch of their flesh. Is this truly the manner of welcoming guests? Surely, you jest. Kuyu found their gazes utterly distasteful, even repugnant. Fuqiu, with a frosty glare, scrutinized them, ensuring they made no sudden moves, harnessing the latent energies of the surrounding space. He was prepared to respond with severity should they dare to act. The mayor stepped forward, casting a chilling glance in their direction and inquiring, "Where is Dabao?" Kuyu was perplexed. What? He glanced at Fu Qiao, who shook his head. Who is Dabao? Wait a moment. Could the Dabao they refer to be that Black Wolf? This speculation was confirmed by the mayor a moment later. The Black Wolf you encountered on the back mountain is indeed Dabao. Oh my! Exclaimed 888. Gave you? No. Why are you calling Dabao in the town? Oh, that Dabao was just killed by them. Kuyu silently unsheathed the tang knife. resolute that a confrontation was inevitable today. Aunt Ma, wielding a kitchen knife, no longer bore the gentleness and warmth she once exhibited at the village entrance. Instead, she appeared fierce and menacing. "What have you done at a bow?" In days past, any stranger who ventured to the back mountain would invariably fall prey to the bow. Yet today, these two individuals descended the mountain in scathe, coupled with a woman's ability to manipulate vines. She feared that the bow was likely in grave danger, prompting her to swing the kitchen knife with the intent to strike them down. "Kill them," Fu Qiu declared bluntly. This proclamation detonated like a drop of water in hot oil. "You, how dare you kill the bow? You shall pay for the bow's life. Yes, pay with your lives. Pay with your lives." Kuyu could not help but let out a cold laugh. "You, as humans, slaughter your own kind and feast upon them, yet feel no remorse. Now, having merely killed a mutated black wolf, you audaciously demand our lives in compensation. How utterly ironic. The mayor is equally incensed. The Bao has protected them for so long, yet they fail to safeguard him. These two must perish. Avenging the Bao is imperative. They are deeply concerned for him and are well aware of his extraordinary abilities. Thus, they naturally assume he remains unharmed. However, this is unforgivable. A price must be paid. With a gesture from a mayor, the agitated crowd surged forward. Kuyu and Fu Qiu showed no hesitation. If others resorted to lethal force, they would respond in kind. After dispatching one or two individuals intent on attacking them, a river of blood flowed, instilling a measure of fear in the remaining crowd. They possessed a unique ability that rendered the act of killing them deceptively simple, while they held no fear of taking lives. The prospect of being slain by others loomed large. Aunt Ma, brandishing a kitchen knife, began to waver. Yet the mayor stoked the flames of their resolve. "Do not forget, we are many. If we can merely restrain them, the rest of us shall seize the opportunity to strike." These two appeared delicate and fair-skinned. Indeed, their flesh promised a flavor far superior to that of the meat raised for far longer. "Do you not wish to sample them?" As his words hung in the air, Kuyu and Fu Qiu could palpably sense the intensifying aura of greed that surrounded them, as if they were mere cuts of meat awaiting the butcher's knife, tempting anyone who desired a taste. "What shall we do now, Fu Qiu?" Kuyu observed the throng swelling around them, even children wielding small knives closing in. In response, Fu Qiu calmly controlled those nearest to them, positioning them as a barrier in front of the duo. Kuyu suddenly had a moment of inspiration. She bound several individuals together, forming a living shield that stood protectively behind them. Now, no matter how aggressively they acted, they could only harm their own. The townspeople were taken aback by this unexpected maneuver from the two. Those standing in the forefront shared familial ties with the attackers, making it impossible for them to strike with lethal intent. As Kuyu reveled in her actions, a scene caught her eye, prompting an involuntary shudder. Chapter 69. The Incineration of Qingshan Town, wanted by the base. In Qingshan Town, some individuals who had not attacked her and Fu Qiu were prostrate on the ground, feasting upon the remains of the two they had just slain. Both adults and children were present, and the gruesome sight was both shocking and chilling. Could those who consumed flesh and blood still be regarded as human? Kuyu struggled to suppress the tumult in his stomach. Upon noticing this, Fu Qiu furrowed his brow and shielded him from the gruesome scene. As the scent of blood permeated the air, those who had been attacking them were gradually drawn away, their gazes fixated on the flesh and blood, the crimson glow in their eyes sending shivers down Kuyu's spine. The mayor of Qingshan Town also sensed something amiss and urgently called out to warn them. "What are you doing? The true delicacies lie elsewhere. Why must you resort to such inferior fare?" Yet, the townsfolk could no longer heed his words. Their minds were consumed solely by the thought of fresh meat. The assailants targeting Fu Qiu and the others dwindled in number. These individuals, clearly uninfected by the zombie virus and still possessing human consciousness, were nonetheless behaving like zombies, devouring their fellow beings. Kuyu understood that this place must not be allowed to remain. Seizing the moment, she discreetly proposed to Fu Qiu, "Let us destroy this place." Fu Qiu nodded in agreement, affirming Kuyu's suggestion. In her previous life, it was uncertain whether the inhabitants of this location had also infiltrated the base. At that time, Such incidents had stirred considerable unrest. Many were engulfed in confusion and despair regarding the apocalypse. In a struggle for power, certain individuals within exploited these occurrences, inciting a wave of suicides. As Kuyu observed that Fuchio had acquiesced to her plan, she stealthily made her way into the town amidst the chaos. Even though the mayor witnessed this act, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as Fuchio was restraining him. Meanwhile, the others indulged in their lavish feasts. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Look at these townsfolk. Fuchio could not restrain her inquiry directed at the mayor. This was reminiscent of the past, when countless minds were led astray. Cannibalism brings about mad cow disease. The fusion of prion diseases and the zombie virus has rendered the world increasingly perilous. This statement, however, incensed the mayor, who, perpetually shrouded in gloom, erupted in anger. What do you know? We merely wish to survive. Countless have perished from hunger. Had it not been for the bow feasting on the zombies, none among us would have had a chance to escape. What of consuming human flesh? Were it not for your foolishness, how could you have been deceived? The mayor's agitation escalated, firmly convinced of his righteousness. Fuchio, fully aware of this, chose not to utter another word. With a clenched fist, the fabric of space twisted and tore, and soon the mayor's presence faded away. Before long, his corpse was being devoured by the townspeople. At that moment, a fierce blaze erupted from within the town, encircling the inhabitants. Kuyu waved at him from beyond the flickering flames. Fuqiao, come quickly. He tucked away his tumultuous emotions and approached her side. Unwilling to even take a few steps, he directly utilized spatial teleportation to appear before her. As Kuyu gazed at the figure still lingering in the distance, they suddenly found themselves standing before her. Illuminated by the flickering flames, two hearts resonated in perfect harmony. Having been away for so many days, she remained unaware of the situation concerning Mo Shanshan and the others at the base. Meanwhile, Fuchio pondered over Qi Yuan, an old acquaintance from past life. He was not a person who had undergone numerous genetic modifications, nor was he truly Qi Yuan. He merely occupied Qi Yuan's physical form. It appeared that he too had been reborn, as the version of himself from the last life was still confined within a laboratory. By the time they returned to the base, night had fallen. Kuyu and Fuchio, holding their passes, approached to enter, only to be taken aback when the guard, after examining their credentials, unexpectedly whistled. A sense of unease gripped Kuyu, for the situation felt amiss. Fuchio, on the other hand, had entered a state of heightened vigilance. Halt! You're now fugitives within the base. Although the guard possessed supernatural abilities, they were rather ineffectual and of low caliber. At that moment, a whistle pierced the air, signaling the approach of the patrol team. Fuchio's mind began to formulate suspicions. It seemed as if the bait had been taken, and the fishing rod was now stirring, indications of significant catch. Shortly after the guard's whistle, they found themselves surrounded. Ha ha ha! Kuyu, look at you now. Who would have thought you would become a wanted person within the base? It was Yang Shuqing's voice. She had long awaited this day. What did it matter if one possessed formidable powers or if they were associated with Fuchio? Ultimately, it was due to offending the higher-ups of the base that they had been unjustly labeled as fugitives. Kuyu was rather indifferent to the matter, as they were not destined to linger here for long. Moreover, given Fuchio's composed demeanor, it seemed likely that this situation was anticipated by him. Her greater concern now lay with Mo Shanshan and the others, who were ensnared within the base like fish in a barrel, with scant opportunity for escape. Yang Shuqing, observing Kuyu's utter nonchalance, felt a surge of frustration rising within her, just as she was about to articulate her thoughts. Haozi emerged from the shadows to caution her. Do not engage them in conversation. Our priority is to capture them. With that, he commanded the ability users to take action and apprehend the individuals. Kuyu and Fuchio responded with remarkable composure, even though they were not truly challenged by their adversaries. However, the situation was indeed troublesome and unnecessary, as these individuals had not exerted their full efforts to capture them. It was likely that Zhou Huaihe had intervened in some manner. Given this, they decided to target others instead. For instance, the subtly treacherous Yang Shuqing or that fellow, Haozi. Thus, she provoked them with a few taunting remarks. Yang Shuqing, why have you made no progress at all? Ah, and you must be Haozi. How does it feel to crash into a tree? Her limited interactions with Haozi constrained her to uttering only this. It was evident that Haozi was merely incensed, intent on seizing them. Yet for Yang Shuqing, Kuyu's words struck at her most humiliating memories. Before the apocalypse, it had always been this way. Kuyu and her companions incessantly ridiculed her, regardless of her tireless efforts. The constant refrain was, "Why have you made no progress at all?" Even the one she secretly admired echoed this sentiment. Why? She had indeed worked hard. It was all their fault. If they were not so exceptional, she would not be subjected to such comparisons. The more she pondered, the deeper she sank into despair. With that phrase echoing relentlessly in her ears, "Why have you made no progress at all?" Kuyu observed the impact of her words, realizing her conjecture was indeed correct. Yang Shuqing had also received the gene modification injection. Stimulated by certain memories, she was now undergoing a transformation. Yang Shuqing had lost all semblance of rationality. Her sole thought fixated on eliminating Kuyu. With this act, no one would perceive her as lacking progress any longer. Chapter 70. Yang Shuqing's transformation and infiltration of the laboratory. Yang Shuqing's mutation took Haozi by surprise, and as a result, he had not brought the antidote that could reverse the transformation. Now, he could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Remarkably, Yang Shuqing's transformation occurred with astonishing rapidity, almost instantaneously morphing into the monstrous being they had encountered before. This was likely exacerbated by her profound hatred for Kuyu. Her singular focus was to attack Kuyu. The other ability users within the base were equally startled, astonished at how a seemingly normal person could metamorphose into such a creature. Those who had previously encountered this monstrosity quickly deduced that it must be another byproduct of the gene modification experiments. Such creatures were troublesome in their aggression, attacking indiscriminately. At that moment, they ceased to regard her as a wanted criminal, merely seeking to distance themselves from the monster Yang Shuqing had become. 888, in Kuyu's mind, cackled with derision. Ha ha, host, your ability to attract animosity is unparalleled. Look at you, on the verge of becoming a villain. Kuyu, for the moment, had no time to attend to 888. She was deftly evading Yang Shuqing's assaults while signaling Fu Qiu to prepare for a stealthy entrance into the base amidst the chaos. Fu Qiu, perfectly attuned to her intentions, understood her meaning with just a glance. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Shuqing's psychic energy infiltrated and distorted her perception just as Kuyu dodged towards Haozi. This led to a grave misunderstanding, causing her to believe that Haozi was, in fact, Kuyu, prompting her to redirect her attack towards him. Haozi, caught completely off guard, was sent flying by Yang Shuqing's powerful strike. He was bewildered. Was she not attacking Kuyu? Why had her focus suddenly veered towards him? Clearly, Yang Shuqing afforded him no time for contemplation. Transformed by the anomaly, her form had grown massive, and her offensive capabilities were now utterly formidable. Kuyu's ability to engage with her without sustaining injury stems from his extensive combat experience. However, for Haozi and his kind, the notion of killing their own is simply unfathomable. Faced with Yang Shuqing, they possessed little chance of victory. Fu Qiu and Kuyu had long infiltrated the base. Even if spotted by the patrol, they quickly averted their gaze, feigning ignorance. Captain Zhou shared a close rapport with them, and Haozi's group was well aware of their allegiances, thus they did not impose any difficulties on Kuyu. Meanwhile, on Yang Shuqing's side, Haozi was continuously evading her attacks, exhibiting little capacity to counter. Enraged, he unexpectedly transformed into a monstrous form, and during their struggle, as fellow creatures of the night, Haozi proved superior, sinking his teeth in her neck. The gathered supernatural beings witnessed the gruesome scene of Haozi devouring Yang Shuqing. The impact was profound, and upon receiving the news, Dr. Fong administered an injection to him. As Haozi regained consciousness, he noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him, particularly the doctor's look that resembled that of a mortician. In that moment, he understood his fate was sealed. "Take him away," Dr. Fong coldly commanded, and a group of individuals restrained Haozi and led him away. Being marked more by failure than success, the area was now deserted, bearing the remnants of a fierce battle. They had taken Fu Yuan and the others. Sister, sister, as Kuyu heard a call emanating from the corner outside the window. She approached and discovered a young girl hiding by the wall. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the very girl who had sold them sanitary napkins at the market that day. The sight of Kuyu filled the girl with excitement. Sister, Xiao Zi is at my home. Kuyu let out a visible sigh of relief upon hearing this. Only then did he make his way here to take a look. Kuyu gently patted her head, expressing gratitude. Thank you, and also to your brother. The little girl felt the warmth of the hand on her head, reminiscent of her mother's touch. Sister, my name is Song Yun. She eagerly anticipated her sister calling her name. Fu Qiu, using her mental prowess, discovered that Fu Yuan and Mo Shanshan had been captured and taken to the research facility. As she had surmised, He Shu Yao would undoubtedly inform Dr. Fong about their situation. Thus, in the absence of capturing him and Kuyu, they would resort to using Fu Yuan as leverage against them. A knowing glance was exchanged between Kuyu and her. Kuyu knelt down and gently said to Song Yun, Yun Yun, my dear sister knows that you are an exceptionally kind and brave girl. Henceforth, I may trouble you to continue taking care of little Z. Song Yun cherished the tender words of this beautiful sister and was delighted by their conversation. So she readily agreed to assist her. In truth, even without her sister's request, she would have willingly done so. She nodded in affirmation. Splendid. Kuyu understood that they must seize the moment to seek out others at the research institute, as there was no way to retrieve Xiao Zi. After watching Song Yun depart, the two of them set off for the institute. The guards posed no obstacle for them, and they easily gained entry into the facility. Upon sensing the whereabouts of Fu Yuan and the others, they made their way toward that location, only to be obstructed by a coded door. The institute's electricity was supplied independently, rendering it impossible to open without the correct password. While Fu Qiao could utilize his spatial abilities to enter, Kuyu found herself unable to do so. I will go in first to assess their situation, and then we can discuss how to coordinate our efforts, Fu Qiao suggested, casting a glance at Kuyu as he put forth his idea. Kuyu did not mind whether she could enter, as long as Fu Qiao could ensure their safety. That was sufficient. However, she could explore other areas after Fu Qiao gained entry. It's fine, you go ahead, she reassured, noticing Fu Qiao's lingering concern for her. I can take care of myself, so do not worry. Fu Qiao understood, yet it was still Dr. Fong's domain. After obtaining Kuyu's consent, he infused a trace of spiritual energy into her before proceeding into the laboratory where Fu Yuan and the others were confined. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a pungent scent of blood, raising alarm about Fu Yuan and the others' well-being. To his horror, he discovered Qi Yuan's lifeless body on the operating table, grotesquely dissected, a sight that filled him with overwhelming dissonance. Could it truly be that Qi Yuan was dead? Or might he have other intentions? Setting aside such thoughts, Fu Qiao hastened towards the location of Fu Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, within the body of Mo Shanshan, the ice-based abilities were being siphoned away by the machine once more, causing her previously recovering state to deteriorate rapidly. Fu Yuan smiled, that's good. As long as my brother and the others are safe, they will surely come to rescue us. He chuckled. Thankfully, Xiao Zi went out to play that day, otherwise, she would have had to endure this torment with us. Mo Shanshan nodded. That day had caught them all off guard, with only she and Fu Yuan possessing abilities, and they were soon captured. Fu Yuan's eyes brightened as he spotted someone approaching. Brother, he exclaimed, tears welling up as relief flooded over him. He had nearly reached his limit. This wretched place was cold and damp, and the machine incessantly drained his abilities. Fu Qiao found them. They bore no significant injuries, though they appeared utterly drained. Are you hurt? He inquired. Mo Shanshan shook her head, while Fu Yuan, with a pitiful expression, replied, yes. Fu Qiao scrutinized them closely, but found no visible wounds. Mo Shanshan, perplexed, wondered when this had occurred without her noticing. Their spirits had suffered tremendous blows. Fu Qiao remained silent. Mo Shanshan felt a strong urge to confront Fu Yuan. They understood he was asking how they had been apprehended. That day, We had just finished our meal when we discovered the manor surrounded. Upon investigation, we were confronted by Hishu Yao, someone we hadn't seen in ages. His smug demeanor infuriated me. He leveraged his dealings with Dr. Fong to approach the higher-ups of the base, specifically that man, Wan Fu. He concocted some flimsy excuse that turned us into wanted criminals here, even having us captured. The most aggravating part was that instead of imprisoning us, they delivered us to Dr. Fong, clearly colluding with one another. Fu Yuan expressed a portion of his personal sentiments, leaving some thoughts unspoken. Mo Shanshan supplemented his remarks, indicating that Hishu Yao had come prepared, perhaps even anticipating our arrival from the very day we set foot here. Unexpectedly, after a mere few days of delay, Hishu Yao could no longer contain himself and apprehended Fu Yuan and the others. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, Mo Shanshan continued. Once we were confined within the research institute, Qi Yuan became their primary target. At this point, she could not suppress a sigh, her heart heavy with sorrow. Upon hearing Qi Yuan's name, tears streamed uncontrollably down Fu Yuan's cheeks as he sobbed. Brother Qi Yuan has been killed. Though he had never particularly favored Qi Yuan, he had genuinely regarded him as a friend. Even if Dr. Fong had harbored intentions to experiment on Qi Yuan, it seemed implausible that he would resort to murder. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Qi Yuan had chosen to end his own life. Mo Shanshan grasped her superior's implication. After we were all captured that day, Qi Yuan was the first to be taken for experimentation. Initially, he appeared unscathed, likely having only had blood drawn. Later, we learned that he had perished on the dissection table. According to other researchers, it was Dr. Fong's curiosity that led him to explore whether Qi Yuan's wounds would heal should he die, and whether he could be resurrected. Fu Qiu fell silent. The circumstances of Qi Yuan's death were exceedingly suspicious. It was probable that Dr. Fong had discovered that Qi Yuan's body was, in fact, that of a deceased individual. After all, his old acquaintance possessed the ability to inhabit another's body. In a previous life, considerable effort had been expended to bring about his demise. Witnessing the genuine sadness of the two, he sighed. He is not dead. Fu Yuan wiped his tears, asking, is that true? Yet, upon reflection, he added, but we all heard them discussing Qi Yuan's dissection. Fu Qiu was uncertain how to convey that the Qi Yuan they knew was not the true Qi Yuan. They had encountered him in the villa area, but at that time, while dealing with Li Dahua, he was attacked by someone of the same level of mental power. Among the living, Qi Yuan was the most suspect. The rapidity with which Hishu Yao located us was also attributable to him. Qi Yuan is not as simple as you imagine, but I can assure you he is absolutely alive. After all, that individual is exceedingly protective of his own life. Fu Yuan was skeptical. How could someone survive such dissection? Mo Shanshan, having previously served as Fu Qiu's secretary, instantly comprehended his words. There was something amiss with Qi Yuan. I cannot remain here for too long. The door outside is a coded entry, and its material is quite peculiar. We currently lack the means to escort you out. However, it shall not be long. Yu and I will devise a way to rescue you. Both Mo Shanshan and Fu Yuan placed their trust in them. Yet there remained one pressing issue to address. Boss, can this machine assist us in destroying it? Fu Qiu nodded, albeit with some confusion. This machine is capable of siphoning our extraordinary abilities. The moment we recover, it will immediately draw them away. Over the past few days, we have been utterly devoid of energy. It is quite peculiar, for Mo Shanshan has noted that this Dr. Fong truly possesses remarkable skills, having created such a device. Once Fu Qiu comprehended the situation, he harnessed spatial energy to dismantle one of the components within, rendering it seemingly intact yet entirely ineffective. As they sensed their powers no longer draining away, Fu Yuan and Mo Shanshan both felt a surge of relief. Chapter 72. Understanding the circumstances, all right. You both keep a watchful eye on the Research Institute's movements. When the time comes, we will return with a means to rescue you. Also, be mindful of where he has placed the serum for reviving that monstrous creature. Fu Qiu glanced at the time. It was imperative he departed, for the situation at the base would not delay Dr. Fong for long. Dr. Fong must be eliminated, but the moment is not yet ripe. I shall take my leave. Ensure your safety. As he passed the dissection table, Fu Qiu felt an increasingly intense dissonance upon seeing Qi Yuan's lifeless body. However, he dismissed these thoughts, as Kuyu was still outside, and he needed to rendezvous with her. In his haste, he failed to notice that Qi Yuan's eyes followed his movement. Meanwhile, since Fu Qiu's entrance, Kuyu had wandered around various areas of the research institute. Some sections remained secured with password locks, rendering them inaccessible. Nevertheless, she discovered that Dr. Fang's research was extensive. There were specimens of both human and zombie origin, alongside creatures of his own creation. She remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds outside. Upon learning of Fu Qiu's exit, the two finally departed from the institute. How'd it go? As soon as they arrived at the villa where they had previously stayed, Kuyu eagerly inquired about their circumstances. Fu Qiu, without any hesitation, recounted the events within. When Kuyu heard Fu Qiu declare that Qi Yuan had perished, she was taken aback. How could he have died so easily? Qi Yuan's identity was undoubtedly more complex. To Dr. Fang, he could be considered an invaluable specimen. To have killed him so effortlessly was utterly absurd. Fu Qiu discerned the confusion in Kuyu's expression and shared his thoughts. Kuyu, our sentiments align. Qi Yuan's demise is far too unusual. Where there is abnormality, there is often a hidden truth. I suspect he has not truly died, but possesses abilities that allow him to manifest such an effect. He is aware that this Kuyu is not the original, yet remains oblivious to how much she knows of past events. This is the only explanation I can offer regarding Qi Yuan's situation. As she truly remained oblivious to Qi Yuan's true identity, for it was never mentioned in the book. However, upon hearing Fu Qiu's words, she couldn't help but think of a certain antagonist, Ming Ji Yuan, from the narrative. His formidable abilities had once caused Fu Qiu considerable distress, for he was the zombie king, capable of possessing any individual on the verge of transformation into a zombie. Thus far, apart from those few zombies who had already developed certain supernatural powers, the rest were relatively manageable. Nevertheless, the zombies described in the book possessed combat capabilities that far surpassed those of typical supernatural beings. Hence, was it possible that Qi Yuan was indeed Ming Ji Yuan? She surmised the likelihood to be around 80. Yet another question arose. Could he also be a reincarnation? After all, the book's portrayal of him appeared only in the latter stages. Was he approaching Fu Qiu now to preemptively eliminate her? The two did not dwell too long on Qi Yuan's matter, as their shared conviction remained. Qi Yuan was not dead. It would be more prudent to contemplate how to address the immediate concerns posed by Fu Yuan and Mo Shan, as well as how to lift their status as wanted individuals in the space. Once labeled as wanted by a base, information would be communicated across others, effectively barring entry to them. This posed a significant complication, especially since they still needed to consult Dr. Ming regarding the research on the zombie virus serum. After deliberation, they resolved to seek out Zhou Huai to ascertain what useful information he might provide regarding the situation. Zhou Huai's residence was not difficult to locate, and he lived alone. He was still awake, overwhelmed by the events of the past few days. How could Fu Gu and his group possibly be involved in stealing vital information from base? Such a notion was utterly absurd. That old dog, Wan Fu, was merely concocting excuses to trouble them. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to take another swig of alcohol. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Who could be seeking him at this hour? He was already in a foul mood. With an exasperated expression, he opened the door only to find Fu Qiu and Kuyu, the very individuals he had been musing about. Fujie, yeah, he exclaimed, but then hesitated, realizing that they were currently wanted by the base. To prevent him from becoming embroiled in the matter, his superior had instructed him to take a break for a few days. Swiftly, he pulled them inside, glancing furtively outside to ensure no one had witnessed their arrival before securely closing the door. "Hey, how are things on your end?" Fu Qiu inquired, trusting Zhou Huai's character, given their long association in her previous life. Zhou Huai, he set down his glass, gesturing for Kuyu and Fu Qiu to take a seat. "I'm well enough. They primarily seek to create trouble for you, especially that Shu Yao. Damn it. Just seeing him irritates me." Zhou Huai could not help but curse. He rubbed his head, I've gathered all the information. It's that Shu Yao who is behind this. He took Dr. Fong's letter to seek out the powerful figures in the elite families of the base. Wan Fu and the authority in the realm of supernatural abilities, Zhao Yi, urging them to apprehend you. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's name, Fu Jiu cast a glance at Zhou Huaihe. In his previous life, he had refrained from intervening in hospital affairs, which led to Zhou Huaihe being betrayed by someone within the base, that very person being Zhao Yi. The crucial point was that they both agreed for Dr. Fong had promised that should they assist in capturing you, he would facilitate their enhancement or awakening of supernatural powers. Zhou Huaihe lowered his head, filled with remorse. Brother Fu, Sister Yu, I'm truly sorry for not being able to help you. The memory of that day when Fu Yuan and the others were captured weighed heavily on his heart. Fu Jiu approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "No, you have already aided us immensely. Indeed, moreover, in this matter, you have conveyed so much information to us," Qiu added, offering comfort to Zhou Huaihe. Qiu contemplated the intricacies of power within the base, recognizing that apart from the two prevailing factions, there existed a political authority figure, Lu Ku, who had yet to express his stance on the matter at hand. This implied that there was a potential avenue to explore through Lu Ku. In Chapter 73, titled Struggle Within the Base, negotiating with Lu Ku, Qiu inquired of Zhou Huaihe, "Do you know the whereabouts of Lu Ku, the political authority within the base?" Upon clarifying his thoughts, Qiu posed the question. Fu Qiu, upon hearing this, understood that Qiu aimed to leverage Lu Ku and the other power brokers against one another. However, based on his previous life experiences with Lu Ku, he knew that unless there were substantial benefits involved, Lu Ku would not be inclined to assist. Zhou Huaihe nodded in affirmation. "Of course. Yet, you must exercise utmost caution with Lu Ku. Although he has not participated in this incident, it is wise to remain vigilant." Fu Qiu pondered for a moment before advising Zhou Huaihe, "You too, do not place your trust in others too easily." As for Zhao Yi and his matters, he could only express his thoughts to this extent. Should circumstances become dire, he would extend his assistance once more. Taking advantage of the relatively lax patrols, the two refrained from lingering. By the end of the evening, both Qiu and Fu Qiu were mentally and physically exhausted. Zhou Huaihe had offered them refuge for the night, deeming his abode safer. Yet, upon observing the solitary bed and sofa in his room, they decided against it. The adage that the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety rang true. The following day, after recuperating, the duo intended to probe the depths of Lu Ku's influence. Guided by the location provided by Zhou Huaihe, their confrontation with Dr. Fong was not solely to rescue Fu Yuan and the others. It was driven by the understanding that his research on the genetic modification serum could usher in far greater calamities. Should it amalgamate with the zombie virus, humanity would face an even graver crisis, potentially accelerating the onset of an apocalypse. Within the research facility, Dr. Fong scrutinized the cadaver of Qi Yuan upon the dissection table, plagued by confusion over why he had felt compelled to dissect him at that time. Such an act bore no benefit to his research, resulting in the direct loss of this experimental subject. With the experiment at a standstill, he pondered whether he should generate additional subjects. Curiously, only this one specimen had presented such complications. Regrettably, while the corpse could still serve some experimental purposes, it was inherently inferior to a living subject. As he contemplated this, his gaze shifted to Fu Qiu. Perhaps injecting a psychic ability user might yield the desired results. Last night, those two inept individuals had allowed them to escape, and the base was rife with rumors regarding the mutation that had occurred. He realized the necessity of preparing for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, Qiu and Fu Qiu had stealthily infiltrated Lu Ku's residence, thanks in large part to Zhou Huaihe's intelligence regarding the patrol shifts, as well as Fu Qiu's seemingly unfair spatial abilities. At that moment, Lu Ku was absent, attending a meeting at the base's conference room. "Old Lu," he mused, "it appears that you are unimpressed by the conditions proposed by Dr. Fong." Wan Fu arrogantly reclined on the sofa, casting a derisive glance at Lu Ku, who sat composedly at the table. With unrelenting mockery, he taunted Lu Ku. Unfazed, Lu Ku maintained an air of gravitas, responding, "Look at what Deputy Wan is saying. I have been quite occupied with the recent affairs of the base. This was merely a tactic to deflect Wan Fu's jibes. Wan Fu, well aware of Lu Ke's thoughts, recognized them as the musings of a seasoned fox. Zhao Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, "Ah, old Lu, burdened with myriad duties, has scarcely had the time to elevate his ability level. Shouldn't we, as brothers, show some understanding?" His seemingly conciliatory remarks were, in fact, a veiled jab at Lu Ke's relatively low ability level, relegating him to managing trivial matters within the base. Lu Ke cast a discerning glance at Zhao Yi, whose smile did not quite reach his eyes. "Old Zhao speaks the truth. I have heard that, due to the recent mutations, you have suffered considerable losses of ability users. How significant is the damage? Do you require assistance from my subordinates?" Zhao Yi's expression tightened, revealing a hint of surprise at Lu Ke's astuteness. The exchange continued, with each party employing their wits to undermine the other and vie for dominance in dialogue. The base's conference room had inadvertently transformed into a battleground for their verbal sparring. Ultimately, Lu Ke emerged victorious. After all, Wan Fu and Zhao Yi were eager to collaborate with Dr. Fong due to their inferiority in strength compared to Lu Ke. Though he triumphed, Lu Ke understood that with Dr. Fong's assistance, the capabilities of these two would undoubtedly increase. However, he was acutely aware of Dr. Fong's nature. He was one who valued his life above all else in this apocalyptic world. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, he needed to devise a strategy. Today, however, was unusually quiet. Just as he contemplated stepping outside, a deep voice resonated from within the house. "Leader Lu, you have returned home. Why venture out again?" It was Fu Qiao and Ku Yu, standing on the second floor, gazing down at Lu Ke from an elevated position. "Who are you?" Lu Ke did not lower his guard, suspecting that the ability levels of these two individuals were quite formidable. Otherwise, they would not have entered his home with such ease. Ku Yu and Fu Qiao descended the staircase with measured grace. "We are fugitives, after all," Ku Yu jested. Fu Qiao lingered a step behind, casting a tender glance at her as she listened to Ku Yu's words. As Lu Ke began to formulate a hypothesis about Fu Qiao, she introduced herself. "Do you two have matters to discuss with me?" Upon realizing their identities, Lu Ke's demeanor visibly softened. Their warrant had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, it seemed these two sought his assistance. Thus, he sauntered leisurely to the sofa in the parlor. "Leader Lu, I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your home without your consent," Ku Yu stated candidly as she settled onto the sofa, with Fu Qiao following suit. "Is this your interpretation of an apology?" "Lu Kiskiviko inkurit." "No matter. Ku Yu, I believe it is not difficult for you to surmise the reason for our visit." Gazing at the cheerful and composed Ku Yu before him, Lu Ke did not underestimate her simply because she was a woman. On the contrary, he found her neither servile nor overbearing demeanor quite admirable. "Miss Ke, Mr. Fu, your endeavors are beyond my capabilities," Lu Ke stated, wishing to refrain from becoming embroiled in this matter, especially since he was no philanthropist. Fu Qiao easily discerned Lu Ke's thoughts, confident that Lu Ke was well aware of the experiments conducted by Dr. Fong and the repercussions they might entail. In the minds of individuals like them, profit was always paramount. Thus, he remained indifferent to the situation. "Are you truly powerless to stop the other two from surpassing your strength, even to the extent of being trampled upon?" Fu Qiao remarked bluntly. Since he prioritized profit, they would approach the matter from that angle. "Leader Lu, assisting us is tantamount to aiding yourself," Ku Yu chimed in, following Fu Qiao's lead. Had Zhou Huaihe been present, he would have undoubtedly supported their united front. Lu Ke was certainly aware of this logic. However, he was more inclined to leverage their assistance for his own purposes. "Mr. Fu, as the leader of the base, I must prioritize its safety and interests. How could I solely focus on myself?" Fu Qiao understood, then, that Lu Ke was no simple adversary. His words implied a desire for both of them to agree to remain at the base to serve him, all while cloaking it in the pretense of concern for the base's welfare. Chapter 74. Revoke the Wanted Notice. Capture Wanhua. Ku Yu. Thus, Leader Lu, for the benefit of the base and the safety of its inhabitants, I trust you will lend your assistance. Surely, you are aware that Dr. Fang's research on genetic modification needles could lead to mutations in humans, transforming them into monstrous beings that may pose a threat to others. After all, your concern for the well-being of everyone is evident. Upon hearing Kuyu's understanding of his words, Luca realized that, in principle, there should be no issue. However, his true intention was to have these two individuals remain and serve as his subordinates. Miss Kuyu certainly possesses a fascinating way of speaking, Dr. Fang is quite esteemed within the base, making it implausible that he would engage in such experiments. Since they are unwilling to comply, he too would not acquiesce to their expectations. Moreover, he was indeed correct in noting that Dr. Fang was well regarded among the community at the base. Kuyu was truly exasperated. Despite their earnest attempts at persuasion, Luca remained impervious to their efforts. Resigned, she decided to employ an alternative strategy. She cast a meaningful glance at Fuqiao. "It's your turn, I concede." Observing Kuyu's expression of helpless resignation, Fuqiao's eyes sparkled with amusement. He had anticipated this scenario and had thus prepared a secondary plan with Kuyu. During their conversation, he subtly began to infiltrate Luca's mental prowess with his own psychic abilities. The reason for not initiating this process from the outset was due to Luca's formidable powers. His mental fortitude was superior to that of an average ability wielder. An attempt to exert forceful control would not only result in a backlash against Fuqiao, but could also render Luca mentally incapacitated, a predicament that would be detrimental to their circumstances. Luca observed the silent exchange between the two, his countenance betraying a sense of unease as he remained oblivious to their underlying intentions. As a wave of anxiety surged within him, he found himself devoid of any will to resist. His gaze momentarily clouded before he regained clarity and regarded them. "Afu, my dear brother, you have brought your sister-in-law to visit my humble abode," Luca remarked, his demeanor undergoing a remarkable transformation. Kuyu was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. How did it come to this? He understood that Fuqiao intended to employ his mental prowess to manipulate Luca. Yet the transformation was astonishing. Fuqiao remarked, "Let us test the upgraded mental power." Luca's predicament stemmed from the subtle suggestions Fuqiao had implanted, which altered a fragment of his memories, thus sparing them the trouble of prolonged interaction. Naturally, no harm would come to him. Fuqiao merely modified Luca's recollections regarding himself and Kuyu, leading Luca to believe they were his close friends. "Brother Fu, sister-in-law, you are rare guests in my humble abode," Luca recalled, as Fuqiao and Kuyu were often preoccupied with missions, only now finding the time to visit him. "Brother Lu, we have come to seek your assistance," Kuyu seamlessly interjected. Luca, though puzzled, his memories did not encompass this, found himself inclined to heed their words, a result of Fuqiao's alterations. Once they had secured Luca's cooperation, their bounties were lifted, freeing them from the need to evade the patrols. Kuyu harbored a meticulous plan to prevent Wan Fu from serving Dr. Fang. Guided by the intelligent Qiandu map, she swiftly arrived in the vicinity of Wan Fu's residence. Wan Fu placed great importance on his personal safety. They resided in a villa patrolled by several individuals, rendering entry exceedingly difficult. At that moment, her gaze fell upon an old acquaintance, Bai Chiu, who was assisting Wan Hua into the villa. It had indeed been a long time since they last met. Kuyu had assumed Bai Chiu would remain by Hishu Yao's side, especially since, during their time in the villa district, she had cleverly utilized Li Dahua's sudden madness to buy time for Kuyu to rescue Hishu Yao. It appeared that Bai Chiu had finally parted ways with Hishu Yao. To be frank, from certain perspectives, Bai Chiu was quite astute. She epitomized the saying, "A sister loves your status, but not the person." However, Kuyu saw an opportunity to exploit the situation. According to the news from the Zhouhuai River, Wan Hua was Wan Fu's only child, and indeed his sole son in this lifetime. With Wan Fu's health deteriorating, he could no longer sire offspring. By seizing control of Wan Hua, she could manipulate Wan Fu. Before they could step into the villa, Kuyu activated her botanical abilities, summoning vines that sprang forth from beneath Wan Hua's feet, binding him securely. Upon seeing the vines, Bai Chiu immediately thought of Kuyu. Turning her head, she confirmed it was indeed her, and anger bubbled within her, causing her teeth to grind in frustration. Why does Kuyu linger on like a restless spirit? Moreover, Kuyu, have you lost your sanity? Wan Hua is the son of the vice leader, Wan. Kuyu paid her no heed, casually binding her as well. Would it not be better for everyone to coexist peacefully? Though this thought crossed her mind, the act of tying her up continued unabated. Bai Chiyu was utterly infuriated. Kuyu gently patted her small face, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry. I merely intend to borrow him for a time, not to take his life. By using him to threaten Wan Fu, I find it hard to believe that he would still possess the inclination to pursue them when it comes to his only son." Meanwhile, Fu Qiu sought out Zhou Huaihe, explaining that the reason the powers among the supernatural beings acknowledged Zhao Yi as their leader was due to his unparalleled strength among them. However, Fu Qiu did not count himself among these individuals. He requested Zhou Huaihe to gather several leaders of the supernatural beings, intending to challenge Zhao Yi in a contest of strength. Should he emerge victorious against Zhao Yi, the authority of Zhao Yi within the supernatural ranks would be significantly undermined. "Brother Fu, are you truly planning to challenge the boss?" Zhou Huaihe repeated Fu Qiu's words in disbelief. Fu Qiu nodded affirmatively. Zhou Huaihe remained astonished. Heavens! Fu Qiu was about to face off against his boss. It was not that he underestimated the boss, but rather that Fu Qiu's capabilities were unfathomable, and the likelihood of the boss sustaining defeat was considerably high. Despite his reservations, he resolved to assist Fu Qiu in this endeavor, especially since he had an abundance of free time as he was not assigned any tasks in the coming days. Zhou Huaihe acted with remarkable efficiency, and soon enough, everyone congregated in the training hall for the supernatural beings, where a makeshift arena had been set up. When Zhao Yi arrived at Zhou Huaihe's invitation and learned that Fu Qiu sought to challenge him, he was infuriated. Chapter 75, Defeating Zhao Yi was truly on the brink of fury. Who exactly was on his side? It was one thing to associate with Fu Qiu previously, but now, to assist in organizing a competition against his own leader was beyond comprehension. His supernatural abilities did not match Fu Qiu's, and entering the arena would almost certainly lead to his defeat. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Fu Qiu's motives were to usurp his authority. Regret began to wash over him for having aided Dr. Fong in his endeavors. Is Mr. Fu openly defying me? Zhao Yi seated himself on a chair beneath the arena, narrowing his eyes and casting an oppressive gaze toward Fu Qiu. Yet, Fu Qiu had once been a leader of a base in his former life. Thus, the pressure Zhao Yi exerted felt trivial to him. Implicit in Zhao Yi's demeanor was the suggestion that if he feared the confrontation, he could opt to cancel the contest. However, in front of so many subordinates, how could Zhao Yi possibly concede? He had no choice but to accept this challenge with a brave face. "Boss, teach this young upstart a lesson. Show him your might." Yes, indeed. What audacity! This inexperienced brat dares to challenge the boss. Fu Qiu, who was this person that he would provoke the boss so brazenly? I could take him on without you even stepping onto the stage. Around the arena, several supernatural beings had gathered, scoffing at Fu Qiu's challenge to Zhao Yi. After all, Zhao Yi wielded lightning-based powers and was of a considerably higher level. Previously, when the arena was established for the boss, Zhao Yi had triumphed over all contenders. Now, with Fu Qiu's sudden emergence, those who had previously followed Zhao Yi, without question, were beginning to harbor considerable dissent and malice toward him. However, there were some individuals who, having witnessed the apprehension last night, recognized Fu Qiu's prowess and held him in high regard. I'm not so certain. For judging by the level of strength he displayed last night, it seems quite formidable. Indeed, yet it remains unclear whose psychic abilities surpass the other, his or the leader's lightning powers. Zhou Huaihe overheard both the commendatory and disparaging remarks. He was uncertain of Zhao Yi's intentions. In some respects, he and Fu Yuan were rather similar, albeit Fu Yuan was naive and sweet, while Zhou Huaihe was straightforward and lacked any circumlocution. He believed that all ability users ought to revere the strong. Whoever possesses strength deserves to lead. Brother Fu, do not take their words to heart. Fu Qiu paid no mind to their comments, as he had no desire to claim any title of leadership. However, with Zhao Yi positioned as the leader and aiding Dr. Fong, if it were merely a matter of persuading or controlling him, other ability users would not acquiesce. It's fine. Aside from those who were required to patrol and guard, all the ability users in the base had arrived, and Zhao Yi ascended the arena to engage Fu Qiao in combat. As Fu Qiao took to the stage, Zhao Yi swiftly summoned his lightning abilities, unleashing a barrage of thunderbolts towards Fu Qiao. This was an attempt to strike before Fu Qiao was adequately prepared. Facing the sudden assault of the lightning sphere, Fu Qiao activated his spatial powers. As the sphere reached him, the spatial energy distorted, causing the lightning to vanish. When Zhao Yi observed Fu Qiao's lack of reaction to the lightning sphere, he assumed his ability level was a facade, intending to teach him a lesson by sending him to Dr. Fong. However, upon witnessing the lightning disappear, sheer astonishment enveloped his features. How could this be? Wasn't Fu Qiao a psychic ability user? To prevent an invasion of his mind, he had even enlisted the help of Dr. Fong, who possessed similar psychic abilities, to create a mental barrier. Unless Fu Qiao possessed not only psychic abilities, but also others. Zhao Yi had no time to contemplate further. Alarms blared in his mind as he noticed the surroundings distorting, even the air beginning to thin. He abruptly shifted his position. What kind of ability is this? It was even more terrifying than psychic powers. Fu Qiao merely wished to conclude the match swiftly. Thus, he exerted greater force, employing his psychic energy as a blade alongside his spatial abilities. Before Zhao Yi could react, his left arm was struck. In response, Zhao Yi summoned his lightning abilities once more, unleashing a torrent of thunderbolts towards Fu Qiao. Fu Qiao absorbed a portion of the lightning into his spatial realm, while the remainder he allowed to strike the arena, charring it black. From the looks of it, Fu Qiao was indeed quite formidable. Could it be that the leader truly could not defeat him? Would we then need to seek a new leader? If Fu Qiao proved strong, a change could very well be feasible. The murmurs from below the arena shattered Zhao Yi's composure. He had not anticipated these individuals would doubt him, let alone contemplate replacing him. Fu Qiao musti. After unleashing a series of thunderous strikes, he quietly retrieved a vial of serum from his pocket and administered a self-injection. Zhou Huaihe observed this action, his brow furrowed in concern. How could the leader? Wasn't this serum explicitly prohibited for the brothers? Fu Jiao noticed Zhao Yi's maneuver and could clearly sense the sudden surge of his power during the battle. Indeed, it was as if a pillow was delivered just as sleepiness struck. Zhao Yi's actions would inadvertently make others aware of the serum's dangers, ultimately benefiting them. Zhao Yi's enhanced strength did slow Fu Jiao's ability to defeat him, yet the side effects of the serum were already manifesting. Zhao Yi, aware of the physical transformations occurring within him, was singularly focused on defeating Fu Jiao, for his position was at stake. The supernatural beings below the arena also witnessed their leader's transformation. Could this creature truly be their leader? At that moment, consumed by an intense desire to conquer Fu Jiao, Zhao Yi had sprouted a third arm, his body swelling to twice its size, his eyes bulging nearly from their sockets. Fu Jiao regarded Zhao Yi, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. You truly are reckless, Zhao Yi. With a cold smirk, Fu Jiao's aura began to shift. A formidable spatial force emanated from him, compressing the surrounding air to a point where breathing became nearly impossible. Zhao Yi sensed Fu Jiao's transformation, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes, quickly suppressed. He understood that retreat was not an option. Otherwise, he would lose everything. Fu Jiao, do you think this guarantees your victory? Zhao Yi bellowed, his body swelling once more. Utterly devoid of human semblance, his gaze growing more menacing. Fu Jiao was baffled by Zhao Yi's mindset. Was victory worth transforming into such a monstrosity? What was the purpose? After subduing Zhao Yi with spatial power, Fu Jiao unhesitatingly attacked his mental barrier. Following the assault on his psyche, Zhao Yi instantly lost his capacity for offense. His body soon crumpled, and before collapsing, he could only perceive the disdain and contempt in the eyes of those once in awe of him. At that moment, his mental fortitude shattered completely. Even if he were to awaken, he would be rendered a fool. Chapter 76. Incoherent Ramblings, the Seed of Vines. Had the leader truly been defeated? Who would have thought Fu Jiao was this formidable? Indeed, The leader had transformed into a monstrous form. How could he possibly be fit to lead? Zhao Yi had succumbed to unconsciousness. Had he been awake to hear such words, he would likely have been infuriated into yet another transformation. Listening to the shifting sentiments of the crowd, Zhou Huaihe gazed at the fallen Zhao Yi in the arena, his heart filled with profound sorrow. How had the leader come to this? It was he who established the rule that the capable should prevail. It was he who forbade his brothers from utilizing Dr. Fong's reagents to gain strength, asserting that every step towards empowerment must be firmly grounded. He insisted on avoiding collusion with individuals like Dr. Fong. Yet, what is the situation now? Fu Zhu observed the expression on Zhou Huaihe's face and recognized that he had become entrenched in his own thoughts. In this apocalyptic world, the human heart grows increasingly terrifying with each passing day. He said nothing, merely placed a reassuring hand on Zhou Huaihe's shoulder, causing the latter's eyes to well with tears. Now that I have defeated Zhao Yi, I suppose I am considered the leader of the ability users. Fu Zhu announced this to the murmuring crowd gathered below the arena. After a brief moment of silence, they collectively shouted, "Brother Fu." Fu Zhu nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude for their support. He continued, "From this moment forward, I urge the ability users to stand against Dr. Fong. As for the reason, I believe you have all just witnessed it. What drives us to eliminate the zombies? It is the will to survive, to live as humans." The ability users, who inherently revere strength, readily embraced Fu Zhu's words. They had never held Dr. Fong in high regard, and now, with the revelation that he could concoct monsters more fearsome than zombies, their disdain only deepened. Before long, Fu Zhu had resolved matters on his end and found himself lost in thought, gazing in the direction of Kuyu. She should be finishing up soon, he mused. Kuyu finds no need for physical altercations. Her battles are fought with words. For instance, within the opulent confines of Wan Fu's villa, Bai Chuyu's incessant chatter and Wan Hua's disjointed remarks fill the air. Why do you always linger like a ghost? You consistently interrupt others. How shameless can you be, constantly enticing my boyfriend? 888. Host, this person is exceedingly annoying. Kuyu remained unfazed. During her time in the entertainment industry, she had encountered far more disagreeable and impolite individuals than Bai Chuyu. If you engage with her, she perceives it as bullying. If you ignore her, she believes you are in the wrong or overly proud. Regardless of the situation, she always has something to say. Thus, Kuyu opted to bind her with vines, effectively silencing her. It was essential to render her speechless rather than allowing herself to be outdone. Once Bai Chuyu's mouth was covered, she could no longer articulate her thoughts and resorted to glaring at Kuyu with her eyes. Meanwhile, Wan Hua exhibited a peculiar reaction. At one moment, he gazed at her with a lecherous expression, only to avert his eyes in fear moments later. Wow, this little beauty is absolutely stunning. No, wait, that is Kuyu, how terrifying. After a few minutes of looking away, he discreetly cast a longing glance in her direction. This little beauty has bound me. What is she planning? Kuyu, how frightening. Subsequently, he shut his eyes once more. Kuyu, she truly harbors grave doubts regarding this gentleman's mental stability. Baba, however, possesses some insight into the matter. The reason Wan Hua exhibits such behavior is indeed rooted in his own nature. His fear of Kuyu is no mere fade. For on that fateful day, Fu Qiao implanted a psychological suggestion within him, causing him to perceive Kuyu as a figure to be dreaded. Unfortunately, when this brother is overwhelmed by base instincts, such psychological cues experience a temporal delay. He had just attended to some business and sought out Dr. Fong, hoping for a swift enhancement of his abilities or perhaps additional serums to nurture some extraordinary individuals. Otherwise, all the powers within the base would remain under Zhao Yi's dominion. Upon reaching his doorstep, he found it peculiar that the guards had yet to change shifts after such a prolonged period. There was no one station at the entrance. Yet, once he stepped inside his abode, the truth dawned upon him. The so-called shift change was merely a ruse. The guards were inside the house, locked in a tense standoff with Kuyu, who was glaring at them from the sofa. After binding Wan Hua, Kuyu had brazenly marched into his villa, brandishing the vine that secured him. The guards, acutely aware of Wan Hua's significance to Wan Fu, dared not act recklessly and allowed Kuyu to proceed unimpeded. Kuyu, what are you planning? Wan Fu bellowed, his anger palpable. What was there to fear? He was uncertain if he could overpower her. Kuyu continued, I merely came to pay a visit. Your hostility has frightened me. You see, when I am frightened, I become anxious, and when I am anxious, I cannot control the vine in my grasp. As she spoke, the vine tightened in accordance with her words. Wan Hua gasped, Dad. I'm about to be choked to death. Wan Fu's heart ached for his beloved son, yet he dared not raise his voice against Kuyu. Instead, gritting his teeth and saying, Do not resort to violence. Xiao Hua is frail. However, Kuyu showed no signs of relenting. And Wan Hua's cries echoed through the room, his thoughts racing. Indeed, Kuyu is truly formidable. Just moments ago, it was I Wan who erred. I should not have raised my voice at Miss Ko. This statement was forced from Wan Fu's clenched teeth, suppressing the fury within him. His son must not come to harm. Kuyu then slightly eased her grip on the vine, inquiring if it were possible to extricate themselves from the matter concerning Chief Wan. Without needing to guess, Wan Fu understood that Kuyu referred to the conflict between them and Dr. Fong. He was reluctant to acquiesce. However, with Xiao Hua in her possession, the situation was precarious. Just as he began to exhibit his dilemma, Kuyu gently tugged at the vine. Wan Hua cried out, Dad. Wu Van Fu conceded, all right. Everything is negotiable. I can agree to one matter, but you must release Xiao Hua immediately. Kuyu casually released Wan Hua, and before Wan Fu could turn hostile, Kuyu leisurely added, It seems I may have inadvertently fed young master one of vine seed. Do you think that if I were to employ my plant-based abilities, the seed would sprout within his belly? Upon hearing this, Wan Fu's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Chapter 77, The Ruin of He Shu Yao. The base's mutation, Wan Hua was equally stunned. He had no idea that it was a seed. In a moment of lustful distraction, Kuyu had smiled as he offered him something to eat, and he had instinctively consumed it. Now, to be suddenly informed that it was a vine seed, one that could germinate within him, left his face ashen. He mechanically turned to his father, pleading, Father, please save me. Wu, I do not wish to die. Wan Fu, upon hearing Kuyu's words, was also taken aback, his face resembling that of a corpse. Coupled with Wan Hua's wailing beside him, his agitation grew. Meanwhile, Bai Chuyu, bound nearby, lowered her head, already contemplating how to find her next protector, realizing that Wan Hua had become of no use. 888. Host, what you just fed him was indeed a vine seed. Kuyu spoke to 888 with an unwavering demeanor. No, I was merely deceiving them. 888 replied, Kuyu, do not presume I lack the courage to act against you. Wan Hua was on the verge of insanity. Xiao Hua was his only son. He had suffered injuries and had lost his ability to procreate. If anything were to happen to Xiao Hua, their family's lineage would perish with him. Upon hearing this, Kuyu gently patted her heart. Oh dear, that frightened me. Once startled, she felt an irresistible urge to take action. Mr. Wan, do you ever feel as if something is stirring within you? Or perhaps a tingling sensation, as if seeds are preparing to take root? Her words caused Wan Hua to genuinely feel discomfort in his stomach, as if something were indeed moving inside. In a desperate bid for survival, he fell to his knees, pleading with his father. Father, I beg you, save me. I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to perish. Wan Fu's expression turned ashen. His jaw clenched. Miss Ku, I implore you to show mercy. Is it not Dr. Fong you wish to deal with? If you would spare my son, I shall acquiesce to your demands. Kuyu laughed aloud and clapped her hands, exclaiming, Delightful. Then, after the matter concludes, I shall assist him in retrieving it. Upon hearing this, Wan Fu grew concerned that she might suddenly employ her extraordinary abilities to hasten the germination of the seeds. Kuyu discerned his apprehensions and continued, Rest assured, during this period, as long as Chief Wan cooperates with us, I shall not act recklessly. Wan understood her veiled threat. Should he dare to betray her midway, Kuyu would not hesitate to take his son's life. Very well. Miss Ku, you would do well to honor your word. Kuyu, certainly. Now that the matter with Wan Fu has been resolved, it is time to settle the accounts. Kuyu instructed Wan Fu to withdraw the personnel from Dr. Fong's side. At that moment, Bai Qiyu cast a significant glance upstairs. He knew He Shuyao was there. After quietly listening to the entire conversation, He Shuyao stealthily exited the Wan residence and made his way to the research institute. It was imperative that he inform the doctor of this matter promptly. Wan Fu actually dared to betray the doctor. However, shortly after he stepped outside, he was intercepted by Fu Qiu, who had come to find Kuyu. Fu Qiu, you are now a wanted criminal at the base. If you plead with me, I might let you off the hook. When He Shuyao was captured, he mistakenly believed that Fu Qiu was unaware of the situation with Kuyu and tried to bluff. Fu Qiu ignored him entirely, while Zhou Huaihe, who had accompanied Fu Qiu, looked at him as if he were a fool. Provoked by that gaze, He Shuyao attempted to launch an attack on Zhou Huaihe with his abilities, but before he could succeed, Fu Qiu firmly restrained him. Fu Qiu, why don't you just die? You had better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. Fu Qiu regarded him with calm indifference, unfazed by his insults. Reflecting on events from a past life, He Shuyao had always leveraged the destructive potential of his abilities, treating ordinary people as mere toys at his base. Today he would select one for training, and tomorrow another to test the upgraded power. Even when he was ultimately killed, he showed no remorse, still attempting to drag ordinary people down with him. Therefore, to kill him was not punishment. Stripping him of his abilities was the true justice. As Fu Qiu's mental energy penetrated He Shuyao's ability core, a wave of panic surged within him. No, Fu Qiu, I was wrong. I should not have insulted you. Please, do not cripple my powers. He could not afford to lose his abilities. Losing them would mean losing everything. I beg you, Fu Qiu. The agony of his ability core shattering was akin to having bones broken. He Shuyao cried out in pain, drawing the attention of Kuyu, who was still at the Wan Villa. Upon emerging, she found He Shuyao collapsed on the ground, unable to contain his wails. Fu Qiu stood beside him, coldly observing with a sense of indifference towards life. He now embodied the portrayal from the original narrative. Even Zhou Huaihe could not help but glance at Fu Qiu. Indeed, Brother Fu was correct. Incapacitating He Shuyao's powers was far more torturous than killing him. Fu Qiu lifted his head, locking eyes with Kuyu. In that instant, the frost in his gaze dissipated, and he pulled at the corners of his mouth, looking toward her with warmth. Zhou Huaihe noted this moment, his heart racing with excitement. Their ship was sailing. Kuyu approached and roughly understood that He Shuyao intended to secretly send a message, but was caught red-handed by Fu Qiu and his companions. One could not determine whether to lament his misfortune or simply regard it as unfortunate. It has been resolved. Fu Qiu gazed down at Kuyu, who had walked beside him, and spoke. As Kuyu listened to Fu Qiu's words, she immediately comprehended, given their mutual understanding, that Fu Qiu was inquiring about the situation on her side. However, the phrasing employed was assertive, confidently affirming that she would undoubtedly find a resolution. Kuyu, indeed effortlessly, with a hint of playful arrogance in her tone, Fu Qiu felt a delightful flutter in her heart. She gently ruffled her hair and praised, Sister you are remarkable. A blush began to spread across her cheeks. 888. Host, you can still feel shy? What a marvel. Geivayu, heh. Within the Research Institute, Dr. Fong meticulously excised a fragment of cellular tissue from Qi Yuan, gently placing it into a reagent he had recently developed. Immersed in his work, he remained oblivious to the commotion outside until a message from his assistant jolted him to a halt, his expression shifting to one of concern. Upon reading the message, he learned of the events involving Fu Qiu and Kuyu from last night and today. Anger surged within him. Wan Fu and Zhao Yi were utterly incompetent. They could not even apprehend anyone on their own territory, allowing others to usurp their authority. The experiment was on the verge of success, and he could not afford any interruptions at this critical juncture. It appeared he would have to initiate that plan. Within the base, Zhou Huaihe, accompanied by Lin Zi, was hastening towards his room when an unexpected incident unfolded. One after another, the power-type ability users within the base began to undergo transformations. Chapter 78, Chaos in the Base. The Immortal Reagent. Some individuals, who were merely perusing the marketplace to exchange supplies from the past few days, suddenly felt their bodies spiraling out of control. The terrified gazes of those around them made it clear They were undergoing a transformation. Monsters! Help! Panic erupted throughout various locations in the base as transformed individuals began to attack indiscriminately, plunging the environment into chaos. On their way to the research institute, Fuchio and Kuyu encountered a couple of the transformed beings, swiftly neutralizing them in tandem. However, the increasing number of transformed individuals posed a threat to more lives. They recognized that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Dr. Fong. Splitting up, after subduing yet another monster, Kuyu surveyed the disorderly base and spoke to Fuchio. Fuchio, capable of entering the research institute without a password, proceeded to search for a reagent that could restore everyone while planning to confront Dr. Fong alongside Fu Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, Kuyu aimed to help contain a portion of the monsters. Some had not wished to transform, but had succumbed to the gene modification injection under Dr. Fong's control. Thus, for those monsters yet to taste human flesh, she chose to assist in their subjugation. However, those who had already consumed human flesh could not be salvaged. The act of feeding would only intensify their thirst for blood. Even if restored, that insatiable craving would persist. They could only be eliminated. Kuyu and Fu Qiao split into two paths. "Mom, save me." A young girl sat on the ground, scanning the area for her mother's figure. The surrounding crowd was in a state of panic, fleeing from the monstrous creature that instilled terror and desperately seeking refuge. The cacophony of screams, wails, and the beast's howls intertwined in a haunting symphony. Just a few steps away from the little girl, the monster approached, trampling through the chaos, its soul aim fixated upon her. Kuyu hurriedly rushed over, her vines swiftly burrowing into the ground, sprouting alongside the little girl and wrapping around her waist to carry her away from the monstrous threat. The young girl was utterly petrified. The creature, frustrated by its failed attack, attempted to randomly seize a few individuals to devour. Observing the bloodstains at the corners of its mouth, Kuyu realized that this beast had indeed tasted human flesh, leaving no room for mercy. Gripping her blade tightly, she leaped onto the creature's head, bolstered by the power of her vines, and effortlessly severed its head. The vines promptly ensnared the decapitated head, and with it in tow, Kuyu hastened to the next location. Fortunately, a portion of the people maintained strong wills, resisting the urge to succumb to cannibalism. For these individuals, Kuyu used her vines to bind them securely. As she progressed, she accumulated numerous captives and severed heads. 888. It feels rather peculiar that the host is behaving this way. Fortunately, Zhou Huaihe quickly responded to the upheaval, seeking the aid of the empowered ones to stabilize the situation. Lu Ku, as the leader of the base, managed to restore order swiftly after an initial bout of chaos, promptly issuing orders for everyone to assist. Meanwhile, Fuchio was now far more familiar with the area than during his previous visit. Utilizing his spatial teleportation ability, he swiftly arrived at the location where Fu Yuan and the others were confined. It was evident that Fu Yuan and Mo Shanshan were in much better condition than he had observed the night before, and both were elated to see him. "Brother, you came to rescue us so quickly," Fu Yuan exclaimed, sitting upright with excitement. Fu Qiao quickly unlocked the door, imprisoning them, while Mo Shanshan utilized her ice blade to dissolve the restraints binding them. The situation outside is quite dire. "Do you know where the reagent that restores the monsters is?" Fu Yuan recalled that while they were bound, the research staff had mentioned it being in the drug storage room. Fu Qiao commanded, "Let's split up to search. Whoever finds it first should expedite its delivery." The three of them hurriedly dispersed to locate the drug storage room. Ultimately, Fu Yuan was the first to succeed, retrieving several vials of the reagent before seeking out his brother. However, sounds suddenly emanated from the corridor outside the research facility. "I wonder what the doctor is researching this time. He hasn't emerged since last night." Indeed, the previous gene modification reagent did awaken abilities, but the side effects were excessively severe. "Shu," one voice lowered, "I told you, don't mention this to anyone else." Fu Yuan, eavesdropping intently behind the door, pressed himself against the wall, desperate to glean more information. "I heard that the doctor is working on an immortality reagent." The group outside was taken aback, their voices rising in astonishment. "Immortality? Fu Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he exchanged glances with the researchers just outside the door. Fu Yun. Several researchers. Fu Yuan, hello, goodbye. With a swift motion, he attempted to make his escape. However, the researchers quickly realized that he was there to pilfer. No, those who had witnessed Fu Yuan being confined thought instead, how did he manage to break free? Stop. Quickly apprehend him. He is someone associated with the doctor. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuan accelerated his flight. A lone fist cannot contend against a multitude. Fleeing was his best option. Yet, due to his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, he soon found himself cornered. Who released you? One of the researchers bellowed, as they possessed varying degrees of abilities. Fu Yuan, feeling the vials of reagents in his pocket, was engulfed in anxiety. What to do? If a scuffle ensued and the reagents were inadvertently destroyed, it would be disastrous. The researchers, seeing his continued silence, were poised to advance and seize him. Just as Fu Yuan was at a loss, a sudden chill swept through the advancing researchers. Those quick to react swiftly evaded. Turning to look, they found it was Mo Shanshan, and several icy spikes in her hand swiftly targeted the group. Although these individuals possessed abilities, their combat experience was scant, and they quickly fell before Mo Shanshan, watching helplessly as she and Fu Yuan strode confidently away. Sister Shanshan, I found the reagents. Let us get them out first. Fu Yuan displayed a vial of reagent to Mo Shanshan. His luck was undeniably exceptional. Mo Shanshan led the way, and together they delivered the reagents to Ku Yu and Zhou Huaihe. After administering the injections to those aberrants who had not tasted human flesh, they too began to recover. Ku Yu approached Mo Shanshan and the others, inquiring, "Where is Fu Qiu?" Fu Yuan, running a hand through his unwashed hair for several days, replied, "My brother should still be at the research institute. Could it be that Dr. Fong has detained him?" At this point, Fu Yuan suddenly recalled the words he had overheard at the entrance of the medicine storage room. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became, prompting him to share his concerns with Ku Yu, especially since she was also headed to the research institute in search of his brother. Chapter 79. The Wheel Battle. Eliminate Dr. Fong and Immortality Serum? Has Dr. Fong lost his mind? Upon hearing Fu Yuan's words, Ku Yu felt that Dr. Fong had descended into an irredeemable madness, and her worries about Fu Qiu's predicament at the research institute intensified. Without further delay, they resolved to act. After Yu entrusted certain matters to Mo Shanshan and Fu Yuan, he grasped a knife and sought out Fu Qiu. Indeed, Fu Qiu was being detained by Dr. Fong, who also possessed psychic abilities. As Fu Qiu approached his laboratory, Dr. Fong immediately launched a mental assault. It appeared that the psychic marks within the brains of those monsters had been implanted by Dr. Fong himself. Meanwhile, Dr. Fong was under immense pressure. His experiment remained unfinished. Yet Fu Qiu had already located him. He could only attempt to stall Fu Qiu, thinking to himself, soon my experiment will be complete, and then, what need have I to fear this Fu Qiu? What a joke. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Qiu possessed not only psychic abilities, but also spatial powers. Thus, although Fu Qiu was unaware of the nature of Dr. Fong's experiments, it did not prevent him from obliterating them. Under the distortion of space, the reagent bottles could not withstand the pressure and shattered with a crash. Dr. Fong's heart, along with his undead ferocity, shattered as well. His eyes fixated on the broken reagent bottles, blood vessels in his eyes bulging grotesquely. This was his life's work. He had exerted so much effort. Gone. All gone. Fixating on Fu Qiu, the root of his despair, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear a piece of flesh from him. "You have destroyed my experiment. I will kill you." No sooner had he uttered these words than his psychic force surged recklessly toward Fu Qiu. Fortunately, Fu Qiu's psychic powers had been upgraded. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand Dr. Fong's full force attack. It was evident that Dr. Fong recognized Fu Qiu's superiority in level. Yet madness consumed him. His painstaking experiment had been annihilated. In a fit of rage, he drew forth a serum that combined the zombie virus with a gene modification needle and injected it into himself without hesitation. The fusion of the two viruses caused Dr. Fong to undergo a transformation, rendering him even stronger than any they had encountered before. His eyes began to whiten, sharp claws incessantly clawing at his own body, and his teeth gradually became razor-sharp. Fu Qiao attempted to halt his transformation, launching a full-scale attack on Dr. Fong, but he could only sever half of his arm. Astonishingly, it grew back rapidly. The severity of the situation weighed heavily on Fu Qiao's expression. He could not allow him to escape. Otherwise, the outside world would soon become his hunting ground. The transformed Dr. Fong now harbored a singular thought: to kill Fu Qiao. Fu Qiao's gaze turned serious as he began to marshal his psychic energy, seeking to counter Dr. Fong's mental force. However, the transformed Dr. Fong possessed such formidable psychic strength that Fu Qiao found himself struggling to cope. His spatial abilities came into play, attempting to confine Dr. Fong within a spatial rift. Yet, due to the fusion of the zombie virus and the gene modification needle, Dr. Fong's body exhibited extraordinary regenerative capabilities. After Fu Qiao severed his arm, not only did it grow back swiftly, but it also possessed greater strength than before. As Fu Qiao observed Dr. Fong's increasingly ferocious assaults, he felt his mental energy depleting rapidly. Time was of the essence to uncover the adversary's vulnerability. At that moment, a realization struck Fu Qiao. He recalled that Dr. Fong exhibited a brief pause while executing his mental attacks. It was imperative that he dealt a decisive blow during that interval. Fu Qiao began to feign weakness, enticing Dr. Fong to unleash his mental onslaught rather than engaging in a relentless melee. For even with his enhanced physical prowess post-transformation, he could not withstand such intensity indefinitely. Thus, amidst the skirmish, he deliberately revealed openings, luring Dr. Fong to lock onto him with his mental force, while pretentiously displaying signs of exhaustion from his abilities. Indeed, upon witnessing Fu Qiao's apparent vulnerabilities, Dr. Fong perceived an opportunity for vengeance and promptly initiated a mental attack. However, at the very moment of his strike, Fu Qiao adeptly merged his spatial and mental abilities, redirecting Dr. Fong's psychic energy into a spatial rift. The instant the distorted mental energy struck Dr. Fong experienced an excruciating headache, his psychic strength waning considerably. Seizing the moment of his adversary's weakness, Fu Qiao retaliated, transforming his mental energy into a blade that pierced deep into Dr. Fong's mind, causing a fracture in either the zombie core or the ability user core. Dr. Fong howled in agony, his body convulsing violently, a reaction to the damage inflicted upon the core. Fu Qiao realized he must hasten to conclude this confrontation. Yet, in the final moments, Dr. Fong broke free from the confines of the spatial rift, his body spinning through the air before charging fiercely towards Fu Qiao. Left with no choice, Fu Qiao braced himself to absorb Dr. Fong's onslaught, their fists colliding mid-air, igniting a tempest of energy. But, driven by the madness of his zombified state, Dr. Fong unleashed a full-force strike that landed heavily on Fu Qiao's chest, sending him careening backward. As Fu Qiao staggered a few steps, anticipating a collision with the wall, he was steadied by a pair of hands. Fu Qiao, take a moment to rest. I shall confront him next. Kuyu gazed intently at Fu Qiao as he steadied himself, his eyes filled with fierce determination, fixating on the raucous doctor. Fong across from him. Very well. Aim for his head. His crystal core has already sustained damage. Kuyu unsheathed her blade, its sharp gleam casting a light upon her visage. Understood. Upon witnessing Kuyu shielding Fu Qiao, Dr. Fong charged forward, intent on devouring her. His mental prowess had recently been compromised, rendering him incapable of launching a mental assault on Kuyu. In a physical confrontation, Kuyu, being a strength-type ability user, was relatively on par with him. 888 silently remarked. Clearly, this couple was engaging in a tag-team battle. KY, relying on sheer strength, relentlessly struck towards Dr. Fong. Before long, a heap of flesh lay scattered upon the ground. While Dr. Fong was preoccupied with recuperation, KY attempted to leap onto his head, aiming to shatter his crystalline core. However, Dr. Fong did not grant her such an opportunity. He continuously retreated and even seized laboratory equipment to hurl at KY. Kuyu, are we not to uphold the virtues of martial ethics? Kuyu deftly evaded the onslaught of attacks, utilizing the vines to trip Dr. Fong, causing his already burdensome frame to topple backward. Seizing the opportunity, Kuyu brandished her knife and struck. Faced with imminent death, Dr. Fong resolutely detonated his core. In a flash, Fu Qiu teleported beside Kuyu, urgently whisking her away from the impending explosion. A resounding blast reverberated through the research institute. Yet only Kuyu remained securely enveloped in Fu Qiu's embrace. Fu Qiu, you have lost your mind. Your injuries have yet to heal. As she spoke, Kuyu harnessed her light-based abilities to mend his wounds. Chapter 80. Qi Yuan's Resurrection. Fu Qiu's descent into darkness. I'm relieved to see you unscathed. Fu Qiu held Kuyu tightly, his heart racing uncontrollably during the explosion. Kuyu could not be harmed. He could not bear the thought of it. As she paused in her healing, Kuyu found it difficult to articulate her emotions, an amalgamation of joy tinged with a hint of bitterness. You must also be safe. Unbeknownst to them, on the adjacent operating table, Qi Yuan's gaze bore an ominous intensity as he observed the pair. Enough is enough. Kuyu is quite formidable. The once untouchable Fu Qiu has been trained to such a state by her. Is it possible that Fu Qiu remains unaware of the needle embedded within him? Indeed, he had just stealthily seized Dr. Fong's viral reagent, and while their attention was diverted by the crystal core explosion, he swiftly hurled it, striking Fu Qiu with precision. Ha ha ha! He has finally avenged himself. Is Fu Qiu not the one who despises zombies the most? Then let him transform into that which he loathes most. Fu Qiu was indeed oblivious, as he had not paid attention when the needle pierced him while he was shielding Kuyu from those attacks. However, the sudden onset of excruciating pain in his mind made him realize something was amiss. Kuyu was about to reach out to support his arm when she noticed a syringe embedded within it, causing her to pause abruptly. When had this been inserted? Her breathing quickened with anxiety. How could this happen? Fu Qiu, noticing Kuyu's movement, followed her gaze and also spotted the syringe. Realizing the implication, he instinctively distanced himself from her. Despite being in such a dire state, how could he still be involved in such matters? His fingers gripping the tang knife turned pale as he rushed forward, only to be intercepted by Qi Yuan's hand, which struck down upon him. Feeling unsteady, he wielded the knife deftly, and Qi Yuan's head fell away in an instant. Mommy, this girl is terrifying, Qi Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. Wasn't Fu Qiu supposed to be the most formidable ability user in this apocalyptic world? Yet, he wondered whether he still counted as such, now that he had transformed into a zombie. Back at the research facility, after slicing Qi Yuan twice, Kuyu turned her attention to his lifeless body. It seemed that other limbs might also pose a threat. Otherwise, she would have severed them all. The entity 888 trembled, distressed by the transformation of its once gentle and beautiful host. Just as she was about to strike again, Fu Qiu stepped in to halt her. Yujia, do not soil your hands, he implored. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Fu Qiu, he had always been such a proud and exceptional person, tirelessly battling against zombies in his previous life. The infection of a zombie virus was a devastating blow to him. As Fu Qiu gazed at the young girl before him, her eyes reddened from crying. He reached out to wipe away her tears, only to suddenly recall his own precarious state, halting his gesture. He was uncertain when he might undergo a transformation himself, but he could not allow any harm to come to his little girl. Kuyu gazed at Fu Qiu's retreating figure, her heart heavy with sorrow. She understood how reluctant Fu Qiu was to reveal his vulnerability. Gently grasping the tang knife in her hand, she turned her gaze towards Qi Yuan's lifeless body, a flicker of resolve igniting within her eyes. Regardless of the cost, she was determined to restore Fu Qiu. 888. Host, please remain calm. Fu Qiu is the male lead and will not easily come harm. She attempted to steady her emotions, aware that Fu Qiu must be suffering immensely as well. Yet, Fu Qiu looked at her and shook his head with great difficulty. He could sense the zombie virus beginning to take hold. He needed to leave immediately, but it was so hard to part, especially now that they were on the brink of being together. Kuyu was evidently taken aback by Fu Qiu's refusal. She stepped forward, attempting to grasp his hand. Fu Qiu, we will find a way, she pleaded with him. If this base is not viable, there are others. Besides, My completed missions prove that the zombie virus can be cured, right? Yes, there are missions. As long as I complete them swiftly, that serum will surely save you. Yet, she overlooked, or perhaps was unwilling to acknowledge, that her progress on the task was merely at 5. Kuyu, if anything happens to me. Fu Qiao struggled to fend off the zombie virus invading his mind while imparting his instructions to her. However, at that moment, Kuyu could not bear to hear anything regarding misfortune. There is no if. There will be no if, she exclaimed uncontrollably. Once Fu Qiao sensed her slight calmness, he continued with his requests. Could you do me a favor and take Fu Yuan to the in-city base? Also, please inform Zhou Huaihe that the ability users at the Y-City base should be more vigilant. They are not bad people. Kuyu restrained her tears. But what about her? A typically reticent individual, she now chattered incessantly, yet failed to mention her. Fu Qiao cast a deep glance at Kuyu. Signs of the undead were already beginning to manifest on his hands. They must leave at once. Returning to their original place would at least spare them from being assimilated by this apocalyptic world. Kuyu was utterly bewildered, only aware that Fu Qiao was urging her to leave. I refuse. I will not assist you in any way. You must handle this yourself. Kuyu was averse to the notion of what-ifs, and she did not want him to face any peril. Wasn't 888 the one who proclaimed him the protagonist? Then why was he afflicted by the zombie virus? The insidious virus in his mind threatened to overwhelm him, and upon catching a whiff of the bloodstains in the laboratory, Fu Qiao's eyes momentarily turned pale. He was oblivious to what his fate would entail, but he was resolute in ensuring that he would not harm anyone. Therefore, he would depart from the base. Even if ultimately the virus could not be contained, he would take matters into his own hands. How hard it was to let go. Kuyu live well. Harnessing his spatial powers, Fu Qiao swiftly teleported outside the base, just as Kuyu reached out to grasp him. Watching him vanish before her eyes, her outstretched hands met only emptiness, and at last, she could no longer contain her tears, which fell in heavy drops. Fu Qiao, I will surely find you. Wait for me. You cannot leave me behind. Kuyu tidied her emotions and, after destroying Dr. Fong's research materials, stepped outside. She needed to first attend to the task assigned to her by Fu Qiao. As he had mentioned, she would handle it well. Fu Yuan observed Kuyu approaching them and sensed something was amiss. There was an overwhelming feeling of suppression surrounding her. From a distance, the sight of her wielding a knife instilled a deep fear within him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Chapter 81. Finding Fu Qiao. Fu Qiao suddenly loses control sister-in-law. What is the matter? Fu Yuan inquired, mustering his courage to question Kuyu, only to suddenly remember something. Where is my brother? When Kuyu heard him speak, he was largely unfazed. However, upon the mention of Fu Qiao by Fu Yuan, his gaze fixated upon him. Under the penetrating stare of Kuyu, Fu Yuan, acting on impulse, swiftly concealed himself behind Mo Shanshan. Could it be that he had quarreled with his brother? How troublesome. One must not conflate his brother's actions with his own. Yet, Mo Shanshan discerned the unease in Kuyu and deftly shifted the topic. Most of the individuals had nearly recovered, and the chaos within the base had been stabilized under the command of Lu Ku and his companions. Kuyu observed the startled reaction of Fu Yuan and realized that her actions were inappropriate. However, she found herself unable to restrain her emotions. The mere thought of Fu Qiao battling the virus alone in some distant place made her heart feel as though it were being twisted. For the time being, she would not heed Fu Qiao's suggestion to take Fu Yuan to the base in City N. If anyone were to accompany Fu Yuan, it would be Fu Qiao herself. Seeing this, Mo Shanshan did not inquire further and simply took the bewildered Fu Yuan by the hand and led him away. Fu Yuan, still in a daze, leaned in and discreetly confided in Zhou Huaihe, I think my brother and sister-in-law might have had a quarrel, and then my brother left home. Zhou Huaihe was taken aback. What? The couple he had been rooting for was at odds? And Fu Ge had actually left home? The weight of this revelation was overwhelming. Before he could fully process it, Fu Yuan was whisked away by Mo Shanshan. As he walked in a daze, he unexpectedly encountered Kuyu, who was searching for him. Upon seeing the palpable tension radiating from her, Zhou Huaihe understood why Fu Yuan had been so preoccupied with Kuyu in such a state. Even he felt a twinge of fear yet he still greeted her. Sister Yu. Kuyu nodded and recounted the tasks entrusted to her by Fu Qiu to Zhou Huaihe once more. All right, I understand. Thank you, Sister Yu. He almost let slip a question about Fu Qiu, but suddenly recalling the words of Mo Shanshan, he swiftly diverted his speech, exclaiming, "Those decayed flowers are truly beautiful." Zhou Huaihe. What on earth is he talking about? Decayed flowers. 888 nearly burst into laughter, but, constrained by the current foul mood of the host, had to stifle it. What eccentric character this is. Ha 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 ha. Kuyu was somewhat perplexed by Zhou Huaihe's words. While there are currently no threats within the base, I would still appreciate your vigilance in watching over Fu Yuan and Xiao Zi. In Kuyu's words lay the implication of her impending absence. Yet Zhou Huaihe refrained from inquiring further, for being an adult often entails a reluctance to pry too deeply. Zhou Huaihe nodded in agreement repeatedly. Kuyu turned and walked away. 888, please open the map and locate Fu Qiao. 888, ever attentive, had already anticipated that the host would seek out the male lead and kindly share the information it had just pinpointed. Without uttering a word, Kuyu hastened in pursuit. However, even as Fu Qiu battled the relentless onslaught of the zombie virus, he harnessed a modicum of his psychic abilities to survey his surroundings. His intention was to avoid the few who still struggled for survival outside. Yet, upon sensing Kuyu's approach, he hesitated. He wished to spare her from witnessing his current disheveled state. Nevertheless, this young lady was remarkably tenacious. His heart was filled with a blend of joy and helplessness. When Kuyu reached the spot where he had just paused, Fu Qiu's figure was nowhere to be found. After several such encounters, Kuyu came to understand that he was deliberately evading her. Thus, the next time she drew near to his location, she chose to take a different route, heading toward the nearby shop. Inside, numerous zombies were confined, and upon catching a whiff of Kuyu's scent, they rushed towards her with fervor. Among them were several advanced zombies endowed with certain abilities. Kuyu, wielding her blade, relentlessly slaughtered, channeling the pent-up frustration that had been festering within her over the past days. Why was she not present? Why was she avoiding her? They could undoubtedly face this together. Her attacks were devoid of any combat finesse, a sheer display of brute force that left Fu Qiu, hidden not far away, on the brink of panic, nearly compelled to intervene. It was not until the ground was littered with countless corpses and her powers were utterly depleted that she collapsed, utterly exhausted, with a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye. Yet, one final high-level zombie, cunning and elusive, had been evading her until now. Upon seeing the weakened Kuyu on the ground, it instinctively sought to pounce and devour her. Fu Qiu could no longer restrain herself. In an instant, the high-level zombie was torn to shreds by the distortion of space. Kuyu acted with intention, deliberately drawing Fu Qiao out. She understood that Fu Qiao would not allow her to fall into peril, so at the very moment he appeared, she leaped forward and clung to him tightly. She could not believe that he would flee or abandon her in such a situation. How could Fu Qiao, enveloped in her embrace, remain oblivious to Kuyu's intentions? Yet, he could not bear to see her in danger. What if Kuyu truly lacked the strength to continue? Thus, he chose to intervene. Sister Yu, what am I to do with you? Kuyu was resolute. She simply could not allow Fu Qiu to leave. You cannot abandon me. A hint of sweetness wafted through his nostrils, and his eyes turned pale, overwhelmed by the scent of blood emanating from Kuyu. At that moment, the zombie virus, driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh, spread rapidly, snatching away his reason in an instant. He embraced Kiskiviko, feeling the warm blood coursing through the delicate veins of her alabaster neck, a subtle fragrance seemingly emanating from within. Just as he was about to sink his teeth in her flesh, Kuyu sensed Fu Qiu's unsettling demeanor and quickly intervened. She understood him well. He would never wish to harm her, but at this moment, he was under the virus's control. If he were to awaken and realize he had inadvertently bitten her, Fu Qiu would never forgive himself. Thus, she bound him tightly with vines, her strength surpassing his due to her power type, effectively restraining him. For a fleeting moment, Fu Qiu regained clarity, realizing he had nearly attacked Kuyu, and instinctively sought refuge in his spatial abilities. However, Kuyu blocked his escape. Trust me, Fu Qiu. I will find a way to heal you. His eyes flickered with changing hues as he struggled against the zombie virus. In a daze, he finally refrained from retreating into the void. He placed his faith in Kuyu. Seeing this, Kuyu first utilized her light-based abilities to heal her own wounds. Once the scent of blood dissipated, Fuchio would be able to break free from the virus's grip. Chapter 82. Healing. Mutual understanding. Due to Fuchio's occasional transformations into a zombie, he proved to be exceedingly difficult to manage, persistently struggling against her. Several times, he even managed to break free from the vines, prompting Kuyu to knock him unconscious. She carried him to a nearby house and confined him in one of the rooms. With a vial of serum procured from the research facility, she administered an injection to counteract the genetic modification virus. The serum given to Fuchio by Chi Yuan was a fusion of the zombie virus and the genetic modification agent. Therefore, to heal Fuchio, she must first address the genetic modification. Yet, regarding the zombie virus, she found herself at a loss, possessing only a single lead concerning a potential antidote. She closed the door behind her and stepped outside, intending to procure some food. Meanwhile, as the genetic modification virus was forcibly stripped away, Fuchio had to fend off its re-entry into his core. The zombie virus resisted vehemently, and in the throes of excruciating pain, he felt as though he were being torn apart. He rolled off the bed onto the floor, curling into a ball as beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, splattering onto the ground. Upon hearing the anguished cries of Fu Qiao, Kuyu instinctively desired to enter the room to check on him. However, Fu Qiao, awakened by the pain, promptly shut the door. Kuyu gazed at the door as it closed, leaving Fu Qiao to endure the torment of the virus within. Kuyu, please don't come in. I beg you. He was in such a disheveled state, truly not wishing for her to witness his suffering. Kuyu stood resolutely at the door. Even though her heart ached for Fu Qiao, she refrained from breaking in. It was solely due to Fu Qiao's plea of "I beg you." She would steadfastly remain here, accompanying him, unwilling to take a single step away. Listening to the muffled groans of profound pain emanating from within, Kuyu felt her heart twist in agony, biting her lip tightly as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had come to a realization. Even if she were ultimately forced to leave, she would choose to be with Fu Qiao. She yearned to experience a love that was both passionate and unrestrained, rather than waiting until it was too late to regret not having embraced it. Kuyu leaned against the door, her voice choked as she spoke inside. Fu Qiao, I cherish you. I adore the camaraderie we share in battle, the unspoken understanding between us. I treasure your tenderness and every moment spent in your company. You are my most significant connection in this unfamiliar world. I have begun to feel a sense of belonging because you are here. Could you do me a favor and stay with me? I'm uncertain if you can hear me now, or if you're even conscious, but it matters not. I shall repeat it once more when you awaken. I heard you, Kuyu. Every word, every sentiment. I can hear it clearly. Fu Qiao thought, feeling incredibly fortunate. Even amidst the torment of the zombie virus, the sweetness of Kuyu's heartfelt confession outweighed all suffering. Wasn't he favored by fate to have the affection of the one he held dear? Thus, the two of them found a connection that a mere door could not sever. When Shan Shan arrived late, she overheard Kuyu's declaration to Fu Qiao, and her heart sank. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Host, I bring you good news. I inquired at headquarters, and your light-based abilities can heal the zombie virus. There is even a possibility that it may. Kuyu was taken aback by the words of 888, instantly invigorated. She hurriedly inquired, is that truly the case? Her excitement rendered her breath somewhat rapid. Can it really cure the zombie virus? Kuyu, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, How splendid! How splendid! Fu Qiao, my light-based abilities can cure the zombie virus. Would you kindly open the door? I can assist you. Anxious and distressed, Kuyu hurriedly burst through the door, only to find Fu Qiao sprawled helplessly on the ground. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she knelt beside him, cradling him in her arms. With tender care, she wiped the sweat from his forehead, planting gentle kisses filled with infinite concern upon it. It was all right. She would heal Fu Qiao. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. She carefully lifted him onto the bed, channeling her extraordinary abilities into his body, and gradually, his pallid complexion regained a hint of color. Even the zombie-like blemishes on his hands began to fade away. Fuchio felt warmth enveloping him and slowly began to awaken. He gazed at Kuyu, who held his hand tightly by the bedside, her eyes brimming with worry. "Kuyu," he murmured, finally regaining consciousness, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Her eyes still glistened with unshed tears as he raised his hand gently to wipe them away. "Do not cry." Kuyu made a concerted effort to steady his emotions and nodded affirmatively. "All right, Fujiao, I have discovered a way to cure the zombie virus. My light-based abilities can assist you. Rest assured, you shall not transform into a zombie." Fujiao was taken aback by Kuyu's revelation. The notion that light-based powers could cure the zombie virus was astonishing. If those researchers were to learn of this, Kuyu would undoubtedly find himself in a perilous situation. A wave of concern washed over Fujiao. "Kuyu, unless it is absolutely necessary, please do not reveal this ability. In this apocalyptic world, one must guard against not only those mad researchers who wish to restore the world, but also those who are intent on preventing it. They wield considerable power and influence in this chaotic state of affairs, and are even less inclined to see the end of this apocalypse." He knew he must recover swiftly and protect Kuyu. "I understand. I will help you heal first," Kuyu declared, as the luminescence in his hands gradually enveloped Fu Jiao's body once more. In a short while, the light began to fade away. Kuyu's light-based supernatural abilities have been progressing rather slowly, necessitating the gradual eradication of a portion of the virus. In other words, healing must be approached with patience. However, now that there is clarity on the method of treatment, his mood has lightened considerably, alleviating some of the heaviness and oppression he felt before. Fu Jiao observed the halted Kuyu and carefully articulated the thoughts that lingered in his heart. Kuyu wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered. The apocalypse had arrived, and she could scarcely recall the date. Fu Jiao, observing Kuyu's dazed demeanor, found her adorably charming. "Kushu, I have longed to express to you my affections. I cherish you deeply. I am uncertain as to when these feelings began to blossom, yet I am acutely aware that my existence is incomplete without you. Thank you for entering my life and illuminating my world with your brilliance. May I have the honor of remaining by your side, always?" Chapter 83. Sweetness. Healing the zombie virus. Kuyu gazed at Fu Jiao with a hint of bewilderment, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. She was indeed willing. Even if they could not ultimately be together, she longed to love. "Fu Jiao, you heard what I just said, didn't you?" Fu Jiao's eyes were fixed on Kuyu, revealing an infinite tenderness and affection. He gently lifted her chin, locking her gaze within the depths of his own. "Kuyu, I desire to be with you. More than anything." Kuyu gently exhaled, and Fu Jiao's words resonated with exceptional clarity in the tranquil space, as if they had stirred a tender part of her heart. This was the happiest day since her arrival in this world. "And you?" Fu Jiao inquired once more. Kuyu gently lifted her head, colliding with Fu Jiao's gaze, which was filled with affection, causing her ears to flush with warmth. This was her answer. She grasped Fu Jiao's clothing, leaning to one side, and then pressed her lips against his in a gentle kiss, akin to a feather brushing against his mouth. Following this unexpected kiss, Fu Jiao was initially taken aback, his breath quickening, his ears turning crimson. Then, elation surged through him, his eyes sparkling as if the entire world had transformed into something more beautiful. His heart raced, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curve upward. The overwhelming joy made him want to laugh aloud. As he gazed at Kuyu, who had straightened up, a fervent light flickered in his dark eyes. In the next moment, he clasped her hand, their fingers entwined, while his other hand rested gently on the back of her head, drawing her closer to him. Their breaths mingled in the intimate space. "Sister, are you going to tease and then run away?" The air was thick with a tantalizing ambiguity that enveloped the room. Her gaze solely fixed upon Fu Jiao. As she leaned in slightly, her delicate lips brushed against his cool, thin ones, the gentle touch intertwining their mouths. What began as a tender kiss gradually intensified, the breaths beside her growing heavier, an aura of danger enveloping them. The fervent kiss left Kuyu utterly defenseless. After a prolonged moment, Fu Qiao finally released her, their foreheads resting against each other as they regained their composure. He whispered her name repeatedly into her ear, until the sound of her stomach growling broke the tranquility. Her face flushed instantly, mortified by the embarrassing sound. Fu Qiao couldn't help but chuckle softly, prompting a playful glare from Kuyu. He quickly reassured her, "It's my stomach that's growling. There's some instant food in the space. Would you do me the honor of sharing a meal with your newly minted boyfriend?" Kuyu bit her lip, suppressing a twinge of embarrassment. And with a hint of playful defiance, she remarked, "Very well then." Following her words, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Time within this abode flowed swiftly. Each day, Kuyu diligently aided Fu Qiao in the gradual healing of the zombie virus. On the rare occasions when things spiraled out of control, she would bind him securely. Their shared moments were filled with richness and warmth, as if the outside world remained untroubled. They were merely a pair of young lovers, cocooned in their domestic life. Such an existence fostered a deep yearning within them. Fu Qiao even contemplated the allure of forsaking the outside world entirely, choosing instead to relish their secluded happiness. Yet, observing the occasional wistfulness in Kuyu's gaze as she looked out the window, or her bright enthusiasm when reminiscing about life before the apocalypse, he felt a stirring of resolve. He longed to provide Kuyu with a beautiful, peaceful world. It was only after the complete eradication of the virus from Fu Qiao's body that they prepared to depart. However, she began to waver, pondering whether to continue with their mission. Completing it would inevitably result in the system forcibly extracting her. Yet failing to fulfill the task would leave this world perpetually engulfed in chaos. Kuyu found herself in a state of confusion. "Sister Yu, shall we stay a few more days?" Fu Qiao discerned que us reluctance. However, Kuyu shook her head in refusal, stating, "There are others waiting for us. They must be quite worried." Moreover, she was acutely aware of Fu Qiao's responsibilities. Otherwise, they would not have concerned themselves with the matter of the gene modification serum throughout their journey. Fu Qiao smiled gently, took Kuyu's hand, and drew her into his embrace, resting his chin upon the nape of her neck. "We will have our own home." Kuyu leaned against Fu Qiao's embrace. With a deft motion, Fu Qiao retrieved an off-road vehicle from the spatial realm, and together they set off towards the Y-City base. Along the way, they encountered mutated zombies, those that had acquired extraordinary abilities. Fu Qiao and Kuyu speculated that these aberrations resulted partly from evolution and partly from the possibility that they had been infected by the zombie virus while being superpowered individuals. Within the Y-City base, days had elapsed since the chaos unfolded, and Kuyu had departed after giving instructions. "Xiao Zi, do you think my brother and the others still want us?" Fu Yuan inquired, seated on the sofa beside Lin Zi, his gaze fixated on the door. Lin Zi appeared equally distracted. It had been an eternity since she last saw Sister Yu. When she heard Fu Yuan's words, a wave of grievance washed over her. Was it because she had been unruly that Sister Yu no longer desired her company? Descending the stairs, Mo Shanshan was immediately struck by the despondent expressions of the duo, the veins on her forehead pulsing with agitation. Lin Zi, being young, could not discern the situation. Yet was Fu Yuan also merely a child? It seemed he spent his days wallowing in gloom with Lin Zi. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Oh, Fu Yuan was just a naive soul. One could not hold him to the logic of the ordinary. Surely, the boss and Kuyu would not abandon us. They are likely preoccupied with some unforeseen matters, she reassured them. "Must I repeat this to you both daily?" Mo Shanshan lamented, genuinely exasperated and weary. Fu Yuan and Lin Zi cast her sorrowful glances. Taking a deep breath, Mo Shanshan endeavored to maintain her composure. "If you two have nothing better to do, then go and accept a mission. Once occupied, you won't have time to wallow in despair." "All right," Fu Yuan and Lin Zi chorused in unison. Continuing in this manner was futile. It would be more beneficial to undertake a task to divert their attention. Exchanging glances, Lin Zi and Fu Yuan recognized the spark of excitement in each other's eyes. "We aren't imagining this, are we?" They then embraced and wept, leaving Kuyu and Fu Qiao in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 84. Farewell, a beautiful future. Kuyu approached Fu Qiao and tugged at his clothing. Fu Qiao lowered his head to hear Kuyu whispering in his ear, Shall we step outside? Are they out of their minds? Fu chuckled softly, glancing at the still embracing and tearful Fu Yuan and Lin Zi, before turning to nod at Kuyu. It seemed they were not far from their destination. The two exchanged a knowing smile, while Mo Shanshan, standing at the door, felt an urge to scold them. Isn't anyone going to intervene? One after another. And they're all lost in their own worlds. Fu Yuan and the others are acting crazily, while the boss and his crew are busy spreading affection. Aren't they? They resemble a pair of infatuated lovers, leaving us all as mere light bulbs. Sighing, after Fu Yuan finished speaking, Lin Zi followed closely behind. Sister Yu. A pair of tear-filled, enchanting eyes gazed up at Kuyu. Kuyu could not withstand it. Indeed, she had neglected Lin Zi. She had been preoccupied with Dr. Fong's matters, and, once those were resolved, she had hurried out due to issues concerning Fu Qiao. Lin Zi had not seen her for quite some time, and was genuinely worried and missing her. She walked up to Lin Zi, gently caressing her small face before enveloping her in an embrace. I apologize, it is my fault, dear sister. The tender words caused Lin Zi's pent-up emotions to erupt. Wah. Sister Yu, please don't abandon me. I will be very obedient. Lin Zi cried out loudly in Kuyu's arms. Recently, I have been working on tasks at the base. I could be of help now. Please, don't leave me behind. Kuyu felt an increasing pang of sympathy, continuously reassuring her. Rest assured, sister, you will never abandon you. Our little Z has always been the most well-behaved. Fu Yuan observed his sister-in-law's gentle comfort towards Lin Zi and pouted as he turned to his brother. Fu Qiu responded, He won't, don't look at him. Brother, aren't you going to comfort me at all? Am I not still your most beloved younger brother? Fu Yuan asked, his expression filled with curiosity. Fu Qiu looked at him with an icy demeanor and replied, No. Fu Yuan's heart sank, feeling as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. Oh, little cabbage. The fields are barren, and brother no longer cares. Mo Shanshan recounted the events that transpired in the absence of Kuyu and Fu Qiu. Since that chaotic incident, the base had suffered irreparable damage. Some ability users had gained their powers only through the injection of that gene modification serum, and upon recovery, they lost their abilities. Even Kuyu's brother, Kurong, had sought the ability through injection, resulting in a horrific incident on the day Dr. Fong's experiment went awry, where he ended up gnawing on half of his mother's arm. Nevertheless, to speak of something more positive, Lu Ku, as the leader of the base, proved to be quite capable and swiftly restored stability. Presently, the leader of the ability users at the base has changed to Zhou Huaihe, while Wan Fu's side has refrained from interfering with the matters of the base due to Wan Hua's influence. Kuyu and Fu Qiao had deliberated on their journey, deciding that they did not intend to remain at the base indefinitely, but rather to proceed to the in-city base. Fu Qiao's motivation stemmed from the fact that his parents resided in the in-city base, and in his previous life, he had always been there. Meanwhile, Kuyu was driven by her mission, as the individual they encountered in Qingshan Town had entrusted them with delivering the serum to Dr. Ming at the In-City Research Institute. Thus, they resolved to seek the opinions of Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi on whether they wished to accompany them or remain at the Y-City base. Upon hearing this, Lin Zi immediately declared, I wish to follow Sister Yu. Wherever she goes, I shall go. Mo Shanshan also did not hesitate, having lost her parents in her youth. She had long regarded Fu Yuan, the boss, and Kuyu as her family after enduring the trials of the apocalypse. Therefore, she proclaimed, I will accompany you all. Kuyu and Fu Qiao had both surmised the answer, prompting them to deliberate on their plans for departure. As for Zhou Huaihe, they intended to extend an invitation for dinner that evening, hoping to inquire if he harbored any thoughts of joining them. However, Fu Qiao speculated that Zhou Huaihe would not leave, for Y City was his home, and he would not depart easily. In a previous life, it was desperation that had driven him away, yet this time was different. Fu Qiao had even paved the way for him. As anticipated, when Zhou Huaihe arrived for dinner that evening and Fu Qiao broached the subject, he appeared quite hesitant. He cherished the days spent with Fu Qiao and his companions. Yet he also had his brothers and Y City, the place where he had grown up. Thus, with a hint of regret, he raised his wine glass towards Fu Qiao and the others, uttering an apology. He then took a small sip of his drink, realizing that in the apocalypse, alcohol was a rare commodity and must be consumed sparingly. Fu Qiao and Ku Yu were not surprised, yet Fu Yuan felt a profound sadness. "Dehizi, if you do not go, my joy will be diminished by half." So, despite her reluctance, it was time to accept the reality. And Mo Shanshan also raised her wine glass towards Zhou Huaihe, acknowledging that this farewell left uncertainty as to when they might meet again. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy and subdued. "Fu Yuan, even in your sorrow, you ought to set down your bowl of food," someone remarked, drawing the attention of the group toward Fu Yuan. They observed him, torn between sadness and the act of shoveling food into his mouth. Under their scrutiny, his sorrowful expression transformed into one of bashfulness as hunger prevailed. Laughter erupted around the table. The meal concluded without excessive drinking, and no one became inebriated. Fu Qiao embraced Qiyu as they sat on the balcony, gazing into the distance. "Sister Yu, do you believe there will be a day when the apocalypse comes to an end?" In his previous life, he had witnessed the continuation of the apocalypse until his very last moments, where it was no longer merely the undead. Numerous monsters, birthed from the experiments of various research facilities, had emerged, possibly stemming from Dr. Fong's work. Fortunately, Dr. Fong had met his end, and the remaining genetic modification serums in the research facility had been destroyed by them. Ku Yu was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "Do you truly believe that?" "I do. When the time comes, we shall acquire a new residence, adorned in the style you favor. If possible, we could also tend to some plants. We need not venture far. We could simply revel in our intimate world at home, or, on a whim, explore the landscapes that remain unseen to us." Furthermore, Ku Yu never anticipated that Fu Qiao, who had once been so reticent, would now begin to chatter incessantly about their future. Listening to his heartfelt aspirations for a brighter tomorrow, she contemplated the continuation of their mission. She envisioned a reality where he could attain the splendid future he envisioned, free from the daily struggles of survival in this desolate world, unburdened by the darkest facets of human nature. Chapter 85. Qi Jing. Encountering adversity, Ku Yu held Fu Qiao tightly, resting her head against his neck, and slowly said, "What you believe, I also believe. That day will surely come." The night within the base was tranquil, with only the occasional moans of zombies echoing from outside. The following day, after everyone had gathered their belongings, Zhou Huaihe escorted them to the entrance of the base. Zhou Huaihe firmly grasped the bag in his hands and said, "Brother Fu, sister Yu, may you all have a safe journey." Fu Qiao took the bag from him and patted his shoulder, saying, "Take care." At that moment, Fu Yuan emerged from the villa and, upon seeing Zhou Huaihe, rushed forward to embrace him. "Dehizi, I shall miss you dearly." Zhou Huaihe found it hard to breathe under the tight embrace, exclaiming, "Cough, cough." Fu Yuan. As Qiyu observed Zhou Huaihe struggling to breathe, he swiftly reminded Fu Yuan, "Brother, you might be choking Dave to death. Hold him a little more gently." Fu Yuan immediately loosened his grip, helping Zhou Huaihe regain his composure. I apologize," he murmured. His clumsy intervention dissipated the somber atmosphere of parting, and soon the group set off for End City. Along the journey, they occasionally disembarked to dispatch a few zombies, while most of the time they remained inside the vehicle. As Fu Yuan drove, he noticed a few individuals standing by the roadside, waving at them from a distance. He promptly used the intercom to inquire with Fu Qiao, "Brother, there are survivors ahead." Fu Qiao glanced up and recognized a familiar figure. "Let us stop the car." Both vehicles came to a halt. The individuals by the roadside expressed their delight. At last, a vehicle had chosen to stop for them. "Hello. Thank you for stopping," the only female among the three called out. Observing his brother's gaze upon him, Fu Yuan understood it was his turn to engage in conversation. He rolled down the window and addressed the young woman. "Greetings. Do you require assistance? We're looking to team up with you to head to the End City base." A clear and resonant voice responded, and Fu Qiao turned to greet the newcomers. After stepping forward and surveying the occupants of both vehicles, Qi Jing confidently introduced herself. "Hello, I am Qi Jing, a level 4 fire elemental ability user." Upon hearing this familiar name, Qiu shifted her attention to Qi Jing. 888. Host. He is another brother of Fu Qiao. Qiu was well aware of the storyline. In the original text, Qi Jing was one of Fu Qiao's strategic advisors, arguably the most formidable support. Even in Fu Qiao's absence, he managed the affairs of the base with remarkable efficiency. Upon reading the narrative, she found herself slightly questioning whether Qi Jing harbored feelings for Fu Qiao. Alas, Fu Qiao was currently her boyfriend. Qi Jing's perceptiveness was commendable. He quickly sensed the exchange of glances between Fu Qiao and Ku Yu. The instant he laid eyes on Fu Qiao, his first instinct was to recognize this individual as exceptionally powerful, perhaps even the leader of the group. Conversely, when he beheld Ku Yu, he felt an overwhelming rush of infatuation. How could such a girl exist, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic ideals? His gaze was intense, prompting an immediate frown from Fu Qiao. In his previous life, he had already discerned that Qi Jing was a notorious esthetician. "If you wish to join our team, you must consult those two," he remarked. Qi Jing had initially been exhilarated, believing that encountering Ku Yu was fate. However, upon hearing Fu Yuan's introduction and the term sister-in-law, his heart shattered into pieces. A bucket of cold water doused his fervor, bringing him back to reality. He approached Fu Qiao's vehicle once more to express his request. "Hello, may we travel with you? One of our companions has sustained leg injuries, so we hope to join you. Rest assured, we carry our own provisions and possess abilities. We are not a burden and will not hinder your progress." The girl who spoke initially chimed in promptly. "I am Lu Exen, an Earth-type ability user. Although my level is not high, I can effectively shield you from zombie attacks. I can be of use." She looked at them with anticipation. Fu Qiao turned to the others for their opinions. Lu Xian's face exhibited anxiety as she awaited their response. They had been waiting for quite some time, and if no one escorted them to the base, her brother's leg would be irreparably damaged. They earnestly hoped to team up with them, even if it meant she would be the one to charge ahead against the zombies. Mo Shanshan replied, "That's acceptable." Lin Zi and Fu Yuan also expressed no objections, agreeing to the proposal. These individuals did not appear malicious. Sharing a ride posed no issues, especially since they had two vehicles. Qi Jing and his companions were overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, and then went to carry Lu Xian's brother out. Fu Qiao, upon seeing his injured leg, could not help but recall a moment from his previous life when Qi Jing had lamented arriving in N City, where a dear friend had taken his own life after suffering a leg injury. That had been a lingering regret of his. But now it seemed that such regrets would not resurface. Nonetheless, he needed to keep a close watch on Qi Jing, as he was indeed a slave to appearances. Although he knew Ku Yu would not be swayed, jealousy could easily cloud his judgment, regardless of the relationship with his brother. A jealous man is devoid of reason. Thus, Fu Qiao, Ku Yu, Lin Zi, and Qi Jing shared one vehicle, while Mo Shanshan, Fu Yuan, Lu Xian, and Lu Xian's brother, Lu Fei, occupied the other. They continued their journey towards the N-City base. The two vehicles roared along the road, their thunderous sounds echoing in the vast surroundings. Some zombies by the roadside were drawn to the noise, excitedly rushing forward in an attempt to bite, only to be left far behind. Others that charged from the front were swiftly knocked aside by Fu Yuan's deft maneuvering. They were nearing N-City. Upon seeing the familiar buildings, Fu Yuan could not help but share his excitement with Mo Shanshan. After a brief glance, Mo Shanshan, with an impassive expression, replied, "All right, I will drive in a bit. You can rest." Fu Yuan, invigorated by driving, insisted, "Sister Shanshan, I am not tired. I can continue." "Foolish dog," Mo Shanshan muttered, casting a sideways glance at Fu Yuan. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in the middle of the road. Fu Yuan intended to ram it as before, but the deep voice of Fu Qiao came through the intercom, commanding, "Stop." Ever obedient to his older brother's words, Fu Yuan hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Lu Xian shielded her brother from potential harm. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Fu Yuan inquired, "Brother, why the sudden stop?" Fu Qiao and Ku Yu had already entered a state of vigilance, and although Qi Jing was unaware of the situation, he followed suit and exited the vehicle. Chapter 86. Zombies block the road, rescuing the stranded after stepping out of the car. Fu Qiao approached the front of Fu Yuan's vehicle, gazing into the distance at a dark mass. A sense of foreboding settled within him. and Mo Shanshan and the others quickly exited the vehicle, their expressions frozen in shock at the sight before them. A horde of zombies had gathered, some of which were mutated, possessing extraordinary abilities, approximately 1 or 200 in total. A few individuals were frantically sprinting ahead. Those who lagged behind were dragged into the tide of zombies, their screams echoing wildly. Moreover, the horde was advancing in their direction. If they continued driving, they would inevitably have to confront this swarm of undead. Brother, sister-in-law, so many zombies. What should we do? Are we really going to take a detour? Qi Jing pondered the possibility of an alternate route and shook his head at Fu Yuan. That's not feasible. This road is the only way to End City. The other paths are mountainous, and without someone familiar to guide us, we cannot navigate around them. Let us fight through, Kuyu declared, brandishing a knife and staring unflinchingly at the approaching horde, as if discussing a mere triviality. Hearing her words, Fu Qiu smiled and turned to her. Listen to my sister, you. He then addressed Qi Jing and the others. Shall we go together? Qi Jing and Lu Xian exchanged a glance before looking back at Fu Qiu and responding eagerly, of course. All right, everyone prepare yourselves, Fu Qiu instructed, rallying the group. Lin Zi, who had remained in the vehicle until now, quietly approached Kuyu, asking, Sister Yu, may I join you? I want to contribute to protecting myself and everyone else. Kuyu was not surprised by her words. He gently patted her head and handed her a gun. All right, just try to stay close to Sister Yu. Attack the zombies nearby, don't lose track, and make sure to protect yourself first. Lindsay nodded vigorously with the gun in her hand. Got it. I understand. They were fully prepared to confront the impending horde of zombies. Meanwhile, those being pursued by the zombies noticed Kuyu and his group, urgently notifying others. Everyone, listen to me, there's still people over there. Let us avoid heading in that direction to prevent putting others at risk. Thus, Kuyu and his companions watched as those who were originally running towards them suddenly changed their course. Fu Yuan and the others understood that these individuals did not wish to endanger them. Such selflessness was indeed a rare sight. For this act alone, Fu Yuan vowed to save them. Fu Qiu glanced at Kuyu, and to their surprise, their eyes met, conveying mutual understanding. Save the people. Eliminate the zombies. The group attracted a portion of the zombies with the sound of the car horn, allowing Fu Yuan, Mo Shanshan, and Lu Xian to engage them. Fu Qiu and Kuyu quickly rushed to the aid of those individuals, rescuing them. Du Hong, observing Kuyu and the others approaching, felt a surge of anxiety. Were these people mad? Zombies were chasing them. Their approach would only lead to their demise. He shouted loudly, "Don't come over. Hurry and leave." However, his loud voice attracted the zombies that had intended to head towards Fu Qiu. They lunged directly at him. Having exhausted his abilities, he resigned himself to his fate, preparing to face death calmly when suddenly he felt a force pulling him sideways. It was Kuyu, using vines to rescue him from the zombies. Don't worry. Sister Yu and the others will definitely be fine. After Kuyu placed him in a secure location, Lin Zi offered a word of comfort to Du Hong. Du Hong, still somewhat dazed, observed Fu Qiu and Kuyu wreaking havoc among the horde of zombies, akin to slicing through watermelons. In truth, Qi Jing and Fu Qiu had a seamless synergy, though most of the time, Fu Qiu coordinated with Kuyu. The trio swiftly dispatched this segment of the undead, leaving behind a few with abilities that hinted at a semblance of intelligence, lurking in the shadows. Among them was a water-type zombie that countered Qi Jing's fire abilities, and he had suffered several setbacks at its hands. Just as he was about to seek out the creature's weakness, he witnessed Kuyu decisively severing the zombie's head from behind. Qi Jing thought, are all beautiful women this ruthless? Before long, they had eradicated all the zombies, leaving only those on Fu Yuan's side. Du Hong was astounded. They had truly succeeded. This meant they would survive. Glancing at the other teammates, who remained in a state of bewilderment, Du Hong felt tears welling up. He had feared not only failing the mission, but also perishing in the process. Are you not leaving? Kuyu approached him with a question. Fu Qiu had already rushed ahead to assist Fu Yuan and the others. Once all the zombies had been dealt with, the group, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Du Hong's teammates helped him over to express their gratitude to Kuyu and the others. We are immensely grateful for your rescue. Are you also heading to the in-city base? Du Hong inquired, knowing this was the only route to in-city. Indeed, and you? How did you end up pursued by so many zombies? Fu Yuan took the initiative to engage in conversation. Upon hearing this question, Du Hong's eyes instantly reddened. For this mission, his team had suffered casualties and injuries. Noticing Du Hong's emotional response, Fu Yuan pondered if he had misspoken. Du Hong began to explain. We are an ability user team from the in-city base. We set out for a mission, but now we're left with so few. He felt a pressing need to inform the doctor about the disappearance of the serum. We have a vehicle parked not far ahead, but Du Hong's voice trailed off, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. They had just been saved, and now they were seeking more. Would it be possible for us to follow you? With so many injuries among them, encountering zombies again could prove disastrous. You can rest assured, he continued. Once we reach the base, I will do everything in my power to assist you with whatever you may need. By the way, my name is Du Hong. Upon hearing this name, Fu Qiu's gaze sharpened. Du Hong? The strongest wanderer from the previous lifetime, who refused to join any base, roaming alone, yet managing to break the siege when zombies surrounded the city. Very well, she replied. He accepted the situation, as such a person is deserving of respect. Not to mention his voluntary act of diverting the zombies to spare them from danger. The others had no objections. Thus, the group emerging from the Y-City base gradually grew in size. Chapter 87. Arriving at the in-city base, encountering Mother Fu. The journey ahead was relatively smooth, and Fu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although slaying zombies could enhance one's abilities, it was quite exhausting. He merely wished to be a carefree individual. With the journey proceeding smoothly, they soon arrived at the entrance of the in-city base. Ku Yu and his companions soon discerned the distinctions between the in-city base and the Y-City base. From a very entrance, the differences were apparent. The in-city base featured 3 checkpoints, the first being a screening for the presence of the zombie virus, applied equally to both superhumans and ordinary individuals. After their group successfully navigated the initial checkpoint, the second was a test for latent abilities, not to verify the identity of the superhumans, but rather to assist those unaware of their own powers in discovering them. For instance, healing abilities may not manifest unless triggered by specific circumstances. Likewise, telekinesis is an exceedingly rare talent, often unnoticed by those who possess it. Thus, the purpose of the second checkpoint was clear. The third checkpoint proved to be quite intriguing. They employed a lie detector to inquire whether one had ever taken a life, and if so, the reasons behind such actions. The base strictly prohibited the entry of individuals with a proclivity for violence. Kuyu found this level particularly fascinating. One might even say she has developed a fondness for the in-city base. It is indeed worthy of being hailed as the most formidable base in the original novel, and there are certainly reasons for such a claim. Fu Qiu was not taken aback by this method of inspection. After all, he had foreseen it from his previous life, and he even knew that it was devised by his father. Wow, brother, this place is worlds apart from the Y-City base. Fu Yuan Muzed, feeling as if he were Lu Lao Lao, stepping into the Grand View Garden. Everything seemed incredibly novel to him. Qi Jing also did not anticipate that the in-city base would be so remarkable. Only after Lu Hong, who had ventured out from here, shared insights with them, did he finally feel a sense of purpose. In the early days of its establishment, the in-city base was not as it is now. It was through the persistent efforts of Leader Fu, who advocated for numerous suggestions and improvements against the tide of dissent, that it evolved into its current state. Our base is also home to Dr. Ming, who has developed many therapeutic drugs and is currently researching a cure for the zombie virus. Unfortunately, they have proven to be quite ineffectual, having failed to locate even the most crucial serum. After the group successfully navigated 3 levels, Du Hong instructed the other team members to rest while he took Kuyu and Fu Qiu to search for accommodations. Kuyu, there is no need to rush regarding the house. Fu Qiu directly inquired. Could you kindly take us to meet your leader, Fu? Du Hong was taken aback. Huh? Meet the leader? Kuyu comprehended Fu Qiu's implication. That leader Fu must indeed be Fu Qiu's father, Fu Lisin. Fu Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. However, it appeared to be an insurmountable challenge, as access to the office building occupied by the leader was strictly forbidden to non-staff members. Du Hong had already issued a caution to them regarding this matter. Nevertheless, if you have urgent affairs, I could escort you to the Fu residence, in hopes of encountering the leader. Fu Yuan, still oblivious to the situation, accompanied their group, along with Qi Jing and Lu Xen, to the medical facility at the base. With only a few of them present, he was perplexed as to why they sought an audience with the leader of the in-city base. Thus, he inquired of Kuyu. Kuyu merely smiled mysteriously at him, hinting at a surprise. Fu Yuan was utterly perplexed, as he was unaware of anything. Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi, however, were indifferent. Under Du Hong's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the location of the Fu family, only to be halted at the entrance. Apologies. Entry is prohibited without an appointment, declared the guard stationed at the door. Du Hong inquired, "Hello, does Leader Fu have any plans to meet with the ability users today?" The guard's expression remained unchanged as he continued to block their passage. "No." Hearing this, Du Hong expressed his apologies to Fu Qiu and Kuyu. "You see." This Fu Qiu stepped forward, and upon seeing him, the guard furrowed his brow, recognizing him as a formidable presence. Were they truly going to force their way in today? Yet, only the lady of the house was home. If a confrontation ensued, their chances of success seemed slim. Ignoring the guard's apprehensive demeanor, Fu Qiu spoke politely. "Could you kindly relay a message? My name is Fu Qiu." Fu, could he be a relative of the leader? Considering this, they decided to inform someone inside. "Madam, there is someone named Fu Qiu outside wishing to see you." Jiang Yu, who had been tidying up and lost in thought about what old Fu had told her regarding their son, suddenly heard Fu Qiu's name and dropped the towel she was holding with a loud thud. "Why, you said, what is that person's name?" She paid no heed to the towel on the ground and hurriedly approached the guard, her anxiety palpable. "Could it truly be your son?" The guard, sensing the lady's urgency, replied, "His name is Fu Qiu, and he has brought several companions." Jiang Yu was overwhelmed with excitement and trembled slightly. "Quick, quick, let them in." Saying this, she followed him outside. The group waiting at the entrance saw the grand doors swing open, revealing a beautiful lady hastily emerging. Fu Qiu gazed at his seemingly youthful mother, his heart flooded with emotion. In his previous life, when she learned of his impending battle with the Zombie King, she had wept for a long time, her hair now bearing several strands of gray. Now, he felt immense guilt for causing her such worry. Fu Yuan was astonished. The surprise was indeed real. It was his aunt and the others. "Mom!" Fu Qiu called out to Jiang Yu, and she could no longer contain her tears, rushing forward to embrace him. Even though she knew Fu Qiu was capable enough to survive, what parent in the world does not worry for their child? Especially in such apocalyptic times, where countless families were torn apart. When old Fu had informed her that their son might be at the Y City base, she had felt joy. Little did she expect, today Fu Qiu would stand before her. "I'm fine, Mom," Fu Qiu reassured his mother. Fu Yuan's eyes also welled with tears, yearning for his own parents. After Jiang Yu's emotional outburst, she finally noticed the others, particularly Kuyu. "Everything is well, so let us proceed inside." Jiang Yu promptly urged everyone to enter the house. Du Hong was taken aback. The individual who had rescued him was none other than the son of Chief Fu. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. As they settled onto the sofa, Fu Yuan observed his aunt, whose emotions had finally calmed, and posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Aunt, where are my parents?" Fu Yuan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Aunt. I will seek out my brother after I have seen my parents." With that, he dashed away. Jiang Yu then shifted her gaze to Fu Qiu and Kuyu. She recognized Kuyu, who was to be her future daughter-in-law. Despite having reservations about her past actions, Jiang Yu had come to clarity in the aftermath of the apocalypse. She resolved to allow her son to navigate his romantic endeavors independently. What he cherished would suffice, and she would not impose upon him those he did not favor. As Kuyu noticed Fu Qiao's mother casting a glance in her direction, a wave of nervousness washed over her. It was her first encounter with her boyfriend's parents, and she found herself at a loss for words. Mustering her politeness, she offered a simple greeting. "Hello, Auntie." Mo Shanshan, however, had met Fu's mother before the apocalypse. To her, she was merely a boss. Lin Zi, standing timidly beside Mo Shanshan, gathered her courage, and greeted Jiang Yu as well. Jiang Yu responded warmly, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Everything is splendid. Observing Kuyu's visibly relieved expression, Fu Qiao couldn't help but chuckle, while Xinzhong seemed to harbor an indescribable tenderness, having never witnessed Kuyu in such a manner before. Consequently, he took the initiative to move closer to Kuyu, firmly grasping her hand. Kuyu appeared flustered, his gaze directed towards Fu Qiao, nearly drowning in the affection reflected in his eyes. He signaled to him, "Annie is still here? Do you not understand the concept of modesty?" Fu Qiao raised an eyebrow, "Not quite. Kuyu, I truly concede defeat to you, old six." Jiang Yu, Mo Shanshan, and Lin Zi stood by, seemingly inundated with several mouthfuls of dog food. A mother knows her child best. Her son's gaze was almost glued to Kuyu. "Indeed, Auntie, it was Brother Fu who rescued me. Had it not been for him, I fear the outcome would have been dire." Indeed, what Kuyu said is true. Fu Qiao certainly saved the original owner. Subsequently, she seemed to grasp Jiang Yu's intentions, and thus gradually recounted their experiences, albeit omitting certain details. For instance, she refrained from mentioning the initial conflicts with Fu Qiao or the incident where Fu Qiao nearly succumbed to zombification. She selectively shared only the more intriguing anecdotes that would not cause concern from other Fu. During her narration, Fu Qiao occasionally handed her a glass of water, while Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi contributed additional remarks. When humorous incidents were recounted, Jiang Yu was often amused by their antics. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Fu household was incredibly warm and inviting. Jiang Yu felt a sense of comfort, finally experiencing the feeling of home. Later, Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi departed to undergo specific medical examinations. You've endured much on this journey, and it is only you who can tolerate Fu Qiao's foul temper, Jiang Yu said affectionately, gazing at Kuyu. "Come here, let me have a good look at you. You've lost weight on this journey." Jiang Yu observed Kuyu with great tenderness. "Look at how thin you've become," she remarked, gently grasping Kuyu's wrist, before removing her jade bracelet and adorning Kuyu's wrist with it. Kuyu was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Yu, and repeatedly exclaimed, "Auntie, this is rather inappropriate." Jiang Yu, however, continued to regard Kuyu with gentle warmth, playfully chiding, "What is inappropriate? Just look at how your complexion complements the jade pendant splendidly. In the future, I have always wished for you and Fu Qiao to live harmoniously, whether in times of turmoil or peace. Should he ever dare to mistreat you, I shall stand by your side." On the other side of the sofa, Fu Qiao, witnessing this scene, found himself caught between laughter and tears. "Mom, how could I ever bear to mistreat her?" he retorted. Jiang Yu, feigning displeasure, admonished Fu Qiao, "When women speak, men ought not to interject." Kiskiviko yu smelit niasepole, graciously accepting the jade pendant and kindness offered by Jiang Yu. "Very well. Thank you, Auntie. If Fu Qiao dares to bully me, I shall come to you to report him." She chuckled lightly. Fu Qiao, observing the exchange, couldn't suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. Mentioning his father reminded both Fu Qiao and Kuyu of the serum they needed to hand over to Dr. Ming at the Research Institute. It seemed prudent to discuss this matter with him. "As it happens, we have something to discuss with my father as well." Fu Qiao leaned back against the sofa. "Then let us all stay at home. There are plenty of rooms." Jiang Yu suddenly recalled this detail. Kuyu pondered the thoughts of Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi. Uncertain of their intentions, she hesitated to give a swift agreement, yet Jiang Yu was genuinely kind, making it difficult for her to decline outright. With a subtle glance, she signaled to Fu Qiao. Jiang Yu had intended to discuss the lodging arrangements, but Fu Qiao's subsequent remarks diverted his attention, and he gradually began to narrate the establishment of the base. Upon seeing Fu Qiao standing in the living room, he momentarily froze at the entrance. "Dad," Fu Qiao's voice brought Fu Lisen back to reality. "It's good to be back. It's enough that you're alive." The corners of his eyes glistened slightly. He urged old Fu, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Come on, it's time to eat. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire her own quick thinking, almost letting slip a word. Kuyu gazed in astonishment at Jiang Yu, realizing that Auntie had actually intended to refer to her daughter-in-law. 888. Host. Fu Qiao's family is truly blessed with happiness. Kuyu contemplated the profound truth that her boyfriend's remarkable qualities were intricately linked to his upbringing. Her own motivation for entering the entertainment industry stemmed from a childhood marked by abandonment, a longing for validation. Fu Qiao sensed her sudden shift in mood and discreetly grasped her hand beneath the table, a silent promise of his unwavering presence. Upon entering the home, Fu Lixin was taken aback to find not only Fu Qiao, but also his fiancée, Yi Qiyu, along with his son as assistant and an unfamiliar child. Chapter 89. Kuyu's astonishment at the research institute. Fu Lixin's thoughts were undeniably absurd, leaving him momentarily disdainful of himself. "Hello, uncle." Kuyu greeted Fu Lixin upon their encounter. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, chief." Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi chimed in unison. "Greetings," Fu Lixin replied, setting down his bag as he approached the dining table. Jiang Yu, noticing his intent to speak with his son, interjected, Come, let us not dwell on anything else for now. Let us enjoy a meal together as a family." Hearing his wife's directive, Fu Lixin knew he had to oblige, postponing his conversation with Fu Qiao about recent events outside for the time being. During the meal, Jiang Yu recalled an unfinished question that Fu Qiao had skillfully diverted. "Ayu, Shan, and Little Z, how about you stay at Annie's house for a while?" Kuyu entrusted the decision-making authority to Mo Shanshan and Lin Zi. If they consented, they would dwell together in this place. If not, they would relocate to the designated quarters arranged by the base, perfectly suited for 3 young women. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Shanshan recalled that she was merely an assistant to Fu Qiao before the apocalypse, assigned to manage the chaos at the Fu Yuan Villa on the very day the world transformed. However, residing indefinitely in her employer's home felt inappropriate, and given her own abilities, she resolved not to stay. Thus, she gently declined, expressing, "I apologize, madam, but I am accustomed to solitude." Jiang Yu understood her sentiment, but still wished to persuade her. Just then, Fu Qiao approached and uttered a few words that illuminated her perspective, prompting her to reconsider. "I believe I should still honor your wishes." Kuyu gazed curiously at Fu Qiao, wondering what words had prompted such a change of heart from the aunt. Fu Qiao meditated his mind in silence. Lin Zi, however, was unperturbed. Though she held great affection for Sister Shan, her heart was set on following Sister Yu. Wherever Sister Yu went, there too would she be. Kuyu wore a conflicted expression, for the issue had now reached her. Her aunt felt quite lonely at home every day, yet if they were present, the household would be filled with joyous commotion. "Ayu, what are your thoughts on this?" Observing Jiang Yu's eager demeanor, she found it difficult to decline such a request from an elder, and thus she acquiesced. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. She truly cherished the company of Kuyu and her friends. If it weren't for Fu Qiao's remarks, she would have wished to persuade Mo Shanshan as well. Kuyu was truly overwhelmed by curiosity. What exactly had Fu Qiao said? Inquiring about 888, it claimed ignorance as well, expressing exasperation over the incompetence of its household's leader. The so-called charm of the crowd had seemingly vanished without a trace, casting doubt upon the integrity of the situation. 888, hesitant to speak, acknowledged the existence of that charm, yet mentioned that on that particular day, its family's leader had urgently needed assistance, and thus borrowed the charm for a while. The group soon finished their meal, and Fu Lixin, carrying the clean dishes, entered the kitchen alongside Fu Qiao to wash them. This provided them an opportunity for dialogue. During their conversation, Fu Lixin learned of his son's dual abilities, filling him with immense pride. After all, he was indeed his son. They also discussed the troubling matter of Dr. Fong from Y City's base, who had managed to create yet another virus. Was the threat of zombies not enough? The situation was infuriating. As he watched individuals arrive in droves from in-city to the base, feeling increasingly powerless. "Oh, by the way, Dad, we encountered someone who appeared to be from the Y City base in Qingshan Town. He entrusted us with a serum for the zombie virus, insisting we deliver it to Dr. Ming." "Son, where is this serum now?" Fu Lixin inquired, handing Fu Qiao a bowl and quickly following up with his question. Fu Qiao calmly accepted the soapy bowl from his father's hands, rinsed it off, and then replied, "It's with Kuyu." "Oh, so you left it with your wife?" Fu Lixin remarked, unfazed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, Kuyu, and Lin Zi were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation, while Mo Shanshan had already departed to locate her residence. It was not until Fu Qiu and his father had finished washing the dishes that he informed her, "Kuyu, shall we pay a visit to the Research Institute?" Kuyu nodded, feeling a slight headache, but not surprised. To meet Dr. Ming, they had to inform Fu Qiao's father. And this was not something that needed to be kept secret. While Fu Lixin went upstairs to fetch some documents, Kuyu quietly approached Fu Qiao and asked, "What exactly did you say to Annie? She didn't even try to keep Shan here." Fu Qiao looked at the little head leaning toward him and couldn't help but ruffle his hair, then whispered in Kuyu's ear, "I told her that Shan has Fu Yuan to look after her." Kuyu gazed at him in astonishment. Could it possibly mean what she was thinking? Fu Qiao nodded. This question lingered in her mind as the three of them made their way to the Research Institute. It seemed there were indeed signs. These two were inseparable in everything they did, and Fu Yuan always seemed to follow Mo Shanshan closely. Moreover, Mo Shanshan exhibited a remarkable tolerance towards Fu Yuan. No wonder Fu Qiao mentioned that his mother was particularly pleased to let Mo Shanshan live independently. At a glance, Fu Qiao could tell that Kuyu was still contemplating his earlier remark. As they approached the Research Institute, she quickly reminded her, "Sister Yu, we are almost at the Institute." Fu Lixin led them into the building. After passing through several doors, they finally encountered Dr. Ming. To their surprise, Du Hong was also present. "How could they have disappeared?" he inquired. "Did you not see anyone in Qingshan town?" Dr. Ming listened intently to Du Hong's report. His heart filled with urgency. That serum was of utmost importance. There was simply no way to create a second batch. If not resolved, the research would come to a standstill. Du Hong felt immense guilt, saying, "I'm truly sorry, doctor." When we arrived in Qingshan town, it had already been ravaged by fire, leaving only the skeletal remains of buildings. Dr. Ming could only sigh deeply in response. Then, upon raising his eyes, he spotted Kuyu and the others. "Leader, what brings you here?" Dr. Ming asked, puzzled. Fu Lixin approached with enthusiasm. "Doctor, I have wonderful news for you." "Doctor?" Ming looked bewildered, thinking to himself that, aside from the matter of the serum, nothing else could be considered good news at this moment. "We found the serum." "Doctor?" Ming instinctively responded with indifference. "You found it? Congratulations." Suddenly, it dawned on him. "What?" "Chapter 90, Ming Jiwan, que Yuteazis Fuyuan." "Doctor." Ming could hardly believe that just when he was about to lose all hope regarding the serum, a breakthrough had occurred. He quickly approached Fu Lixin, grasping him with excitement. "What did you say? What have you found?" Fu Lixin understood the significance of this matter to the doctor. It was beneficial for all humanity. "We found the serum, and it's absolutely certain. My son and daughter-in-law discovered it in Qingshan town." As Kuyu heard Fu Qiao's father mention the term daughter-in-law, a wave of warmth surged across her face. Upon hearing this, Dr. Ming instantly abandoned Fu Lixin and hurried towards Fu Qiao and the others. "Where's the serum? Where is it?" Until he had a clear sight of it, he could scarcely believe it. Having interacted with Dr. Ming in her previous life, Fu Qiao was well aware of his temperament. Kuyu removed the serum from around his neck and handed it to Dr. Ming, whose gaze had been fixed intently upon them. Cradling the precious vial, Dr. Ming felt an overwhelming desire to enshrine it. His thoughts were already racing towards conducting experiments, leaving little room for consideration of others. However, unexpectedly, Fu Qiao interjected, "Doctor, are you acquainted with Ming Jiyuan?" At this moment, Kuyu was perplexed as to why Fu Qiao suddenly mentioned the formidable antagonist from the original text. Indeed, Ming Jiyuan was a boss within that narrative, the king of zombies. His abilities were enigmatic, capable of possessing anyone on the verge of transformation into a zombie. Wait, possession? Qi Yuan? Ming Jiyuan? Could it be that Fu Qiao had known all along that Qi Yuan was, in fact, Ming Jiyuan? It was no surprise that Qi Yuan sought to eliminate Fu Qiao. However, within the book, at this juncture, Ming Jiyuan was still imprisoned in the laboratory. How could he have possessed Qi Yuan? A bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Ming Jiyuan had also been reborn. As 888 listened to the host's speculation, a solitary figure trembled in the space, pondering how this world had descended into such chaos. While Kuyu was deep in thought, Dr. Ming halted his stride, toward the laboratory. He turned around, fixing his gaze on Fu Qiu. "Who are you referring to?" he inquired. "Ming Jiyuan, your son." Fu Qiu selectively disregarded the insane hints from his father and stared intently at Dr. Ming, his voice low yet distinctly audible within the laboratory. Knowing the truth, Fu Linxin wished fervently to cover his son's mouth. Why bring up such a sensitive topic? The expression on Dr. Ming's face darkened instantaneously. "Why do you ask him?" Fu Qiu had anticipated this response and chuckled softly. "We encountered him once." "Impossible," Dr. Ming retorted without hesitation. Only after speaking did he realize he had fallen into Fu Qiu's trap. Kuyu, in collaboration with Fu Qiu, remarked, "It appears you are acquainted." Dr. Ming, of course, is aware. How could he not recognize his own son? Yet, the question remains, how did these two come to know each other? Dr. Fong, they harbor no ill intentions. They may merely seek to verify certain matters. Fu Lisin interjected, sensing the tension in the atmosphere and hastily trying to ease it. "He is my son. Previously, he was infected with the zombie virus and is now confined within the research facility, currently in a state of unconsciousness." Upon realizing that their intentions were indeed benign, Dr. Ming divulged these details. "Thus, I maintain that it is impossible for you to encounter him outside." Fu Qiu and Kuyu exchanged a knowing glance. Kuyu spoke up, expressing her gratitude to Dr. Ming and apologizing for the earlier offense. Dr. Ming waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to take offense. Yet he found himself swayed by her words. "What we say is indeed true. However, this matter remains unverified, which is why we sought your insight. Might we be permitted to see him?" Noticing their skepticism, Dr. Ming recalled that the serum they had brought was indeed theirs. Thus he exhibited a measure of patience towards them and nodded in agreement. He guided them to the laboratory where Ming Jiyuan was confined. Through the glass, they beheld a man whose limbs were restrained, lying helplessly on a bed. Observing his features, which bore a resemblance to Dr. Ming, Kuyu realized that this man was indeed Ming Jiyuan. It appeared that Dr. Ming was utterly oblivious to his son's capabilities. "As you can see, my son has been here all along, locked away. I assure you, I have never released him. Forgive us, Dr. Ming. We shall not intrude upon your work with the zombie virus any longer." Fu Qiu sincerely apologized, redirecting the conversation back to the experiment. Consequently, Dr. Ming, eager to proceed with his work, did not dwell on their presence, for he believed that if the experiment succeeded, salvation awaited all those infected by the zombie virus. Unbeknownst to them, Ming Jiyuan's fingers twitched slightly on the laboratory table. Upon arriving at the Fu residence, Fu Yuan and Mo Shanshan were also present. At this moment, Kuyu momentarily set aside her contemplations and focused on enjoying the snacks. Fu Qiu had indeed spoken the truth. There was something amiss with these two. She decided to tease them a little. "Shanshan, have you found a place to stay? Why not live with us?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Mo Shanshan's typically stoic face. Fu Yuan, unabashedly, declared, "Shanshan will stay at my place," as if fearing that a moment's delay would result in Mo Shanshan agreeing to reside there. Mo Shanshan facepalmed, exasperated by Fu Yuan's blundering. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu chuckled gleefully, his eyes narrowing into slits, while Lin Zi, with a hint of confusion, joined in the laughter. Kuyu chuckled and nodded. "Oh, you live at your home." His teasing tone finally registered with Fu Yuan, whose face flushed crimson as he glared at Kuyu in indignation. "Sister-in-law." He spotted his brother emerging from the kitchen, pouring warm water for Kuyu, and hurriedly ran to complain, "Brother, sister-in-law is bullying me." He stammered she, but before he could finish, Mo Shanshan, nearly sinking into the ground with embarrassment, tugged at him, preventing further words from escaping. Instead, he raised his puppy-like eyes, shimmering with a sense of grievance as he gazed at Mo Shanshan. "Sister Shanshan," he whimpered. Mo Shanshan pushed his head aside and admonished him, "Speak less." Kuyu and Fu Qiu gazed at the scene before them, her eyes conveying an unspoken sentiment. "This is delightful." Fu Qiu looked at her with a smile. Indulging her enthusiasm, Fu Yuan decided to stay and share a meal with them, during which Kuyu playfully teased him from time to time. To her surprise, he had learned to return the jest, turning the tables on her and Fu Qiu. The meal was filled with joy and laughter. Chapter 91. Confessions and Unspoken Words. After finishing their meal, Caillou first visited Lindsay, bringing with her a machete perfectly suited to Lindsay's stature, a treasure she had discovered in Qingshan Town. She had felt certain it would be an ideal fit for the petite Lindsay, but had forgotten to present it to her, keeping it in Fuchio's storage instead. Lindsay, this is for you. Do you like it? Caillou offered the blade to Lindsay. Lindsay was overwhelmed with joy, astonished that Sister Yu had thought of her so fondly and even gifted her such a remarkable knife. Thank you, Sister Yu. I absolutely adore it. I'm incredibly fond of it. With the knife in hand, she examined it with unrestrained delight. Caillou gently stroked her head, expressing her contentment. Thus, she was determined to fulfill her mission, whether for Fuqiao or Lindsay. She yearned for the one she cherished to inhabit a splendid world, devoid of zombies and monsters. While at the Research Institute, upon handing the serum to Dr. Ming, the progress of her second task reached 30%. All that remained was to await Dr. Ming's successful development of a serum to counter the zombie virus, after which her mission would be accomplished. Lost in thought, a sense of confusion enveloped her. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on Lindsay's door interrupted Caillou's reverie. It was Fuqiao seeking Caillou. Lindsay, not wishing to play the role of an unwelcome third party, made no effort to hinder their budding romance, allowing the young couple to indulge in their affection. Ah yes, the term third wheel was one that Fu Yuan had taught her, often teasing her for being the extra in his and Shanshan's relationship. After Fuqiao and Caillou emerged, he led her outside. Fuqiao? Caillou pondered, curious as to why he had chosen to take her out. In the pre-apocalyptic world, couples often strolled along the streets, and having never experienced romance herself, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. Fuqiao, slightly bashful, aspired to be a devoted boyfriend. Caillou couldn't help but smile. Fuqiao was indeed difficult not to like. The fact that he was willing to learn how to navigate romance was quite endearing. Very well, let us stroll along the street. In truth, being in Fuqiao's company brought her immense joy. As he took her hand, their fingers intertwined, they walked side by side. If the apocalypse were to come to an end, they would wander through the tranquil water towns of Jiangnan, either strolling or traveling. Just like now, it would be only you and me. Caillou listened quietly as Fuqiao planned their lives after the apocalypse, occasionally interjecting with a few words. She was uncertain whether such a future was attainable for her, yet she yearned deeply for the life Fuqiao envisioned. She hesitated, murmuring, Fuqiao if. I'm saying if. Never mind. Upon hearing this, Fuqiao's heart skipped a beat. His intuition warned him that he might not wish to hear what Caillou was about to say. It's all right. I'll wait for you, the day you feel ready to share with me. Fuqiao resolved to reveal something to Caillou, which was one of the reasons he had taken her for a walk that evening. Caillou, do you believe in rebirth? He asked, carefully observing her expression. If she exhibited any sign of rejection, he would cease to continue. Surprisingly, Caillou showed no reaction at all. Of course, this was merely on the surface. Internally, she was in a frenzy with 888. 888? You must listen. Your male lead is revealing his identity. 888 was equally taken aback. Wait, why is Fuqiao so easily disclosing such information? Why the sudden inquiry? She struggled to suppress her astonishment, genuinely unprepared for Fuqiao's unexpected revelation. Realizing that Caillou displayed no signs of aversion, he continued, I know you may be aware of this, but I still wish to share it with you, for you're the person I intend to spend my life with. I do not want any misunderstandings between us. Caillou was utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Caillou trembled in fear as her disguise was unveiled. Subsequently, Fuqiao slowly recounted a series of events from his previous life and the circumstances surrounding the original owner. It must be acknowledged that Fuqiao's skepticism towards her was quite justified. Her personality had undergone a drastic transformation. Initially, it was indeed due to Fuqiao's trust in her extraordinary abilities that he harbored no doubts. However, as time progressed, his certainty began to wane. Throughout this discourse, Fuqiao's grip on Caillou remained unwavering, not relinquishing even the slightest hold. Caillou could only sigh. He was indeed too astute. I share this with you not to instill fear or any such sentiment. Fuqiao paused, gazing earnestly at Caillou. I merely wish for you to comprehend that I will always be someone you can trust. Now, I place my vulnerabilities in your hands. Is it acceptable to be afraid of me?" He looked at Kuyu with sincerity. Kuyu found himself unable to refuse. It became evident that his affection for her was never predicated on the nature of their relationship. His feelings were purely based on an uncomplicated fondness for her, and their connection merely served to enhance the beauty of their bond. "I trust you completely, Fu Qiao. My faith in you is unconditional." She then endeavored numerous times to articulate her circumstances, yet to her astonishment, when it came to matters of the system and tasks, not a single word escaped her lips. It was as though some unseen force was restraining her, preventing her from voicing her thoughts. Host 888 sighed, "You must relinquish this endeavor. As long as it pertains to the system or the notion that this world is akin to a book, you are unable to divulge anything at all. In fact, you are rendered speechless." Kuyu endeavored to express her thoughts in various ways, even resorting to indirect approaches, yet all her attempts proved futile. Frustration enveloped her as she grappled with how to confront Fu Qiao's earnestness towards her, observing Kuyu open her mouth several times only to remain silent. Fu Qiao began to harbor certain suspicions. Kuyu's silence stemmed not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather from an inability to articulate his thoughts. Contemplating this plausible conjecture, Fu Qiao's gaze dimmed. If he could not voice the circumstances, might it not indicate that one day Kuyu would depart or be taken away, leaving him powerless? He felt a sudden constriction in his breath. "Fu Qiao, I am sorry." Hearing Kuyu's voice laced with guilt, Fu Qiao felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. "Kuyu, there is no need for apologies. I understand. I truly do." Fu Qiao reassured her. "It is my fault for bringing this up. It matters not, as long as you remain by my side and are safe. Everything else is inconsequential." He gently enveloped her in his embrace, soothing her repeatedly. With tear-filled eyes, Kuyu clung tightly to Fu Qiao, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to part ways. She simply could not bear the thought of leaving Fu Qiao behind. In fact, she was even hesitant to respond to Fu Qiao's words. Wishing to avoid further entanglement in this topic, Kuyu swiftly redirected the conversation. "Why did you mention Ming Jiyuan today? Also, has the serum that can counter the zombie virus been developed in your previous life?" Chapter 92, The Child. Task Hall. Fu Qiao understood Kuyu's sentiments, and thus cooperatively shared information regarding Ming Jiyuan. Qi Yuan was indeed Ming Jiyuan, and it was likely that he too had been reborn. Otherwise, he would not have approached us under the guise of Qi Yuan. Although Kuyu had harbored such a suspicion, he was still somewhat taken aback when it was confirmed by Fu Qiao. 888 was even more flabbergasted. The world had completely unraveled, with both the protagonist and the antagonist being reincarnated. Furthermore, I have just investigated his mental strength, and it has sustained considerable damage. Kuyu pondered silently, wondering if it was due to her excessive force that day that had led to this outcome. It was quite impressive, indeed, that she could inflict such severe injuries on the formidable boss. Just then, Fu Qiao continued, stating that in this lifetime, his strength was not yet formidable. If he could be dealt with sooner, it would prevent the subsequent events from unfolding. Kuyu comprehended Fu Qiao's actions, yet the principal issue at hand was Dr. Ming, who would undoubtedly safeguard his son. Dr. Ming would not place any credence in their claims of reincarnation, and it was certain that Ming Jiyuan would engage in further misdeeds. However, surmounting Dr. Ming's scrutiny was an insurmountable obstacle. Fu Qiao understood this, which is why she had tentatively inquired about Dr. Ming's stance. There is no need for haste. They must first await the completion of the serum research by the doctor. Should the research yield results, it would also provide a remedy for the zombie virus afflicting Ming Jiyuan. Kuyu nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the point. Once the serum to combat the zombie virus is developed, dealing with the undead will become significantly less daunting. "Andy, did you call for me?" Kuyu wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the beaming Jianyu. Jianyu led him to the sofa and, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, "Are you? Andy is aware that you and Xiao Qiao have been engaged for quite some time. Have you contemplated spending your lives together? Given the lawlessness of this post-apocalyptic world, Auntie expressed her concern for your well-being. If you have made a decision, we can invite a few people to gather for a meal so that everyone is informed of this development. At that time, please be mindful of the matter of children. It would be best if they were spared the trials of this harsh world. Kuyu, is it true, Andy? Have we already reached this point? We were just discussing our relationship, and now we are talking about children? She is certainly not distracted. Auntie, I believe we should take our time with this matter. At present, what Fu Qiao and I desire most is to assist Dr. Ming in researching a serum for the zombie virus. Once the serum is developed, we will be able to bring an end to this apocalypse in due course. Then, Fu Qiao and I can reconsider this matter. What do you think? Giskiviko Iu, concerned that Jiang Yu might overthink the situation, took the time to explain everything once more. Upon reflection, Jiang Yu realized that these two children have always had their own perspectives. Her excessive interference would not be beneficial. Thus, she quickly steered the conversation in a different direction. Kuyu ascended the stairs, intending to change her attire before descending for breakfast. Suddenly, her footsteps faltered. 888. Host, the serum's task progress has reached 40. It will swiftly approach 100. Kuyu never anticipated that her time here would pass so swiftly. It was nearly time for her to depart. 888. Host, do not be too sorrowful. This is merely a fictional world, and they may only be a string of words. Yet, she knew that they were flesh and blood, with their own beloved ones and those they wished to protect. Each individual was a vibrant existence. Nevertheless, she understood that 888 only sought to comfort her. So she refrained from countering and simply continued her ascent. After dining, Fuchio was seized by his father to toil alongside him. Meanwhile, Kuyu intended to visit the research institute to check on Dr. Ming's progress. Unexpectedly, she encountered Mo Shanshan and Fu Yuan along the way, who were inexplicably accompanied by Lu Xian, whom they had met on their journey to N City. Sister-in-law, Fu Yuan was the first to spot Kuyu. Kuyu turned and walked towards them. What is the matter? Where are you headed? Fu Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Sister Shanshan and I are planning to visit the mission hall to see what tasks we can undertake. Otherwise, remaining idle in the base is truly monotonous. Sister-in-law, what about you? Why isn't my brother with you? It's rather unusual. Fu Yuan couldn't fathom any circumstance that could possibly separate his love-struck brother from his sister-in-law. Indeed, Fu Yuan firmly believed that his brother was utterly besotted. Kuyu, with a sense of helplessness, remarked that he had accompanied his uncle to assist at the office building of the base. He merely intended to explore casually. Regarding the matter of deciphering the zombie virus serum, Kuyu thought it prudent to withhold this information for the time being, lest he instill false hope in others only to lead them to despair, which would place an immense burden on Dr. Ming. Thus, it seemed far better to reveal it as a delightful surprise when the time was right. Upon hearing that Kuyu was free, Fu Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Since his sister-in-law was unoccupied, he suggested they venture together to the mission hall. Kuyu could only blame himself for his inability to concoct a suitable excuse. Now, he found himself in a predicament he could not escape. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. All right. The four of them proceeded towards the mission hall when Kuyu suddenly recalled something and turned to inquire of Lu Xian, "How is your brother's leg faring?" Lu Xian replied, "My brother's leg has been healed by the healing abilities at the base. Had we not encountered you, not only would his leg have been irreparable, but he might have faced life-threatening dangers as well." As she spoke, she prepared to bow in gratitude, but Kuyu quickly supported her, considering it a mere trifling act. If your brother is well, he could indeed become a valuable asset to the base. This is quite a profitable transaction. Lu Xian, no longer feeling the need for formality, resolved to remember their kindness. The four of them continued to the mission hall, where Kuyu witnessed various trivial yet heartwarming aspects of life within the base, scenes scarcely observed in the Y City base. Some families shared a single bun amongst themselves, or each would tear off a small piece to savor slowly. Children endeavored to complete ordinary tasks, accumulating points to provide medical treatment for their loved ones. He also observed a group of younger children being taught to read by their older peers. Life in all its diversity was present here. Thus, how could it be reduced to mere words from 888? Chapter 93. Base Missions. Mingji's incident, the overall process at the N City base's mission hall, was similar to that of the Y City base, though the types of missions differed. The missions at End City were categorized into team tasks and individual tasks. Team missions involved eliminating mutated animals in specific locations to retrieve their crystal cores. Individual missions were further divided into tasks for ability users and ordinary citizens. The tasks assigned to ability users predominantly involved exterminating zombies or retrieving items from distant locations, with some utilizing their powers to provide services to the base. For instance, water ability users supplied potable water, healing ability users worked in hospitals, and plant ability users cultivated crops to furnish fresh vegetables. Ordinary citizens, lacking abilities, undertook simpler tasks such as cleaning, scavenging behind ability users, or contributing their pre-apocalypse skills to the base's construction. As all four of them were ability users, they approached the ability user mission desk to select their tasks. Fu Yuan accepted a mission to supply water to the base, which was quite similar to the tasks at Y City. Mo Shanshan was assigned a task to create ice and store water resources for emergencies. Liu Xian opted for the zombie extermination task, which offered higher points, as her brother was currently unable to undertake any missions and needed to rest to recover his leg. Consequently, she needed to earn more points to exchange for food and daily necessities. Kuyu chose the task of nurturing plants in the vegetable garden, which was not particularly difficult. After completing it, she planned to visit Dr. Ming at the Research Institute. Upon receiving their assignments, the group dispersed to fulfill their respective duties. Within the confines of the Research Institute, Dr. Ming encountered a significant obstacle in his work. Despite having incorporated the serum and conducted various gene chain recombinations, he found himself unable to eradicate the zombie virus, managing only to suppress it. This approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Burdened by this dilemma, Dr. Ming remained oblivious to a pair of curious eyes observing him from outside the laboratory, belonging to Ming Juan, who had already awakened. The chains posed no real restraint on him. Had he not sustained such severe injuries while inhabiting Qi Yuan's body, he would have regained consciousness much sooner. Ku Yu's actions were indeed ruthless. A woman driven mad by love is truly frightening. However, it is rather disappointing that Fu Qiao did not transform into a zombie. I had expected him to resemble me, neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. This predicament is entirely due to his dear father, in pursuit of research on some zombie virus, abandoned him in the hospital during his illness. How else could he have ended up in such a state? Ironically, one must express gratitude for the zombie virus, for it bestowed upon him such formidable power. Thus, it is time to present his beloved father with a grand gift. With a slight flex of his fingers, one of the reagents beside Dr. Ming exploded with a resounding bang. Caught off guard, Dr. Ming shuddered, nearly spilling the liquid from his grasp. Sensing something amiss, he glanced outside, locking eyes with Ming Jiyuan. Dr. Ming was taken aback. Xiao Yuan had awakened. Just as he was about to joyfully rush out to see him, he witnessed Ming Jiyuan's hand curl, triggering an explosion from a backup reagent he had just prepared. Dr. Ming, perplexed and infuriated, questioned what Xiao Yuan was doing. These reagents were of utmost importance. His joy at Xiao Yuan's awakening was overshadowed by his anger. A mocking smile graced Ming Jiyuan's face as he declared, "Behold, this is my esteemed father, always willing to forsake everyone else for the sake of his experiments. Like me, like mother." His gaze turned icy, and with a surge of power, most of the reagents in Dr. Ming's laboratory were obliterated, with only a few salvaged by the doctor's quick reflexes. Ming Jiyuan, do you even comprehend the consequences of your actions? By doing this, you are destroying humanity's hope. Ming Jin leaned against the lab table, observing his deranged father. Is that so? What a pity. Too bad you didn't destroy everything. Dr. Ming could hardly fathom that his son would utter such words. Ming Jiyuan, you have disappointed me beyond measure. Haha, dear father, when have I ever given you reason to harbor hope for me? Was it when you abandoned me, a defenseless child, in the hospital? Or when you were too preoccupied to attend Mother's funeral? Dr. Ming's face turned ashen. He was utterly unaware of the depth of his son's resentment towards him. I am doing this for the advancement of humanity, for the betterment of our nation. Why can't you understand, father? Ming Juan's demeanor darkened, as if a storm were brewing. Understanding? I had intended to leave you something, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. Just as he was about to destroy the remaining reagents, Kuyu arrived just in time, using vines to relocate Dr. Ming and the reagents. Had it not been for the system alerting her that the task progress was slowly declining, she would have remained oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Ming Jiyuan had awakened ahead of schedule. Upon seeing Kuyu, Ming Jiyuan felt a surge of excitement. Realizing that today he could not continue to destroy the precious reagents his father cherished so dearly. Kuyu, my old friend, Ming Jiyuan greeted her, glancing around. Where is Fu Qiao? I thought you two were inseparable. Kuyu felt helpless. Why did everyone ask her the same question whenever they saw her alone? 888 silently complained. It was simply because the two of you were always together, and upon encountering one of you, they instinctively inquired about the other. Kuyu was too apathetic to engage in this dispute, especially as this was not the opportune moment for such contention. Qi Yuan? Or perhaps I should address you as Ming Ji Yuan. It seems you have awakened far earlier than we had anticipated. Ming Yu Wen, in the presence of Kuyu and the others, appeared notably more cheerful, certainly more so than when he was in the company of his father. Haha, it matters not. You may call me whatever you wish. However, I must admit, it is quite astonishing that both you and Fu Qiao still harbor thoughts of me. Truly, I am flattered. Though he spoke lightheartedly, his hand did not cease its assault on Kuyu. After all, while he was indeed pleased, he could not forget the deep wounds he had previously endured. Vengeance was a necessary pursuit. He was rather petty in this regard. Otherwise, he would not have sought retribution against Fu Qiao in this lifetime for the enmity they shared in the last. Kuyu, with unwavering focus, continued her actions. Having heard some discussions regarding Ming Jiyuan and Dr. Ming from Fu Qiao, it is fair to say that outsiders cannot truly judge. However, she was resolute in preventing Ming Jiyuan from jeopardizing the valuable reagents essential for the research into the serum that could potentially counter the zombie virus. Ming Jiyuan, not particularly eager for confrontation, was hindered by his still recovering physical strength, while Kuyu herself was no weakling. Prolonging the conflict served no purpose. Consequently, after he overturned a laboratory door to obstruct Kuyu's pursuit, he intended to flee. To his astonishment, Kuyu effortlessly lifted the door and hurled it towards him. Before he could escape far, the door struck him forcefully on the back, pinning him beneath it. Kuyu, are you using her as a target for practice? Ming Ji Yuan, my oversight. I forgot that Kuyu is still an ability user of strength. Chapter 94. Letting Ming Ji Yuan go. Kuyu was just about to approach him when unexpectedly, Dr. Ming intervened. Miss Ku, I am truly sorry, but please allow him to go. Kuyu was infuriated. Do you have something to say? She asked. Let Ming Jiyuan go now. It will be difficult to capture him later. Just as she was about to push past him to seize Ming Jiyuan, Dr. Ming threatened her with a vial of reagent. Miss Ku, if you take another step forward, I will destroy this vial. His son Xiao Yuan was something he must protect at all costs. As for the reagent, he believed Kuyu cared about it just as much, so he was not overly concerned. Ming Jiyuan, observing Dr. Ming's actions, could only feel derision. Why had he not acted sooner? He did not believe that this man would actually destroy the reagent for his sake. Nevertheless, since he was able to stall Kuyu, he felt no need for courtesy. After pushing the door that had been pressed against him aside, he made a dash for the exit. As he reached the doorway, several awakened guardians, drawn by the commotion, surged in. Ming Jiyuan dismissed them altogether and soon escaped from the encirclement. Inside the laboratory, Kuyu glared furiously at the man she believed to be a caring father, almost laughing in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Suppressing her rage, she reminded herself that this man was the key to completing her mission. She could not harm him or take his life. Doctor, I hope you do not regret your decision, she stated before turning away. She feared that if she lingered any longer, she would be unable to restrain herself from striking him. Dr. Ming watched Kuyu's retreating figure, feeling a sense of confusion. Was this truly the right course of action? In his quest to contribute to the nation and humanity, he had harmed both his son and his loved one. Yet, when he wished to do something for his son, it seemed he had to sacrifice the interests of humanity and the nation. Kuyu strode out in a huff, while 888 continually offered her words of comfort. Host, let go. There's no need to let anger consume you. it will only harm yourself. In due time, he will reap the consequences of his actions. So there is no reason for you to be upset. Kuyu was primarily vexed by the presence of someone as oblivious as Dr. Ming. Allowing Ming Jiyuan to escape was tantamount to unleashing a tiger back into the mountains. Who knows what chaos he might incite thereafter. This matter necessitated a discussion with Fu Qiao, prompting her to make her way directly to the office building of their base. Within the confines of the base's office, Fu Qiao and her father were engrossed in addressing various issues. Having been apart for merely a short while, he found himself pondering about Kuyu, wondering what she might be doing at that moment. Was she engaged in a leisurely chat with his mother at home? It was highly likely that she had ventured out to seek Fu Yuan and the others, or perhaps to indulge in some shopping. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a smile spread across his face. Fu Lisin, observing from the side, felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. How had he not noticed his son's infatuation before? Suddenly, a personnel member stationed at the periphery of the observation base reported an anomaly. "Chief, you must come quickly. There is something amiss outside." Fu Lisin rushed over, and the detectors revealed an inexplicable agitation among the zombies, with a portion of them advancing towards the base. Their target was unmistakably the in-city base. Furrowing his brow, Fu Lisin questioned how such a situation could arise. Fu Qiao, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastened to join him in the investigation. This scenario brought to mind the moment in his past life when Ming Jiyuan had escaped from a base. Yet, he clearly remembered being in a state of unconsciousness. How could this be possible? Had he truly managed to flee? Just as Fu Qiao prepared to visit the research facility to ascertain the situation, she fortuitously encountered Kuyu seeking her out. The expression on Kuyu's face was far from pleasant, prompting Fu Qiao to inquire with concern. "Sister Yu, what has happened?" Ming Jiyuan has escaped. A weight lifted from Fu Qiao's heart. Her suspicions had indeed been correct. After Kuyu recounted the events that transpired at the research institute, Fu Qiao found himself contemplating the matter with a certain degree of clarity. In his previous life, Dr. Ming had mentioned to him that he felt a profound sense of guilt towards Ming Jiyuan, believing that had it not been for Ming Jiyuan's subsequent actions, the circumstances might have been different. Dr. Ming had even implored him to spare Ming Jiyuan's life. "Do not succumb to anger, for it hastens the onset of aging." Upon hearing Fu Qiao's comforting words, Kuyu felt the last remnants of her anger dissipate. "And what about you? Why did you rush out in such haste? Has something happened?" Fu Qiao grasped Kuyu's hand as they walked, conversing with her. The base has detected a significant gathering of zombies in the vicinity, their intentions clearly directed towards the base. Kuyu furrowed her brow as she inquired, "Do you know the specific reason behind this?" Fu Qiao continued, "I suspect it is due to Ming Jiyuan's departure. In his previous life, he was the zombie king, and there should be no surprises in this life either. So, is it still related to the fact that we just let him go?" Fu Qiao sighed, realizing that Kuyu was being obstinate. "It's not your fault, Sister Yu. Dr. Ming will eventually release him. It's an inevitable outcome." Kuyu no longer dwelled on the matter, recognizing its futility. It would be more prudent to contemplate potential solutions. Fu Lisin had also discerned the cause behind the sudden onslaught of the zombie tide, and the pressing priority now was to contain this relentless horde. "Xiao Qiao Yu, do you have any thoughts on this?" Kuyu contemplated for a moment. Although the origin of this situation stemmed from Ming Jiyuan, he had clearly fled, yet the city remained besieged by zombies. This particular horde could essentially be described as sacrificial pawns, utilized merely to gauge their strength. "Leader, I propose we organize a team of supernatural beings, assigning them tasks in exchange for points. This could serve as a temporary solution to our current crisis." Fu Qiao shared a similar train of thought. This batch of zombies was evidently orchestrated by Ming Jiyuan to deter them from pursuing him. Currently injured, he would not confront them directly. However, one must seize the opportunity to strike when the enemy is vulnerable. "I concur with Kuyu," Fu Qiao remarked, "but I will pursue Ming Jiyuan alongside him, while the others organize a team of supernatural beings here to eliminate the zombies." Fu Lisin nodded in agreement and swiftly communicated the task to the personnel at the mission hall. Upon the announcement of the zombie clearing mission, many individuals spontaneously formed teams within the hall, eager to undertake the task. The base had become their home, and they were determined to protect it. Fu Yuan and his companions also noticed the task. He and Mo Shanshan planned to team up and wait for his brother, only to be surprised by Qi Jing's arrival to join their group. "May I join you?" Qi Jing called out, spotting Fu Yuan and the others from distance. Although he did not see Kuyu, he was confident that as long as they were in the same team, they would eventually cross paths. Fu Yuan felt indifferent. More allies meant greater combat strength. However, Mo Shanshan cast a meaningful glance at Qi Jing, sensing that someone was subtly attempting to undermine the boss's authority. Chapter 95. The Siege of Zombies. A meeting. He Yu and Fu Qiao temporarily teamed up with Fu Yuan and others to undertake a mission. While the whereabouts of Ming Ji Yuan remained elusive, they first needed to address the impending zombie horde together. Upon reaching the outskirts of the base, they confronted a formidable swarm of zombies and began their eradication efforts. However, after dispatching only a few, Fu Yuan sensed something amiss. The combat prowess of these zombies had inexplicably surged. This unsettling observation was not lost on Fu Yuan alone. Even Mo Shanshan couldn't help but furrow her brows in concern. Kuyu had grown accustomed to this formidable combat style, thus his reactions were somewhat delayed. As Fu Qiao eliminated the approaching zombies, he contemplated that this might be the work of Ming Ji Yuan. Enhancing the combat prowess of the undead was a trivial task for a zombie king. Suddenly, Fu Yuan narrowly avoided being struck by a bolt of lightning, saved only by Mo Shanshan's timely grasp. Had she not intervened, he might have been charred to a crisp. He patted himself down, still shaken. Initially suspecting an errant ability from a supernatural being, he soon realized it was a zombie, its pallid eyes fixated on him, with storm clouds crackling in its grasp. To his utter disbelief, the zombie possessed supernatural powers. How could this be? If zombies wielded abilities akin to humans, how could they be vanquished? Mo Shanshan, observing Fu Yuan's dazed expression, was nearly exasperated, prompting her to shout at him. "What are you daydreaming about? Losing focus is the gravest sin in battle." Fu Yuan, jolted back to reality by her outburst, resumed his assault on the zombies. Putting aside his astonishment, he resolved to deal with the immediate threat. As Fu Qiao and Kuyu witnessed the emergence of more empowered zombies from behind, their pace noticeably slowed. This was precisely Ming Ji Yuan's intention. He had deliberately unleashed a few zombies with abilities, fostering a growing sense of despair among the group regarding their ability to overcome the undead and restore order in this apocalyptic world. Kuyu swiftly aligned with Fu Qiao, recognizing that it was imperative to dispel the pervasive sense of trepidation among the group. "Fu Qiao, our primary objective is to confront those mutant zombies exhibiting extraordinary abilities. We must instill a sense of courage among everyone, so they do not succumb to fear of these aberrations." Fu Qiao nodded in agreement, resonating with Kuyu's shared sentiment. Should the group allow themselves to be intimidated by these empowered undead, their combat efficacy would plummet dramatically. The duo, possessing considerable experience in battling these formidable foes, engaged the mutant zombies with remarkable ease, akin to dispatching ordinary zombies. Witnessing this display, the surrounding teams of ability wielders, initially disheartened by the daunting challenge, found their spirits rekindled and confidence restored. After all, they too possessed abilities. Why should they fear? A palpable resurgence of fighting spirit ignited across the battlefield. The zombies dwindled in number, rapidly clearing a perimeter around them. The serum for the antidote was nearing successful development. Victory was imminent. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions visibly softened, a sense of hope taking root among them. Kuyu furrowed her brow, as the system merely indicated that her progress had reached 50. Does this imply that there are still issues with the research? Apologies, host, but I'm not entirely certain about this matter. Even 888 is unclear as to why this is happening. Logically, or according to the original novel, Dr. Ming's research was only lacking that serum. Now that the serum is available, could it be that the progress bar is stuck? It intends to inquire with the main system to check if something is amiss. What serum? Fu Yuan was bewildered by Dr. Ming's words. Is the apocalypse truly coming to an end? Is this real? Mo Shanshan quickly grasped the situation. The base must be researching solutions to the zombie problem, and judging by the Dr. S words, a resolution is likely to be forthcoming soon. Kuyu addressed Fu Yuan's inquiry regarding a serum that could restore those who had turned into zombies. Despite his excitement, Fu Yuan quickly composed himself, feeling invigorated at the prospect of combating zombies. The group had barely rested on the sofa when an alarm rang out from outside, prompting them to rise and investigate the situation. A fresh wave of zombies, led by a horde of ability-wielding undead, was launching an assault on their base. Fu Lisin arrived in haste, informing them of the dire circumstances. The gravity of the situation painted their expressions in shades of concern. How could this happen again? Fu Qiao speculated that Ming Jiyuan was likely the instigator behind this chaos. Truly, he had an uncanny ability to stir trouble. Sister Yu, you all go ahead and clear the surrounding zombies. I will confront Ming Jiyuan. Fu Qiao suddenly realized that Ming Jiyuan probably wished to see him, yet dared not approach the base for fear of capture. Cowardly as a zombie king. All right. Kuyu understood Fu Qiao's intent. Ming Jiyuan was indeed a persistent nuisance, interrupting their much-needed respite. It was best for Fu Qiao to handle him. Thus, Fu Qiao utilized his mental powers to locate Ming Jiyuan's whereabouts, while Kuyu led Mo Shanshan and the others outside to slay the zombies. Upon finding Ming Jiyuan, Fu Qiao directly teleported to his location using his spatial abilities. Ming Jiyuan was taken aback by Fu Qiao's sudden appearance before him. What on earth? Fu Qiao has gained the ability to teleport? Speak. What do you want? Fu Qiao paid no heed to Ming Jiyuan's astonishment. Ming Jiyuan, recovering from his shock, remarked, "Ah, an old friend visits, and you don't even wish to catch up before interrogating me?" His tone was exasperating, and Fu Qiao's sharp tongue was as acerbic as ever. You're as irksome as always. Ming Jiyuan thought to himself that perhaps he should have remained silent. Fu Qiao was clearly infatuated, his thoughts perpetually revolving around Kuyu. You weren't like this in your previous life. Do you have a fiancé? You're just a lonely soul, angered to the point of losing his composure. He inadvertently revealed his true identity. Upon noticing Fu Qiao's scrutinizing gaze, he realized he had spoken too freely. Feeling sheepish, he lowered his head, but then questioned why he should feel guilty. Have you finally admitted it? Fu Qiao confirmed his suspicions. Ming Jiyuan had indeed been reborn. Ming Jiyuan, feeling defeated, decided to embrace the situation. Aren't you in the same boat? Don't think I'm oblivious. So, your elaborate scheme to meet me today was just to discuss this? Why have you made no progress since your rebirth? Fu Qiao's words jolted Ming Jiyuan back to his original purpose, frustrated that Fu Qiao had diverted the conversation. Chapter 96. Light Element Ability Crystal Core. Having lived through a previous life, did Fu Qiao still not grasp the situation? Fu Qiao, Ming Jiyuan, lacking comprehension of his intent, continued to assert. The arrival of the apocalypse is, in fact, a manifestation of human evolution. Those who remain uninfected by the zombie virus are simply the ones who have failed to evolve. Observe how zombies possess superior combat capabilities in every aspect, and they can also awaken extraordinary powers. Does this not serve as a testament to humanity's evolution? Fu Qiao regarded him as if he were a fool. How can you call cannibalism among your own kind evolution? The essence of zombies is akin to that of beasts, driven solely by the instincts to hunt and consume. Humanity endures precisely because of civilization, which enables the creation of history. Fu Qiao was rendered speechless by Ming Jiyuan's words. After all, this virus was a product of human experimentation, not a sudden choice made by nature. This was a grave error committed by humanity, not a noble evolution. Yet, the present apocalypse has demonstrated that humanity is destined for elimination. Their cannibalism is merely a necessity of evolution. Moreover, are there not individuals in this apocalypse who have resorted to cannibalism? Even if they have not transformed into zombies, they would still consume others to survive. How does this differ from the actions of the undead? Ming Jiyuan, having witnessed the profound darkness of human nature in this apocalypse, does not perceive cannibalism as a particularly horrifying act. Fu Qiao countered, at least there are still those who harbor goodwill in this desolate world. Human nature is inherently complex. You cannot generalize based on a singular perspective. Thus, regardless of the darkness he has encountered in both this life and the last, he yearns to bring an end to the apocalypse rather than covet power to prolong it. Ming Jiyuan let out a cold snort, finally understanding that he and Fu Qiao were never mere acquaintances, and it seemed unnecessary to continue this discourse. Having already sustained injuries, Ming Jiyuan found himself no match for Fu Qiao. Remarkably, this couple was both injuring him physically and wounding his mental fortitude. He swiftly summoned several evolved zombies to engage Fu Qiao, prioritizing recovery over immediate victory. However, concerned that Fu Qiao would swiftly dispatch the evolved zombies, he added, "Fu Qiao, are you not apprehensive that I have enlisted a horde of zombies to confront Kuyu and the others? It would not be wise to dismiss this as a mere ruse." Seizing the opportunity, while Fu Qiao remained unprovoked, he made his escape. After all, the fervor of love-stricken individuals is not something easily contended with. Fu Qiao was indeed in a foul mood, torn by uncertainty regarding the veracity of Ming Jiyuan's claims. If they were true, he could not bear the thought of losing Kuyu, for Ming Jiyuan was of lesser importance. Consequently, after dispatching the few evolved zombies before him, he immediately teleported using his spatial powers to a location not far from Kuyu, observing Kuyu skillfully navigating through a throng of zombies. Fu Qiao felt a significant weight lift from his heart. At ease, I can assist in the cleansing of the undead here, with the absence of any discernible chaos. The zombies have become considerably easier to manage than before. After a long day of labor, Kuyu collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Host, you may need to brace yourself psychologically. I understand that this matter may seem rather cruel to you. It is also my fault, as I was unaware that there existed such a premise for undertaking tasks in apocalyptic narratives. Kuyu had just awakened, still in a somewhat dazed state, and was left even more bewildered by the few utterances of 888. What are you talking about? I don't understand anything. After much hesitation, 888 continued, "Isn't Dr. Ming's current research perpetually stalled at 50%? Because his research serum still lacks the most crucial element." 888 found it difficult to articulate, yet was well aware that the host must fulfill this task. "It is your luminous elemental crystal core." Kuyu initially did not grasp the situation and casually remarked, "Oh, the crystal core? No. What did you say?" "My light system ability crystal core." Kuyu swiftly turned over and rose from the bed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. "If I were to extract the crystal core, would I still survive?" 888 replied, "Others might, but for you, host, due to the peculiar nature of your light-based abilities, once the crystal core is removed, your body will gradually weaken until it succumbs to death." Sobbing, it lamented, "It truly did not intend for this, to lead the host astray into the wrong apocalyptic narrative, subjecting you to such immense suffering. Yet now, it appears that not only can I not accompany him, but I may also perish in such a tragic manner. How could Fu Qiao possibly come to terms with that? I finally comprehend. You endowed me with this ability precisely for such a moment." Kuyu scoffed. No wonder there was an insistence on completing the second task. And no wonder Dr. Ming has spent so long in research without any success. 888 embraced itself tightly, unaware that the overarching system would be so merciless. Kuyu understood that she could not vent her frustrations on 888, and she even took the initiative to inquire about the matter. Just as she was becoming increasingly distressed over the situation, Fu Qiao gently knocked on her door. "Kuyu, are you awake?" came Fu Qiao's soft voice from outside. She had to gather herself, at least for the moment, to conceal her troubled emotions from Fu Qiao. "I'm awake, come in," she replied. Upon receiving permission, Fu Qiao pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Kuyu sitting on her bed, a smile illuminating her face as she looked at him. It seemed as though her entire world revolved around him, filling Fu Qiao's heart to the brim. "I was worried that you might be unwell, so I came to check on you, my dear Yujia," Fu Qiao said as he settled beside her, tenderly brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. Kuyu leaned against him, saying, "I'm not that weak." Fu Qiao embraced her, replying, "Indeed, our Yujia is the most formidable." Kuyu perceived Fu Qiao's words as playful banter, gently tapping his chest. "You're being dismissive." Fu Qiu chuckled, seizing Ku Yu's hand in a feigned plea for mercy. "I would not dare." After this light-hearted exchange, Fu Qiu began to discuss Ming Jiyuan and the matters he had mentioned. Chapter 97. The Incident Involving Fu Yu and Lindsay. After listening to Fu Qiao's remarks, Ku Yu found himself troubled by Ming Jiyuan's thoughts. It seemed he wished to transform everyone into zombies, deeming that as the completion of evolution. From another perspective, he had already become the zombie king. Should everyone succumb to this fate, he would reign as the sovereign of the entire world. What audacity he possessed! Nevertheless, Ku Yu mused that once Dr. Ming's serum was developed, the zombie virus coursing through his veins would also be resolved. Fu Qiao expressed this sentiment. Yet, Ku Yu fell silent. For the most crucial element remained, her luminous energy crystal core. Without it, no matter how much research the doctor conducted, the results would be futile. Perhaps a little longer. A few more days of selfishness, and soon she would relinquish it. She silently tightened her embrace around Fu Qiao. Dinner was ready. Downstairs, Jiang Yu placed a final dish on the table and called for them to join. "Come, let us descend for dinner. You must see how emaciated you have become." With ease, Fu Qiao lifted Ku Yu into his arms. Ku Yu embraced Fu Qiao's neck and smiled, saying, "All right, then you should let me down first." "Sure, but shouldn't there be some sort of gesture?" Fu Qiao leaned in closer. "Ku Yu, unreserved, directly kissed Fu Qiao." Only then did Fu Qiao release Ku Yu. As they descended the stairs, everyone was already seated around the table, gazing at the two hand in hand with expressions of playful teasing. Upon witnessing this, Ku Yu turned her head and cast a reproachful glance at Fu Qiao, exclaiming, "It's all your fault." The crowd downstairs responded, "We might as well forego the meal. We are already stuffed with dog food." Only Fu Yuan gazed at Mo Shanshan with pitiful, dog-like eyes. "Sister Shanshan," he implored, while she slowly averted her gaze, her ears subtly tinged with a hint of crimson. "You all have endured much these past few days. Auntie cannot do much, but I can prepare a meal for you," Jiang Yu announced, beckoning to everyone. Fu Yuan enthusiastically added, "Auntie's cooking is so delectable it could waft through 10 streets." Jiang Yu, flattered by his praise, chuckled with squinted eyes. "Huh, you are such a charming boy." After the meal, Fu Yuan led Lindsay outside. Due to their recent efforts in combating zombies, Lindsay had been assisting with various tasks for the base, hence their prompt departure after dining. Ku Yu and Fu Qiao wished to visit the Research Institute to observe the progress of Dr. Ming's studies. Inside the institute, chaos surrounded Dr. Ming. No, that is not correct. Still not correct." He repeated the experiment time and again, only to discover that the serum was nearly perfect, yet still a mere prototype. When Fu Qiao and Ku Yu arrived at the laboratory, they found Dr. Ming in a state of distress, tugging at his hair in frustration. It was evident that his research had encountered significant obstacles. Ku Yu was acutely aware of the impediment before her, and her heart was in turmoil. "Doctor, is there an issue with the serum?" Fu Qiao led Ku Yu inside. Dr. Ming glanced at them, his eyes bloodshot. "What brings you here?" "The research has yet to yield success. I am uncertain where the fault lies. It is merely a hair's breadth away." Although Ku Yu harbored some prejudices against Ming Jiyuan due to the incident where he let her go previously, he could not deny Dr. Ming's formidable research capabilities. Without her, even with the crystal nucleus in her possession, she would struggle to achieve any breakthroughs. Therefore, she offered a token consolation. "Doctor, please be patient. Success is just around the corner." However, Dr. Ming seemed unfazed by their reassurances and grew increasingly anxious. "You don't understand. Never mind, just leave." She began to usher them out, prompting Ku Yu and Fu Qiao to reluctantly take their leave. "Fu Qiao, I'm quite curious to see what decision you will make," she remarked. Just as they reached the door, they spotted Qi Jing rushing towards them, breathless and in a state of alarm. "No, this is not good. Ku Yu, what troubles you? Why the haste? Could it be that the zombies have returned?" Just as she was preparing for battle, Fu Qiao gestured for her to remain calm, for he had detected no unusual movements from the horde. Qi Jing, still catching her breath from her swift run, sensed the urgency of the matter. "No, it is not the zombies. It is Fu Yuan and Lindsay who are in peril." Both Ku Yu and Fu Qiao's expressions turned solemn. After much difficulty, Qi Jing finally regained composure and finished recounting the events. Ku Yu and Fu Qiao then realized that Fu Yuan and Lin Zi had been scratched by a zombie that had emerged from the shadows while they were on a mission. Both of them were now infected with the zombie virus, and Lin Zi had already begun to undergo a transformation, whereas Fu Yuan still retained some semblance of rationality. Upon discovering their mutations, the guards within the base swiftly confined them. Ku Yu hastily intended to rush over, but Fu Qiao timely restrained her. Ku Yu understood that Fu Yuan, Lin Zi, and Fu Qiao's situations were distinctly different. The news of their infection with the zombie virus had already reached many ears. Should they recover, it would become widely known that a cure for the zombie virus exists. The trio arrived at the location where Fu Yuan and Lin Zi were confined. Mo Shanshan and Fu Lisin were already present, along with Fu Yuan's parents. With a heavy sigh, Fu Lisin approached Fu Qiao and remarked, "I have informed others that we will not execute them for the time being, as the doctor is currently researching a serum to cure the zombie virus." Initially, when the mutations in the two were discovered, some high-ranking officials advocated for their elimination to ensure the safety of others within the base. It was only due to Fu Lisin disclosing the doctor's research progress that this notion was quelled. Fu Yuan was shackled in the room, his rationality waning, his eyes betraying a hint of madness, and a portion of his teeth had begun to sharpen. Upon seeing Fu Qiao, he became agitated. "Ah, brother, it's I, Qi Yuan." Both Fu Qiao and Ku Yu immediately comprehended that it was Ming Ji Yuan attempting to compel Fu Qiao toward a compromise and choice through this means. Ku Yu observed that beside Fu Yuan was Lin Zi, a petite figure whose hands and feet were bound by iron chains. Upon seeing people, she incessantly attempted to leap forward and bite. Ku Yu felt an overwhelming sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears. It was her fault. She had failed to care for Lin Zi, allowing the little girl who used to cling to her and call her sister Yu to become like this. She could have saved them. Unable to contain her tears any longer, she turned her head, and Fu Qiao embraced her. Tears finally cascaded down Ku Yu's cheeks. She was resolute in her determination to save them, be it Fu Yuan or Lin Zi, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. "Doctor, Ming's research could not remain stagnant any longer. System 8. How can I extract the light-type ability crystal core to temporarily preserve a life?" She longed to witness the end of the apocalypse alongside Fu Qiao. Chapter 98. Extracting the crystal core, Fu Qiao held Ku Yu close, feeling a dampness on his chest as she wept. He gently patted her back, offering her a semblance of comfort. He understood that Ku Yu was in a profound state of despair, likely blaming herself for the situation. Despite knowing that he could save them, he could only stand by helplessly as they suffered. He empathized with her anguish. All he could do now was hope that Dr. Ming would soon make a breakthrough. However, I must also remind you, once the crystal core is extracted, your life will be on a countdown. Even System 888 felt sorrowful, for it was the one that had to carry out the task. Alas, the main system lacks compassion. It possesses no heart. Ku Yu also understood that this was a torment for 888 as well. Their bond, forged over a long period, was extraordinarily profound. For to personally extract the crystal core from her was, in essence, a form of cruelty. "Do not fear, host. I shall endeavor to employ the gentlest methods, ensuring that you experience no pain." "I am deeply sorry," it lamented. It was compelled to bring an end to the host's life itself. Ku Yu, too, is not without his sorrows. "It's all right. Eight Tong, your presence brings me some comfort." 888 laments deeply. Before long, Fu Qiao and Fu Lisin were summoned to an impromptu meeting by other senior executives regarding this matter. "Yu, do not be too disheartened. After all, old Fu has mentioned that Dr. Ming is developing a remedy for the zombie virus. Xiao Zi and Xiao Yuan will surely be fine." Ku Yu gazed at Jiangyu, feeling a profound sorrow within herself, yet she mustered her strength to offer solace. "Annie, I understand. Thank you, and please take care of yourself, and don't be too disheartened." Jiangyu nodded appreciatively. "Ah, yes, Annie understands." Ku Yu and Jiangyu sat on the sofa, observing that Aunt Jiang, who had always taken great care of herself, now bore a few strands of white hair at her temples. In truth, for them, Living in this apocalyptic world was already a remarkable existence. Many others faced hunger, pallid complexions, and the constant struggle to secure their next meal. For them, survival had become a luxury. This apocalypse was indeed a catastrophe for humanity. While narratives of the end times might provide a thrill, they often cater to the protagonist's triumphs. For the average person, it was a tale of suffering. The tribulations faced by the masses merely served as a backdrop for the protagonist's victories. She resolved to put an end to this apocalypse while the disasters described in the original text had yet to unfold. 8. Please assist me in extracting the crystal core shortly. Aunt, I shall retire upstairs for some rest. Kuyu informed Jiangyu. Jiangyu replied, very well. Do take care of your health. Kuyu nodded and ascended the stairs. Lying on her bed while awaiting 888 to retrieve the crystal core, she posed one final question. 888, after I obtain the crystal core, how much time remains? 888, suppressing tears, replied, 1 month. The countdown to death begins. Kuyu, however, smiled with a sense of relief, uttering a simple word. Enough. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of her eye. 888 gradually harnessed the power of the system, slowly infiltrating Kuyu's mind. Upon reaching the shimmering crystal core, it hesitated momentarily before gently prying it away. Meanwhile, Fu Qiao was listening to the high-ranking officials at the base deliberating on how to deal with Fu Yuan and Lin Zi. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him, an ominous feeling that he was on the verge of losing something significant. Frowning, he lost interest in their contentious discussions and first employed his mental energy to probe the Fu family. He found nothing amiss. Yet as Kuyu's crystal core was gradually extracted, his sense of foreboding intensified. He needed to see it with his own eyes to feel reassured. On the Fu family's side, Kuyu's crystal core was being slowly removed. She visibly weakened, and when she attempted to summon her vines again, she was met with a sharp pain in her head. Her botanical abilities had inexplicably vanished. 888 cradled the crystal core and transported it out of this dimension. Kuyu encountered its true form for the first time, a small orb of light, complete with nose and eyes. As soon as 888 emerged, it sought comfort from its host. Attempting dorstai sote kiskivikoyu. Feeling the warmth on her face, Kuyu managed a faint smile. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt that much. It's just a sudden feeling of emptiness, she said, holding the crystal core in her hand. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Seeing Jiangyu sitting downstairs, she asked Mom, where is Geivayu? Jiangyu, noticing her son's evident concern, feared something had gone awry. She asked resting upstairs. Ayu seems a bit unwell. Is something wrong? Fuchio finally exhaled in relief. No, I just miss her. Jiangyu remarked, your love-stricken son nonetheless. Fuchio remained uneasy. After exchanging a few words with Jiangyu about how Fu Yuan and Lin Zi were managing things, he ascended the stairs. Knocking gently on Kuyu's door, he received no response, causing his heart to race. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. Approaching the bedside, he beheld Kuyu in a deep slumber. Due to the dim light in the room, he failed to notice her pallid complexion. This would later lead him to regret that day after losing her. However, seeing Kuyu peacefully asleep, Fu Qiao felt a measure of calm. As long as his sister Yu was by his side, everything was well. He kissed her forehead and quietly exited the room. By dinner time, Kuyu had regained some energy, though she remained quite weak, suspecting her powers had faded. Touching the crystal core of her light-based abilities, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. 888, while I was unconscious, Fu Qiao came to check on me, but that fool didn't notice anything amiss. It drives me mad, she lamented. Seeing her in such a weakened state, Fu Qiao must have his suspicions. Chapter 99, a successful experiment at that moment. Fu Qiao called for Kuyu to join him for dinner. Kuyu? Sister Yu? It's time to eat. He knocked gently on the door. In response to Kuyu's request, 888 borrowed a radiant enhancement from the neighboring system, helping her to appear less frail. When she opened the door, she found Fu Qiao gazing at her with concern, gently touching her forehead. Are you ill, or have you just not been resting well these past few days? Kuyu gently pulled down Fu Qiao's hand that was touching her forehead, saying, I am merely fatigued from these past few days. I am not unwell. Relieved, Fuchio took her hand and led her downstairs. After their meal, Fuchio continued to attend to matters at the base alongside Fu Lisen, while Qiu made her way to the Research Institute, intending to deliver the crystal cores to Dr. Ming for further study and mass production. Within the Research Institute, in a laboratory, Dr. Ming sported a scruffy beard, and his hair appeared unkempt, as if it had been many days since it last saw water. Qiu stepped inside, and the laboratory was in such disarray that there was hardly a place to set foot. Upon hearing the noise, Dr. Ming paid no heed to him. His research was the sole focus of importance at that moment. Doctor, your experiment must be just a step away from completion, right? Upon hearing Kuyu's words, Dr. Ming finally exhibited a flicker of response. Do you have a solution? He was profoundly skeptical, yet he found himself utterly at a loss as to what the final step might entail. Kuyu moved aside some items and approached Dr. Ming with a luminous energy crystal core in hand. He presented it, saying, "Why not give us a try?" Dr. Ming, somewhat skeptical, accepted it, inquiring, "What kind of crystal core is this?" "It is a luminous energy crystal core." "What?" Dr. Ming exclaimed in astonishment. "Luminous energy?" Kiskiviko spoke slowly. The light-type ability crystal core can cure the zombie virus. Could it truly heal the zombie virus? This implies that by incorporating it into the serum, the breakthrough necessary to completely eradicate the zombie virus could be achieved. Dr. Ming was clearly exhilarated. He cared little for the origins of the light-type ability crystal core. All that mattered to him was the certainty of his impending success in research. Thus, he took the crystal core and began to explore methods of integrating it into the serum without compromising its efficacy. The countdown to death was unmistakably evident for Kuyu. Even with the enhancement of vitality she had employed, it merely masked the frailty etched upon her face. The profound sense of weakness emanating from her body served as a constant reminder that her life was slipping away, even if the duration was fleeting. In recent days, Fuchio had been plagued by a severe sensation of palpitations. Could there be an issue with his heart? Yet in his previous life, his body had always been quite robust. Kuyu had previously visited the office building, and the guards recognized her, thus allowing her entry without hindrance. Suddenly, she approached him, and he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Fuchio silently pondered. Could it be true what his mother said, that he was indeed love-struck? Well, if it were Kuyu, it wouldn't be such a concern after all. Fuchio, what is the matter? Kuyu cast a glance at him, exclaiming, "Have I called you so many times? What are you thinking about, lost in thought?" "I was thinking of my sister, Yu," Fu Qiao replied candidly, expressing the thought that lingered in his mind. Kuyu playfully punched him, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Fu, where did you learn that silver tongue charm?" Fu Qiu chuckled, accepting the playful blow. "All right, go about your business. I came to inform you that Dr. Ming's research is nearing success." When she hands over the light elemental crystal core to Dr. Ming, the task progress will reach 80. The rest depends entirely on him. So far, the progress has been steadily advancing. Within this week, Dr. Ming will surely make a breakthrough. Fuchio had assigned Kuyu the task of compiling the remaining number of abilities after the last zombie siege. His selfish desire was to keep Kuyu by his side. Fortunately, Kuyu also wished to spend as much time as possible with Fuchio. Thus, in the ensuing days, the two were inseparable, leading the people at the base to realize they were a couple. Ding! Dear host, the charming system sends its sincere congratulations. Congratulations, your task has been completed. Please prepare for departure. With a clatter, Kuyu's pen fell to the ground, and she froze. Had that day finally arrived? The research was successful. It was finally successful. Suddenly, a disheveled figure burst forth from the laboratory, exuberantly shouting. It was none other than Dr. Ming, who had finally discovered the optimal fusion method after countless trials. He seized the guard at the entrance of the research facility, urging, "Quick, take me to see the leader. I need someone for the experiment." The guard, initially startled, recognized Dr. Ming and promptly led him to find the leader. Upon receiving the news, Fuchio hurried to find Kuyu, eager to share the good tidings. "Kuyu, Dr. Ming has developed a cure for the zombies." His voice was filled with barely contained excitement. How could he not be thrilled? Since the last life, This represented humanity's hope. Although Kuyu had learned of it earlier than he did, witnessing Fu Qiao's joyful demeanor seemed to infect her with happiness as well. Only 888 felt a profound sorrow, for it understood that this was merely the host's death knell. Let us proceed together to observe whether Fu Yuan and Lin Zi will regain their faculties under the influence of this potion. Fu Qiao held Kuyu's hand, her eyes brimming with delight. Very well, Kuyu nodded. At last, Fu Yuan and Lin Zi might be restored. She had visited them just yesterday, and Fu Yuan had already lost consciousness, instinctively yearning to pounce and bite upon seeing another person. Mo Shanshan had been there by his side throughout. Dr. Ming, his hands trembling, sprinkled the reagent over Fu Yuan, and the zombie-like traits began to recede like a receding tide. In a flash of white light, Fu Yuan's eyes regained their clarity, albeit with a lingering confusion. Mo Shanshan tentatively called out to him, Fu Yuan? He lifted his bewildered gaze toward her, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Sister Shanshan. In that instant, Mo Shanshan could no longer contain her tears. At long last, he had returned. These past few days of witnessing Fu Yuan's transformation into a zombie had kept her in a state of constant tension. She feared that this fool might never recover, even contemplating the notion of allowing Fu Yuan to bite her, so she too could become a zombie. Dr. Ming, gazing at the restored Fu Yuan, was nearly beside himself with joy. Meanwhile, Lin Zi was gradually regaining her senses and happened to catch sight of Fu Qiao and Kuyu entering the room. Chapter 100. Fu Yuan and Lin Zi's Restoration. Aside from the pain of being scratched, Lin Zi had felt little discomfort from her transformation into a zombie, as she lacked any supernatural abilities. Thus, in her mind, it was akin to having taken a nap, only to awaken imprisoned. Sister Yu? Lin Zi stared blankly at Kuyu, who approached her. Kuyu hurriedly reassured her, Fear not, Xiao Zi, all is well now. Fu Yuan and Lin Zi remained confined in the same chamber. Although chains still bound them, Fu Yuan could approach Lin Zi to offer her comfort. It is all right, Xiao Zi, we have both recovered. Xiao Zi was indeed a remarkably brave child. Concerned that this recovery might be fleeting, Dr. Ming suggested continuous observation to assess the efficacy of the medication. Whether chains, Kuyu fretted that Lin Zi might overthink the situation. She was confident that the reagent was effective. Fu Qiao also discerned Kuyu's anxiety. What does Dr. Ming believe? Dr. Ming still preferred that they remain shackled, so that any potential anomalies could be easily monitored. However, upon witnessing the expressions of Kuyu and Fu Qiao, he found himself at a loss for words. Fu Qiao's intensity was intimidating, while Kuyu's presence was a reminder of the day he had released his son. Ming Jiyuan was also a victim of the zombie virus. Thus, in Kuyu's eyes, he was the least qualified to voice such opinions. He nodded, and Fu Qiao stepped forward to personally assist in freeing them from their chains. Yet, as Fu Qiao approached to unfasten her shackles, Lin Zi shook her head. Brother Fu, have I caused trouble for you, and, Sister Yu? If I am to transform into a zombie again, then please keep me chained. I do not wish to burden you. Upon hearing Lin Zi's words, Kuyu felt as though a needle had pricked her heart. Little Zi, that is not the case. You have not caused us any trouble. Fu Qiao paused, taken aback by Lin Zi's thoughts. No, little Zi has always been well behaved, and you will not turn into a zombie again. A smile of relief spread across Lin Zi's face. The notion that she had not been a burden brought her joy. She obediently nodded in agreement. As the days gradually passed, Kuyu could distinctly sense her body growing increasingly frail. Her periods of slumber lengthened, and on several occasions, Fu Qiao found himself engulfed in doubt, yet he could discern nothing amiss. Fu Qiao's mother had even discreetly inquired whether she might be with child. Sister Yu. Weakness caused her to stumble, but Fu Qiao swiftly caught her in the nick of time. In that moment of support, Fu Qiao felt the alarming thinness of Kuyu's waist. She seemed almost devoid of flesh, a stark contrast to her former self. Coupled with the escalating unease in his heart over the past few days, he resolved that Kuyu ought to undergo a medical examination. Lin Zi had initially intended to express her happiness, having emerged from her previous confinement. She wished to surprise Sister Yu, and had even instructed Sister Shanshan to remain silent. However, she never anticipated nearly toppling Sister Yu in the process. "I'm so sorry, Sister Yu, are you alright?" As Kuyu steadied herself, she noticed Lin Zi wearing an expression of profound guilt. Gently, she ruffled the little one's hair and drew her into a warm embrace. "It's all right. Dear sister merely lost her balance," she reassured. "Our little Z has regained her health, and that is indeed a cause for celebration." Their recovery signified the imminent availability of a remedy for the zombie virus. Today, much of her time had been devoted to this endeavor at the office building. It seemed that the apocalypse was nearing its end, yet her own time was undeniably limited. "Let us dine first," Fu Qiu silently mused, determined to ensure Kuyu consumed a bit more, for her slender frame was concerning. With the end of the apocalypse in sight, preparations for certain matters could also commence. Watching Kuyu and Lin Zi retreat into the building, his heart brimmed with warmth. Though in recent days, Ming Jiyuan had occasionally stirred up minor troubles, it was fortunate that their serum had been developed. Thus, his actions had amounted to mere trifles. Fu Qiu had not even intervened. However, this state of affairs could not persist indefinitely, for the serum capable of curing the zombie virus was now being produced in large quantities. Soon, the apocalypse would be concluded. During the process, they discovered that only those infected with the zombie virus who had not sustained fatal injuries could revert to their original selves. Furthermore, individuals who had consumed human flesh were beyond recovery, as the serum would eliminate not only the zombie virus, but also the carriers of the prion virus, which was transmitted through cannibalism. The following day, a discussion ensued regarding the application of the serum on a large scale to restore the afflicted. Some suggested sending teams from the base on missions, while others proposed creating a large-scale rainmaking device to mix the serum with water. Each voice offered its own perspective, yet no consensus was reached. Kuyu subtly proposed a suggestion. Let Ming Jiyuan utilize the zombie siege. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits behind. We could encircle the zombies, thus making our task considerably more manageable. It would hasten the end of this apocalyptic era, and we could fully harness Ming Jiyuan's potential. Ideally, we could restore him as well. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups deemed the plan quite viable, as it would save considerable manpower and resources. Fu Qiu declared, "I shall summon Ming Jiyuan to the base." Without delay, he focused his mental energy to locate Ming Jiyuan and instantaneously transported himself to his side. Ming Jiyuan sensed Fu Qiu's approach as his mental energy level was not insignificant. Just as he prepared to flee, Fu Qiu appeared before him. "Instant teleportation is quite impressive," Ming Jiyuan remarked. Fu Qiu, gazing at Ming Jiyuan, provocatively retorted, "Is that all you can do, Ming Jiyuan? Merely engaging in trifling skirmishes? Is this the extent of your abilities after your rebirth? No wonder you were my subordinate's defeat in the past. Even your father admits you are merely a monstrosity. Transforming into a zombie is truly beneath you." Fu Qiu was acutely aware of Ming Jiyuan's vulnerabilities, and his words were designed to provoke. Indeed, Ming Jiyuan's eyes widened in fury, his mental energy surging violently, as if one more word from Fu Qiu would lead him to take lethal action. Observing his explosive rage, Fu Qiu realized he had achieved his objective. Chapter 101. Kuyu in a coma. Ming Jiyuan was on the verge of exploding with anger. How could anyone possess such a venomous tongue? He was determined to defeat Fu Qiu and demonstrate his prowess. Meanwhile, he was left alone, his reason nearly extinguished. Ignoring everything else, he resolved to initiate the zombie siege, rallying numerous zombies from various locations towards the in-city base. Fu Qiu, who valued human development above all, would witness the entire populace of the in-city base transformed into zombies. Let us see if he would dare to underestimate him again. Ming Jiyuan's actions prompted other base leaders to message the in-city base, inquiring if assistance was needed. Fu Lixin and the others flatly refused, instructing them to await the outcome. Only upon partial restoration would the other bases be convinced of the authenticity of the serum capable of reviving zombies. Thus, this was one of the objectives of their operation. Fu Qiu could not help but marvel at Ming Jiyuan's level of cooperation. It seemed that rebirth did not equate to an increase in intelligence. Before long, the zombies summoned by Ming Jiyuan completely surrounded the in-city base. forming layers upon layers of undead. To say the scene was spectacular would be an understatement. Within the base, both ordinary individuals and ability users prepared themselves. The ability users coordinated their powers. For instance, ice and fire users worked in tandem, transforming the serum into ice particles that floated through the air, only to have the fire users subsequently melt them all. The zombies encircling the base were almost entirely influenced by the reagent. Ordinary individuals transported the reagent to the vicinity of the ice elemental abilities user, facilitating a swift relay-style collaboration. Before long, Ming Jiuan sensed that he was gradually losing control over the zombies. Meanwhile, those that had feasted on human flesh were slowly perishing. The prion virus lingered within them, and even if they were to recover, their existence would be fleeting. Kuyu stood beside Fu Qiao, offering assistance. However, due to her physical condition, she found herself unable to perform even the slightest labor, utterly devoid of strength. They have recovered. Everyone has returned to their former selves. How wonderful! I have reunited with my son. That is my father. He too has regained his humanity. As the onlookers beheld those who had reverted from their zombie forms, recognition dawned upon them, and tears of joy welled in their eyes. They had believed they would forever be separated from their dearest loved ones, never imagining that one day they would witness their restoration. Kuyu and Fu Qiao held hands, captivated by the heartwarming scene of family reunion before them. The apocalypse was nearing its end. With a glimmer of joy in his eyes, Fu Qiao gazed at Kuyu, only to notice something amiss. As he gripped her hand, he felt an unsettling tremor, one that was not born of excitement. Suddenly, he witnessed the seemingly vibrant Kuyu collapse. Fu Qiao hastily caught her, enveloping her in his arms. Kuyu. His voice was laced with boundless panic and urgency. He swiftly carried her towards the base hospital. Under the influence of spatial forces, he felt as though time was dragging unbearably. Please be all right, Kuyu, I implore you. Upon reaching the hospital, he called out for the doctor. Hearing the distress in his voice, the physician promptly arrived. Gently laying Kuyu on the bed, Fu Qiao remained fixated on her. The doctor examined her condition, noting her extreme weakness, yet failing to identify any underlying cause. The loss of certain medical instruments in this apocalyptic world rendered it impossible to ascertain the reason for her unconsciousness. Did the patient exhibit any symptoms prior to her fainting? The doctor remained perplexed. As a healer with supernatural abilities, he infused his power into her, as if into a bottomless pit, hoping merely to awaken her. She may easily succumb to drowsiness. Moreover, he realized it had been quite some time since he had seen Kuyu utilize her abilities. Is she injured? He tentatively inquired. Is she experiencing nausea? Lacking the skills of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he could not discern her condition through pulse diagnosis, so he merely posed the question. Fu Qiao muttered to himself. Why does it seem like everyone thinks she might be pregnant? No, he insisted. Have you found any issues on your end? He asked the doctor, perplexed. The doctor nodded. Indeed, her current state is very strange. She appears outwardly healthy, devoid of any signs of illness. Were it not for your claim of her sudden faintness, one might assume she simply fell asleep. Oddly enough, her physical condition is alarmingly frail, akin to that of a critically ill patient. Furrowing his brow, Fu Qiao pondered. If she were injured, they had been together for days. What injury could she possibly have sustained? He considered that perhaps he truly was an inadequate boyfriend. Observing Fu Qiao's guilt-ridden gaze upon the reclining Kuyu, the doctor shook his head and proceeded to attend to other patients. Under the healing powers of the doctor, Kuyu gradually regained consciousness. She sensed that her time was dwindling. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Fu Qiao seated beside her, holding her hand tightly. Upon noticing her awakening, a spark of joy ignited in his eyes. Kuyu, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Kuyu smiled apologetically at Fu Qiao. I'm sorry, did I cause you any worry? Fu Qiao grasped her hand and shook his head. No need for apologies, none at all. The fact that you have awakened is all that matters. I was so frightened. Kuyu, do you understand? I was truly afraid for your safety. Therefore, I implore you, please do not face any adversity alone, especially when you are hurt. As Fu Qiao spoke, his voice grew somewhat hoarse. Kuyu felt an uncontrollable pang of sorrow as he gazed into the depths of his eyes, filled with panic. He tenderly caressed his head, whispering, "Fu Qiao, do not be afraid. I shall always be by your side. I am sorry, but I must deceive you once more." Ever since that day, Fu Qiao's concern and care for Kuyu had escalated to an outrageous degree, insisting on their togetherness at all times. Even at night, Fu Qiao shamelessly moved into the same room as Kuyu, with the sole exception of using the restroom. Kuyu, however, was increasingly tormented. At times, she could no longer discern whether she was in a state of stupor or merely asleep at night. This was because Fu Qiao had noticed her condition. Chapter 102, Moving Out. Each morning, she was almost invariably roused by Fu Qiao's voice, whose demeanor appeared profoundly unsettling. The panic in his eyes intensified, as if he could only find solace by keeping her close at all times. Kuyu observed with a heavy heart, feeling utterly helpless. 888 had advised her to confide in Fu Qiao regarding the matter. She hesitated, fearing that if Fu Qiao discovered her crystal core had been utilized in the creation of the serum, it would only complicate things. Yet, an increasing number of individuals had begun to recover from their zombified states. Even Ming Jiyuan had been captured and confined within the base to attract more zombies. Although he was reluctant to cooperate, his combat prowess paled in comparison to Fu Qiao's. On the day Ming Jiyuan was apprehended, Fu Qiao seemed to have learned that she had lost her abilities. His gaze towards her grew increasingly obsessive as he began to consider their shared residence. Shall we move out, just the two of us? Fu Qiao grasped Kuyu's hand, lowering his head to solicit her thoughts, his tone bordering on pleading. A wave of relief washed over him as he enveloped her in a tight embrace. He had been plagued by nightmares for days, envisioning a reality in which Kuyu had never entered his life, or worse, that she planned to leave him behind. Upon waking, he found himself irresistibly drawn to stand at the foot of her bed, finding solace only in her presence. Upon learning of their intention to move out, Jiang Yu and Fu Lixin fell into a contemplative silence before ultimately acquiescing, albeit puzzled by their son's recent attachment to Kuyu. However, as mature adults, they refrained from further interference. Fu Yuan, on the other hand, wore a teasing expression, convinced that his brother simply yearned for a world solely with his sister-in-law. Lin Zi, however, wished to accompany them, reluctant to part from Sister Yu. Yet, upon meeting Fu Gu's gaze, her resolve wavered, sensing an unspoken warning that if she were to follow, she might be cast aside, much like Jiang Ai. Thus, Fu Qiao and Kuyu moved out. 888. Host. You have 5 days remaining. In truth, the host's mission had long been accomplished, and the zombies in this apocalyptic world were nearly restored to their former selves. Kuyu paused, her hand clutching the object. 5 days had passed. No wonder she felt as though her slumber was extending interminably. She yearned to confess to Fu Qiao, for the potential loss of her presence might shatter him even further. Throughout these subsequent 5 days, whenever she contemplated revealing the truth to Fu Qiao, he would gently deter her, as if by withholding her words, the grim reality could be averted. Fu Qiao indeed sensed an impending change. Thus, he hastened to fulfill a long-held desire. On the day Kuyu resolved to divulge everything to Fu Qiao, he unexpectedly took her to witness the sunset. After a moment of hesitation, Kuyu acquiesced. The setting sun signified the end of her time. Reluctant to depart, she felt an immense attachment to Fu Qiao and to everyone around her. In this world, she cherished those she loved deeply and those who held her dear. Surrounded by friends who transformed her initial sense of alienation into a profound feeling of belonging. Just as she could not fathom the idea of something happening to Fu Qiao, he felt the same way about her. Fortunately, 888 had once conveyed to her that should she leave this world, the people within it would forget her existence. Kuyu's eyes felt heavy and strained. Nothing was more terrifying than being forgotten after death. Chapter 103, The Proposal. Sister Yu, you won't leave, will you? The end of the world is approaching, and we can explore many places, reflecting on the journey we've taken together. Fu Qiao held Kuyu's hand, walking alongside her, while expressing his thoughts as if he feared he would never have another opportunity to voice them. He was preparing to propose to Kuyu, the very Kuyu before him, the one he loved, the one who had accompanied him throughout this journey. He understood clearly that Fuchio loved only this Kuyu, this soul before him, and no one else would suffice. All right, Kuyu gazed at Fuchio's joyful expression. Yet she found herself unable to articulate her true feelings, her heart weighed down with a heavy burden. If he were to learn of her impending departure, how devastated would he be? What did she possibly do? Just as the system had forcibly brought her into this world, it now seemed intent on taking her away. The 888 system sensed the host's inner turmoil, yet it remained powerless, languishing in the confines of its space. Kuyu gazed at the tightly clasped hands of the two individuals. Fuchio, do not remember me. It will only bring you anguish. With a few instances of spatial manipulation, Fuchio was now capable of teleporting another person alongside him, given his current level of mastery. As Kuyu opened her eyes, she beheld a somewhat desolate amusement park. The advent of the apocalypse had transformed this once vibrant place into a forsaken site. She cast a bewildered glance at Fuchio and inquired, "Why have we come to this place?" Fu Yuan had mentioned that couples who kissed at the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel would remain together for eternity. Fuchio did not conceal his purpose for bringing Kuyu here. After an extensive search, he had finally discovered this relatively well-preserved amusement park with its towering Ferris wheel. He intended to propose to Kuyu at its highest point, believing that this act would ensure their everlasting union. This was Fuchio's fervent wish. Kuyu gazed at Fuchio, somewhat lost in thought. If she were to leave, it would undoubtedly inflict great harm on Fuchio. "Come, let me take you up. When the sun sets, we shall witness the beauty of the sunset." With that, Fuchio lifted Kuyu and made his way toward the Ferris wheel. Kuyu nestled against Fuchio's neck, longing for time to freeze in this fleeting moment. Unbeknownst to her, Fuchio had meticulously planned a proposal, and she had no intention of revealing her impending departure. She believed that if she were to leave, the world would erase her existence, thereby alleviating Fuchio's sorrow and anguish. It must be acknowledged that Fuchio's abilities had indeed grown remarkably, with a mere exertion of spatial power. He whisked Kuyu to the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel, offering a breathtaking view of the entire city of N. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the sky in a warm embrace, painting the clouds on the horizon in a brilliant hue of gold. As the sun descended below the horizon, it resembled a colossal fireball, radiating its final flickers of light. The clouds above were illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors, as though ignited by some ethereal force, shimmering resplendently. Embracing Kuyu, Fuchio slowly retrieved the ring he had long prepared. Gently seating her, he knelt on one knee, under the soft glow of the sunset, facing the somewhat astonished Kuyu. Though a flutter of nerves coursed through him, he earnestly declared, "Kuyu, may I have the honor of accompanying you for a lifetime? I am profoundly grateful for your presence in my world. I love you." His palm glistened with sweat from his anxiety, his eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation as he gazed at her. Kuyu stood frozen in place. Chapter 104, A Love Forever Lost. Fuchio's proposal caught her completely off guard. She dared not even dream of such a moment. Noticing that Kuyu remained motionless for an extended period, Fuchio's gaze dimmed, and his heart sank. Kiskivi. His voice trembled slightly. Fuchio, I accept. He would be the happiest man alive. With a sigh of relief, just as he was about to slip the ring onto Kuyu's finger, he watched in disbelief as her hand slowly faded away. With a clatter, the ring fell to the ground. How could this be? It was impossible. He must be dreaming. Yes, Kuyu also perceived her hands fading away, or rather, she sensed that she was on the brink of departing from this realm. Fuchio. Her eyes had long since reddened. Fuchio lifted her somewhat obsessive gaze, declaring, "I refuse to believe this. You promised me that you would not leave. This must be a dream, and I shall awaken." As Kuyu gazed upon Fuchio, who had succumbed to a state of self-deception, the anguish that had tormented him over the past few days became unbearable, and tears cascaded down like a broken string of pearls. He lifted a hand, now barely discernible, to caress Fuchio's face, yet, the moment his fingers brushed against that cheek, his hand dissipated like a burst of fireworks. Fuchio abruptly embraced the now somewhat translucent Kuyu. Please, sister, you do not leave me. Do not be so cruel to me. Kuyu could sense that Fu Qiu was holding her tightly, trembling with fear. How could she not be heartbroken? She dared not reveal the truth to him. I'm sorry, but I must break my promise. She did not want to leave. How could she bear to? This was the person she loved so dearly. Fu Qiu continuously infused Kuyu with his spiritual energy, yet he soon realized that her crystal core was missing. In that moment, a dreadful truth dawned upon him. The day Dr. Ming developed that serum was also the day Kuyu's body had suddenly faltered. He thought of a cruel reality that could lead to her demise. Without a moment to ponder further, he swiftly lifted Kuyu into his arms, repeatedly employing spatial power to hasten their journey back to the base. Sister Yu, I have found a way to save you. Just hang on a little longer, please. The pleading voice reached her. Yet Kuyu merely nestled herself deeper into Fu Qiu's embrace. Fu Qiu, I might not be able to wait any longer. You must. Hold on a little longer. Sister Yu. When he realized he could no longer feel her presence within his arms, he watched in horror as Kuyu forced a smile, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Fu Qiu, I love you. Live well, and carry a piece of me with you. As he listened to her tender declaration, his smile became a grimace. Suddenly, with her final words, Kuyu shattered like a porcelain doll, scattering into dazzling white motes of light, ascending towards the heavens. No! Fu Qiu's sanity crumbled entirely. He desperately reached out to grasp the shimmering fragments, even employing spatial power to try to contain them, but it was futile. His fiancée, he was gone. He lifted his gaze to the distant base, tears streaming down his cheeks, and suddenly coughed up blood, retching violently. If only he had been a moment sooner his beloved had saved this world. Yet this world had taken her from him. I am eternally bereft of love. Chapter 105, Opening the Spatial Passage. As Kuyu's body dissipated, there was not a trace of pain. 888 had shielded her from this agony. Yet while her body felt no discomfort, her heart ached profoundly as she was compelled to part from her beloved in a harrowing farewell. The pain in her heart was so intense that it rendered her breathless, suffocating. We must bid farewell now. 888's voice resonated with deep reluctance. Kiskiviko, with great difficulty, steadied herself, feeling an overwhelming emptiness within. Are you also leaving? She choked out. Yes. 888 replied, her affection for the host evident, yet acknowledging the inevitable truth that no gathering lasts forever. Farewell, host. However, within the spatial corridor, the system blared urgent warnings. Danger! Danger! Please evacuate quickly. I've caught you. Return her to me. 888 gazed in disbelief at the figure who had seized her. How could this be possible? In the midst of an apocalyptic world, Fu Qiu gradually awakened, taking in the familiar surroundings of his room with a sigh of relief. So it was merely a dream, he mused, disliking this particular dream intensely, for it signified Yujia's departure. Dreams are often reflections in reverse. Yet, as he searched the house in vain for Kuyu, he found no trace of her ever having lived there. Panic set in for Fu Qiu. It was impossible. It couldn't be true. He dashed out of the house, determined to find Fu Yuan or Lin Zi, certain they would know where Kuyu had gone. Brother, what's wrong? Didn't T. Kuyu die at school long ago? Fu Yuan questioned, puzzled by his brother's sudden inquiry about her. Did Kuyu come to the base with him? Fu Qiu's piercing crimson gaze fixed upon Fu Yuan. Repeat that once more. What do you mean Kuyu died at school? Fu Yuan, intimidated by his brother's stare, stammered. Brother, when the apocalypse first began, Kuyu was abandoned by her parents at school, and she perished there. Don't you remember? It's you who has forgotten. Fu Qiu teetered on the brink of losing his sanity. He refused to believe it. Thus, he swiftly sought out Lin Zi. Brother Fu, I truly do not know who this sister Yu is, Lin Zi replied, though for some inexplicable reason, the term warmed her heart. Nevertheless, she genuinely did not recognize her. Fu Qiu's reason crumbled completely. All traces of Kuyu had been erased. Only he retained the memory of her. As if sensing something, he gazed skyward, channeling his spatial abilities to their zenith, even transforming his mental powers into spatial force until he spotted a glimmer of light. He opened a spatial portal. Upon seizing 888, everything became clear to him. It turned out that his sister Yu had come from a peaceful and beautiful world, arriving for him. Yet, she had also departed for his sake. How could he possibly let go of someone so wonderful? Let us converse, Fu Qiu commanded, restraining 888. The 888 system was on the verge of malfunctioning, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Fu Qiu actually opened a spatial portal and captured me, but it timidly replied, "Converse." About what? Regaining some of his composure, Fu Qiu regarded the trembling 888 with patience. Let us discuss how to locate my fiancée. It should be swift, right? Soon, I shall reunite with Sister Yu. The thought thrilled him. 888 wished to crash, sobbing internally. Chapter 106. The fusion of worlds this matter. I cannot decide. 888 timidly responded. It is determined by the main system. As a mere worker, I have no authority. The remnants of Fu Qiu's sanity clung to him. He would not destroy this world. Yet he was resolute in obliterating this portal, which must hold great significance for them. 888 gasped in alarm. No, you cannot. Had Fu Qiu gone mad? Then help me find Sister Yu, or I shall truly lose my sanity. Fu Qiu tightened his grip on 888's confinement. 888 flustered, implored. Host, please manage your companion. He has become a madman. Just as 888 was on the verge of being crushed, it suddenly felt a release. Why trouble it? A voice, ethereal and indifferent, emanated from the spatial portal. 888's eyes lit up. It's the boss. Yay, I am saved. Fu Qiu paid it no mind. Finally, you have arrived. As the main system materialized, 888 darted to its side, seeking refuge behind it. When Fu Qiu opened the spatial portal, the main system had sensed his presence and loss of control, hastily coming to his aid. Do you wish to enter her world? Upon hearing the words of the grand system, Fu Jiao's eyes. Yet, his desires extend beyond that. His sister Yu must not be alone. She deserves love, kinship, and friendship. Thus, let us negotiate. You must be in dire need of my power, the power sufficient to open the spatial gateway. The grand system regarded Fu Jiao, astonished that he could discern this so readily. What are your demands? Fu Jiao was not surprised by the affirmative response, stating, I require you to merge the loved ones and friends that Kuyu cherishes, including myself, with her world. The grand system gazed coldly at this man, driven to madness by love. Fu Jiao paused momentarily before conceding. It mattered not, for he was willing to wait as long as it took to see his Sister Yu again. Sister Yu, please wait for me a little longer. Time gradually slipped away as he gazed out the window at the brilliant sunshine and the bustling traffic. Kuyu had been lost in thought for an extended period, or perhaps it could be said that she felt a profound lack of belonging in her world. Her manager, Sister Li, observed Kuyu's gradual decline in health and spirit, and could not help but let out a sigh. Fortunately, the car accident had not resulted in any serious issues. However, ever since Kuyu regained consciousness, she seemed to be in a daze, displaying little interest in anything around her. Even when presented with her Best Actress award, she merely glanced at it before returning to her silence. Particularly on the day she awoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, as if her entire world had crumbled. Sister Li, please help me post a Weibo message. I wish to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Kuyu's voice, which had been silent for so long, emerged in a hoarse whisper, the content shocking Sister Li to her core. What? Withdraw? Sister Li exclaimed, her high heels clicking angrily as she strode towards Kuyu. Yet, upon witnessing the pale and frail smile on Kuyu's face, her anger dissipated. Kuyu was resolute, acutely aware of her predicament. She found herself utterly incapable of embodying any role. It seemed that upon departing from the apocalyptic world, she had become numb to all emotions, as if her feelings had been left behind in that realm. Such a performance was inherently unjust to the entertainment industry and to her fans. Lacking the ability to continue, she naturally stepped away from her position. Sister Li, I appreciate your support, but I have made my decision. Kuyu's contract had long since expired, and she had no desire to renew it. Sister Li, unable to persuade her otherwise and fearing she might have regrets, especially considering that Kuyu was truly one of the most diligent and easygoing artists she had encountered, chose not to heed her wishes. Instead, she simply arranged a leave of absence for her and the fans, postponing several commitments. She decided to let Kuyu take the time she needed to rejuvenate herself. Once Kuyu's health was restored, she was discharged from the hospital. Upon her departure, a few reporters attempted to intercept her, prompting her to discreetly slip away from an alternate exit. Her apartment was designed with 2 units per floor, and she was utterly indifferent to who her new neighbors might be. A week passed as she remained cloistered within her home, seeing only Sister Lee and her assistant, Kitsi. She scarcely ventured outside, leading Sister Lee to suspect that, had it not been for the occasional food deliveries from her and Chiji, Kuyu might have starved herself. Meanwhile, Fu Qiao experienced a painfully slow integration into the world, taking an extensive amount of time to locate her. Chapter 107. Side Story 1. The wedding sisterly noticed that Kuyu seemed to have revived, exhibiting newfound energy and even inquiring about work matters. Since she had not assisted Kuyu in posting that withdrawal announcement on social media, it was likely that Kuyu had seen it herself, prompting her questions. However, Sister Lee soon realized that Kuyu appeared to be in a romantic relationship. When Kuyu called her one day, Sister Lee distinctly heard a man's voice, instantly making her feel as though her prized cabbage had been ravaged by a pig. How infuriating! Kuyu was filled with joy, an overwhelming sense of happiness. When she encountered Fu Qiao that day, she initially thought she had misseen or was caught in a hallucination, yet neither was true. Otherwise, each day she felt as though she existed only as a mere shell. Once she managed to steady her emotions, Fu Qiao revealed the truth to her. I have entered your world, Yu Jia. Behold, it is truly I, the living embodiment of myself. Fu Qiao gently wiped away Kuyu's tears, ensuring she could clearly see him. Observing her still in a state of disbelief, he grasped her hand, guiding it to caress his face. This was his Yu Jia, no longer merely a collection of luminous points. He could once more feel her presence. Fu Qiao, Kuyu's voice was faint, as if she still believed she was ensnared in a dream. A pang of emotion surged within Fu Qiao, and he held her tightly, whispering repeatedly into her ear. It is I. I have come to find you, Yu Jia. Until now, Kuyu could finally feel a sense of reality. It was Fu Qiao, and she was truly not dreaming. Fu Qiao held Kuyu closely, quietly waiting until he realized that the person in his embrace had ceased to move. His heart tightened, only to discover that she had fallen asleep. He breathed a sigh of relief, his fingers gently caressing the dark circles beneath Kuyu's eyes, filled with compassion. If only he had acted a moment sooner, perhaps Kuyu would not have suffered so deeply. Could it truly be a dream? Sister Yu, you are not dreaming. Fu Qiao's voice resonated beside her. He knew Kuyu so well and understood their mutual fear that this might all be a figment of their imagination. Thankfully, it was not. Thankfully, he had indeed found Kuyu. Kuyu suddenly sat up in bed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Fu Qiao. She had truly seen Fu Qiao again. Fu Qiao approached her and, upon reaching her side, knelt on one knee. Kuyu, will you marry me? Kuyu nodded joyfully. I am willing. I am willing. How could she possibly refuse? Previously, she was unable to promise a lifetime with Fu Qiao, but now she could. They would undoubtedly remain together forever, never to part again. Tears streamed down her face, tears of joy. She extended her hand, and this time, Kuyu could wear the ring. A smile graced her lips, brimming with happiness. It was evident that Fu Qiao's hand trembled slightly, yet resolutely, as he placed the ring on Kuyu's finger. Once adorned, their gazes met, filled with affection, a joyous reunion, the elation of a lifelong commitment. The wedding took place on a sunlit day, with guests showering blessings upon their love. Due to the merging of worlds, Fu Yuan and the others also regained their memories of Kuyu. Witnessing Fu Qiao and Kuyu finally together stirred profound emotions within their hearts. In a resplendent white wedding gown adorned with exquisite sequins and shimmering fragments of diamonds, Kuyu resembled a constellation of stars, breathtakingly beautiful beyond measure. As she approached him with unwavering determination, Fu Qiao's heart swelled with gratitude and excitement. He understood that this was a twist of fate that had brought him to Kuyu, leading him to his own redemption. With a nervous grip on her hand, he feared that any misstep might cause him to lose her. Under the witness of the officiant, Fu Qiao and Kuyu exchanged rings, solemnly pledging their devotion to one another. Sister Yu, Thank you, and I love you. Fuchio, I love you too. With all my heart. The end.